Yeah. run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies never know, whoa, whoa. Got it all locked down, we don't sleep till the morning. Whole crowd loud on their feet and we going going going
Hello, StarCraft fans. Welcome to day 2 of IEM Katowice. If you're in Poland, I can't think of a better reason or a better day to get inside and watch some StarCraft with us here at the Spodek. But if you're watching at home, welcome. Grab some snacks. It's going to be a long day of StarCraft, so let's get on inside and get things started.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. Astrolog's winning.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Gold!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
It is time for day number 2 here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice 2024. We had an excellent day 1 with some upsets, some surprises, but it wouldn't be Katowice without it. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the desk. My name is Clem, and joining me to start things off here for day number 2, we have the ever-dashing Rotterdam and the ever-lovely Mr. Pig over at the very end. Hello, gentlemen. Glad to have you along for the ride here. But not only are those guys joining us here a little later on as well for our first match of the day, we are going to be greeted with the presence of Zombie Grub and the Muslim all the way on over there. So they will be joining us as well. Hi, guys. Ready to go. They're shaping up for that first match. It's going to be a banger. It is Clem versus Oliveira. Don't forget. So excited to see the current reigning champion here in Katowice defending his potential throne. But first things first, as I mentioned here, Rotterdam, we had upsets yesterday, and it did create quite the interesting scenario, especially over in that Group D.
I think it was just a very fun first day. We had a couple of great games, maybe one very short one-sided PvT, but other than that, I feel like almost everything on the mainstream was fun. Don't think a lot of people would have really predicted the scores to be like this at the end of the first day. It was just awesome, and it was everything that we expected. Katowice always feels a bit different because you know that the nerds are really trying. They're working so hard leading up towards this event. You see the happiness, you see a bit of the disappointment, but it's important for everyone to keep in mind that even if yesterday didn't work out, there is a lot of StarCraft still to be played. 3 series for everyone. Most of them will play 2 series, so I'm really excited for day 2.
A whirlwind of results. Some subverted our expectations as a whole, Pig, and that makes it all the more exciting, I think.
It really does, and what I love about this format is you get to see day 1 massive upsets, and you see people at the bottom of groups you don't expect. Names like Raynor that we expected to be at the top of the groups, but there's so much room for that to change because in years gone past, we've seen players 2-0 up on this day, and then they go into day 2 and day 3, and suddenly they're at 2 wins and 3 losses, and they're barely not making it through the groups. There's still so much room for this to evolve, and how the players hold up day to day, I think it's fantastic because it's not just your condition on one day, it's can you keep up and maintain that across the course of the entire tournament.
Yeah, definitely. All of these players need to be flexible when it comes to a tournament like this. I mean, even at the start of today, I've seen Pig be extremely flexible on the walls over in the green room. It was amazing. There's some great stretching, but...
You got to limber up for these pro players, mate.
Yeah, absolutely, especially considering what they're throwing at us here. But it was a great day of StarCraft. Obviously, Dark versus Hero, which was a fixture that I was very excited about, ended up being interesting, a little messy here and there, but that's kind of just how that dynamic worked between those two.
It ended up Dark versus Hero. It's kind of like when you have Dark against Heroes, like 2 of the very best players on the planet, right? Yes, but you put them in the same room. Sometimes it's awesome, sometimes it's very weird. Very funny moment on Ocean Board where Hero is just so set on attacking. It's like, Hero, but he's attacking you, and he has geared up for this. He's like, yeah, but nothing is stopping me. If I move out with a reason. It's like, oh god, you've got so many Zerglings. Yeah, that was not not it, but I mean, Showtime's PVZs, those were absolutely fantastic.
Amazing.
The ones against Reina were insane. And that series, I was happy to see his tweet at the end of the day. And this is also one thing I love about Katowice, is that all the players, they will let you know how they feel about the end of the day. And I was kind of afraid that Showtime would be really kicking himself for the end of day one, because I thought he had chances in game 2 and game 3 against Dark. But he just said, actually really happy with my performance, couple of little mistakes, but overall great start to the tournament.
Awesome.
And hey, if you have a one-on-one start and you played Reina and Dark already, obviously you can say that.
Yeah.
I was just afraid that he'd be very hard on himself, because he had chances to make it not a good day, but a legendary day. And it wasn't quite that, but it was awesome.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. Well, let's take a look at Group A then and see the results that were coming in from that so far. As we do have up towards the top, Solar sits in that 2-0 position. Heromarine 2-0 as well to start things off. Pig, he's sitting pretty. So we'll see if that can continue here for him.
You know, it was cool. Heromarine didn't play quite as much Cyclone Obsession as the other Terrans in the TVTs, and it seemed to catch them off guard a little. Don't get me wrong. He did, you know, go back to it and use a fair bit of Cyclone Raven when it was called for, but that was a really good surprise. On the other hand, at the top of the group, I don't think Solar being at the top of there surprises anybody in this group. He is a shoo-in to be first out of the stage, but it's still a wide open stage. Yeah, or second as well. Heromarine will need to face some very hard opponents, but especially that third place slot is wide open right now.
I suppose I would be surprised a little bit that Gumiho's there 1-1 for that spot, but you know, again, there's still a lot to play for. Let's move on to Group B then and see what is going on over there, because look who's at the top, Rotterdam. It's Oliveira, who's going to be going up against Clem in that first match as well. That's so exciting. This is not how I expected day one to play out, but again, still a lot to play.
No, the normal man, he's kind of doing it again. Whenever I say normal man, I kind of feel like that shiver because of the magic that we saw last year. Oliveira against Clem is going to be our first best of 3 on the mainstream today. And that is just going to be an exciting series. Yeah. Last year, they had an absolute banger of a best of 3 in the group stage. They were in the same group back then. Oliveira moved into the playoffs. Clem did not, and that was just as surprising last year as it would be this year. I think in the end, both of them are going to be fine here. But yeah, Oliveira against Clem is going to be sick. Those two got history with each other, and I honestly think that we can have some excellent TVT between those two.
Let's move on to see what's going on at the moment here. We previously called this group Serral and the gang, but Serral and Byun have already started things off strong with those 2-0s, as we have the rest of the Protoss scrapping it out here, Pig, to try and figure out who's going to be able to kind of clip at their heels a little bit.
Yeah, it's really a very scary group in terms of the PvP. Astrea is most likely the favorite to get the third spot, but he's got to fight some fearsome opponents. Firefly, you know, a player that maybe not as many fans were as familiar with, but he's looked fantastic and is on the rise. There's a lot of momentum behind him. Skillus always a danger. And of course, Kellerzor unfortunately hasn't been able to take any maps yet, but he's had some very exciting, fun back and forth games.
Yeah, I mean, Kellerzor played Serral first. That's important to keep in mind. Also, Serral off to a great start, by the way. Last year, the group stage wasn't all that smooth for Serral. This time around, he comes in as the favorite once more. He's looked damn good. I'm really keeping my eyes on Skillus. I know we're already moving into Group C, but Skillus just had an off day yesterday. Even a bad Skillus is so much better than what he showed yesterday. I really hope that he can recollect himself, because if he just plays half as good as he's capable of, Skillus is not totally done yet. He can do better today.
And in Group D, the biggest upsets, we would say, of the tournament thus far. However, it did now create this scenario as much as Showtime and Sion created the huge upsets versus Maru, versus Reina, etc. There's all these, it's a miasma of 1-1s right now here, Pig, which if this group equalizes out, it could make for quite the tenuous progression through into the next round.
100%. I mean, it makes perfect sense that Dark would kind of tweet out a series of question marks, go, this group's impossible, this is ridiculously hard, look at my luck, and then destroy everybody one-sidedly. And I think he's going to continue that road to a certain extent. But as you said, I mean, Cyan upsetting Maru is huge. Obviously, Showtime against Reina. I think all eyes are set on Reina. Can he make the comeback from here? He needs to win at least 2, preferably 3 series out of his remaining 3 against top-tier opponents.
Dark is not there yet, guys. Like, I've heard this narrative a few times right now that Dark is destroying the group. He won 2 series and he played an amazing best of 3 against Showtime, but Dark still has to go up against Maru. He defeated Maru recently in a big online tournament called Masters Coliseum, but Game 7 was a miraculous win that he should have never won, and all of the other wins were all-ins. And Dark has not looked that good against Reina lately, so today could very well be a completely different day, and Group D could look so different at the end of the second day. So I really don't think anybody is destroying Group D just yet. If he wins wins the 2 series today, then we can start that.
Yeah, could, I guess, again, could end up being that weird stalemate scenario where we're kind of comparing maps, comparing scores. Every map might matter, and that's why Showtime just taking one map in those 2-1 scenarios could also be the big difference maker. But anyway, here's the schedule as well, starting things off with Clem versus Oliveira. I'm excited for that one. But later on down the line, I mean, look at the fixtures that we have to play here with Rotterdam. Reina versus Hero, Maru, Hero, Serral down there to finish things off for the day. Like, it's a fantastic lineup.
Bit of a cliche. It's like, where do you start? Well, then you start at the top. I love that TVT between 2 of the most fun foreign talents out there. 2 guys that historically love to be aggressive, but throughout this entire day, we're going to watch a lot of awesome StarCraft. And let's not forget about the B stream and the C stream, so we can multitask and we can watch all the games at the same time. Like, it's almost silly to highlight 1 or 2 series because all 10 of them are going to be important and have potential to be awesome.
And I actually want to kind of speculate a little bit here because we're going to use the Road to the World Cup board. Woo! As I move over towards
I'm moving.
talk. You're coming with me as well here. Pig, we're going to talk to you. I might shout towards you a little bit.
I'm just going to heckle from off frame, okay?
Yes. All right. Thus far, here's the important thing, right? For the Road to the World Cup, Serral and Clem locked in here. I want to get your opinion here, Rotterdam. Judging by what you saw yesterday, of course, we're going to have 4 players coming in from Katowice. Anybody kind of taking your fancy so far? It's early days, but what are you thinking?
Well, obviously, nobody is there yet. No one is even close to that because this tournament is so competitive. But I guess Dark is off to a good start. So I guess we can move him up a little bit, right? Like, he's definitely not...
Tiny bit.
He's not in, but...
Oh, come on. A bit more than that, Kev.
No, he's speaking. He's speaking. Like, the second day is going to be hard. Let's not ignore this guy. He had a pretty mighty fine day, so I think we can move him up a little bit. And honestly, Big Gabe, man. Big Gabe, he's just kind of sneaking in there on this side. No one's really talking about Gabe.
On the wing.
Yeah, but no. But Gabe he's on the flanks and he had a great day.
Yeah, no, I have to agree. I have to agree. Personally, I would love to see major upsets here in Katowice. That's kind of what it's all about, that little bit of extra spice. If Showtime was able to somehow make it towards those quarterfinals, that would excite me a lot here, Roddy.
I mean, he had an excellent day, but he's obviously 1-1, so let's put him here. Like.
Yeah, you're okay with that? You're okay
Absolutely.
with that? All right, Pig, any moves that you want to make here so far?
Right next to Oliveira, you got my boy Byun there. I think him 2-0, he's got to shift up onto that line as well, mate.
You want me to shift him up on the line?
Yeah.
And that's very fair.
We can do that, we can do that. Any other moves? Pig, you got one more move.
Oh, you know what? It's really interesting to see what's going on. There's a few players. I think we can get Cyan a little bit higher in the listing since he did, of course, take down Maru. I think he deserves to be pushed up a little bit. Maybe not quite on the line.
Wait. Do bear in mind, this wasn't, my layout was just like, I'm throwing them on there. This wasn't exactly like, yeah, they're useless.
That's all right. We can shuffle them anyway, man. Move Kua down slightly because he lost to Shin.
By the way, he won a series. He's up there. He's doing his best.
This has gone way beyond what I thought this was going to do. We're suddenly ranking them all. But yes, I think that ultimately what is important about this, again, after day 1, pure speculation as to what's going on here, but being able to potentially move up for that top 4 spots to the Road to World Cup, for the World Cup as a whole over in Riyadh. Yeah, you really like
keep on talking, but Gabe keeps on moving up, baby. Gabe.
All right.
You talk about all these big boys all you want, but Gabe is just sneaking on up there. Trust me, Claris.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Fantastic. We'll keep coming back to this, to be honest, because we really kind of want to see us.
Where's Gabe? He's in.
Oh, he's moved. He's moved. All right. What's coming up next? We've got lots to talk about, of course. Let's talk about what's going on with the groups as a whole. It's Group B here at the moment because we have Oliveira and Clem sat in positions where they want to strike out for those spots that you've just mentioned here. Shin, Kyo, Bunny, and Stats. Of course, for a lot of these names, you've got the names like Stats, who was a big name in the past. We weren't expecting a huge amount from him coming in here, but it's kind of great to see him back on the international stage here, Pig, as a whole.
I love it. I mean, there's always this thing when people kind of go, oh, this guy has some limitations as a player, or they know his tricks, he's not going to catch them off guard. And they come out to the big tournaments and they catch them off guard. And that's exactly what we saw yesterday with, like, Shin versus Kua was fantastically aggressive.
All right, well, let's talk about the first game of the day here. Clem versus Oliveira. It is the current reigning world champion, the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, going up against the champion of the most recent big offline tournament over in Atlanta. And you know what, Rotterdam? am up for this clash once again, similar to 2023.
Both of these guys are just so cool and they're so easy to cheer for. Like Clem is obviously sweet, adorable, and incredibly talented. And we were all so happy for him when he finally won Atlanta, because it was a long time coming. All that online success in the COVID era, we're like, he deserves to lift the trophy as well. And obviously the magic of Oliveira last year. And I'm very impressed so far by Oliveira. Like, he played good. This is not an easy group. He has an immense amount of pressure on his shoulders because all the Chinese fans, they think like, well, he's done it before, he can do it again, right? But it's so freaking difficult to come into a tournament like this. Game is 8 last summer didn't totally work out for Oliveira with all that pressure. He even took a bit of a break of the game after that, where he's like, I'm trying so hard, guys, but like, it is just damn difficult. StarCraft is a very difficult game. I'm gonna step away. He skipped 1 or 2 big online tourneys, but he's back. It's a good showing so far. These two, it's not two worlds colliding because they both like to be in each other's face. I think it's going to be awesome, man.
I mean, as you say, like with Game 8, the qualifying process was so grueling, especially for Oliveira being in China at the time, etc., and things like that. So yeah, it was a tough road, as was the rest of 2023 for him here. But on the flip side of it all, of course, Clem, the road not necessarily as I don't want to say not as tough, because of course the matches that he won were fantastic, but he finally got that offline tournament pick. He finally got Atlanta. I feel like it wasn't only Clem that was vindicated, it was all Clem's fans that were vindicated. They knew he could eventually do it.
You know, people have been, every time you cast a Clem game for like a few years now, there's always been the haters in the chat, kind of in the comment section, like, oh, best TVZ in the world. Every time he loses to a Zerg, they'd be like, I thought he was the best TVZ in the world, guys. Like you've been talking about. He's almost had his own cadre of haters, and it's really nice to see him perform so well against 3 of the best Zergs in the world in the playoff, take them out, you know, one after the other. It was an incredible series of games.
Yeah, I know you want to talk about him, Ronnie.
No, I was just memeing because you said all the haters were like, or all the fans were vindicated as well and believing in him.
That's him!
I got kind of a hard time last year for talking apparently too much about Clem at IEM Katowice, and he got owned. I was like, there's a reason we talk a lot about him, because of all the great stuff that he has shown in those ESL Europe regionals online. Those were incredibly competitive tournaments. We're not talking randomly about Clem because we think he's adorable and he's never going to do something. We knew he was capable of greatness. It just somehow didn't really work out yet in Katowice. And yesterday was not a bad day, but it was also a bit of a strange day, because obviously the opening series did not go his way against his teammate, who does seem to have his number often. It's like, okay, Korean TVT, that could happen. That second game against Stats, though, that was a bit odd, because the Clem that I know, with a start like that, wins that game in 7 minutes. And now he still won it, but it took him 34 minutes to win it. So I'm actually very excited to see how Clem is going to do today. But Clem is damn good. Whether he shows it in Katowice or not, the kid deserves to be talked about because he is that damn talented.
I have to agree. I have to echo those sentiments, especially on the online stuff, and then now offline when it was Atlanta. He looked like a hurricane against some of these best players, when some of the other players that are going up against them looked like a light breeze. So let's see how this is going to unfold as we now have Clem versus Oliveira. Let's head over to the stage.
Thank you so much. I know you guys already mentioned it, but let me bring it up one more time. This first match of the day pits 2 incredible players against each other. Clem hot off a win at DreamHack in Atlanta, and we got Oliveira, the winner of last year's IEM Katowice. So let's get this game started with an incredible matchup, and let's meet our 2 players.
Between these two from IEM Katowice 2023, where Oliveira continued to advance on and eventually won the championship, and Clem had yet another disappointing run. Will the cards be reversed this time around, and will this be the beginning of Clem actually making it forward in Katowice, or Oliveira once again surprise us all and take first in the group?
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy, right? To think back then, like Clem was already of a really high caliber, But the fact that he's been leveling up since then, I feel that he's really broke a few seals. Gamers 8, he got top 4, he beat Maru to make it there, which was a big, big deal, being one of the greatest TVTs on the planet. The fact that he did that, and then finally Atlanta came along. There was that game in Alsania, I'll never forget it, where I thought, Clem's dead, but he hung in there and really just busted out. Then he broke into the tournament, won the whole thing, and ever since the World Team League, he went full Tasia mode in that.
Yep.
I think this is a different Clem, a different beast that Oliveira is going up against this time.
I absolutely agree about that. It's also a very different meta.
Yes.
The patch and the maps have been out for a while, actually, yet it was only 2 months ago at that Atlanta DreamHack that we saw such a drastic change. And so Clem, he hasn't really been doing the whole 2030 Cyclones, but he absolutely has been in love with the Cyclone start. I managed to take a look at what Oliveira was doing, because I had a lot of questions going into this group about what every Terran would be doing to approach this new meta. And Oliveira versus Bunny, we had actually a very typical non-Cyclone dependent TVT to begin with, and then he played Cyclones into mech in game 2. So Oliveira definitely looking to experiment, I think, more so than Clem, who just wants to hone that micro skill.
Yeah, I mean, like, they are both similar players in a way that they both love to attack, but Oliveira feels a bit more goes with the water, goes with the flow a little bit more, whereas Clem's very set in stone about how he wants to do things. And I mean, they're both very good and very successful at what they do. And this is going to be chaos between these two. It's going to be volatile, extremely volatile. TVT is turning into the new ZVZ. And to get things started off over here on Solara, spawning over in the top right, representing Team Liquid, it is Clem.
And in the bottom left, as the blue Terran for DKZ Gaming, he is Oliveira.
I just love watching these two guys play. Like, I mean, their TVZs are obviously next level, speed personified kind of thing, right? But TVT, this is just, it's a different beast, and it keeps on changing and evolving. It's almost like the meta of old, where it was like, okay, I'll go 2 Reapers, 1 Hellion, right? And then it's like, no, 3 Reapers, 2 Hellions, then Reactor Reapers, and then how many Ravens do I make? It really feels like the Ravens just non-stop going on. That looks really strange from here, but okay, a bit of a split. I was like, oh my god, this is a big game Hunters map going on over here.
But it's a mirror matchup. It just, it's cool once you get used to it, but a little jarring at first. But you can see that also is so jarring because it is often the same exact build order to begin with. The factory expand just making up probably 80% of TVTs, the occasional 1 racks, and well, obviously, I guess the occasional 2 racks as well on the forward position. But as far as the macro games, this really does set the stage for a lot of players. It gives you the defensive option in case you are being cheesed, of course, but then it also gives you that flexibility of being the harasser in the early game into still a very solid macro game, which, you know, Clem did have some struggle against Cure as far as the build order. We've seen some of these Terrans sneaking these super greedy builds, and the opposite Terran, the opposite Zerg, the opposite Protoss, not really able to identify it and punish it. I don't think that's ever going to happen between these two necessarily. Like, Oliveira was experimenting with Cyclone and Mech, and that is outside the box more so, but I don't know if he's going to try and be greedy because Clem is aggressive and will probably be more on point after that Cure game about trying to get the damage done, but then Oliveira also likes to be aggressive, so...
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, like, TVT, it's weird, right? Because this new meta of Cyclones has also brought back a lot of the very aggressive builds, where it's like, if you go into Cyclones, you can obviously do this, what they're doing right now, where they get the factory up and running, they're going to get most likely Cyclones behind it, but because it takes a little bit more time to get it online than the normal Reaper Hellion, it's also opened up a lot of these 2-Racks builds, and already Clem's face on that camera, absolutely, this is not the opening he wanted. Loses his first Reaper immediately, which is actually a big deal for scouting later on, but also being that bit of a buffer for your Cyclones if you do make them. But yeah, this is not what he wanted, and losing his SCV.
Yeah. Be honest, there might not be repercussions. There might be, but there might not. Let's say there's not, for instance. It still is a bother to Clem, who really does get powered up based off that first interaction, especially in TVT. Again, both of them being aggressive, both of them being micro guys, and Oliveira is actually going for a classic aggressive opener with the multiple Reaper, multiple Hellion. But Clem's probably the one where you can just tell that he has the most fun and feels the most confident when the early game skirmishes go his way. Where Oliveira, if he had lost it, he'd, you know, be disappointed, of course, but he'd probably, I don't know, get over a little bit quicker. But he's racing across the map right now, and that single Cyclone does not have a lot of defense with it.
No, it doesn't. And Cyclones, they are surprisingly squishy here. And I mean, 2 more Cyclones will be popping out, and Oliveira's not taking the chance to pounce right now. And I mean, massive deviation in build orders, right? And I don't know whether Oliveira is doing this purely because he took out that initial Reaper, going for so many Reapers of his own, because like your opponent can't scout, right? So right now, Clem's very much in the dark. 3 Cyclones absolutely pack a punch, but he has to be careful. So does Oliveira, though, and kind of going for a pounce on it himself.
Yeah, you know, the fact that it was 2 and then 1, and then also there were actually more Reapers on the way, definitely worked at a disadvantage for Clem. That was maybe as awkward as it possibly could have been on the timing of both his units and Oliveira's units, and now he has to really show off his micro here just to survive. Fortunately, more Cyclones are being produced, but that's not the interaction you wanted at all. Oliveira getting a lot of the benefit of the early game, including now having a slight worker lead, is still going to be aggressive despite knowing he's up against the Cyclones and the defending Cyclones as well. I believe this is how he started off versus Bunny, actually, and it has worked for him once again. Clem really needs to get some counter damage done and to make sure he doesn't lose too many SCVs to the drop of Oliveira.
It's so funny that we look at this and it's like, Oliveira's the one going for the less standard stuff right now, when he's going for like tanks, Marines, the Raven behind it. But it's kind of how it is these days. And already Oliveira in the face of Clem again here, and does get a lock on this Cyclone, counter damage being done. And I mean, Cyclones, the one thing they really want to be doing, killing workers. They're so damn good at it and so hard to clean up. And already chaos on both sides. These 3 Reapers from earlier coming in and doing a lot of damage in the main base as well.
Yeah, the SCVs, you know, they pulled a little bit late. Now the Cyclone comes in. Now Oliveira with a tank pushes away the 2 Cyclones of Clem, but then still has to be worried about the micro potential there. And the dust clears, guys, and it is Oliveira who's currently taking more damage. 13 SCVs have gone down. Raven in a little bit of danger. As long as this lives, it's okay. But this has actually gone according to plan, more so for Clem than any of the opening skirmishes. And if he manages to grab a tank, he'll also take care of the still problem of this opener, which is if the game goes into a classic TVT, you just don't have tanks as on Clem's side. That could be a huge problem, but if he keeps up the aggression and keeps on finding picks, he might just win the game. A 2 tanks sieged up, don't think it's going to happen here.
I mean, Clem, like, one of the massive advantages for Cyclones is the fact that his opponent can't move out for the foreseeable future. I mean, running into a tank, losing a Cyclone like that was definitely a bit brutal there, but Oliveira kind of has to buckle on up now. Like, he has to sit down, hunker on up, has to wait for a few upgrades, maybe more tanks to move out slowly. Clem really leaning into the Cyclones a lot here. I'm not sure what else he can get done, but we do see he is going for a bio transition after.
Yeah, the fact that that was, well, 2 tanks, but then also that his Raven didn't have the interference matrix energy. I think it used an auto turret on the defense. Really ruined the potential that could have been there. Even with 2 tanks, you reduce it down to 1, you get a good concave. There's definitely potential, but 2, not so much. It now creates this awkward moment where maybe he did invest too much into Cyclones when Oliveira is already moving on. Oliveira had a much faster 3rd CC, but he did take more SCV damage, so he actually still remains behind in that regard. But the tanks, if you do successfully move across the map with the tanks against the Cyclones, your army sieges up, your army is better. But that is the trick, as you were saying, to actually move out on the map in the foreseeable future is always going to be a danger. Your Ravens will get picked off, your tanks will get focus fired, and your Marine count's actually not high enough to really cover those issues.
Yeah, I mean, like, you get 3 tanks interference matrix, that's it. Your army's just toast. You need Stim online, combat shields online, the upgrades online to really contest. Oliveira getting a very nice scout here, gets to confirm that, okay, it's not a mech follow-up, but you don't really expect that from Clem anyway these days.
Yeah.
But Stim online, a lot faster for Clem here as well. And that work account that you talked about, he got the better end of those trades early on. So far, I'll give a slight edge to Clem. But tech-wise, if Oliveira does just stabilize a little bit, his army's obviously off to a head start.
Yeah, he's getting to the more solid foundational army, especially with the combat shields also coming on the upgrade, but Clem is sharking around for that potential bop as, you know, Oliveira maybe doesn't pay attention, a little late to the Ravens, a little late to a tank siege. Things could still go awry there, but it shouldn't. Oliveira should be protected on that 3 bases. He's making sure he's protected in the main as well, not going to be caught up in distractions. And while this is going on, he continues to build that stronger tank count as well as a very strong Marine count that is going to have the same or actually even advanced combat shield timing.
It was very important for Oliveira to have a Viking there with the Marines in the main base just to deflect any sort of attack. And you can really feel that he knows the matchup very well. He realized what he had to do. Just stop the damage, stop the bleeding. And now we look at this army. This is a whole different ball game. Now Oliveira is the big lad on the playground. He's the one that can maybe make some moves happen because he's got the bigger tank count. But 3 Ravens, they can absolutely make magic happen.
Does he have interference matrix? I know Clem got it at least faster.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, he got it faster, wasn't able to use it, but now both of them with it. It is going to come down a lot to that tank protection line. Clem's one gets interference matrix, anti-armor missile going down for both players, but the addition of the Cyclones and the fact that Oliveira's tanks are not sieged way too late here means that he gets absolutely wrecked. He is on the retreat, and things go from a very solid micro start to an extremely poor mid-game. He might just die here.
I mean, this is a different Clem in the TVT that we're seeing from yesterday. I mean, he has just got more, he's bigger, he's stronger, and look at this. He's going in for the kill. GG, Clem off to a flying start here on day 2.
It really was important that he got that significant damage done to the economy. If Oliveira hadn't remained behind about 6 SEVs, I want to say, despite having that faster 3rd CEC, I think the problem of that growing tank count and the faster addition of the Marines, it would actually be a problem, but that worked out really, really well. Clearly, Oliveira bit off more than he could chew because he could have taken that a little more cautiously. He could have siege hopped his tanks, and he didn't. He just thought that he would find Clem as the one to retreat. Was maybe a little eager, guessing that he got the interference matrix off faster. His Ravens also only really got that interference matrix off, and the anti-armor missile, sorry, but the missile turrets that he was going to plant down, all the Ravens got destroyed before they could do it.
Yeah, I mean, that fight 100% came down to Ravens. 100%. Clem kept his alive for a lot longer. I think I saw like 1, maybe 2 kind of full energy Ravens there dropping, and you saw Oliveira shake his head because it's like, you can't let that happen. The turrets, they deal great damage. They're great at tanking. And in these kind of skirmishes where you've got fairly similar armies, but you've got 8 more turrets or whatever going down, yeah, he knew that he made quite a big error there. And I'm very curious what he's going to bring in game 2, because these openings, they're losing the Reaper initially, getting the little SCV kill. That's definitely an edge that you look at and you're like, hey, I'm winning this TVT so far. This can absolutely be in my favor. I wonder what he's going to change in the follow-up.
Yeah, again, he went for that mech after versus Bunny, but to throw it out again, I'm not sure it's dependable, but to try and play a bigger Cyclone game, that he actually might try and do, especially if he believes that he can actually out-micro his opponent, seeing as there was some evidence to at least those smaller skirmishes. I can't speak today. Skirmishes.
It's early. You know, we haven't had enough tea yet. As Roddy would say, he's drinking so much tea in the green room right now. Calls himself lame for it. But no, I mean, like, Cure, like, one thing that really surprised me yesterday was the fact that Cure was like, Clem's really good in late game. I don't want to go there with him. And it was like, what? So you wanted to win early game and stuff against Clem, which super surprises me, because to me, I'm like, Cure, you're a late game strategist. Like, you're slow and methodical, whereas Clem, he's fast and agile, but he made things happen, nice concaves and stuff. Like this, though, between these two, I don't think they have an off button, right? Like, it's all about go, go, go.
Pretty much. They are spawning onto a large map. Hecate in the top right, now up 1-0. He is Team Liquid's Clem.
And her and bottom left, the reigning IEM Katowice champion, it is Oliveira.
Both ending up in groups or a TVT is absolutely one of the bigger testing grounds. If you're fantastic in this matchup, you're pretty much guaranteed to get through, actually, to defeat the other 3 Terrans that are here. But it's been difficult to call, and probably more so for the players who are trying to determine exactly where everyone is at mentally as far as their take on the matchup. And, you know, like that, what you're just talking about would have been evidence, I think, to just the unexpected, which is like, oh, Cure macro guy, late game. All right, cool. And then, oh, no, he wants to defeat the early game? Okay, that's completely different. Not to mention the Cyclone versus no Cyclone, the occasional mech that we are seeing, the obvious pitfalls of TVT in general, which are the proxies and doom drops. And there is a lot to speculate on, but we do know that the openers, again, rely heavily on the factory expand, generally going into a couple of Cyclones, and then it's more about tracking how many Cyclones and how many SCVs go down when that eventual SCV trade seems to happen, especially between 2 players like this.
Yeah, absolutely. Clem being a tiny bit greedier, but both going for the same openings. He's just not gone for a scout this game. I do wonder how much they both know about one another. They both got to see at least a recent TVT of yesterday against different opponents. Cure against Clem, obviously, and Bunny against Oliveira. But yeah, that to me, the way that they're playing so far, going for double gas opening, just kind of spells confidence, right?
Yeah, I do think Clem is, he's been playing a lot of customs, so I know a little bit more about Clem's situation than Oliveira's, but obviously the whole talk of the town for Katowice actually has been that everyone's been really trying to find as many customs to play without obviously giving the advantage to their potential opponent.
Yeah, I saw players in the green room yesterday, they're like, that guy was laddering for the tournament. And it's like, yeah, I mean, like, customs right now, everybody here is so damn good. Like, they really are. They've all been stepping it up. And we do see a slight deviation out of Oliveira's build this time, not going for the early reactor to get things going. Clem going straight for the Cyclones, as is Oliveira. This is almost as mirrored as you can be in this situation.
Yep, exactly. One thing I know that Clem must be practicing with who he's practiced with is the Terrans, who do not necessarily go all in on the Cyclones. So I think he has shown maybe some weaknesses to the very solid buildup of tanks and classic TVT that doesn't just straight up lose the Cyclone overwhelming. He's had some problems in the last couple of weeks, making sure that his Cyclones can be in position, find the damage necessary to make up for those deficits that we were talking about, and then making sure that that eventual fight we saw in the last game actually works out. So he's really improved in that regard. And that's going to be scary then, because it seems like he can dominate in Cyclone versus Cyclone, but then also is comfortable against a more regular TVT.
Oliveira's going for something very interesting here. I think he's going for an uber-fast third base and skipping out on the starport for now, which to me feels greedy. Like, it does feel greedy, so...
you got starport.
He gets a starport, but it's very late. Like, the tech lab's already being made for Clem's starport on his side. He's got the third gas much earlier. Just a little bit different, and they're both going out of Cyclones now, so... already very different, very peculiar, and it is a very, very fast third from Oliveira. So you can see some of the corners that he's cut here, and he's hoping to make this game go on a little bit longer so he can really benefit from that extra eco he's going to get.
Yeah, absolutely. Still eyeing that faster third base, but I don't believe this was as fast as Cure's yesterday, which really was just so shockingly fast and a potentially aggressive matchup that by the time that Clem did something, it had already kind of given that effectiveness of it, and obviously the defense had already been made. But like I had said before the show, it's one of those things where I think Clem might be a little more gung-ho about it, but this is actually the game he chooses to go for his own tank here. It's not the medevac drop with Cyclones, it's not up to 8 Cyclones looking for the attack. That doesn't necessarily put him at disadvantage, by the way. I'm just, it means that he's not going to be aggressive off the bat. What it could mean is that it is very much classic TVT, where Clem's the first one to push out with Tank Raven, and is going to try and control Oliveira's attempt to take the third CC on location.
Yeah, one thing that is different about this map, the main base is so much bigger, so getting over to that mineral line is very, very different on this map. Maybe kind of saying that Cyclones aren't as good when they're doing all the drop shenanigans, so maybe that comes into play with both of them. But yeah, we're getting into a proper setup between both of them. Stim starting at the same time, both getting the Ravens online. Nice little cheeky scout from Clem. We'll get some info here that it is extra barracks going down, so gets the confirmation that it's at least Bar that he's going up against.
So we got ourselves a very classic TVT. Now the question is, who is the better player at this? This is where I would specifically say Clem is a much more improved TVT player compared to last year's Katowice, just being able to see his growth against the ever-stable Heromarine in the Open Cup, but as well as seeing him finally take down his nemesis, that was the Korean Terran, and particularly Maru at Gamers 8. He has proven that he has become much better at this standard matchup, to the point that Cure apparently was terrified of it. Is Oliveira in the same boat, or is Oliveira similar to last year's skill? Is he just flat? Is he going to get now totally overwhelmed? I don't think so. He's actually playing very, very well. But this is time for Clem to show off what he's learned in the last year without having to worry about that pesky different meta.
And we've got to remember, like, what situation these both are in the group. Oliveira's already 2-0. If he won this as well, that's looking so damn good for him advancing. Whereas Clem, this is kind of, I don't want to say a must-win situation, but it almost is. I mean, you can go out the groups with like pretty decent map scores and stuff, but already getting a map on the game, on the board here, very nice for him. And they're both so damn aware of what the other one's doing. It's just it cost Clem pretty much nothing getting the Reaper in, whereas Oliveira had to scan here.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a difference. We see Clem also ahead a few, or literally one, where it's like 1.5 as they continue to build SCVs. Auto turret harassment's looking to change that. Says, uh-oh, the focus fire is a little off here.
MMA, is that you?
We might want to fix that. And Oliveira, not really finding the direct damage, but...
Oh, no.
But it's a really loud sound, okay.
Yeah, I mean, I was there live when MMA did that, and it was like the worst thing of all time kind of thing, but then he still won. I was like, oh my goodness. All right. So, used a lot of the Raven energy to accomplish not that much.
No.
And when I see these 3 full energy Ravens, and we know how well they can be used, once Combat Shield comes online, that's when these players will start to feel like they can venture out on the map a little bit.
Yes.
Very important, because tanks, if you stim without the Combat Shields, they get 1 shot. Gives your Marine so much more longevity and so much more damage potential.
And not only the Ravens not have energy, but Oliveira, I guess, in the focus of that run by, got pretty supply blocked. For, he's building 4 sleepers at a time. I'm just bringing up a very detailed point because otherwise this game has been very similar, very much mirror. It's a little bit of the decisions now changing, using the Ravens for the auto turrets, going immediately into the 2 medevac drop, which is trying to find Clem that awkward, just like I'm not expecting to be attacked yet, right? And it kind of has. 1 tank in the 3rd base is helping. Another one tries to siege up, and that will barely be enough to stop Oliveira from racing into the mineral line.
That was cheeky by Oliveira going for something like that, because you don't really expect the medevacs to be out on the map like that. And Oliveira's really showcasing that he wants to be in the face, and we know that about him. And Clem, far more willing to be the player that's sitting back. This doesn't feel like it's truly his comfort zone, but so far he's doing a good job of it. He's got a higher SCV count. They're both very good about starting the upgrades on time as well. It's just, it's far easier being the attacker, I think, in these kind of situations.
You do get to control the flow a little bit. Obviously, you get to threaten the medevac drops as well, which is exactly what Oliveira is going to go for, of course. There's a missile turret, I believe, but not really in range to help out here. The counter drop from Clem into his own base. The Ravens trying to slap down the auto turrets, but then gunned down. But it looks like by taking the tank out of the equation, a good old concave from Clem with the last few Marines will be enough. Oliveira still trying to make some damage happen, however, lands on top of the tanks of his opponent. SCV's pulled in to try and help, and that will be good enough. Clem still holding on to his economy, but now down 20 army supply, and he's missing +2 armor on the way.
Yeah, that's actually a massive deal in this matchup, and Oliveira is not going to let up here. He's just going absolutely balls to the wall over here, and Clem, he's like, you know what? You like dropping, I like dropping too. Let's see where this goes. But Oliveira is already there, already dealing damage. Starport, no longer medevacs can be on the field. That's a massive deal, and you very rightly pointed out, missing +2 armor, that's going to be huge if this game continues, but will it? Chaos ensues on both sides.
Yeah, Clem's drop outside of any vision range, and no sensor tower gets to go into that 3rd CC of Oliveira, kills all the SCVs, and is now maybe going to tackle some of the reinforcements. 1 tank is sieged up, that's going to guard the natural from Clem, but the main base might be a different question, as Clem is also still in the defense purely on tanks, back on his own 3rd, and they are getting concave, they are getting surrounded. He chooses to evacuate, and that is a very wise decision indeed, because he did kill Oliveira's 3rd CC. Clem now with a substantial worker lead and holding on to the army, but also the upgrades could be a problem if this continues to be a low econ, dicey back and forth situation.
Oh, I mean, this is wild at this point. Remember that starport getting killed really subdued the amount of medevacs can actually be on the field. And Clem, he's got more supply. But remember, the army value, the army supply of Oliveira is bigger. +2/2 is online, or at least coming online as well. So his Marines will trade out a little bit better. And that many workers, 47 out of 14 on that natural, that is so damn oversaturated, but he doesn't have a choice.
Yeah, of course not. Obviously, Clem just lost another base, too. I don't know if Oliveira lost 2 or 1. I'm going to check on that, as we do watch Oliveira just chokehold his opponent. Yes, it was 2 for Oliveira, so Clem obviously still coming out ahead with also this huge SCV lead. Should he ever get back to 3-base mining, he will just jump far ahead, but now we actually have the attempted break coming in. It doesn't look so hot. The tanks are taken out, and now Oliveira might not have enough units to take advantage of this +2 armor upgrade, although the units on the backside from Clem don't really get to help out. Oliveira holds on to his bio, but he's only down to 1 tank.
Yeah, that's huge. Clem with 5 tanks available, they are going to be the absolute backbone in his army, and losing that many SCVs wasn't actually that bad for him. Like, he had to break out of that at some point. And now the army values neck and neck, 63 apiece. 112 supply versus 108. Clem still with a slight edge, but that's mainly due to the tanks. But he has to be careful because, yeah, the bio doesn't trade as well as he can. He is upgrading the +2 armor, so will be able to get back on track. But Oliveira, he needs to get more done. I think he floated over his main amidst all this as well, just showing how desperate he is.
Yeah, he absolutely has. Takes a good concave with the upgrade advantage. Only one tank helping out so far. Second tank on the backside. Third now trying to siege up too. It's not going to be good enough for Oliveira to break Clem, but it does break the third CC. Clem, if he actually gets to saturate that and mine off of a decent amount of time, might even be able to start a +3 attack, which could be huge, but he is having trouble being able to do so. Oliveira absolutely not out of this game yet, as Clem is purely on the defensive. No gambly attack for him going across the map. He is going to try and break out, and Oliveira's lone tank won't stop that, but the upgrades, that's always in the back, right? That's always why these Marine fights never go the way of Clem, even though it looks like the numbers are similar.
Yeah, I mean, Oliveira's been in his face right from the get-go, hasn't he? 109 supply against 115. Clem, if he goes over and scouts this base, which is absolutely naked, by the way, this could be a lot of damage done. It's got to be said, the way that Clem attacked with just that drop straight away, he did so much more damage, I feel, than what Oliveira did with continued drop attempts. And, oh, Clem's ready for it this time in the main stop and having, but they're all naked.
Oh, no, that's so much money down the drain. Oliveira was distracted at the perfect second as Clem's attack went into the third, finding a couple of SCVs as well and still holding on, but Oliveira is looking for the break, just jump on top of the tanks, takes them out, and Clem's very few Marines with equal upgrades at this point, but just not the numbers, are forced to flee. That third CC now under fire. The SCVs have to go and repair it. The tank siege is up. The SCVs will get the save, but Oliveira has once again equalized the amount of minerals that they are able to mine from, which is really what he needs to do here as he still looks for the engagements.
Oh, I mean, this is so close between them. It is really so close, but this from Clem. Where is Oliveira's armor? Stop it. Just a handful of Marines here. A Liberator, that's not going to do the drop. Gets taken out straight away, and Clem's getting a lot done with very little on the other side of the map. This is buying him so much time, and I mean, we knew it was going to be volatile and explosive, Jess, but we did not think it was going to be quite like this.
I love it, though, because in an ideal world, this is how I imagine Clem Oliveira going all the time. Maybe also a cheeky, like, 2 racks versus 2 racks that gets into a base rate. That is such a great way to watch these two play against each other. And the consistent drops are going to continue. Even though Clem was able to kill 6 medevacs basically for free, Clem also looking to invest into the vehicle weapon is actually a really nice thing to do with very limited amount of money. He does still have a good amount of tanks, and making them even more effective as he's trying to turtle up on his 3 bases could be huge. One tank in the main base, not quite helping out in the production. More reinforcements coming. It does look like the hold is going to happen, but it's Oliveira taking a thorn in Clem's side and constantly reminding him that he cannot feel comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Oliveira has to be so careful here. He's going to have +3 finish fairly soon, but he can't get much more done here, and he knows it has to be so careful about these medevacs. Does get on out of there. Maybe going to try and go for a drop. Oh, I love the Liberator over here. That's a really cool use out of that.
Yeah, unfortunately, he's not going to be able to support the Liberator. So while the Liberator did, I think, actually it's worth the money used there, it didn't lead to the next thing. It wasn't the thing that started the domino effect, and Clem is just so freaking pesky with these 8 Marines, now 7, and a single medevac. Oh, finally, justice. Oliveira takes it down, and now he can focus up a little bit on his own 3 bases. Again, he is lifting his natural at this point, whereas Clem has a legitimate third.
I mean, every TVT player has been in this position where you know you're struggling, you know you're kind of broke as a joke, and you see sensor towers going up for your opponent, and it's just like, I'm behind, aren't I? Like, I need to do something. I need to keep on attacking. And Oliveira, I don't think he's ever going to stop here, but the fact that Clem's drop got killed in the south by the returning army, kind of like a breath of relief for Clem. Now he gets to grow a little bit, gets to do his own thing, taking an extra CC as well, but supplies are still relatively close.
Yeah, I do fear that's going to change in just even 30 seconds. Maybe might take a minute, but we can see that we can now get the triple red arrows. That's a substantial economic lead for Clem that's not being interrupted constantly, which is what was happening when Oliveira could do the attacks in the third, could get the drops into the main base, and Clem even finding the resources and time to start a +3 armor and +2 tank attack, which he's going to save those tanks. Was thinking about moving out, but Oliveira back on the offensive.
And you talked about the +1 tank upgrades. Big, getting +2 online means you go back to one-shotting those Stim Marines with tanks. So the clock is on for Oliveira. He hasn't started off +3 armor, hasn't started off any tank upgrades either. And his gas bank, it's big, but he's been relying off one factory only for the time being. So this is a very, very Marine-heavy army. And it has a clock, it has a doomsday. And here, Clem coming in again with a drop over to the left side. He's going to win this fight outright, and Oliveira's economy in absolute shambles.
Yeah, this is just such a sore point for Oliveira. He has not been able to reliably defend his third base, even that time with a sensor tower, because he has to be so aggressive. So it is going to be likely there's not enough reinforcements or not appropriately timed reinforcements. But good old doom drops are a really good way to come back in any TVT, and that is one heck of one. Finally jumping on top of the production, most of the production as well. This is Clem at his most surprised in the last like 6 drop attempts. So he is losing a ton of his resources, and now he has to run up his own ramp. He will be able to do so, as well as a cheeky drop behind the tanks there. Really nicely done by Clem, who's looking to break this, and with this break, possibly take the 2-0.
That was big. I mean, great positioning by Oliveira getting in there. Not only in the main base dealing with production, but got to flak on this mineral line here on this south base. And guess what? He's not slowing down. That is so many Marines. Is Oliveira pulling himself back into this game?
He might be. That was medevacless Marines. They're just running and gunning. It is happening in CS. It's happening in StarCraft. Just go, go, go. As they also jump on top of this 4th command center. It is burning. It is away from any SCVs, but now the medevacless Marines with a stim on them and about to be out upgraded are caught in a really weird situation. There's that +3 armor, the medevac's healing as well. One of them is still full of units, and Oliveira might just be able to escape, but with only a handful of Marines. At the end of the day, he's still down 30 supply.
Yeah, he's very down. I mean, what's his medevac count? I mean, he keeps flying them off into the base. He's still on a decent number, but that tank count's on me, but I can't help, like, wherever he gets attacked, he's in trouble. He can't deal with the Marines half as well as Clem can when he's actually there. And Clem, he's stabling down again. I mean, the map, it looks fairly close in the way that they're both situated on 4 bases, but it's not 4 base at all for either one of them. CCs are missing here and there. Oliveira is still looking for these pounces at any opportunity.
Yeah, unfortunately, that base did survive, and it's turning into a planetary, although not fully repaired. Now it is going to be fully repaired, but not quick enough. +3 attack Marines, still pretty freaking good, and Clem has underestimated their potential, perhaps. There's the rest of the army. He does still have the numbers, and as they come forward, they will hold the line as far as his natural goes, whereas now, by the way, where all of his production is, things are not done yet, despite Clem getting the superior upgrade. A drop going on top of Oliveira's reinforcements now alerts Oliveira to this. He has to run back home before those tanks get sieged. There's so many of them. Breaking this is going to be extremely difficult for our Blue Terran.
It really is, and this is the one thing Oliveira didn't want. Oh no, they run into the meat grinder over there. The tanks are surrounded, they are getting taken out, but at what cost? Oliveira had so much money in that amount of Marines. They both clean one another up, but I think that trade worked out a lot better for Clem. Although I say that, where did that... I mean, the 4th base died earlier, didn't it? I don't know.
Yeah.
He's actually mining a lot less now. This is crazy.
Yeah, again, those arrows pointing the opposite direction at this point as he finally lifts his own command center. And he does still have more SCVs so that when he gets minerals, he'll be better. But we got just continued snipes on command centers, apparently, as this one actually will survive. I think 2 tanks trying to protect it. SCV still able to repair it. Clem still holds on to the supply lead, still has the upgrade lead. The bio upgrade lead is about to dissipate, but that +2 tank absolutely helped that last battle, because otherwise Oliveira's surround was promising.
Absolutely. It was so brutal to see, right? They just kind of marched in like 2 by 2. Absolutely brutal game between these two, and still not a clear definitive winner, but that mining, they're evenly bad over here. It's like they've got 3 mineral patches apiece, and look at this, having to float over their only 2 orbitals to very peripheral bases. What a TVT we're getting here.
Yeah, as you can see, Clem just skyrockets ahead now that his SCVs have been transferred, but they're not protected, unfortunately. The Marine drops will continue on the 3rd and 4 bases, and this is going to find so much damage. The command center is absolutely going to go down. The SCVs without a hope of escape, and Clem knows he's got to do something. He can't return home. He's too far out in the map, so he's going to go across and try and break Oliveira's 3rd base, but Oliveira has siege tanks, but they can't shoot up. Only 4 Marines take down his opponent's economy. The supplies remain even, but it is once again a situation where that +2 vehicle might just be the one that saves the day when it comes down to a legitimate base race.
I mean, Oliveira, all credit to him because he's had to be so damn crazy to claw his way back into this game. Every move he's been doing, crazy. The amount of doom drops he's been doing, it has caught that final one there. I was like, oh my God, Clem's actually officially behind now. But Clem doing the same thing back. He's having to play Oliveira's game against him, which is just total chaos. 11 SCVs each, 22 minutes in. What is happening?
That is amazing. This is such a sick TVT. 1 command center, 11 SCVs apiece, a slight army supply lead for Clem, but most importantly, the tanks. The tanks are active. Oliveira knows that that is still the problem point, unless he gets one hell of a concave and Clem isn't paying attention. He's going to try and go into the main base again, but oh, just not enough space to their right, and that is it. Clem is going to deny Oliveira the opportunity to make a comeback like last year, get the 2-0, and get another win on the board.
That was so important for Clem. You could tell how much it meant to him. That game, at that moment where he lost that base at 12 o'clock in that last thing there, I saw him on the webcam where he was like, kind of went into his chair a little bit. He's like, oh no, this is absolutely brutal. Lost like a good 25 SVs, lost the CC, but then he did it back to him and gets himself back in. What a back and forth between them, so important. He's now 2-1 in the group, and that was almost a must win for him. Great series between these two. Massive kudos to Oliveira for actually making a game out of that, because he was behind for a long time, but he did not go down without a fight.
Abso-freaking-lutely. Oliveira's aggression, really the highlight there. He just would not stop, but then at the same time, without Clem's insistence on dropping the third base, he also would have drastically fallen behind. That really got him out of a very tricky spot, so both players super aggressive, leads to the sniping of multiple command centers, multiple orbitals, down to the 11 SCVs, and it was only because Oliveira lose basically half his army that he tapped out. If that was still flying around, looking for structures, looking for tanks left alone, we're still in the game for a little while longer. But that was all because Oliveira is as good as he is. He is going to still take a 2-0, and that might have really bad implications for the group in the future.
Absolutely. This is a real tight group. Both these guys have been displaying pretty solid TVT, especially in today's series. Like, this was super hype, and Oliveira, he's going to be scary for anybody in this group, isn't he? I mean, 2-1 up, he did defeat Bunny, already defeated Stats as well. That was awesome by him, but this game, this series, wild. I'm almost breathless after it, you know, like, I can't believe how wild Oliveira was playing.
Absolutely wild. And now we are going to be able to hear from Clem on the stage.
Thank you both so much. What an exciting 2 games. Congratulations, Clem, for picking up the win in that one, especially that second map right there. Tell me a little bit about how it felt to be so close. Did it feel as close as it looked from watching here in the audience?
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah, I felt like I was winning for a while, but then it got very scary and it started killing like all of my bases, all of my CCs. Then I had to leave my main base, and I had to leave my natural, and I was like, oh, it's slipping out of hand. And the doom drops as well. I kind of brought him back into the game a little bit, I think, and yeah, it definitely was very close.
Was there ever a moment that you thought maybe I just type 1G, maybe 2 Gs now? You stuck it out, but you didn't.
Nah, I actually thought I was pretty dead once he killed my top base with like a pack of Marine towards the end. He killed my top base. He killed like 26 SCVs. But then I did the same on the other side. I killed his CC. I killed his tanks. So I was like, okay, actually we're kind of both base running a little bit. And yeah, in the end, I'm not sure if he was. Like super dead. In my mind, he still had some mining and stuff, but because he went for the doom drop or like tried to go for the doom drop, I guess he was in big trouble at the very end there.
Yeah, you were almost identical situations. It was incredible that you were able to pull it out there, and pulling out a victory in this group right now, huge for the tournament at large. Tell me a little bit about what kind of weight this takes off your shoulders, or does it?
Yeah, I think it was definitely one of the most important best of threes of the group for me, and especially because he was first place, so now he puts me in a really good spot. And then winning 2-0 twice and then losing 2-1 is also pretty nice for me.
Well, there's still a long ways to go, but congratulations. You can rest easy after that match. Let's take a closer look at it with our analysts.
Wow. We were on the edge of our seat. We were sweating. I imagine the players were as well here as Clem is able to take the 2-0 victory. But it was not clean cut by any stretch of the imagination in that last game. Oliveira just put up a hell of a fight.
I absolutely love that second game. That first game is a bit of those unfortunate TVTs where, especially on a map like Solaris with all those speed zones, it's like, okay, the Ravens go too far forward, all the Ravens die, game is over immediately. But that second game is everything that we love about TVT. It felt that Oliveira was dead, and then he kept on battling. We're like, that's a good move. Oh, that's an unfortunate move. But that's a great move. That's an unfortunate move. And at one point, it just felt that all hell broke loose. They both went down to like 11 SCVs. After 21 minutes, they were like 500 resources apart, which is like 10 Marine Scholars. This is absolutely nothing. I loved it. Absolutely fantastic game. Tiny bit of a shame by the way that it ended, because if you want to do that drop, maybe you could have gone through the center to obviously not run into the tanks, because Clem had some tanks and he didn't. But the second game was fantastic.
That was awesome, man. That was shades of last year, you know?
Yes, it was.
It was the same thing, you know? Clem was up 7 base versus 3 versus Oliveira last year. Oliveira Doom drops his main on Grasp and gets back in the game. And this was like, whoa, kind of the same thing was happening. And I'm sure Clem had it run through his mind, and he was very relieved at the end of that.
No, for sure. And speaking of that, I mean, we were talking about how difficult it is in those moments as the players to keep track of stock, keep track of everything that's going on there, Pig, and kind of thinking, am I ahead? Am I not ahead anymore? Am I winning? Am I not winning? So it gets a bit messy, a bit scrappy here and there, because you feel like you've got to take some of these crazy moves.
There's times where you're watching, and it's a very valid criticism to say, why doesn't the player just do this? And there's games like that, you're like, why doesn't he know that he has 11 SCVs and the other guy has 13? And it's like, nobody knows. No programmer. You ask them after those games, they go, I think I was maybe a little ahead at this point. They look at the replay, they go, oh, I was behind here. And there's a big difference because your vision is so limited. You're defending in your main, you're attacking their third. It's so much chaos. No one keeps track of where the economy is at perfectly.
I think Oliveira knew that he was in a lot of trouble at one point, and then, you know, obviously you're going to start believing, right? Where you're like, okay, I'm taking damage, but I'm dealing a serious amount of damage. I'm not just killing base over here, I'm killing all the SCVs. I think Clem probably always felt he was okay until he made an attack at the bottom side of the map. Oliveira's like, all right, I had enough of it, I'm going to end it. And he did not end it. And at that point, you take a look at your supply. And Clem was still ahead in supply, but there is no one who feels good about that position after an attack this build, and you check, you're like, 81 supply. You're like, oh, what have I done? How did I find myself in this scenario? And he was still off like 12 supply or so, but that's an impossible call to make. Not even the best Terran players in the world know exactly where they're at in those games. I mean, I loved it. That's what StarCraft is all about.
What a great start to the day. What a great start here. Of course, yes, unfortunately for Oliveira, he's not victorious here. Clem is, though, as he pushes himself into a great spot for the group. Our next match coming up, we've got plenty of exciting stuff here to come. There's so many bangers throughout the day here, as we've got Stats versus Bunny on the way. These two in a bit of a troublesome spot, I want to say. I think Stats just came off a loss against Shin, correct?
Correct.
That's right, 2-0 as well.
So he's 1-6 in maps. It's a must-win series. Like, it's very simple, right? If you don't win this one, nobody has ever advanced with 1-4. 2 and 3, you can still advance into the playoffs. 1-4, we've never seen anybody advance. Don't think it's statistically possible, so it's a must-win series. But it's honestly a must-win series for both. Bunny had 1 win, but he also had a loss, and he just lost earlier against Cure. So Bunny's 1-2, Stats is 0-3. It is safe to say that whoever loses in that series is the first player to officially be eliminated.
Oh, there you go. All right, well, time for a break, gentlemen. When we return, we have got that series on the way. Stats versus Bunny here at the Intel Extreme Masters, day number 2.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and Intel.
All right, welcome back here to the Intel Extreme Masters. We have got ourselves quite the important matchup for the players, as Stats is going to go up against Bunny here. If Stats loses this, it is pretty much guaranteed over for him. Joining me to my left-hand side, it's Wardy, it's Loco, it's the Jumper Bros as we get things going here for day number 2. You know what? I'm excited because obviously that was a great start to the day here. Oliveira not able to clinch the win, but Clem really pushed to the limit here with this. You know, in terms of the attack and defense of the players that are actually coming here to the foray, you've got these two that are wildly aggressive against one another, and it's always great to watch Oliveira try and make it work in a very difficult situation.
Especially in TVT, because TVT allows for these situations. I was saying to Loco, I was like, man, TVT is kind of bad to be ahead in, because it lets the other guy just play completely YOLO. You know, there's no rules anymore, so you can do what you want, and then it just makes it so difficult for the other guy. So it's a very tough matchup in that regard, and obviously cool to see Clem win, because that was a very, very important match for him after losing Akua.
Well, actually, let's take a breakdown of the numbers when it comes to who's aggressive and who's able to kind of hold strong here across the tournament as a whole. Obviously, all of these numbers by the players, voted by the players for these attack and defense are able to line up and see how those actually unfold as well. So as we take a look at those numbers, in a moment.
Don't worry, we get to watch you. That's what we really need.
I just want to watch you.
That's why everybody's here.
Do the head thing again. Do it again.
If I do it, maybe it'll work.
One more.
Attackers and defenders. Maybe the graphics.
Well, we've got them right here. We've got them right here. We can still go over them.
Just these guys.
I can tell you that Byun has one of the most attack versus low defense.
Ta-da! There it is.
All right, so the high-end attack styles of Hero, Byun, Gumiho. Clem was up there as well. Defender's Stats actually has been able to make his way into here, and that's interesting, Loco, considering the fact that obviously we haven't seen much of Stats lately and things like that, but his reputation precedes him, it feels like.
Yeah, I'm trying to think here, where would you want to be in this list, right? Do you want to be known as a very aggressive player, or is it actually a little bit better to be all the way in the bottom right? Because if I look at this list and I'm like, yeah, Serral doesn't really have any real weaknesses. If Stats apparently has, well, as much of a difference between his attacking stat and his defending stat, I mean, it's not a bad look.
It's not bad looking until you realize they're both like 20 below.
I was trying to be nice, Wardy. All right, fine. Rip off the Band-Aid.
I mean, like, yeah, it's cool company, but it's in a completely different category.
Fair enough.
Fair.
I mean, it is fun, though, to see it, because I think if you ask people as well, like the general consensus, like a lot of us would come to this, result as well. Like Hero, Byun, Clem, Gumiho really are attacking players. They're aggressive players. I think Byun got a little bit dirty defensively. We talked a bit about this yesterday. Like, he's actually a pretty good defender. But then you see someone like Showtime, and he played that series against Dark yesterday. You can see why he's, so good defensively.
I do hope for a Hero. Obviously yesterday was a little bit difficult. You end up in a situation versus Dark. It's kind of like it's a very weird clash of styles as a whole when you get that kind of match going down. But if you think back to like Heroes in the Masters Coliseum, he does the forward crazy blinks, whenever he wants to do it, which almost looks like Patience from way back in the day when he was playing in Europe, and we were like, what's going on?
Patience blink was a real thing.
It really was a thing. That is a long time ago. We're really old. But
thanks, James.
Yeah, I know.
Literally a decade, yeah.
All right, let's see if I can summon what's going to be happening now with the head bob, as we've got ourselves Stats versus Bunny.
You did your yoga this morning, man. You're feeling very agile.
Yeah, you know what? Well, my neck alone is feeling very agile. All right, Stats versus, there it is, I did it. Stats versus Bunny is our next match here on the mainstream. As we previously mentioned, for Stats, this is an absolute must-win. Already no wins on the belt so far, but he does have one win, Loco.
Yeah.
And he usually is, of course, more in the zeitgeist of talking in StarCraft 2, kind of the top caliber compared to Stats, because he kind of just relatively soon come back.
Yeah. So we have 6-man groups. 3 players out of every group move on, and these 2 are currently at the bottom of Group B.
Yes.
Now, you can move on even with, some interesting map scores, but you really want to win as many games as possible. And for Stats, this one is do or die, right? If he doesn't win this one, I don't see a way for him to continue onwards in this particular tournament. But obviously, we haven't really seen that many games from both of these players over the last, really the last year or so. Bunny hasn't really been playing in that many events. Stats, likewise, also doesn't play in that many tournaments. I was very impressed, especially in the way that Stats was playing yesterday. I think he was showcasing some excellent games against Clem.
Yeah.
But yeah, in this matchup, he's looking solid, but I'm not 100% sure what to expect here.
I saw stats at breakfast. It's always very nice to see him back on international stage. I keep repeating this, but it really is, considering where he was when he left, right? He was on fantastic form. I do hope eventually he's able to get back to that. But then when you compare him to Bunny here, Wardy, Bunny's a guy that... I don't want to sound too negative, but I do think fell off in terms of our estimations a little bit. This was the guy that we were talking about as, okay, when is he going to win a championship? Because he's right on the cusp. He's making those rounds of fours and things like that. So what do you think Bunny is right now?
It's interesting because he has so many great runs, and yet he's the player that almost takes a step back from the competition because I think it was earlier this year, he played nothing apart from, he played Katowice.
He asked the pro gamers as well, and they're like, yeah, we're not really sure what he's doing either.
Yeah, he just wasn't really around. So Bunny was one of these guys, like, you kind of think he's going to be great, but then was he taking it seriously? But then when he showed up, he was still really good. So yeah, you think he's great. And I think it still is very great. And it's such a kind of actual fun comparison. You talk about attack and defense. Bunny is an aggressive player. He will not scan and doom drop you, whereas Stats will be set up perfectly to defend. So it is a bit of a clash of styles as well. I think Bunny comes into this looking good, but it's just a tough group. I wouldn't say he's like a favorite in the tournament, but a doable group for him, so this one becomes very important.
Yeah, and we've like already seen some of Stats' patient defensive play during this tournament. It might not have garnered him wins yet, Loco, but we know him as the kind of guy that will control those defensive postures very, very well and very, very kind of in a bulwark fashion. So maybe Bunny runs into a wall here.
Yeah, we've called him the shield of ire for a very long time, right? And he did some of that as well yesterday against Clem, where he was happy to play that late game. Now, maybe Clem could have been a little bit more aggressive a bit earlier on into that particular match, but he was certainly capable of playing defensively against somebody of the caliber of Clem, and Clem's TVP is excellent. So, yeah, in my mind, Bunny is going to be a slightly easier opponent in that regard. So I do think Stats has a chance here.
But take a look at these two. Going to be doing the map vetoes, leading us on in as well. I think for Stats, if there were potential opportunities of being able to get a win under the belt in this matchup, in this group even, I should say, it might be this matchup. Because again, living up to the team's namesake, for us, Bunny is a little bit of a mystery right now.
Yeah, no, I think this is the opportunity for Stats. If he wants to take series, he must win the series as well. I think if he's going to do it, it has to be in the later stages. Like his early game is clearly not quite there. That's what he struggled with most against Clem, for example, right, when we saw him yesterday. Same with Oliveira. He had one good defense early game, but otherwise he just got too far behind. Then he got steamrolled. If he can get through the early game and play that mid-game, later game that we saw against Clem, I think we can see a very good Stats here. But Bunny is going to make it difficult. He's going to bunker him down. He's going to hit him with weird timings. And that's why I think Stats is going to have some troubles. So very doable, but maybe not the best kind of guy to go up against if you just want to get to your most comfortable stage.
Oh, definitely not, as we have Hecate, Alcyone, and Oceanborn for these ones if we need it. So, I mean, not too out of the realms of craziness here for these two, as every time I see Stats, though, always very smiley.
Just smile on your face immediately.
It feels like he's just happy to be here.
Oh, yeah. Says hello every time as well.
Yeah.
One of the friendliest players. Like, he was on the phone yesterday, and he stopped. He stopped on his phone. He was like, hi, how are you? And I'm
he
like,
stops his phone call for you.
Well, that's just for you.
Nicest
he doesn't do
guy
that for me.
in the building, I reckon.
I will get a nod, maybe, but
You got a nod?
Yeah.
He doesn't watch YouTube, mate. That's why.
That's okay. I don't know who that dude is, but he seems to be around this StarCraft area quite a bit. That's all.
He's like a player manager or something.
Are there any particular fixtures from the annals of history from the Wardy TV tournaments where Stats and Bunny may have?
There probably are. Let's be real. There's probably about a dozen encounters.
I think it was the 2018 Winter Championship.
There's no if you
just pull out. This is like doing a Roddy over here. You just pulled something from like 8 years ago. What are we doing?
The beauty is you just say something. It's going to be close enough, I reckon. So we'll find out.
If it's the 2018 Winter Champion, I'll buy you Max Burger later.
There's no way.
No.
When's the last time they played?
Team League.
Or Chess Team League.
I ran that. Oh, there you go. Of course, 2017, the Wardy TV Weekly.
Of course.
Season 1 round.
2017 Wardy Weekly. All right. Well, guys, I'm getting word that the stage is ready. Stop pointing at things.
Sorry, I was just thinking the last time they played was in 2021. That's not just last year.
That is quite a long time ago. Thank you for the hard-hitting facts, Loco. It's time to head over to the stage as we get this game very underway.
Yeah, thanks, Loco. That was my fun fact. Well, these players haven't faced off since 2021, and we get to see them face off on the stage right now for their tournament lives. Please welcome out Stats and Bunny of Mystery Gaming.
It's a big TVP match here, Bunny versus Stats, and they are fighting for their tournament life right now. It's been a while since they faced off, almost 3 years. It will be interesting to see how they face off once again.
I always love Stats, man. He always just seems so happy. He's got this cheeky little smile on his face. Over the entire weekend, right? Whenever you run into him, he always looks at you and he has this shy smile. He's like, hi, I'm here again. And we're like, we love that you're here again, Stats. So far, it hasn't really worked out for him. Did have that fascinating game on Oceanborn yesterday where, yes, we were all impressed that he was able to turn it into a 30-plus minute game where once or twice we actually thought maybe the carriers can get the job done. But it is definitely a game with an asterisk because the start just was not good enough. And Bunny in the early game is incredibly dangerous in TVP as well. If Clem can find those kind of starts, I kind of think that Bunny can find those starts as well. And if Stats wants to keep his tournament hopes and dreams alive, he's going to need to clean up the early game pick. It is that simple.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's also a bit of a revenge factor here. The last time they played, Stats was having his last season in the GSL in 2021 before going to the military. And he faced off against Bunny. It was the round of 24, I believe. Best of 5. Every single game, Bunny walled him off from scouting in his base. Finished him off in the final game with Proxy, Barracks, Marine all in. It was like a 4 racks. Marines and SCVs got pulled. It was one of the dirtiest ways to eliminate a player. And all of the Stats fans were really upset that that was, you know, getting knocked out in the first round of GSL in his last tournament before going to the military. He's going to want a bit of revenge.
Anybody should be upset if you lose to what I like to call the Dolan.
Dolan, a master American player, taking down these guys. Actually had a win versus Hero a few weeks back in the week.
Probably with that build.
You definitely got him with some crisp timing attacks. Let's put it that way, mate. Oh, this is going to be great, dude. Down here in the bottom left side of the map, we're going to be introducing the Protoss player. It's Hecate in the red. He is Stats.
Top right side of Hecate, we are looking in the main base of the man who's no stranger to Katowice. Plenty of deep runs here, but he's in a bit of trouble in this group. Needs to get a win on the board. It's Mystery Gaming's Bunny.
Hecate's an interesting map. You've got decent drop angles and that sort of stuff. It's kind of medium distance. This is the matchup where we see it come out a little bit more often. Does get vetoed when you've got things like Terran versus Zerg and the like. But Stats has shown not a big departure from the past, right? I was wondering, is he going to come out and cheese it all or anything like that? But he's been kind of trying to just be solid defensive. It's the Stats that we know and love.
Well, he definitely did things a tiny bit different because he went 2-base Storm, which I know Heroes sometimes does, but most players in the Western scene are all about the Blink Stalkers and Colossus 3-base or 4-gate Blink Stalker all in. Every now and then they'll sprinkle in a Phoenix Colossus or a Phoenix Zealot build. You don't see the 2-base Storm opening all that often. I don't know if that was actually the original plan or if that was the plan that he went for after he took a lot of damage. There's one more thing I didn't mention yet in Oceanborn. I think I had a little discussion with Raynor, even though Raynor is a Zerg player, he's obviously a fan of the game and he watches all these games as well. And he's like, how the hell did Stats know, by the way, in game 2? And I was like, I don't know, because the observer showed us. Mapu, by the way, is obviously doing a great job per usual. He showed us the vision of Stats, and all he saw was a barracks and an expand. He saw nothing else, and then he actually walled himself in, and he put all 3 Stalkers in the main. Like, he could stare into the soul of Clem, and he knew that Clem was going to go for a Hellion drop. And unfortunately, that Hellion drop still found like 8 probes initially, which is somewhat acceptable as a Protoss. It's a bit more than you'd love to see, but 8 probes you can live with. Unfortunately, then the Hellion showed up again. They got 3 more. And that's kind of like the tipping point where it really does become good for the Terran. But I was just kind of sitting there, I was like, how was he so certain this was going to happen when he saw nothing that indicated this was going to be a Hellion drop?
That's interesting. Yeah, I can't remember the exact builds in this game, but I hadn't thought about that. I always admire it when a Protoss player can get a tiny little bit of information and go, hey, let's just play super safe. There's a high chance of some sort of drop in the main, wall off the front and shut it down. It's going to be a Stargate to kick things off for Stats. And of course, the Hellion just for scouting for Bunny. This is a very standard opening for Bunny.
What's fun to think of is that yesterday in Stats, his first game against Clem, he also went Stargate and he went for an Oracle. Now, Oracles have not completely fallen out of the meta, but you don't see them that often just because Cyclones are cheaper than they are before and are incredibly good against Oracles. Now, that game, it kind of ended before it ever truly began. It was over after 4 minutes and 5 seconds. After the Adepts could not kill the Bunker, a Stalker died to a Cyclone. Bunny's going to play very different as Stats is just going to shade these two Adepts on top of the ramp. And you know what? So far, so good. As he is going to kill all 3 Marines. He will lose one of the Adepts. He might get an SCV here as well. That's a trade that I'll gladly take as a Protoss. You get a great scout off. You know it's a Hellion. You lose one Adept. You kill 3 Marines and an SCV. I love it.
Fantastic start. And it's good because you really put the Terran on the defensive. The Hellion's going to get across a bit later. If you can stop him scouting that you've gone Phoenix here as well, then that's the cherry on top of the cake. Because if the Terran player commits to, say, a Widow Mine drop, flies in, you've got 4 Phoenix waiting for it. It's a terrible opening for Terran.
Yep, and Bunny is going to check and he sees 2 Adepts. He might be thinking that this could potentially be a Stargate. I'm sure that Bunny has taken a look at those replays from yesterday and he knew that an Oracle was built. And yeah, the Oracle didn't do anything. In the end, the Hellions are going to reveal themselves, or at least the Phoenixes will reveal themselves by lifting up this Hellion. This is probably going to force Bunny to keep these units at home for a little while longer. It is not a bad idea to still try to drop against Phoenix, but you need to take a very awkward route. You really need to be way on the edge of the map.
Yeah.
Because if you go through the center, it's just way too risky that the Phoenixes find you.
Usually the best bet is waiting until you see the Phoenix arrive and you're just waiting there and you go, oh, you're harassing my base? Okay, now I can go for the drop. Now I can go for the Raven harassment. But I think he's just going to back off and chill. Going into, of course, the 3 racks, we'll see Stim, Combat Shields, and +1. And for me, the big curiosity is how much do we lean into the aggression? Against a Phoenix Colossus player, you can try to slow down the third, but straight up killing and overwhelming them is a long shot. That's why a lot of Terrans will actually skip a bit of Marine Marauder production, get that 3rd command center started as fast as possible.
Yeah, Bunny is going for pretty quick Stim and +1. But I'm kind of with you. Like, if Bunny wants to do something about a quick 3rd base of the Protoss, then you kind of need to go like Cyclone, maybe a Viking as well. And then you can rally 8 Marines and matter of fact, a couple Cyclones to the other side of the map. And until the Colossus is out, it's a very uncomfortable army for the Protoss to fight. Right now, it seems that Bunny has a very different idea. And maybe he's going for what we sometimes like to call the Big Gabe approach, where you just wait until you have Stim and Combat Shield, then you sneak 8 Marines to the other side of the map. But this Observer is going to give Stats the heads up. Honestly, this might actually be good news for Bunny that this got revealed so quickly. Because imagine if this, matter of fact, gets scouted in the top left. But what you can obviously do is just wait forever with a single 8 Marine drop. As well, that Observer actually gave vision to that Widow Mine all the way there. Stats is playing a very clean game so far, Piggy.
Yeah, the surveillance mode, is very powerful on that Observer.
It's a move as well.
It is a move, yeah. Siege on Siege there, get that plus 25% detection and sight range. And of course, it is the F2 friendly ability for those players that like to F2 their army without pulling their observers away.
That would never be me, Pig.
It's definitely me.
It's definitely me too.
We know Hero loves that ability as well. Probably the best player in the world to love spamming it out. But the first pressure's coming forward. I feel like he's lost so many Marines and Widow Mines already. It's nowhere near as scary as it could be.
Nope, and obviously Stats knows about it. He goes for the recall. We've got a Colossus out. Wouldn't hate one more pylon here, by the way. I don't like the idea of having a single pylon powering your battery and your robot at the same time. That's a little bit risky. Now it's all about keeping track of this Terran army. That's where that Observer is for. Scan goes down. Bunny is sharp. He's paying attention. So he's going to make it a little bit harder, but that also means he needs to wait a few more seconds. Bunny knows that so far, not a lot of things have gone well in this game. He needs to find some magic in the next minute of this game, because if you wait a little bit longer, extended thermal lens is going to kick in, and then it's so much easier for the Protoss to move those units around defensively.
Third command center started on location. He's now focusing on worker production ahead of bio production. That tells us a lot about Bunny's intentions. Rather than just 100% diving non-stop looking for damage, he's going to poke for damage, but he is building some economy behind it. Double drop on the right, main army on the left, looking ready for the Doom drop. It feels like Stats should have already split his army by this point, but they're over in front of the natural, not the third.
Nope, he was very worried about the main army, so this is a nice little drop. Obviously, Bunny's going to pick up units as well. He's going to go for that drop in the main. I think in the end, it might still be okay-ish for Stats, though, because he did leave a lot of units behind, and if 3 workers is all that Bunny is going to get, Bunny can't possibly be happy. That's so many Phoenixes. Now we can start lifting some Marines one by one, but in the end, it's a few too many Marines to get unloaded. Stats lifting a couple of Marines is okay, but you can't lift all of them because then your Phoenixes won't shoot anymore. It's a painful moment, right? It's close before a charge, and these Zealots are just so useless without charge.
Yeah.
Finally, the Colossus will make their way over, but your probes are going to be exposed here. He needs to move the probes away immediately.
Those Colossus going to do big damage, though. Bunny's got to get out. Great pickup timing from Bunny. I wish Stats had just focused the medevacs rather than picking up the Marines in the main base. He could have shot down 1 or 2 of those medevacs. This is a good move, though. Nothing shoots up there. Those Marauders are only anti-ground units. A couple Marines are there. This might be chasing a little bit too far.
There's no need at all to lift that Marauder there. He should have continued lifting the Marines. It's a bit of a shame there for Stats. Initially started off fantastic. Also, it kind of feels that if his armies were reversed, if those Phoenixes would have been dealing with that double drop in the third with like 1 or 2 Gateway units, and then you leave the Colossus in the main or natural, I think Stats' life would have been a lot easier, because in that initial double drop at the third base of Stats, there weren't too many units that shoot up.
Yeah.
Phoenixes could have taken care of 2 medevacs, not 3.
Ooh, big crazy Doom drop straight past the army to the main base. Phoenix are out left. It seems like a good move, but honestly, if Stats just runs his probes, he's going to stop a lot of these units from leaving. He can't lose his Phoenix, though. Stats, one of his Phoenix goes down. He's only got 4 left. He doesn't have a lot of anti-air. Zealots trying to get on top. The Colossus are derping around. Finally, the Colossus get in range, and that is a lot of Terran units going down.
Yeah, but the damage has already been dealt, though. That's 14 probes going down. I think a couple of medevacs should be able to make out, because he's going to boost them back. There are Marines waiting. There are a couple of Widowmines there in the mix as well. There is an Observer, though, of Stats. I think these trades are okay for Bunny, because he's not a 2-base all-inner, right? He already has 3 bases, pretty much fully saturated. He's going to take these gases. We have a Ghost Academy on the way. It almost feels that if Stats had a War Prism, he would love to just run to the other side of the map immediately right now. He has a War Prism. And then fight with Colossus and Archons. And if you can force this fight right before Ghosts are out, there is a chance that these Archons can shine like no tomorrow. But Stats needs to go about it real quick.
He's got to make that timing work now. He's taking big economic damage, only on 55 probes. Stats has to go. He realizes with those Colossus and Archons, this is his moment. The Vikings trying to connect back the turret, helping out a lot there. Colossus takes a little bit of damage. The Phoenix going up. The SCVs try to pull in, but Colossus Archon destroy SCVs.
Yeah, very odd place, by the way, for that Ghost Academy. And I know it's a very tanky building, but it's still not a building you want to lose. I hope that Bunny fired up a Ghost or 3. Yes, he did. 3 Ghosts are on the production tab. So eventually he's going to have access to some EMPs. One thing that Stats is going to suffer from here, by the way, is the lack of units that are good against Vikings.
Yeah.
Archons, sure, they're underneath them, but when are they ever underneath them? All the Phoenixes have died, and he never got Blink, because he has taken a lot of economic damage. He just kind of invested in Zealot Charge. He doesn't have Blink Stalkers, only Archons.
He's not making any as well. So yeah, those Colossus are not long for this world. It feels like if Stats probes up here, he's still got a decent play, but he's rebuilding his Cyber Core because he can't make those Stalkers right now. He wants to make them, but he just can't. Warp Prism goes down, trying to head into the main. Still a lot of Zealot Archon here. Those Widowmines need big hits. Good pulling back for Bunny. Great. A Widowmine hit takes out one of the Observers. The Archons are falling. The Vikings on the right flank crumble it. And that is a very good hold for Bunny, with the face of a killer right there.
It almost felt towards the end that Stats just decided to roll the dice. And he's like, well, I see your Ghost Academy. I haven't seen any ghosts yet. I just killed it. I really hope you won't have any ghosts. And if you don't, 5 Archons are going to make your life a living nightmare. But there were ghosts, and a couple of EMPs softened those big blue Archons up real quick. And then just a couple of Zealots. They can never win. Kudos to Bunny for finding an opening, because it really wasn't that easy. The start wasn't that pretty. Stats had decent map vision, had a high Phoenix count, which it's no strange to you pick, but I am very fond of. It just kind of felt that the way that Stats split up his army was not quite prime Stats. And if he would have reversed things, where the Phoenixes would have dealt with that double drop, and then the Colossus kept the main base safe, I actually think he would have been completely fine. And then you back that up with that great start that he had, it probably could have been Stats' game.
I agree. I think we see from guys like MaxBax recently, often the army split in 3 chunks. You've got a Colossus and a few gateway units on the right, Colossus a few gateway units on the left, and the Phoenix roaming. And I think you kind of need to do that, especially if you're taking the straight line base that he did. If you're on the triangle, maybe you can keep your whole ground army together for a little bit longer. But in the straight line, you can see it's so tempting for the Terran to drop the main and attack the third with a dive at the same time.
Yep, and then you see already tried to do that as well with all the Phoenixes, right? Like he started lifting a couple of Marines, but with 3 medevacs that are fully loaded with bio units, eventually there's just too much firepower because enough units will shoot up. You have to take those Widow Mines into consideration as well, because if mines fire at your Phoenix, you're in a lot of trouble. If it would have just been the other way around, which is not an easy call to make, of course, but Stats in his prime always made those calls, and that's why we call him the Shield of Fire. It's a shame because he did a lot of things right in the early game. Honestly, it looked very good up to that point.
I feel like this is Phoenix Colossus against Terran down to a T. It's this fine balancing act of tracking the Terran forces, being ready to intercept them, shutting down these drops. You do that for a minute or two, and it feels like such a powerful, unstoppable style. But if the Terran catches you just out of position a little bit, once or twice, it's a slippery slope.
And it's a super narrow window as well, because if the Phoenixes jump on the medevacs while the medevacs are still above bushes or dead airspace, then you can maybe kill one.
Can't even unload in time.
Yeah, but if you get on top of it while it's already being unloaded, then it's often just a little bit too late. It comes down 2 seconds, and that's what this man knows as well. On the top right side, he must win the next 2 games. Otherwise, unfortunately, his IEM Katowice 2024 journey is going to end here. This is Stats.
And in the bottom left side, a great start there, looking confident. But he's still got to, of course, finish it out. Representing Mystery Gaming, it is Bunny.
There was a time where I often spoke about group stage Bunny, because Bunny would just go to all these events and he was amazing in the group stage. He would win the group straight up, barely dropping a map, and you would really think that it was his time to shine, but then often in the quarterfinals when he often lost one-sidedly as well. It was an 0-3 exit, and it's like, oh man, that's such a shame, because he had a really good run up to this point. It's not really been the case this time around. As Wadi said, he didn't really come in as one of the favorites, but you still look at a guy like Bunny and you hope that he's been cooking up something in the dark, right? That he's really been working towards this event. It's been a bit of a rough start. The TVT is not really going his way. Game 1 against Stats here looked all right, but you know, Bunny in his prime also looked a little bit sharper. You think back of the Bunny who made it to the grand finals of the ESL Masters Atlanta, not the most recent edition, but the year prior to that, where he was awfully close to lifting that trophy. Like, it felt that Bunny was just this tornado that hit you and he never let go, and I haven't really seen that Bunny yet.
Yeah, I mean, you'd remember he beat Serral in the semifinals, I think, or quarterfinals there, one of those matches, and he just didn't give Serral room to get his feet underneath him. Like, it was a whirlwind of Terran aggression, and it carried through to the grand finals. He was up 3-1. And of course, close. Hero made some magic happen and did what Hero does and reversaled it. But it was a really cool breakthrough moment for Bunny, where, as you said, it was group stages and then kind of falling flat in the round of 8 or the round of 16 a lot of the time. Getting to that finals and making it so close was a big step up. And whilst he had a rough yesterday, today's a fresh day. It's a chance to reset, get a point on the board, or a second point, I should say.
Cool, Bunny going for triple CC over here. Not something we see ultra often in this matchup. Maybe he says, like, you played Stargate yesterday against Clem, you played Stargate here in game 1. There's a chance you play Stargate again, and I actually think the triple CC is very solid against Stargate. That is not going to be the case here. Stats is opening up with a Twilight Council, but I highly doubt that Stats is a 4-gate Blink Stalker player, so I think Bunny should still be fine. And even if it is 4-gate Blink Stalker, as a Terran you can hold, but then you do need a lot of bunkers. First Adeptus here quickly, but Reaper is going to push it away for now, and that CC is going to finish up. Probably just 2-gate, maybe 3-gate.
Yeah, I mean, if Stats gets aggressive with a Warp Prism, it's like 4 Stalkers and a Warp Prism. You know, it's the most conservative harassment tool that he can micro just very efficiently to pick away at you. Stats loves just picking at you with little pieces here and there, finding bits of advantage. And I always love a good 2-gate Blink Robo, personally. I think it is one of the most solid build orders out there. Decent sized map like Alcyon, it's fantastic.
But it is important that Stats, if he does that he expands quickly, because we don't want to be too safe against the Bunny. He's obviously being pretty greedy here. So far it is a 2-gate, Twilight Council, Blink on the way, going to warp in the robotics facility, and I think 1 probe is already heading out. So we are going to go up to 3 bases quickly. If you're Stats right now, as we're taking a little look at his first-person view, if I was him, I'd be a tiny bit concerned about the 3 racks, right? Where it's like, okay, I've seen a Reaper, I've seen a barracks on the high ground with a reactor, and now there is a bunker coming online as well. Like, I'd definitely be a tiny bit scared to go up to 3 bases, even though his build is not bad against 3 racks, and we know that it's not happening. It's still something that you really have to keep in mind, and I think that's why these Stalkers are here right now.
Dude, it's so lovely and calming watching Stats play. I've always been a big Stats fan. I remember getting my hands on some of his replays in like 2016 and just copying all of his build orders, but there's just something so organized about how he's very methodical. He's bouncing around. You could tell he's using a clean system. So many control groups at the bottom. He's got camera locations he's using, and the micro is super clean with the focus fire. Doesn't look frantic at all.
Nope. Did lose one of the Stalkers there against the Cyclone, so at this point, if you're Stats, you're probably wondering, like, okay, what exactly am I going up against? Because I've seen Marines. You had a Reaper, now you've got a Cyclone as well. I think he's kind of able to put 2 and 2 together and figure out that this is a triple CC opening, but he's still a bit wary of a drop that can't possibly happen because Bunny didn't have a starport yet. So he's not 100% certain, and that does sting a little bit, right? Because if he would know, he could go all-out Chrono Boost on the probes right now, because Bunny is not attacking you until Stim is online, and most likely a medevac or 2 are around.
I mean, we've seen guys like Astrea, if they figure out you're doing 3cc, they drop a 4th Nexus at 4 minutes. You know, they make like 70 probes immediately, and you get away with it because what kind of a Terran is going to push out without combat shields and medevacs? It's just, it's insanity. You're not going to do that. So you have to turtle up here as Bunny. The Observer's getting a bit of vision. I would like it to poke in and look for a little bit more. Nice denial.
That's insane, by the way, that Bunny sees it from here. Like, this is one of these moments where if you're streaming and you're laddering, like, man, how the hell did he see that? That was pretty far away. That's not
the beauty of low graphics as well, right? Like, that orange bit looks so hard for us to see an observer blur above. For them, they're like, this is why we play on low graphics. Everything, all the shininess is gone.
It's funny, because I've actually never shared that sentiment that it's easier to see on low graphics. I legitimately see DTs and observers and Banshees better in, like, medium or high graphics.
You're a wizard, man. That's impressive. I find some settings you do need to turn up.
I think I'm just old, Pig, but I don't know. Like, I see the blur better when the graphics are higher. I know it's a personal thing, because I know a lot of people don't agree with that, but...
Well, to be fair for me, I've played on both, and I still scan, like, and there's no observer there. It's just a bit of the map. I'm like, I swear I saw a blur, man. Like, what the hell?
All right, so this game is about to get heated. Bunny has 61 SCV, Stats only 60, and this kind of goes back to Stats not immediately knowing this was a triple CC opening. He was probably a bit worried about a 3 racks or maybe a 1 barracks into factory into 2 more racks and an early move out, the old school Riyadh. The build that Riyadh made famous at Katowice 2 years ago. And that's why the work count isn't quite as high as it could have been for Stats. We're obviously used to seeing Protoss being a few workers ahead. To be even is not sweet, but then again, the man does have Colossus. He's working on some cannons already. We've got +2 on the way. Charge is about to finish up, so it's definitely not a disaster scenario for Stats, but he does need to make sure he does not take any economic damage in the near future.
Yeah, army on the left, army on the right. Bunny just probing here. He's kind of looking for an opening, seeing if he can find a spot of weakness. Second Engineering Bay Armory going up behind it. He's going to go for that drop, but with a cannon there, he's going to have to fight that first of all. Great probe pull for Stats. Feels like Stats' whole army is pulled up here, which means his third base is slightly exposed. Nothing there to take advantage of it, though, for Bunny.
Bunny is sharking because he's got a little army potentially running into the natural. He's got a bunch of units still sitting on the right side, and he's got that drop waiting to go into the main. But Stats not F2ing, as you said in the beginning of the game. Left a few Stalkers right on the edge. I wouldn't even hate it if Stats would bring the Stalkers a tiny bit back, where you almost invite the Terran to drop, and then you blink forward immediately towards the edge, and you 1-shot or 2-shot it. This can did go down. Observer was spotted, but Observer does not fall. I'm a tiny bit concerned that Stats just kind of feels hard stuck on 3 bases. He's 6 workers behind, and he is stacking up the Storm. That's fantastic. Now, and he left a couple of units behind. He's going to gun down 1 medevac very quickly. That is about it. I think we need a few more units than the 4 Zealots, 3 Stalkers in the cannon, but those units can't be too far away.
Yeah, well, you know what? He does take out 2 of the medevacs very quickly. The problem is he doesn't have many Stalkers left. We always talk about this stage of the game in PvT in terms of if the Terran can trade Bio for Stalkers repeatedly, it's very favored towards the Terran because Stalkers are so expensive. You're spending all your gas on Storm, Colossus, Archons. You don't have enough gas to rebuild many Stalkers, and this allows Bunny to take a 4th base, go Ghosts, double upgrades, and he's got those ship weapons for the Vikings and later Liberators on the way.
Yeah, Bunny's looking very good when it comes to the transitions we expect from a Terran. Very happy to see Stats finally warping in that 4th Nexus, because that is super important. What is inside of this High Templar? Are we going to Storm Drop already? Is it? No, it's just a couple of Zealots.
Always funny to see Marauders chasing down a Warp Prism. It does end up unloading. The Vikings and the Marines actually getting it very low. If he wants to save it, the Viking is not too far behind.
These Zealots were amazing, by the way. They just killed 3 Marauders and 2 Marines. That's about as good as you were ever going to get there. That's even better than killing a few SCVs. It's going to keep Bunny's supply a little bit lower. Well done by Stats. Wouldn't hate a second Forge in this phase in the game, right? If we're going up to 4 bases, you got a Robo, you've got Storm. I think a second Forge makes a lot of sense.
Zealots on the right side are ready to intercept. And once again, Bunny pushed back. So Bunny's not finding any big openings. He's going 8 racks now. And I believe he started a 5th command center. Unless he lost the SCV building his 4th one. No, that's a 5th command center, I believe, that he started. Wow.
Yeah, one is already floating over towards the 9 o'clock base. This drop, by the way, is finding a lot of damage. You mentioned earlier losing Stalkers is painful. Well, quite a few Stalkers have already gone down here. We're going to blink.
Oh, he's going to lose even more.
That means he's going to probably lose at least 1 more, even though those Marines are having a very hard time. Plus 1 Marine's not that powerful. Stats prioritizing a Stargate over a second Forge or a second Robo, or if you're classic, all 5 Robos at once. I don't know about this. And it feels that Stats is doing a lot of things. That is a sweet Storm, though, Piggy.
Great Storm on the Marines. The Zealot Archon Colossus starting to move north. Vikings zoning them well. He's got to get the rest of his army together. The initial EMPs took out 2 of the available Storms. 1 more High Templar on the right side. Does get EMP'd. Another High Templar coming in. Finally, a Storm lands on a few of the Vikings, but the Protoss army has been evaporated.
Yep, Stats does have some money in the bank. Maybe if he warps in a few more units, he can actually stabilize, but these fights have simply not been good enough. +2 attack is now done as well for all these Marines, Marauders, and the Gulls. And that means that these Protoss units have a very hard time surviving without a single armor upgrade. Stats, the man who just walked in the Stargate, started dreaming of maybe some carriers, but Bunny says no. No carriers for you today. A quick, smooth, and easy 2-0 in the end for Mystery Gaming's Bunny, as he absolutely keeps his hopes and dreams alive of still sneaking into those playoffs. Unfortunately for Stats, with only 1 map win and 8 map losses, his journey ends here. We'll see him play 1 more series, of course, Pick.
Yeah.
But this is kind of the end of the road for him.
No, it is. There is, of course, money for every single series that you play. So there is still, of course, money on the line and all that sort of stuff. But getting through to the bracket will now be an impossibility for Stats. I love seeing that play out of Bunny. That was really well done. It looked like he was in his element. And what I am most impressed by is didn't feel like he was forcing the issue at any point. No point was he diving in over eagerly. No. It was the right moments. He found the openings. I've been talking to a few of the different Protoss players recently, guys like Parting, MaxPax, of course, Hero as well. And they all feel that, you know, you kind of need to be a little bit more aggressive against the Terran. If you sit there, it's very difficult to deal with this just standard straight up macro Terran style.
I don't hate a slightly more passive approach from time to time, but you need to be bulletproof and you also need to be somewhat greedy. You cannot let the Terran outgreed you. Stats was down in workers a bit too early. The 4th base was late. He played single Forge, a single Robo, warped in a Stargate. None of those things really came into play, right? If you want to be defensive, that's fine, but then you need to take that worker lead and then try to maintain that worker lead. You cannot let the Terran outgreed you and then defend on less economy.
Yeah, it's like with this push, if he got out in front of it and was kind of there, kind of, you know, having more chances to storm, but Bunny got right in between his bases for free. EMP'd every single High Templar pretty much. He took like 1 storm and a tickle on the Vikings. Really nicely played by Bunny. That was just so decisive.
Thank you guys so much. I'm here with our victor, Bunny, from this 2-0 best of 3 against Stats. Now, Bunny, it's been a while since you faced off against Stats. What does it mean to come back and face him on this stage here in Katowice?
일단 이재선 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 김대엽 선수와의 대결이 꽤 오래됐었는데 이렇게 오랜만에 또 카토비체 현장에서 이렇게 김대엽 선수와 경기를 치르신 소감이 좀 어떠신가요?
대엽이 형 군대 가기 전에 너무 많이 졌어가지고 사실 대엽이 형 만나면 좀 두렵거든요. 하도 져가지고. 근데 연습 때 토스전 승률이 되게 좋았고 레더에서도 많이 이겨가지고 자신 있었어요.
I mean, before Stats went to military, I mean, he was a tremendous player. So I faced him a lot and I lost him a lot before. So I was really scared to meet him in the stage. But my TVP was great lately. And I was good on practice. So yeah, I tried to show what I practice, and I think it went well.
Absolutely. I would say it went well. I think the audience agrees. Bunny, you were in a tough spot in that first game. You managed to pull it out, come back against Stats there. Walk me through how that went from your perspective.
이제 김대하 선수와의 경기 하는 내용 좀 말씀해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
게임 내용이요? 예. 처음부터 제가 짠 판에 잘 걸려 들어가지고 재밌게 놀다가 이겼습니다.
So definitely I laid some traps for Stats, and I think he caught my trap. So well, I cooked him a bit.
Oh, it was a trap that you laid. Very nicely done, and picking up a 2-0 to head on further into your group. Now you've got 2 wins, 2 losses, a tough spot to be sitting at, but tell me how you're regarding the rest of your matches in Group B.
이제 마지막 경기 남아 있고 이제 2승 2패 상태신데 마지막 경기 임하는 각오를 이제 말씀해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
2대 0으로 이겨도 쉽지 않은 상황이어가지고 좀 최대한 무조건 2대 0으로 이기고 진출하고 싶어요.
So I know this situation is a little tough. I mean, if I get like 2-0 win, it's not a guaranteed. So I really want to get a 2-0 victory, clean victory, and want to advance to the elimination match.
Well, Buddy, you're quite popular with our audience here. A lot of people looking to give you some support. Anything you want to say to everyone who's so happy to see you on stage here competing?
이렇게 또 많은 관중이 이렇게 또 와서 응원해 주셨는데 이재 선수 여기 응원해 주시는 이제 팬분들께 한 말씀 좀 해주시죠.
팬들이 너무 약간 좀 재밌게 즐겨주시고 호응도 잘해주시는 것 같아가지고 너무 감사하고 꼭 올라가가지고 좋은 경기 보여드리도록 하겠습니다.
You guys are sending a great support for me, so I'm trying my best, and I'm going to show you my best to advance, and I'm going to show you good games. Please cheer for me.
Thank you so much, Bunny, for those insights. Thank you, Maddox, for the translation. Back to you guys on the desk for the analysis.
Thank you, Rachel. Yes, unfortunately for Stats, that's his road coming to an end here at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. But for Bunny, it's not done just yet. Loco joining me here alongside Wardy, but Loco, that in terms of a result coming in from this series kind of feels how we expected it would go.
Yeah, I think Bunny just played a little bit better overall, right? He didn't really make any critical errors. He played it safe and sound, maybe a little greedy every once in a while, but no crazy drops into the main base, not really taking a lot of risks. And overall, I really liked what he did.
He had one crazy drop in the main base.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, it wasn't like super crazy. Like he was just like one of those like, I've got you out of position.
Phoenixes were just slightly.
He knew he could do it, and he played it right, and he got so much out of it. So, just well played. I think the Bunny we expect to see aggressive on the front foot, always kind of being the momentum maker, and then Stats obviously just couldn't get to the point where we know Stats can obviously play a good game because we've seen it this event.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Well, let's take a look at the standings then here from this group. That's what we conclude from Group B today. We still do have series coming from Group B tomorrow, but here is where we sit right now.
Yeah.
Shin and Cure 3-1 right now. Clem and Oliveira 2-2 alongside Bunny as well.
Yes.
Stats, obviously, as we mentioned, currently eliminated. But now this creates a problem, Loco, because things are so close, down to the wire to the last series tomorrow.
Yeah, so one of the series that was going at the same time as the one that we just watched was Shin going up against Clem. And I think in a lot of people's minds, Clem, his Terran versus Zerg is amazing.
Yes.
He would win against Shin 2-0, but that's not the case. Bit of a cheesy series, not gonna lie, but it's Shin who ends up defeating Clem 2-0, and that, well, it turns this entire group upside down.
No, definitely so, definitely. So we'll see at the conclusion of that tomorrow here. But whilst we're thinking about that, the road to the World Cup, obviously very important, Waddy. If you'll join me, the road to the World Cup. Da, 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 da. Anyway.
I'll let you guys over there. Yeah.
Thank you very much. So we've got Group B over here at the moment. Obviously, Shin and Cure right now with that 3-1 situation. Bunny and Oliveira down here. Now, what's important about this, obviously, Clem's already qualified to the World Cup. If you were to kind of speculate as to who you think might have a better chance out of these four, who are you looking at? You can move things around if you like.
Well, you know what? Shin did go to the semifinals last year.
Yes.
I mean, I'll let you do the moving because you're on that side of the board.
Okay,
well, I think you got to like shove Shin up a little bit. He's coming in.
Okay.
He's taking down Clem now. He did lose to Bunny, but that's Shin in a nutshell, right? Like, he can really take on anyone.
Yes.
And I think it's going to come down a little bit to the bracket. I think obviously out of Group B, I mean, maybe the obvious choice, but Kua is obviously edging up there as well because realistically, he's in a great spot right now. He's 3-1. His last opponent is Stats as well. If he takes down Stats, that's pretty much first place unless Shin also takes down Oliveira. That can happen, but maybe he loses a map there. So I think it's more likely currently that Kua gets first place in the group, and then he's only got one more match to go. Yeah, Oliveira, you think?
Imagine.
I mean, he's got a dangerous matchup, man. He's got a Shin who just took out Clem.
It might be difficult, And of course, I mean, even technically speaking, with Stats also having to still play a match there, he also kind of influences what's going on and all of that.
Super important that Kua 2 Stats, right?
Yes.
Like, get the 2-0, then he gets himself a chance to overtake Shin. Even if Shin beats Oliveira, maybe he drops him. I'm not sure exactly what the numbers are, but that could influence the first place. And of course, first is huge, because starting in the round of 8 is massive.
If I had to be just absolutely frank for a moment, if I look at these 4 players, who I think has the best chance, I think it's Kua.
I think so too.
Yeah, we'll see if that happens.
Yeah.
All right. That was the wall to the rock.
Got a dance back. Yeah, very nice.
Maybe I shouldn't give us a jingle. I don't want that to stick. That's not a good idea. But I mean, looking at how that plays out for Group B, I mean, of course, we might not have a player from Group B at all. Of course, we're still waiting for those quarterfinals. Those are the qualification matches to the World Cup here, of course, as we kind of continue things on. But it is interesting to see how all of this is shaping up here, Loco. There's a lot of dynamics at play.
Yeah. I think most people that did predictions did not have this particular outcome of the group in mind, right? Shin in first place. I mean, one thing he's got going for him here is that obviously he mostly has to practice Zerg versus Terran, and that really does make things a little bit easier, whereas the other players have to practice all 3 matchups. So I'm curious to see how he would play against, for example, another Zerg. But yeah, honestly, overall, this is a crazy result. I'm with you. I think that Kura is very likely to move on, but who's going to be taking third?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's a good question. All right, well, that kind of does it here for this segment. We are waiting now until we get into our next matches. We are done with Group B, as we mentioned, for today, but that group is not concluded. Tomorrow, we will have one final series between all of these players to determine who's going to be able to make that top 3. Remember, the first place does advance on into a quarterfinal, whereas the other players move on into that round of 12. We're going to go to a break, I believe, and then when we return, we have more excellent StarCraft on the way, and maybe us messing around with the board some more, because it's really fun. We'll see you soon.
Katowice is brought to you by Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and Intel.
All right, we're hitting you with the only logical order of going from Group B now to Group A here for the middle of the day. Now, it's because we wanted to give them a break before they started yesterday. We have got ourselves more on the way here for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, and we have got ourselves quite the banger match coming up. Heromarine is going to play against Solar, as both of the players right now are 2-0 in the group. However, before we get to that, we can look at Group A as a whole and see exactly how that is all made up of. Solar, Heromarine, Scarlet, Gumiho, Spirit, and Trigger. At the moment, as the standings do sit here, Scarlet and Gumiho 1-1, Spirit and Trigger 0-2, 0-2. I want to see Spirit on that Katowice stage, Ben. I want to see him doing well for Navi, for Poland. Give me some more Spirit.
I mean, Spirit's actually been one of the players that's kind of been rocketing up in the shadows. Like, you look at Spirit and some of his results recently, he's definitely been a guy that vies for top 8 in Europe, like, pretty convincingly. Yeah. Especially with the fact that he started taking on Heromarine, and for a while it was like, okay, I lost like 26 series in a row to that man, but now I start winning again. Now it's back to Heromarine again between those two. It's quite a little romance that those two have going. But yeah, definitely a brutal start, because his first match was against Scarlet, which I thought, hey, if you're going to win, like, that's a real must-do matchup. But yeah, it's not lined up for him so far.
Where's Rotterdam, where we need nobody beats Spirit 26 games in a row? He loves that, but no, it's anyway, that's by the by. Yeah, I'd say Scarlet 1-1 at the moment as well. Had a great start to yesterday, to be honest.
Yeah, I think it was actually very important that she defeated Spirit, right? So, I mean, obviously, one person's got to do well, the other person's got to not do well. That's what's going to happen, but...
Gabe's magnificent, by the way.
Being able to come back. Yeah, he's also the only one smiling in any of these things.
And what a smile it is. He's so bright and shiny and huge, obviously.
But flexing as well.
I do like that, yeah.
I mean, like, the fact that he came in and it's just like, oh, how well is Gabe going to do? You know, he's kind of been, like, slumping maybe a tiny bit, but it's like, he's came in real damn hot, which is wonderful to see.
Let's talk about it. It is Heromarine versus Solar, both of them 2-0 right now. Obviously, we have seen Heromarine be able to make magic happen on the Katowice stage. He's been able to attain top 4s, which if he was able to replicate that here, ZG, once again, he'd be going to the World Cup, which would be huge for Heromarine.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do feel like 2 years ago when it happened, it was also off the back of like the not best feeling Heromarine, right? Like he was obviously surprised he got as far as he did, but you know, obviously a pleasant surprise. And I feel like it might be coming in a similar situation where Heromarine actually hasn't had the same run of being, you know, the leader, the winner of the big Gabe Cups. So nothing can be Monday anymore to be the excuse. But he is coming in still a 2-0 start with a possible win against Solar, because it is possible. And obviously that means that the heck with the online cups, right? He doesn't need them anymore. He's just going to go ahead and get to another top 4 in Katowice.
I mean, when it comes to the offline Katowices, like, never mind that top 4 that he had, never mind casually beating Maru in TVT the next year, and now coming here again with a great start, Ben.
Wasn't it Solar that he beat to get into the top 4?
I wanted to say yes.
Yeah,
it was like a super epic game where the game 5 was him dropping on top of his building drop to block his Marines when the Banelings were trying to roll through.
I've got a feeling it was something like that.
I think
Very
so.
important, because I was like, oh, he's going to lose, isn't he? Like, Solar's a really tough matchup for him. But then...
It's great in the matchup.
Yeah, and then he actually beat him, and it was like such a high-stakes game. And then it was like, IEM Katowice playoffs round of 8, yeah, right here. So he did it a couple of years ago, and I mean, I didn't expect him to do it then. I don't expect him to do it now, but I mean, Gabe really turns up because he made top 4 then, top 12 last year as well, when I also didn't really count in Gabe. He just shines at Katowice.
Yeah.
You could argue, though, the landscape's slightly different for Solar, right? Let's talk about Solar here. Currently now on Vitality of all teams when it comes to StarCraft II. Since then, GSL champion. Since then, the guy that I think is ultra consistent when it comes to getting to some of those top spots is Solar. So I'm hoping that he's also able to kind of push on towards potentially a spot at the World Cup, CG.
It's possible, of course, and a lot of people are cheering for him, right? Like kind of like the secret best Zerg that's hiding in the wings. I can't quite get that far, right? For some of the fans' perspective. But one thing that does seem to be consistent, besides his consistency at round of 16s, round of 8s, is that you feel it. It's finally time. It's Solar's time to shine. He's going to do it.
Yes.
And then he gets blocked, and you always feel like it's a little bit unlucky. He meets Maru, his nemesis, or he meets Clem at a tournament in which Clem was just destined to win, I guess, because up until that point, he had never won against Solar in an offline match. And it's like, again, coming in here, the history shows that Heromarine should lose, but Solar has It's always weird to say unlucky, right? But it seems like he crumbles a little bit right before he's about to shine. I know he did win GSL, I'm not forgetting that, but it feels like every other opportunity, you're like, yes, finally, go, go, go. Oh, game 5 lost tomorrow.
All right.
Okay.
Well, honestly, I can't call this one, so let's find out here. One of these goes 3-0 and shores up chances to be able to move on into the bracket.
Absolutely. We've got the bottom of Group B going straight into the apex of Group A with a win over Gumiho and a win over Spirit. We have, representing Mao's, Heromarine. And his opponent, with a win over Trigger and a win over Scarlet, representing Vitality, it's Solar. Let's bring him out.
It is time for our next best of 3 series of top-level StarCraft II, Heromarine taking on Solar. My name is Loco, I'm joined here by Wardy. Wardy, what do you think?
Very excited. Gabe is feeling it, man. I felt like Gabe was feeling it the moment we got in the shuttle this morning.
He was very relaxed.
We were chatting with him, right, and he was smiley, he was happy. It seems like a Gabe that's in a very good mood. He's clearly feeling good. He had a great day yesterday, and I think he really likes his match order as well. Yesterday he got to play 2 TVTs. Now today he's got 2 TVZs. Starts with Solar, plays against Scarlet later. I think all around, Gabe is really feeling this event, man.
Yeah. And obviously it's not that much of a travel for him either, at least not compared to Solar, who has to fly across the world all the way from South Korea. Either way, though, Solar is a very scary opponent. Not really somebody you can ever count out, right? That's been the case for a very long time. Maybe historically he didn't always win tournaments, but a little while ago over in Korea, he ended up winning the GSL Katowice, which is considered to be one of the most prestigious tournaments in all of SC2. So, yeah, I've got a feeling this is going to be an uphill battle for Heromarine, but he can certainly do it.
Certainly. I think I always go into a match like this thinking Solar is the favorite, but Heromarine has the potential. When Heromarine gets to prepare for an opponent, when he gets to think about some build orders and what exactly he wants to do ahead of time, he comes in like a different player. And I think that's what we're going to really see here in terms of how Solar can be tested. Solar can play very well. He can play to the absolutely highest of highs. We know that. He's very consistent. But Gabe is always a challenge, and we are getting ready to go into this game number 1, as we're going to be starting this series off on Golden over Heromarine versus Solar. Both had a great start yesterday. Who will keep that momentum rolling into day 2 of the group? In the top left-hand corner, our red Terran player from Mouse is Heromarine.
And his opponent, all the way in the opposite corner of the map, make some noise for Solar. These two, they've been competing for a very long time. I remember watching their games literally over a decade ago at this point. A lot of these players have been around for such a long time, but Heromarine and Solar were there in the early days of SC2, and they're still competing.
Yeah, it's been really fun to kind of watch the rise of both. Solo was obviously one of the Casper Zergs as well, but he was one of the first kind of Casper Zergs to start venturing into online tournaments, just other tournaments in general. So he was kind of one of the first to kind of really show himself to the Western world from that group of Korean players. And that was really cool. So yeah, he's been around for a long time, always has been a grinder, has been playing all the online stuff for years and upon years now. And to me, he's always been Mr. Consistent. And he's just struggled to poke ahead to get that big run to kind of finish a tournament off, which he's had a couple of times now, but it's never been simple for him. So yeah, excited every time he comes to Katowice. Again, Gabe really crushed his dreams a couple of years back, right? So that was one where Solo was favored as well. We'll see how today goes. I'm really excited to see what kind of style Heromarine plays, honestly.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of different varieties from Terran versus Zerg in particular as of late. A lot of different build orders. I mean, that one game that we saw yesterday from Maru comes to mind, where he played one of the craziest Terran builds I've seen in a long while. Not really something I expect Heromarine to go for, because that was like a triple command center before gas into mass mech. Not really a strategy that Heromarine, I mean, your name, or his name rather, may already give it away a little bit. Not really the style that Heromarine is all too fond of, but do you think he's going to bring any mech here?
Penny Mech. Yeah, I mean, I could see it, especially on Golden Aura. I think if we see it, we see it on this map, because this is a map where it can be a larger map. It's typically the Zerg map pick out of the best of 3. So, yeah, maybe we can, because Heromarine is that kind of player. I think he played a very long series against Solar not so long ago in one of my events, and he did mech it up there. It was actually a very cool series, like 1 hour long best of 3. It was a 2-0 for Gabe. So, yeah, very excited to see if he can maybe pull some of that out. I think the cool thing about Gabe is he's really not afraid to approach the later stages, which is where Solar really peaks as well. Like, once Solar first gets to Lurkers, he's a real powerhouse. So the fact that Gabe's happy to play against that stage of the game really shows his confidence in this matchup. We'll see what happens. We have our Reaper just going to take a bit of a poke, move around. Link speed starting, and there's a triple CC, so whatever it's going to be from Gabe, it's going to be very economic focused initially.
Solar generally likes playing that very macro-focused style. Usually he will not be all too aggressive in this matchup. Instead, he will try and defend and overwhelm you much later on into the game. So it'll all come down to how cleanly that early game is going to be right here for the Zerg player, if indeed he does want to play that Lurker style, right? There's a bunch of aggressive pushes that you can go for. Roach builds in particular, relatively popular right now, and maybe one of the reasons why mech is not quite as popular. We'll have to see here exactly what Solar ends up going for. If I were to make a guess, I think Solar is just going to play this passively. Maybe use Roaches as a stepping stone to ultimately get to Ling Bane. But I think he'll just absorb as many attacks as possible and then eventually overwhelm.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's Solar in a nutshell. Like, it always feels as though Solar's losing the game and losing. He's just about holding on. And then Lurkers pop out and boom, all of a sudden it's like he's a different player. He's a beast. He's just so good when he gets to that point. Gabe going to open with the Banshee, by the way, so that is going to be at least a little bit of interest already. Banshee very good in this matchup naturally. It can do a lot of harassing damage. It can really control, especially if you're afraid of Solar maybe opening some Roaches. It keeps you, pretty safe there as well. So Hellion Banshee, a very standard way to open, especially when you've gone for the economy of triple CC. And we'll see where Heromarine goes from here, because this is where we really get confirmation. Is this bio? Is this mech? What's the plan?
Heromarine, by the way, apparently still playing with a wired mouse. Most of the pro gamers have switched over, as you can see right there on the player cameras, to a wireless mouse many years ago. But apparently Gabe not making that decision. Comfortable with the gear that he's been using probably for a very long time, and why really make any changes and make it more difficult than it really needs to be. But yeah, you're absolutely right. This is a very normal build from both players. We've got a lair coming up at about 4.5 minutes. Triple command center in the meantime right here for Heromarine. He's gonna go though, look at that, for a second factory.
Yep, I think mech was always on the agenda, and I thought so with the Banshee as well, right? Because the Banshees have a potential to then get Hyperfly Rotors and to keep building Banshees, and that's been one of the more popular ways of playing the mech recently as well, because it helps you keep control of the game alongside those Cyclones. So yeah, we're going to get that second factory coming up. We're going to see the fun and games build up. Rotron, at least on the way from Solar, that's very important. He needs to have that preemptively, otherwise dealing with this mech could have been a struggle in the early stages.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Could have gone for a Baling Nest as well, but that's a little riskier, but there it is indeed. Banshee Cloaking has finished up. That will not be too much of a surprise right here for Solar. That is an upgrade we see most of the time, right? At least when Banshees are coming up, especially if there's 2 of them. But that Hyperflight Rotors upgrade, that is a speed buff for the Banshees. That usually only gets played when you're going to go mass Battle Mech. Now with Battle Mech, we're usually talking about Cyclones, Hellions, and Banshees, and those are exactly the attacking units that are currently on the production tab. This is a very active style of Terran Mech. So we have to see exactly how much damage Heromarine can really do. Now, this is a good start. Getting the kill on the 4th is massive.
Yep, one cancel there already. Overseer slowly making its way over. The Hellions with the distraction through into the natural and can move up into the main base perhaps, or they just go for the drones here. They are slow to pull away. Some of them even pull in. 5 workers so far, make it 6. The thing is, because this is mech, you can actually lose these Hellions, right? You can replace them much more easily than if this was bio, when you'd be giving up all your map control to do this. Not the case when you're playing Battle Mech. Only 7 drones, but a bit of lost mine time. Got a few lings. I like it from Heromarine.
Yeah, that's a relatively expensive set of Terran units to lose as well, though, right? You don't want to just send them away for just 7 workers. I'm not in love with it right here for Heromarine, because it does take the wind out of his sails a little bit, but there's going to be a lot more Terran units that will be aggressive in just a moment. One Cyclone misrallied a little bit, although Hellions are coming in from the bottom.
clearly calculated. Realistically, though, this is kind of nice because now you're starting to pick up some of these roaches, and you can see that Banshee showed up as well. So Serral is now the one who's gone a little bit too far forward. Serral's point of view, he's going to go back to these roaches, which are just taking free damage. He needs to rally some units out over here, and Gabe has quite the push on his front doorstep, and he's going to start putting some damage onto this fourth base once again. Cancelled once, don't really want to have it cancel a second time. One of those cyclones that you saw was trailing behind on the terrain, does go down. The first Hydra's popping out. Looks as though that's enough for now for Serral to survive through this a little push across the map from Heromarine.
This is the first-person view, of course, of our Zerg player here. Generally speaking, a lot of the StarCraft pros enjoy playing with the lower quality graphics settings just because it's a bit clearer and easier to pick out exactly what's going on. But here go the Banshees, and these are speed Banshees that are completely cloaked. They will be spotted with the little blur, but if you don't pay attention to them, right, they can kill an entire mineral line worth in just a few seconds. Hydras, by the way, nice and quick here for Solar, but...
I mean, Solar's all in. He's on 66 drones, stopped droning a long time ago just to keep on making units, and he is just going to send it with this big push. You see tanks from Heromarine, they are so important to try and hunker down and defend this position. And this is interesting because there's no Overseer here right now, so the Banshee can get free damage off despite all the Hydras. Cyclone starting to get some free chips. There's the Overseer finally showing up. But I like the start from Heromarine. He's going to have the tank set up here. What can we do? Corrosive Files come down. The Cyclones have to keep on kiting these Banshees, wanting to find their chance to come in and get some shots off. But Solar's force is being weakened, and he's down almost 20 workers.
Yeah, that was not the attack that Solar was hoping for here at all. Nicely defended by Heromarine. There's a bit of vulnerability right before those siege tanks really hit the battlefield. Oh, the Queens are even joining right now as well from the back. I mean, he's so far behind in workers that he does not think he can actually make additional drones here on the back of this. He needs to continue attacking, but I'm not entirely sure if that's the correct choice. The longer he waits, the more siege tanks there are going to be, and how in the world are you going to funnel your units through a choke point?
Well, not very easily. I mean, you can hit this CC, force it to lift off, but by then you've already taken a bunch of tank shots. More tanks sieging up as we go. We barely have any Ravagers as well, and these tanks just continue to blast. Solar is starting to make some progress through, though, and it looks as though the front lines are gone, so the tanks are exposed. Heromarine needs just a few more units to show up right now as Solar is kind of getting through there. The army supply is good, and it's Heromarine just mostly on a worker lead. He could have probably done with the SCVs joining this fight or so, but, well, credit to Solar. He found an incredible way to slip forward there.
Yeah, there's reinforcing units right now popping out of those factories, and they will be showing up momentarily. If I'm not mistaken, the Banshees there got biled, which is not quite optimal for our Terran, so that's making all of this a little more difficult than it needs to be. Ultimately, though, I do believe he's going to be able to hold on, although there's still no drones here for Solar. He's going to follow this wave of Zerg units up with even more.
I was going to say, I feel like we need another wave of Cyclones again, because I feel like not having the buffer for these tanks makes these tanks not that great. We've got the Hellions, and yes, they can do part of the job, but man, the Cyclones are not going to be here for this. We're going to morph in the Hellbats. They're going to make the Hellbats much more tanky than if they were Hellions, so let's see if that's going to be enough. Corrosive Files coming down the tanks. This is a two-pronged attack from the left and the right here from Solar, doubling the army supply and starting to make his way through. Only one tank left. There's going to be a huge wave of Cyclones in a moment, but just not soon enough. That production cycle needed to be here a few moments sooner, and it looks as though Gabe's third base is in trouble.
Absolutely, that fourth command center already ended up falling as well. Reinforcing units are showing up right now in the natural of the Terran, but he's lost so many SCVs in the process that Solar could easily drone up if he wants to right now, but I don't think he really needs to. I think he's just going to continue holding down whatever button he likes to produce army units. He's killing so many of those SCVs here now in the natural expansion. Sure, eventually Heromarine will stabilize for just a moment, but that was too many losses.
Solar does start 1-2 drones infestation pits, so he's looking towards a future just in case he can't quite ever finish pushing through. And to be fair, all said and done, we're going to settle down into, you know, 59 workers versus 50. Gabe still has triple CC and the triple mule available. I mean, yeah, kind of feels as though Heromarine's okay. Solar's not had any upgrades either. Don't get me wrong, I felt like Heromarine was meant to hold this much more comfortably.
Yeah.
The position he's come out in, I don't think it's over, although it's going to get interesting if he misses this army, because then his army being on creep is going to be in a bad place if he gets surrounded here. So that's a good catch from Solar. He's going to get a few kills out of this one.
Absolutely. These units may not be able to go back home. Units actually going around the site right now as well for Solar, and Heromarine's army is driving in the wrong direction. Fungal Growth, by the way, is a follow-up here as well for Solar, so he's going to try and keep some of these units rooted in place. Heromarine trying to get a little bit of damage on the board, but he's going to end up losing a lot of these units. Relatively cost-efficient trades, but these Zerg units that, yeah, that we just saw murdering the Terran army, they're going to be going across the map once again.
At least they had to come all the way back home, though. That gives Gabe more time to get a tank line set up, and that would be his saving grace. And yeah, he's got a lot of them, and this time he's got some Cyclones to aid as well. As Solar starts to move forward, he is going to take a few losses, so that's already going to backfire on him. And while Solar did drone, he's kind of stopped at 66 again. Looks as though now he's going to continue through once more. He is getting that hive up as well. Of course, Vipers, we think, are going to be a pretty major factor during this. You already mentioned Fungal Growth. That spell casting going to aid a lot in just locking down those mobile units. So some big plays there, as we're going to see Solar also attempting the bottom left gold.
Blinding Cloud is an amazing ability here for Solar, or even Abductions, right? So those Vipers are incredibly handy. There they are as soon as the hive finished up. Couple of Hellions, once again, going around the side. These four can actually do a lot of damage with that blue flame upgrade. There's a couple of defensive Zerglings, I guess, running on over in this direction, but obviously that's what Hellions are good against as well. 7 drones is not bad. Solar never really built up an economy. Decent fungal growth in that section of the map, but Heromarine, he wants to attack before those Vipers are out, and he knows he's on a timer.
At least getting in position before the Vipers out is nice as well. You're going to see Solar counter-attacking. We'll see how Heromarine handles that. Remember, Heromarine also only on 3 bases, right? He's not really setting up for the much longer game himself. So this also becomes quite important. Lings on the counter-attack, as we've already seen Solar losing 16 drones. 4th base goes down, and this game has turned into utter chaos. I mean, I like what Solar's doing, but it's still going to be Heromarine that has the full army here, while Solar's run by will eventually get cleaned up.
Yeah, that's a lot of SCVs once more going down, though, and that makes this pretty much an all-in right here for Heromarine. He's still got a ton of army on the production tab right now, but I don't really know if he can wait for it. Problem is, you need to move the siege tanks one at a time, right? If you unsiege them all, then suddenly Zerg can jump you. Oh, a lot of reinforcements are showing.
That's a horrible position for Solar moving upwards there. Lost a lot. He does blind cloud some of the tanks, but they're pretty well spread, so he gets a lot of splash damage out. And Heromarine has the Cyclones, catching all of these Zerg units, continuing to push on forwards. On the creep, it don't matter, because he's going to get the GG. And Heromarine opens with a 1-game win with the mech. It kind of felt like he'd lost it all, but just held on.
He just barely managed to hold on there. I think that fight, though, did not quite go optimally. I really like what he did with that command center to create an additional choke point. But if I'm not mistaken, he took like double damage from the Biles, right? So the Biles not only connected with the siege tanks, but also with the flying units all at the same time. So he just lost a ton of troops. We probably are going to see that in the replay in just a moment. So this is the first wave. It's the next attack where that command center that you see finishing up right there, this one right over here. Okay, yeah, we just barely missed the Biles, but Solar, he manages to push through. And I honestly thought for a second here that this was game over, because we see this with a lot of Zerg reinforcements coming up go horribly wrong for the Terrans so frequently.
Yeah, I think that's why the Cyclones are so important. The ability to kite back and at least just get a little bit more value just kept him alive. And it did feel like the moment he got Cyclones and tanks in combination up, it was so much better for him once again. Eventually, he was 3-base all in on this push, and he was just able to have enough power here. The Vipers, they got to throw their blinding clouds down, but again, that's the importance of getting in position before the Vipers were there. He had the time to pre-split a little bit, and 3 or 4 tanks still firing into that engagement was huge. I also think Solar kind of engaged upwards a little bit, and I don't know if that did him any favors. He took a lot of shots getting in position. But yeah, Heromarine gets to go off to a 1-0 lead in this series. A great start.
Always nice as well to get a win on your opponent's map pick. We're going to be going to Alcyone in game number 2. That'll be something that Heromarine will be a little bit more happy to play on.
Yeah. It's interesting, the maps Golden Aura and Alcyone. Just obviously a lot of preference in terms of what you want to play. Alcyone generally is more kind of equalized. We'll see what we get as we head into the bottom left-hand corner of the map. Our red Terran player, he's representing Mouse Sports and he leads it 1-0. This is Heromarine.
And his opponent, all the way in the opposite corner, it is Solar.
Got the big Gabe card out.
Big card for a big man.
Indeed it is.
Looking confident, though. I really like what he's doing. Like, honestly, the only thing that went poorly for him in that previous game was that fight at the start, right? But it was small errors, right? Nothing really went horribly wrong for him. Solar decided to go for an all-in, and he decided to double down. And Heromarine is going to use that information right now against his opponent as he decides to go for a command center first right here on the low ground. Is this a game where Solar is really going to go for a pool first? Honestly, it's not really something that Solar does very frequently in general. It's going to be a hatch into a gas and then eventually a spawning pool for Solar. So Heromarine is going to be able to get away with it easy peasy.
Yep, absolutely. CC first, very hard to punish unless you like blindly like one base Roach Ravage all in or something, right? And you're down a game. Like, would you ever want to do that? Not really, no. So, not going to put it all on the line on that. And so Heromarine gets away with this. 1 Rax into the gas, and just a little bit of better eco to start off with. And this huge match in this group, right? Because these two, the winner of this is very likely going to have a good shot at just continuing through to first place in the group.
Yeah.
And first place is massive. You get straight to the round of 8. You get straight into a qualification match for the Esports World Cup. And just the chance to make that run at the championship. Last year, Gabe, he made playoffs for the 2nd year in a row. Started in the round of 12, met Oliveira. So we all know how that ended.
Yep.
But that's the thing. You get to skip that round of 12, and there's no easy matchup there in that best of 5. So first place is huge, and that's why these group stages are so important.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So to clarify, if you end up first in your group, you go straight into the top 8. If you end 2nd or 3rd in the group, you move on to the round of 12. So you effectively have to play an extra series of games. It is a lot more comfortable to go out in first place if possible, and obviously also pretty good for, you know, your earnings in the end.
Yeah, and I was going to say as well, for Heromarine, if he wins this, like, going into the rest of the group, he has Scarlet and Trigger left to play.
Yeah.
I do think that's going to be potentially the easier players in the group, right? No one's easy, but
yeah,
considering he took down Spirit and Gumiho already, Serral starts to play Gumiho, so this group becomes a lot more tense. But anyways, back to this one.
Absolutely. So, second barracks coming up here already as well for Heromarine. So this is a command center first opener for our Terran into double Rex. What that means is that he won't have a whole lot of roaming units here in the earlier stages of this match. There may be a Reaper or 2 at most. It's just going to be a single one, and Solar trying to deny this, or trying to get the scout rather. Heromarine trying to deny it, but yeah, did he see enough, right? So one thing he picked up on right there, he's going to check this as well with that Overlord now. One thing he picked up on is that there was no factory attached to that barracks, and usually that's where you would expect it. So already alarm bells are going off inside of Solar's head.
Yeah, no, absolutely. You're a little bit worried, you're a little bit kind of like, huh, what's going on? As you see this Overlord here, going to see the reactor on the barracks as well, so you know it's going to be a lot of Marines, nothing nearby. He is going to see the 2nd rack, so now you get confirmation. And now you see the 3rd rack, so now you're like, okay then. 3 racks it is, now I know how aggressive you're going to be. He lifts CC to try and hide it, but I feel like with the timing of things, I feel like he could probably figure out this off the back of a 3rd base.
Absolutely. So now the question is, how many workers does Solar make before he starts producing army, right? Like, that's the age-old question in this matchup for the Zerg. How many drones do you produce before you start making attacking units? The problem here for the Zerg player is that it's difficult to pinpoint exactly when Heromarine is going to attack. If he would attack it, say, 5.5 minutes into the game, Solar can probably get away with droning until about 5 minutes. And can Solar exactly pinpoint when he needs to stop droning? Well, at this point, he's just holding down that worker button, trying to use that larva mechanic to his advantage and just build up a massive economy. Ideally, as the Zerg here, you want to hold on just barely, because that means that you have produced more workers than your opponent has. And already you can see that reflected here at the bottom of the screen. Okay, nice little kill right here on the Reaper. Any worker kill at this point is massive. 2? Really?
Yep, okay. Solar messing up a little bit. Now he makes the healthier drone into the Spore Solo. Oh no. 3 drones go down to a Reaper, and that is horrible.
Yes. Like, that speaks volumes of the mental state currently, right? Like, this is not the situation that you want to see as a Zerg at all. A Queen alone would have been enough. The Queens were out of position. I like that Solar decided to skip any follow-up links. So obviously he didn't have Zerglings right there to defend against it, but yeah, now he may as well have, right? Because if you end up losing 3 drones, you could have easily made 6 links.
Yep, you can see the Marines starting to move across the map. Stim is closing in on being done, so opportunities perhaps to try and get a bit more aggressive. We'll see one more link going down, just trying to scout, trying to see what's going on, what the numbers are like. When those medevacs pop, we're going to commit. Zola's on his way to melee upgrades. I'm kind of worried, man, like a few drones going down, being a little bit shaky. Opening melee upgrades, they're not going to be in place straight away to help you against what's going to be +1 on these Marines as well. Like, Heromarine has a couple scary moments coming up for Solar.
His fourth base also feels a little late. He was working on that wall for quite a while, as we do get the nice first-person view right here of our Terran player. Medevacs are popping. Is that going to be the cue for him to go across the map? I think it is. Yep, there we go. We're going to load up those medevacs and we're going to send them straight towards the other side. Now, the fourth base, the position that it's in right here for Solar is actually relatively exposed. There's no watchtower on the bottom right-hand corner of this map. So at this point, I believe that this is completely unscouted. There's a chance that an Overlord was in vision range of this, just barely, but I don't think he had any vision in that section. No.
Yeah, I don't think he had anything at all. And here we go, going to try and fight towards this fourth base. The Queens will show up, and the Marines look as though they're not going to mess around, instantly leaving, just going to unload elsewhere. Not going to waste too much time there. I think the second attack, when he's going to have combat shield with this as well, with another round of medevacs and Marines, that could be very scary. So he's going to have to make sure he has some Balings ready to go. You can see Heromarine trying to make the most of this, shut down a couple of Lings here or there, and yeah, just trying to move around as best as possible.
The control of the watchtower here is massive, right? That little choke point there, those Marines are going to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder and get a ton of surface area there in their advantage. Ultimately, though, the Marine medevac count is growing. 12 of those bad boys are coming up at a time here, and the +1 armor here is actually a little late for the infantry units, but I think Heromarine should still be able... Yeah, I think he should still be able to attack before bailing speed is done, if he decides to commit to it.
Well, Heromarine is essentially just 3 base all in, 60 SCVs, he's not going any further, like he has just come in, and that's why he's been so cautious with these Marines, because he knows his strength lies in the very first attack. He knows how much that can do for him, so he really wants to make sure he's got as much as possible available for that. Trouble Soul as much as you can until then, but don't do it at the cost of any units, because with 1-1, he's going to have a timing window where you can already see the 40 army supply lead is going to be tough for Solar to overcome.
Yeah. That does mean, though, that Solar will have the bailing speed upgrade, right? And that is by far the most important thing here for the Zerg player. It's going to mostly just be Marines and Siege Tanks and a bunch of medevacs up in the air. You don't need the Infestation Pit, you don't need the Hydra Den. I think what Solar needs to do, he's making drones. This is a misread. He just needs to make non-stop army and attack this position here for the Terran.
Couple good teams going down, so Heromarine will be able to carve a path to set up his Siege Tanks. We have a lot of Lings already counterattacking around the left-hand side, so keep your eyes on those, because they will also have the option to flank in as well. Depending on what Solar feels is best. He's going to start committing right now. The first few bins begin to connect. The reinforcements on the other side are not really in high numbers, so those Lings are going to start getting in, and that's going to be trouble for Heromarine. But Solar still needs to defend here. He's losing out on pretty much all of his Banelings. Wow, this is getting absolutely chaotic. A few Bans showed up on the other side. The picture-in-picture shows an SCV massacre, but Heromarine is up 50 army supply.
Yeah, and the question is, can Solar still stop this army? Heromarine, though, needs to pay attention, right? If you don't pay attention and Banelings come rolling in, you may just end up losing everything here at the front. But Heromarine has to win the game, essentially, with this push, or at the very least deal critical amounts of damage. Reinforcing Marines are showing up, or reinforcing Zerglings, rather, are showing up here.
Yeah, potentially a little bit of a surround coming in. These Balins are the only Balins in the game, by the way. And they're chasing Marines. Heromarine can split away. Beautifully done. Now there's no Banelings left. Down 60. Army supply Solar has to get out of here. And Heromarine picks up a huge 2-0 against what many had as the favorite of this group. Gabe is now 3-0 in Katowice. What a series. What a tournament for him so far.
He is popping. So confident, man. Yeah. Not really second-guessing himself whatsoever. He decided his strategy and he stuck with it. And you can see that he's feeling fantastic here. Man. Looking really solid in this tournament.
I've never seen Gabe so positive. Like from talking to him this morning to like
just stream every once in a while.
Yeah. Like watching him on stage, like he is feeling it today, man. Like he is absolutely, he's beaming every time I look at him. It's great to see. And man, just absolutely great series. He knows how important that is. He is really set up for greatness in this event right now. Heromarine just keeps on doing it year after year in Katowice. All started off with this mech game, which looked very dicey, but boy, did he find just about the one exit he had towards a victory.
Absolutely, yeah. This defense was on a razor's edge the entire time, but Heromarine ended up closing it out just barely, pulling the SCVs at the correct moment and just overall showcasing stellar defensive gameplay and hitting his opponent right before Vipers were really up and going as well, right? It's so easy to, in that position, sit back and just do a whole lot of nothing, but then the Zerg attacks you with Vipers and it's game over. I loved everything he did here in game number 1, other than, I guess, those corrosive biles that did not quite go his way. Game number 2, very confident Marine-based opener. Getting a little bit of greed done in the early game, right? Going for the command center first and a quick third CC as well, but that makes these attacks right here hit so much harder.
Everything was building up to that moment. Like, he didn't trade out any Marines before then. He knew absolutely it was all about that, as we are going to hear from Gabe himself about this series.
Thank you so much. I'm just catching up with Heromarine on the stage here. You told me you can talk a lot. Well, talk to me about game one. Yeah, the command center and the choke, it looked like you might have gone down to Solar in that exchange, but you stuck around and you pulled out the W. How'd you do that?
Well, for me, a lot of times when it comes to these matches, I feel like as long as I get a good setup and I can do my timings, I'm fine. And I can also adjust very well. However, in that case, I didn't expect him to, like he does that over and over again, just going for like a big attack, which is very, very scary, but at the same time, it's also an opportunity to kind of catch him off guard, because I think Solar is like one of the better Zergs, so playing against him in late game is very difficult. So whenever they go for like an all-in against me, even if it's like pre-planned, I feel very comfortable against it. But in that game, I feel like it was very close to, yeah, not very comfortable, let's put it that way.
Well, how would you compare your comfort in game two then?
In game two, I had a very specific build prepared. I've done that like 1 or 2 times, one time on the ladder, one time in the tournament. I feel like it's a very good build. If they don't know it, it's extremely strong. I feel like he did get some information that might have made the defense for him stronger. That counter-attack, I didn't have enough units. Like, that's usually the good part about the build. When they do a big counter-attack, you usually have enough units at home because you're producing a lot of units, less upgrades, less SVs. But yeah, I think it's a very powerful build. And if you don't see it coming, at least. So using it for this opportunity was probably the best choice. Yeah.
Well, it's an impressive performance against Solar, especially given the context the last time you faced off at Atlanta. It was a tough match for you. 1-3, you fell to him. So you managed to put together a bunch of strategies that you felt very confident for this event. What affected your planning for this for Solar in particular?
Well, I beat him 2 years ago at IEM, but then afterwards, I never beat him again, like in big tournaments specifically, even like smaller offline cups like Home Cup. He always beat me 3-0. But recently, my TVZ has gone a little bit up again. In Atlanta, I feel like there was more. I lost to some of the all-ins. I feel like I said, I can do better against that. In a recent VOD tournament, I managed to have a close series against him, which I was very satisfied with, to be honest, because those games were late game. So now I feel, again, a little bit more comfortable, and especially I think this type of group stage has been fitting my playstyle a lot better over the last, like this 6-man group stage has fit my playstyle and preparation a lot better over the last years.
Well, you got one more player left. How are you feeling confidence-wise heading into that last match of the group?
Well, I play today against Scarlet, which is going to be another very important match for the outcome of the group. Now I feel more comfortable than before. Yesterday, I think were the matches that were like the closest. Like today, I feel like against Solar, I wasn't the favorite. And against Scarlet, I'm the favorite, whereas yesterday I played against 2 opponents where I feel like it was 50-50. So I felt a lot more pressure yesterday. I mean, today, I'm feeling it.
Well, thank you so much for your insights. Thank you for those exciting games here, Marie. Now let's send it back to the desk, take another look at them.
What is it about Heromarine and group stages in Katowice? Big Gabe goes galactic here as he's now got a 3-0 in the group. Joining me, ZG, as well as Ben, to talk about this one. ZG, what a perfect outcome for him in game 2. The perfect timing. Solar wasn't aware of it. Yep. He just looks great in this matchup.
He really did. Excellent form from Heromarine, and Solar, I think it's going to be the outlier. But I said that was possible, so there it is. But it's kind of the two great stories coming together. Solar occasionally kind of, you know, dropping the ball we don't expect, but then maybe picking it up later in a group stage. And then Heromarine just continuing with the same momentum from yesterday, because, you know, he's feeling it today, and that's great, but that's not always a guarantee. Yeah. When the days are over, the groups are over a couple of days, it can actually go wrong for you, but it's just continuing to go great for Heromarine.
Something about it, Ben. We see him get these crazy results in these Katowice groups. Obviously, he was able to defeat Maru previously in 2023. Now we're here, 2024. He's looking great against all of his opponents as well, and you could see how much this victory meant to him at the end of it.
No, absolutely. I mean, like everybody in Europe and outside the scene, they're all talking about Clem, but Gabe's here saying, what about Gabe? What about me? And like, rightly so. He's playing really good. That first game, he was put in a real dicey spot. Now, there's one thing I really liked about it. Like, even though the attack's kind of killing him when it's like 150 to 90 odd supply, he was just like, all right, from this moment on, I know what kind of game I'm in. And he did a really good job of assessing that Solar is actually giga all in with this. Very often you can be so scared about like 70+ drones or whatever. But it was just like, no more SCVs from now on. Like, I've got a moment of time to shine kind of thing. And he hit right before Vipers were truly like in mass numbers to get online. And he played really well, man. I always love to see Gabe play.
Yeah, this is almost assuring him a spot in that top 3 at least. But, I mean, we're not all done, said and done just yet in these groups. As for Solar on the other side, his next matchup's going to be against Gumiho, so it doesn't get much easier, really, for him here, even though usually, again, when it comes to this matchup, I usually think Solar's very good in the matchup, ZG,
Yeah.
so I do give him sway.
Yeah, absolutely. As much as I was referencing the times that he's met his nemesis Maru, like he was pretty much making them always very contentious and very close every time they would meet. So it's not like he's bad at the matchup at all. And to call him as the victor of this group, I think was most people's expectations, and certainly is still the expectation that he's going to make top 3. So Gumiho, he can perform, he can be a very scary Terran, but then he's also occasionally found to be maybe like weaker on the day mechanically wise, and that's just not something you really find from Solar. He has off days, he misreads a very aggressive build as we saw there, but I don't think it happens that often, so I think he can actually gather things up again and actually deliver in ZVT totally fine.
Ben, should we be considering Heromarine on the road to the World Cup?
I think you absolutely have to step him up a little bit, you know. I know he was big on the side. In fact, where did he go?
He's gone over to the other side. I've arranged it by groups so it's easier to spot.
That's good.
My OCD was...
my brain, I was like, big Gabe's over on the big right side, you know. But yeah, he absolutely. He's making a good case for himself, isn't he? Like, the last 6 months or so hasn't been the best for Gabe. Like, I think everybody's very willing to admit that, even Gabe himself. But when it comes to Katowice, it's just Katowice magic, man. Like, he's learned how to channel that Monday Gabe into Katowice Gabe.
No, absolutely, absolutely. So a great start here to the games from Group A. We have another one coming up in a moment here between all of these players. But it's looking a bit tense in the middle of this group, of course, as now next it will be Spirit versus Trigger. This ZG really is kind of a fight down towards the bottom here to try and stay alive for the most part.
Yeah, trying to stay alive and then trying to throw a wrench into the top 4 currently plan, right? I mean, again, like a lot of these guys, like the top 4 right now can still have a lot of confidence. They're still going to make it through. The game is still within their control. Right, so that feels really nice. But then if you add in tomorrow, that last tricky round, then suddenly Solar, Gumiho, Scarlet, basically, they're going to be looking at what happened in Spirit Trigger and being like, oh man, if only that changed a little bit, right? But yeah, for these guys, specifically Spirit and Trigger, it's all about staying alive, as no one is technically out of this group as the negative out or the positive out.
All right, well, time for a break. When we return, we have more on the way here from Group A. Heromarines giving himself a pretty good leg up after that win. Let's find out what happens right after this.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and Intel.
Lots more StarCraft coming at you throughout the day here for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. And of course, we have to thank our sponsors to start things off, as we have Intel joining us here for the Intel Extreme Masters, as is a surprise to everybody out there. We have, of course, Blizzard, who made the game because they are able to do lots of great stuff with StarCraft II. And finally, we've got Monster Energy joining us here for the road to the World Cup and Intel Extreme Masters as a whole. All right, let's talk about the schedule. I've got ZG, I've got Rotterdam. Look at how keen Rotterdam is with cards. He's ready, he's raring to go. But let's take a look at that schedule first. We've already had quite a few series throughout the day here. Some great ones to say the least, as we've just come off the back of Heromarine, looking brilliant in a 2-0. Actually, it's kind of, these first three have kind of flown by, and saying that, it's about to slow down. Guaranteed, because I've cursed it. But next up is going to be Spirit versus Trigger. Later on, loads of great matches, ZG.
Absolutely. I think a lot of people are looking at some rematches from Atlanta, as well as rematches from the online MC7 with the hero matches that we have coming up. But I think there's actually some really fun matches as well beyond that, like Kellis or Skillis. I'm personally looking forward to seeing if they're improving from yesterday's performance and all that good stuff. So wonderful schedule. Thank you, James.
Thank you, ZG. That was, wow, so kind of you. Now, don't worry, Roddy, we've got a little while before we actually get to our current match here. I know you're keen. I know you're keen with that card.
Give me something. I want to show it off, Claris, but fine. What do we have to talk about first?
Well, before we do that, we're going to look at the best in each category when it comes to the cards overall. So we're going to look broader picture here before our verses between the two. So, as you can always imagine here, we've got the usual suspects, Roddy, sitting at the top when it comes to those numbers. You know what? Serral's done a pretty clean sweep this year around. What do you think?
Yeah, everybody rating Serral incredibly high, which is kind of funny because you might think that after Atlanta, which he did not win, and for Serral standards, that is a story, that they would lower him a tiny bit. But I think everybody kept their eyes on the Masters Coliseum 7. They saw how incredibly good he looked throughout the entire tournament. One little slip up in the group stage, but that's about it. I mean, Yona just felt incredibly powerful throughout the entire month of January. Whenever you saw him, he showed up and he won. He just took care of business. So I don't think anything is too surprising here. Dark Strategy 95 is the one that stands out to me a tiny bit because not everyone is necessarily very fond of the dark strategies. And yeah, honestly, it's hard to follow for him because he keeps on getting away with it. But basically everything that we know about StarCraft II and the stuff that we talk about, Dark often does kind of the opposite, or does a little bit of it, a little bit of Y, a little bit of Z. It's like, but that's not how you can play Zerg. And then Dark is that cool guy from the hoodie. You know, he's like, no, that's how you play Zerg. Like, I make my own timings. And oh yeah, that's the one that I think is a bit surprising. Everything else, totally fine.
Oh, don't worry. I'm a fan of it. I love the chaos that Dark brings. And I love the fact that it is, in part, a little bit of a villain. We need a villain when it comes to StarCraft II. I was about to do a segue. Speaking of another villain, but he's not a villain at all. We actually have Pig on standby. I don't know what I was going to do with that. Who's actually over in MCM as well as Pig. Can you hear me? How are you doing, fella?
Hey, I'm doing great, mate. I've been forced out of my dark lair into this place surrounded by people having a good time at the expo hall. We are right now outside the Intel booth where you can all come and get some signing sessions later today and tomorrow. So if you're down here at the event and you're enjoying it, don't forget to come down here at 3 p.m. We're going to have Group B with Clem, Cure, Oliveira, Bunny, Shin, and Stats. And then later at 4 p.m. we've got Group C. Of course, the greatest of all time, Serral, joining his friends. We're also going to have Byun, Astrea, Kellis, Skillis, and Firefly. So we're also going to have a bunch of sessions later tonight with the other group players right here behind me in the expo hall. We've also got all day tomorrow, all of the casters, including hopefully our desk host. Maybe we'll even get James Kalaris over there.
I'm not on the schedule.
You guys can come out and find us all here. You're not on the schedule?
No!
What's going on, mate? Why are you dodging? Do you not want to give the fans what they want and sign cheeky Kalaris on 100 pieces of paper?
I'm an elusive creature, all right? I actually did it in Atlanta. It was really fun, to be fair. But, you know, maybe we'll try and figure something out down the line. It's okay.
We have Rotterdam as a substitute desk host. He does a better job than you anyway, James. Come on, let's admit it. You want to get down here tomorrow.
Rotterdam is pretty good at taking over the desk hosting duties. He's been coming from my job for a little while, to be perfectly honest. So, anyway, thank you very much, Pig, mate. Have a good time. We'll see you soon, eh?
Thank you.
I know how loud it is in the MCM. It was like he was in the pit stop at an F1 race. Like it's like, all right, we're down here, guys. Thanks, Pig. Calm it. Just relax, okay? But yes, great to hear for those signing sessions. If you're here at the MCM for Katowice as a whole, make sure to go and claim some signatures. Maybe I'll mosey around at some point, even though I'm not scheduled. But it's a great time, Rod. Everyone, when it comes to StarCraft II, when people are coming here, it's very much a family. Everyone kind of knows everyone.
I'm really happy that we brought back those signing sessions. Last year it was a ton of fun. In Atlanta I had a great time. It's also cool to just meet people from all different ages, different places. Everybody's got a different story, and some people say they love your streams, some people say they love your casting, some have been around forever and they come up with this story from 2011. I was like, hey, that's my job, you know, but it's really fun. I love doing it, and it makes me happy that we brought it back.
I haven't done one for a long time until Atlanta, and honestly, 2 people almost made me cry. They were so nice. That's like, it was really, yeah, okay.
I was one of them, right?
Yeah, it was you. No. All right, let's talk about the verses. We have ourselves Trigger going up against Spirit here. And for these two, it's very much a severe situation here, ZG. They're not looking too pretty in the group stage right now, but we know that both of them are capable of a little bit more than we've seen so far.
They're absolutely more capable than what we've seen, but I guess the difference would be that Spirit has proven it at Katowice and in a lot more offline tournaments, where Trigger was absolutely coming in as the fresh face. Let's see how he does in one of the most prestigious and you know, competitive tournaments that exist. So far, hasn't been able to live up to his potential because we've seen a lot of spikes, a lot of promise in like the Americas regionals, for instance. But Spirit, particularly for me, I suppose, I feel like I've been watching him. I got to interview him for my first interview job and all that stuff.
Oh, I remember.
Yeah. Like I you know, watching with keen interest, hoping that he does well. But he's really missed the mark. You know, they're all acceptable losses. They're all understandable losses.
Absolutely.
But it really is unfortunate because I think it was a very doable group for him, but now it is just constantly on the line.
Roddy, your card, what are you thinking?
Actually, I think they did him a tiny bit dirty. I feel like he could have gotten a little bit more, especially when it comes to the attack. Trigger is a very aggressive player. I think he's pretty good at nailing certain attacks. I think in particular his PvT is quite good. Like, I think a lot of people will look at this and be like, Spirit is the big favorite here. I think it's a little bit closer to that. Spirit obviously does have the experience advantage, like Zombie Grub mentioned, has done it before on LAN tournaments and whatnot. Some people may think that Trigger comes in this tournament like, you know, he's got nothing to lose, he's got everything to win, but nobody comes into IEM Katowice with the idea like, I've got nothing to lose. Like, no, they put in the work, they're so happy that they qualified, and you get good results in practice, you get good results in some of those online weeklies. You don't come here to go 0-5 or even 1-4, and at this point there is still that tiniest of tiny chance that one of them is going to make it, right? If you get a 2-0 and a 2-0 in the next series, likely no, possible yes, because we've seen it before. It's going to make it a very fun series. I think Spirit is the favorite, but I also have the feeling that Spirit is probably even more bummed out about how everything has gone down so far in this group than Trigger is. Trigger will look at things and be like, that could have gone better, that could have gone better. For Spirit, this is just a bit more disappointing because the expectations were higher.
All right, well, thank you very much, guys. I'll try and do my best Pig impression now as we're ready to head on over to the stage here. Rachel, what have you got for me?
Thank you so much. Down here on the stage, we are looking at the bottom of Group A. Both of these players looking to pick up their first win in this tournament so far. They're going to need your energy. They're going to need your support. So please welcome Spirit from Na'Vi and Trigger from Basilisk.
Spirit and Trigger fight for, well, a chance still, because they're both 0-3. That's not where they want to be, but there's the opportunity to somehow hope and pray there's a chance there.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is not where Spirit expected himself to be. It's not where anybody expected Spirit to be. I mean, Trigger, he started the day off yesterday with Serral into Gumiho of all things, so got 2 of his toughest opponents right out of the way. But with a loss to Scarlet to start things off today, yeah, they're both looking to make a bit of a U-turn here to still keep their hopes alive in the group.
Yeah, it's a rough place to be. It's definitely not what we wanted to see for these guys, especially Spirit, because I feel like Spirit is so good this year. He always seems to step up at Katowice, and he had a group that was so doable, right? Especially when he's been taking out Gabe in a lot of online cups, right? That was one of the big turning points for me from Spirit this year. That kind of step up as the Terran in Europe. It's obviously just not working out so far. A win here maybe gives them a chance if other results fall their way, but it's going to be pretty darn tough.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Both of them not in a good position whatsoever. But when you're against the other guy that's 0-3 in the group, you got to be looking at, like, this is my chance now to start making a comeback, start trying to make things turn around for the better. And I know that they both know that they have so much to show that they haven't been able to do just yet. But it's always nice to taste that victory on land. So one of them's got to walk away a winner. And one of them, unfortunately, is going to be 0-4 in this group, knocking themselves out.
Yeah, that is going to be pretty brutal as we get ourselves into this in the near future. Of course, I mean, Trigger had a great series against Gumiho, right? It was that back and forth one. They had a lot of fun moments there that has, you know, a lot of potential for Trigger in that series. So that gives me some hope that we maybe get a fun series out of him going up against Spirit. Roddy was hyped up about his TVP as well, so let's see what we get. As the players in black and yellow, they dressed up to match the logos on the bottom screen as well. As in the top left corner, a red Terran player representing Na'Vi is Spirit.
And amongst one of Roddy's many, many children, this is Basilisk Trigger. Yeah, we can call these guys the Bumblebee lads.
The Bumblebee lads. They were very much. I noticed on the map view, I was like, hey, you guys look good together.
No, they absolutely did. Absolutely did. It is going to be Oceanborn here to start things off between them. And Spirit, as far as things go, to me, he's a guy that has a lot of builds up his sleeve. Like, we all know that he can play these late game macro builds. He starts playing the late game before it's the late game. And here already, a cheeky SCV has gone across the map. And it's gone in a path that you don't scout with a probe if you are to scout across the map. So that means, to me, that he's definitely going for an engineering bay block, but Trigger was more than prepared to deal with this. Having a probe already on the low ground, that's perfect.
Perfect, because you can nibble this SCV immediately. There's not a lot of HP on the engineering bay. You can deal with this with a very low amount of probes, which is a big deal because then you can get your Nexus up nice and quickly. You don't have to build it out of position, right? So that's generally the big benefit from all of this, and that's what we're starting to see. As yeah, this is going to get cancelled in a moment, and we're going to be able to just expand as usual, as long as that SCV isn't allowed to build one more engineering bay.
Yeah, and I mean, that SCV going down as well, that already for Trigger was not forced to build Zella. He pulled probes, obviously. Nice start for the Canadian. And I mean, he's had a few games this tournament where he's had nice starts. And in a match like this, where everything is on the line now, yeah, what a way to start for him.
Yeah, really good to see. Just understands what Spirit might try and do. Stop Spirit from trying to play his own game from the very get-go. And of course for Spirit, that's now an SCV down. Scouting is going to be limited from here on out, especially as he skips over the Reaper, goes straight into the Reactor. So really for Spirit, very low amounts of scouting available. Yes, the Reactor first means he can speed into the factory more quickly as well, and maybe some aggression will come from that, but yeah, the little things have definitely fallen in Trigger's favor so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, Spirit's most likely follow up here, just getting out some Reactor Marines, probably a Hellion to scout, given that he's forgone the Reaper in this matchup, and maybe just into good old standard Terran, Widowmine drops galore, you name it. But Trigger, he's a guy that likes his blink, man. He loves his blink, and as I mentioned that, Twilight Council on the way. He's a guy that, he likes his expansions with it, he likes his aggression with it. And if you know a player is more common than not going to go for blink, there's a lot of timings that you can hit before it's really online with tanks and stuff. And Spirit, he's good about those pushes, man.
No, he is really good about those pushes. Hitting early, kind of getting into a lead because of it. So you got to be careful, because if blink catches you off guard and you get caught before you siege up with a tank or so, it can go very wrong very quickly. Factory is going to float on over to the Reactor here, so we're going to see a chunk of units coming out very soon. Oftentimes, a couple of Hellions into a couple of mines. The Hellions run by while the Widow mines get dropped. These plays are pretty common. That doesn't make them easy to defend.
No, it doesn't. I'm just checking out how many gateways is Trigger pumping out here. So just one extra so far. Probably going to be the safe standard 3-base play out of him. And he's all about getting in the face of Spirit early on, and kind of rightly so. He needs to figure out what's going on. This is a really good scout here. That Shade got to see all the production, get to see which units pop out as well, and already getting a little bit of a hintling at what's actually going on. This ain't bad, but this is a proper little ragtag squad moving out across the map, and they are not going to fare too well against a bunch of Stalkers.
Yeah, especially that recall home. Second Stalker gets you. We're going to chase that Stalker down. We have got the factory units chasing across the map. Now the Armory as well. Very Spirit-esque build, right? Just going to try and cause utter chaos with tech throughout the early stages. He's going to have that Armory, so the Widow Mines remain cloaked throughout this as well. And, well, let's see how it goes.
And I tell you what, Trigger, if he was planning on an Expo, he doesn't anymore. 2 extra gates coming online now, going up to the 4-gate scenario. This is going to get very chaotic. So Spirit obviously is going to start trying to deal Widow Mine damage. They're going to be cloaked Widow Mines, but that really delays his tank production. Like, as far as these 2 builds go, when they clash against one another, oh man, I don't like this for Spirit so far. I think he's putting himself in a big spot of bother here already.
Yeah, no, I think this becomes a little bit rough. Let's see what he can do with these mines. Stalker's already in position. Second Stalker shows up now. These mines will get burrowed, and again, they will stay there as well. But there's an observer on the way, so they'll only get to fire once each. Does hit one probe there, waiting to burrow. The probes do move back. It's a Stalker that can blink out of the way, surely. Going to retarget a few times, which is the right thing to do. Just trying to make this annoying, and finally, we get the blink out of the way.
I tell you what, decently handled by Trigger. If there's one thing, it's like move all the Stalkers away besides one, just to make sure that they can't do that retarget stuff. But one thing that Spirit's doing, he's buying himself so much time here, Wardy. I was a little bit worried that it's going to be a one-gear, one-go thing, like keeps on doing it. Very Maru style of old, but no, he's done a good job of buying time. Now this 4-gate has not, it's not on the side of the map that he wants to be playing on here. He wants to be in the face of his opponent. And you see he's moving out here. The Observer's having to come along as well. Yeah. But Spirit, he's not going to let him get away with it just so easily. And
oh no, he's going to split the probes, but that doesn't really help as we kill 8. There's one more Widow Mine yet to fire. It goes for a couple extra. 10 workers going down. Trigger has not got a 3rd base, remember, because he's committing to the 4-gate. This is not looking good to him. As well, he's going to try and do something across the map, but Spirit has a bunch of bunkers up, so I think his defense is going to be reasonable. Has a tank, has a Viking, landed as well. There's some positions that are going to be awkward, but I think Spirit has this mostly controlled. This Widow Mine is going to fire one more time. Kaboom for a few more probes.
I think he even retargeted that onto a probe as well, so really nice play out of Spirit. Blinks onto the tanks, doesn't quite one-shot it. Getting the Viking as well will keep the Warp Prism alive, and all that friendly fire damage. I don't know if that was intended by Trigger, but a lot of those SCVs got softened up by that tank, and this is a lot of chaos on both sides of the map here. It scans to get the Observer. That will continually be a nuisance, and recalls back the Observer to deal with it. I tell you what, I like that decision, though. He doesn't really need the Observers here now, because that factory is not being used for Widow Mine, so nice play out of Trigger.
Yeah, removes a bit of vision, but he roughly knows what his plan is. He needs to hit this naturally, he needs to hit it hard, so vision doesn't help you with that. These SCVs need to keep repairing, man. We're going to blink for the siege tank again. The SCVs are going to turn and help fight the Stalkers. The tank goes down. Problem is all the DPS is in the bunkers, so they're not over here. Stalkers blink further back. Now they're going to have no escape. They're going to try and shuttle down to the bottom side. Finally, they will get away, but man, taking a lot of damage in the process. So many Stalkers die. 18 SCVs killed, but still without a 3rd base. I can't say I love it for Trigger.
No. Like, he's on a clock here. I mean, running into a base where there's 2 bunkers up and a sensor tower on 2 base, you don't often run into that at all, Wardy. But once Stim comes online and the medevacs and stuff, and it doesn't get easier before it gets worse, you know? Like, blinking into the main here will be crazy. Stim is very close to finishing up, and I mean, these are some good trades out of Trigger. He's getting decent damage done over here, microing nicely with the Warp Prism, but still needs to get a lot done with this.
He is now getting a lot more SCVs, though, and that might be the kind of difference maker. He's also taking an expansion up 13 workers. The concern is Spirit just hit his peak, right? He just got Stim, about to have combat shields. This is where Spirit's units are finally very good, and he needs to be very careful, Trigger, to not just keep on pushing here and have nothing at home against a drop as the tank unsieges. And we might just go for it here, but the Stim is available, so 2 tanks, but it's going to be for the cost of so many Stalkers.
Yeah, that was a good, like, 6 or so Stalkers right there. That was not the trade he was looking for. That Observer got to see the siege tank unsiege. Maybe it got to see that medevac flying off to the left as well. That was a big Gabe medevac, hopefully going to the main base, but he brought it all back home in time, and honestly, it's all messy right now. A good 20 workers lost a piece. But Spirit, or rather Trigger, needs to keep Spirit away from his setup right now, because he's trying to macro very hard behind this.
Yeah, I do think that Trigger's taken the step in the right direction, getting the base up, getting the worker lead. He's finally set the foundations for success. It's just surviving for those foundations to truly set, right? If he can live another minute or 2, I think he's going to be okay. But this bio army, when it gets across the map, even with charge, he might not have enough zealots to really make an impact.
There's a few things I like for Trigger in this situation. There's no engineering, or in fact, there is an engineering bay, but no +1 weapons on the way at all, which that's a massive upgrade. He does start it right now, but Trigger's doing everything right at this moment in time. Like, even this Warp Prism, this can deal a lot of damage.
Yep, turns up at the right time, just as Spirit wants to focus on going across the other side. Only downside is right now the Zealots don't have charge, but hey, if there's no units, that doesn't matter too much. The one tank has to go running away. Meanwhile, Spirit is still trying to get across the map here, as we are going to have the Prism. Not close enough to really save those Zealots either, so that's a bit of a shame. These few Stalkers peeling across, Spirit finds those, and will force those to blink back. I really feel like Spirit needs to try and do something, but with double battery on the third, I'm not sure he's going to find a chance.
This is Trigger's starting to run away with this game. Like, getting a few SCVs here and there, lots of damage being done. Spirit, on the other hand, he's going to try and unload right into this mineral line. We'll get a few probes for his trouble.
Yeah, he's on the third base as well, poking in there. There was the batteries on the third base. These couple of Zealots will not last, and this split is not too great from Trigger right now. He's going to start losing a bunch of Stalkers because of it, and this is where Spirit gets a bit of a better trade, but at the end of the day, as units come across, the medevacs go down, everything falls. Spirit was not back on that third in time to punish the move across, and it really is Trigger who's, again, now flourishing from those investments.
Absolutely is, and I mean, his eco is... It doesn't look like it right here, but his eco's in a far better spot, and the tools that he's got on the table here, these tanks, they're no longer the kings on the playground. Colossus are coming online, which tanks are okay against, but the Zealots, the charge lots, that's a real big deal. Like, Spirit was so delayed in getting a reactor up on that starport, couldn't really get out enough medevacs to really do all that drop magic that he was hoping for, and he's in a position here where he's having to get a Ghost Academy pretty darn early in this situation. But all things said and done, we're still in a pretty close game between the two. I just like Trigger's position just a little bit more.
Yeah, just having the third base already up and running, it just feels like from here he just needs to wait it out and defend through it. Whereas Spirit is the one that needs to make something happen. He's adding on barracks as well, right? He is sending it on 2 bases. And Trigger taking a 4th base, maybe that becomes a slight concern, because if Spirit's just about to send this on one big attack, the last thing you want to be doing is overcommitting to more economy, more tech like the Templar Archives that might not all have a chance to come to fruition.
I was a little bit mistaken. I thought at some point Spirit was trying to put a third down at his natural, but obviously that's not the case at all. Trigger needs to be very aware of what's happening, and so far I think he's clued in and locked into the fact that Spirit isn't about taking a third base right now, which is absolutely pivotal, because if he's just like probing out like crazy, he could find himself in a bit of trouble. This is going to be a massive, massive all-in attempt from Spirit here.
Yeah, but there's going to be 2 Colossi, very close to 3 by the time Spirit arrives. They will have that range as well.
Floating over the main base for this. All right, all right. I hope Trigger can find out that this isn't a new third kind of thing, just so he knows what kind of situation he's in. But the longer that Spirit waits here, I mean, the tech just keeps on going up and up, and that Colossus count, like Vikings, he doesn't have the money to pump enough out to deal with them, right? He's really going to be relying on these tanks and good Marauder splits and all that.
Yeah, I'm really surprised Spirit hasn't just pulled the trigger.
Me too.
I thought with the first couple of ghosts coming out, I was like, right, that's the ghost symbol. He's pushed, he's already pushed the Prism back as well, so there's nothing that Trigger can do to like hit him even harder back at home. And he's just sat here. Clearly, he doesn't feel like he's got enough to make it work, but he's playing off such a precarious position otherwise, so a little bit of a wild situation. We wait to see what Spirit wants to do. Trigger's back on the map with the Prism as well. Also has that Zealot run by around the right side. It's just setting up there. As, yeah, he sees this tank setup. It looks super defensive from Spirit, so Trigger's going to have a look at this and be like, well, I guess I'm glad I took a 4th base.
Yeah, absolutely. Second Robo coming online, Dark Shrine as well, more pros being pumped out. Like, Trigger was put in a really tricky situation here with how things were going, but I think he was making a lot of the right reads, because we see everything, and we thought Spirit's going to go, right? But it didn't happen, and Trigger was very cautious about the pro production, but as you see now, a very, very healthy count for him. And he survived. Like, nothing was thrown his way. It's such a weird game. He does have to be careful about how greedy he is behind this, like getting a 5th base online, which, I don't hate it, but I still think he's not aware of how dire, like, this 2 orbital situation is from Spirit. But Spirit's, is he just hoping that he's going to get attacked? I feel that it's something like that, right?
He's almost like, hey, you're ahead, right? Come kill me. And so I'm just going to be super defensive, but I mean, at some stage he's got to send it. Maybe he just maxes and goes, maxes off super low SCV count so he has more army supply for one bursty fight, and just hope he hits all the EMPs, jumps on some tech units, and just wins out. I mean, clearly now is apparently the time, as we are going to see the Prism moving up the left-hand side. It's going to be able to drop in before this Viking gets rid of it, but a few bio units already here to grid it, and that's going to be a shutdown on the Prism, so that's going to give Spirit more freedom to really commit to the other side of the map.
I like this by Trigger, though. Like, he knows that this is a massive bio army, and he's trying to... Like, he knows time is on his side. Like, we see all those resource arrows there. They are pointing absolutely in direction of the Protoss player. 3 disruptors at a time as well. And when DTs with Blink come online, I mean, that's going to cause mass chaos. Has to be careful about taking a fight like this, though. And so far, I like greeting it out on the map and slowing down these tanks. And this is actually very nice play out of Trigger. He's doing a good job of just turning this into his game and not Spirit's at all.
He's really made all of this happen by his own accord, right? He's really been the one that put this position into place, and now getting to play it out. We do just have this one massive army to deal with. Spirit's been very cautious with his tank siege, catches a few zealots here. They're going to be freebies. I kind of like that Trigger's just like, okay, this is happening, and he just went fully into disruptor production. He's like, even if they just buy me time, that's good for me, right? And that's what disruptors are great at. So I like that part of it. Spirit continuing to move these tanks around, siege them up once again. Still has zealots on his third base. I mean, he has to do something at some point about that. Disruptors here still do not connect, but even every stim right now feels as though it's going to drain away that medevac energy maybe a little bit too much.
Look at this SCV count, Wardy. Like, Trigger's just been bleeding them out. Yeah. Zealots in the natural, Zealots in the third, which is actually the main floated over. Like, Spirit's dead. Like, he's so dead. He's so all in here. Like, I have no idea what his game plan was for a lot of this game. He felt totally lost.
Yeah, I mean, it just felt like with what he did at some point there should have been a timing. Now he's got a bunch of units still at home as well, so he's not even fully set up for kind of maybe the best base trade situation. I mean, Trigger shows up, kills the third base that was the main, as he mentioned, and now he's just going to start wandering home. Now he does just have to take this fight. Well, there's already a disruptor there. That goes down. Next disruptor is just going to clip the edges. Robo facility in some trouble. In fact, it looks like the disruptors all got brought back, so they're already connecting. Spirit supply is starting to drop, and Trigger's just getting reinforcements.
I'm not sure I agree with trying to come back to deal with this if I was Trigger. Like, if he takes out all the orbitals, then starts working on this army, but I mean, those disruptors, they are very lonely fellas just marching into this fight here, but there's just too much Trigger, isn't there? And Spirit getting cleaned up. It was a nice little nook for all these tanks to be in, but there was just too much Protoss on the field, and Trigger's running away with this one, and Spirit, he's going full fantasy in this game, man. Like, full fantasy GG timing. GG. Spirit tries to put up a fight, but this man over here on the camera walks away with game 1.
Really well played as well, because he was not in the best of positions at first. He really had to make things happen, and he made things happen. As soon as Spirit wanted to move out, he dropped in with the Zealots. He was aggressive with the Stalkers again. He made Spirit stop for long enough to give himself the chance to get back into it. Killed a bunch of SCVs in the process because he played with Stalkers well too. And just credit to Trigger, because that was not an easy position he was in, and he was able to just about make it work. And yeah, I mean, at this point right now, like, this is where he finally got the SCV damage. I was like, okay, now he's got a chance, but he's still going to have the army problem, but he kept it busy enough that the army didn't matter. It never got the chance to take advantage, and Spirit could have really done with some point just saying, you know what, let's go for it, right? Because this was as aggressive as he got, but this was A, too late, and B, then it was even just a portion of it all, so yeah, weird game from Spirit overall.
And I mean, it's a hard game to read, right? Where you've done obviously a lot of damage with your Winter Mines, but you've taken a lot of damage as well. Like, where are you both? But I feel that Trigger made a lot better reads after that point than Spirit did. And granted, he may have been in a more comfortable situation. I did say at the start that when it comes to Blink versus Cloak Winter Mines, I much prefer that situation as a Protoss player, because eventually you're going to have the map control and be able to read your opponent a little bit better. But yeah, Spirit just felt very, very lost with no idea what to do against him.
Nope, very, very true. It'll be interesting to see what approach he takes, because it was a very Spirit game, you know, like, oh, I'm going to Cloak Winter Mine drop you, I'm going to be non-stop, and that part of it went well. It just then all fell apart for him, so we'll see what approach he takes into game number 2. Trigger up map and looking to try and take his first series of the tournament. Every series is important, even if this doesn't translate to getting out of the group in the end. There's still prize money for every match that's played here in these round robins, so you know, everything really is important. Of course, right now, even if it doesn't eventually translate, it still keeps your hopes alive, maybe until tomorrow.
Absolutely does. Absolutely does. And tell you what, if he clinches this 2-0, that's a big deal, because people have made it out of group stages with a 2-3 score. I know he took a map off Gumiho in their series. Obviously, against Solar, didn't go well. I think against Scarlet wasn't the best for him either, but 2-0 here could really make him feel good, and that would absolutely not be what Spirit does want. He's one map away from guaranteed elimination at this point. And speaking of the man here on Alcyone to start things off on the second map, it is Na'Vi's Spirit.
And in the top right-hand side, our blue Protoss from Basilisk, it is Trigger.
Basilisk fans, man, they're here. I like that you just had a little chuckle when you saw it. You're just like,
yeah, Triggered Spirit. That was a good one.
It was it was. Definitely not the game that Spirit was looking for. It was a risky opening to go for, I think. Like, TVT or TVP in general, like, I know Reddit will tell me that this matchup is unwinnable for Protoss, but there's a lot of builds for Terran that are just good these days that can guarantee your safety into a normal game, which Spirit shouldn't be looking at himself against Trigger as like, oh, I have to resort to one of these crazier things, right? Like, but again, it's a series. First game, you can throw out something a little bit weird and wild, see how your opponent does with it, because it could guarantee you a cheeky win, or, you know, a game like we just had, but yeah, every game is a clean slate.
Every game a clean slate. We'll see what the builds are going to turn out to be here on Alcyone with Cybercore coming up next, going down. No attempt of a blockage this time from Spirit, so just going to stay away from that. He has already mined through on the bottom side though, and so it's looking as though it's cheeky proxy time on the bottom, or on the far right side of the map.
I wonder what he's going to do. Like, factory obviously over here, right? But is it going to be like a 3 Hellion dropship kind of thing, or... I mean, he's definitely throwing out some cheekiness in this series so far. I don't hate it, but yeah, it's definitely wily, man. Definitely wily.
Yeah, we've got the gas for the factory now. Does he build the factory over there? Looks like he will. Absolutely. There's maybe the very small chance he just wait for the starport to go there, but then the SCV would have been there a long time, so yeah, factory goes there. Obviously has the chance to maybe float up, or just build the starport next to it and you just keep on dropping from that proxy position to keep up the pressure.
And we've got to remember, Spirit right now, blind as a bat, did not scout his opponent this game at all. So his vision, the map is a very, very scary, claustrophobic place right now. We'll be getting a bunker for safety at the front. I like that move. Some players still like to go for a stalker across the map, like 13 years on, Kevin. But yeah, getting a nice little bunker there, cheeky, will help these Marines deal with whatever's at the front as well. Also, kind of denies a little bit of scouting if your opponent really wants to push in. And again, Blink will be the choice for Trigger, and that shouldn't be too surprising for Spirit.
No, and maybe that's why he's opening like this, because Blink is not going to help you defend against these things. Yes, it gives you the better follow-up maybe to do damage, but it doesn't give you good defense initially. You don't have the Phoenix to lift up units and to kind of nullify the power of the attack. They're losing Adept here as well. You see Spirit's micro, first person, just to take that down. So the Adept will fall. And we get ready with the structure back at home as well. Second barracks coming up there, so all this harassment about to start up, and like I say right now, Trigger doesn't really know about it either, so it's going to be very important that he tries to be in position preemptively. Losing one Adept ain't going to help you with that, though.
No, it is not. And was that second barracks in the main? It should be, right?
It was.
All right, you're right. So far, getting rid of that Adept's actually quite nice. Getting a little bit of scouting information now with that Marine. If it waits over by that third, you can kind of, well, I guess you like to take the triangular base, but you can take whatever as a third. But this really depends on this Hellion drop dealing quite a bit of damage. Now, is it possible we can see the pylon positioning in the main base of Trigger in this situation? Because if you don't spot it as it's coming in, you can be in a lot of trouble. Okay, really nice pylon placement.
Where's the units? Yeah, I mean,
not here.
Yeah, everything's on the low ground, so you see it coming, a little bit of a heads up, but still, all Hellions get to unload. We're going to get rid of 4 probes only so far. There's a couple low HP probes you could really do with finishing off. We're going to go towards the clump right now. Don't tell me this is only 4. We're going to get to 6. Now we're going to get up to 7. This is starting to get there eventually. 9 just felt like it could have been better. I mean, it is good, obviously, just...
No, I think Trigger actually dealt with that pretty decently to say he had no units or no idea of it being where it was. But he's going for the aggression again. 4 gates, right? Up on line. I mean, this is actually going to be fairly tricky to hold. I mean, 3 barracks at home, but...
Actually, starport floating home. No units out of those.
There was definitely some Hellions misfiring there. Like I saw one hit the assimilator a little bit. They're a little bit indecisive, and definitely not the damage he was looking for. And Trigger going full Blink Boy over here.
If he jumps in the main base, there's very little for Spirit to defend this. This is almost definitely going to have to be an instant SCV pull. And if you start losing SCVs already, that's a problem, as Stim's going to end up being delayed potentially. We're going to find a Marauder straight away. That's a huge catch, and obviously each Marine he knocked down is just a huge chunk of the DPS available to Spirit, so Trigger already off to a decent start. We'll trade against a few SCVs. Blinks down. Shouldn't really bother too much. I mean, he could maybe target down one of these. Factory seems to be his choice. Going to try and get it. A few extra Stalkers will go as well, and yeah, we're actually going to kill a Factory.
Yeah. Funny that he used Blink to get under it, though, because now it means that the Blink isn't going to be able to go into the main, so maybe a little bit crazy, but I mean, cooldown's pretty low. SCVs are pulled, kind of late to the party, but he's doing a good job of just dealing economic damage. And remember, back at home, his eco's just left completely untouched now, and he is getting ready to gear up for a third base, so this isn't a full Giga committal by Trigger, but I gotta say, I thought Spirit was going to take more damage from all of this. Well done handling so far.
He knew you had to pull the SCVs quickly, and that's exactly what he did. This is dangerous as well, though. Right now, you've just got 4 Stalkers to deal with here, and that's still such a nuisance. They get so much done, and you've still got a fear threat of the other Stalkers as well. So, good opportunity from Trigger just to get even more done, get a bit further ahead, and even a Dark Shrine coming up, he's once again heading towards this point where he's like, hey, I'm going to have harassment set up for myself. I'm going to give myself choices. Stim's about to be done. We're once again at that point where the Terran army is going to reach its peak potential for the early game. And that is scary. It's once again up to Trigger to try and stop Spirit from getting across the map.
One super sad thing for Spirit right now is there's no reactor on his starport. I think he had to just kind of go with it naked, and that's a very quick Dark Shrine as well, as our observer just showed us there. Losing a Stalker at the front here, it's maybe one of his first losses in the last minute or so. And a third base does start for Spirit this time, but he is no longer the bully on the playground. He's the guy that has to sit, weather the storm for a bit until he gets enough medevacs out, which you see that reactor building on there. That takes a lot of time, and this is the kind of game that Trigger wants to play, where he's the one that makes the moves, but does he know about this?
Yeah, a little bit of push coming up the left-hand side. He is starting to retreat home, so he's getting the idea of it at the very least. And now, of course, you open those DTs as well, so the preparation here from Spirit is going to be important. He does not currently have a scan available on the natural. That's a fresh mule drop down, so I feel like he is in trouble. He does not have a scan available at all, in fact. And with multiple DTs, that's going to be troublesome. Immediately, missile turret starts up, but this means you're losing so many SCVs. As long as you don't get your first, the first scan killing 2 DTs, this should be great. We're even going to kill a missile turret in the natural to extend this even further. There's the scan, but again, those are limited resources right now.
Massively so. Trigger in a phenomenal position. Look at that bio army that was out on the map. It's all back home. I mean, Trigger, he's really toying with Spirit in this series. I did not expect Trigger to be able to make this, or Spirit look like this. He's playing really good here, Wardy.
This engineering pay is actually about to go down. SCVs are going to pull across, and DT is finally going to get dealt with as the missile turret comes online. This DT just sitting between the bases, getting some extra swipes off, killing a depot. The cooldown supply depot as well, as the Spirit gets supply blocked off, losing that one. Reactor is burning down as well. Just all the little bits and pieces continuing to add up. And this is what you love to see for a Protoss player, as the engineering bay is going to burn down. Spirit is just... he's out of it, man. Like, he is just not having a good time at all.
No, he's really not. Like, he's being forced back home at every opportunity here. Even if he does move out, it's like, you're against a bigger, better Protoss right now. Like, I think that's the second Colossus finishing up right here. Might even be the third. And Trigger, he knows something's coming. He doesn't quite know from where. But honestly, the amount of units that he's able to pump out right now, pretty damn decent. Okay, it's just the first Colossus out, actually. So there is a little window where Spirit can get something done, and let's never underestimate what a 3 orbital Terran can get done, especially in the hands of somebody like Spirit.
Yeah, the one thing Spirit did is not lose too many SCVs as he drops straight into the main base, and suddenly Trigger's the one that has to be the responder, so this is going to be tough. Loses the Prism on the other side of the map as well, so that's going to be dealt with at some stage as well. Now Spirit pushes into the third at the same time, and Trigger's a little bit all over the place. He's actually defending the third, but he needs to commit into this main in an ugly position. Fortunately, he is dealing damage across the map at the same time, and looks as though there's enough bio, right? We're getting rid of the Zealot, but the Zealot's warping right in on top. It's not enough so far. DTs get scanned immediately.
This is not clean. What's happening? Trigger's falling apart. This army in the main, he was not ready for it whatsoever. Look at Trigger. He knows he's lost control of this game. What has just happened?
Wow, Spirit just, I mean, it was all in the main base as well. Whatever happened on the third, that was dealt with, but he just didn't have the units over there. It was his moment of weakness. Like you said, there was an opportunity right just before too much splash comes online, and he gets somewhere. There's no batteries, there's no defender's advantage. In fact, the aggressor had the advantage there. The Colossus nearly going down. I mean, this is just ugly. We might even drop on top of the Colossi right now for some free pickings, as, yeah, one of those is absolutely going to go down, if not both of them.
Oh, no. I mean, this is a disaster. Spirit, look, you can see the pain on his face, and pure relief there, because Spirit knows that was not a game that he had any involvement being in, like, that was just crazy. And yeah, he can have a little bit of a cheeky smile as well, because he was down and out. That drop in the main, I saw like a Protoss army coming over to deal with it. then just a few ragtag units were left over. The rest would be in, like, I think F2'd over to his third base to deal with a little army. Trigger just did not respect how big and strong that drop was in the main.
No, the drop in the main base was, well, it just won the game, and especially the position, because when he started to fight it, he had to run through his own choke points to get on top of the bio. That's never going to be pretty, right? And I think he had the upgrade advantage as well, so the bio really shredded through Zealots. That made a big difference in the end, and that's going to lead us to this 1-1 tied-up series going to a Game 3 as Trigger. He did so much right in this game. The one thing I will say is the DTs didn't find a lot of SCVs, but I really felt the rest of the damage they got was great, right? You got a reactor, you know, you forced, you know, got the engineering bay and stuff. These things just add up, and the chaos and having to pull SCVs away, that's damage too. That felt like more than enough. Yeah, but I mean, Spirit just found the one moment he still had. As we take a few moments here, I think Spirit taking a quick bathroom break.
It makes me wonder, like, that army in the top left, I wonder where that went eventually. Did it get recalled to a base? Or, like, what happened with the recalls in general? Because, yeah, he had nothing to greet that main army in the main. Like, it was... Oh, that... and Spirit... Yeah, this is absolutely what I do, by the way. If I knew I won a game like that, I'd be like, absolutely, I'm having a bathroom break right now. I'm going to let you see it. Anyway, we're going to go to a short video where we give the players some time.
Everyone, this is Scarlet.
I'm Big Gabe.
I'm Spirit.
I'm Solar.
And we're going to be going over our stats today. Everyone rated each other before the tournament, and we'll see what we got and discuss. So I will start. Okay, attack 79.
Oh?
Oh?
That's pretty lower than I think.
You think my attack is good?
Yeah, better than
my other stats?
Yeah.
Okay. My defense is 78. Very similar.
No difference so far.
No difference. Strategy 80.
Too low. No. Too low.
You can play. Too low?
99. So far, it seems like everybody just picked 8 out of 10 in your rating.
Yeah.
Because you don't play enough games.
Yeah. Speed 81.
Very fair. Yeah, and versatility 80, and then the last set 80 as well, right?
Not quite. Macro 83. That's the biggest difference so far.
Biggest difference.
Micro 79.
Pretty solid, yeah, I think so.
And overall 80.
I hope I'm overall 80 as well.
Yeah, 80 is pretty good. I'm happy with it. But
I'm a washed-up player. I hope I'm in the 70s.
It's true that nobody really had an opinion if they put the same with everything.
Oh, 83?
Oh. Overall?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, overall.
Are they sure? I think I'm a little worse than last year, and I think last year was 79. Attack, 85. Defense, yeah, I mean, the big gate pushes, come on. If there's anyone disagreeing here, I'm getting angry. Defense, 82. Strategy, 81. Speed, 81. Macro, 86. And micro, 82. So more macro and attack, and less micro.
It's all pretty similar, though.
Yeah, actually. Yeah, it seems people just skipped over me as well. Yeah.
I agree, your macro is pretty solid.
I disagree with defense. You have higher defense. Versatility, lower, should be lower.
Nah, the versatility, that's always what people say, oh, you always play standard, but I don't.
He has the builds for the tournaments. The ladder
Just
is the
because
standard.
I'm streaming.
The streaming,
so.
yeah.
No, I'm very happy with that rating. I'm not wondering what you guys got.
All right, let's see. 80.
Oh, I see a lot of differences in there.
Attack 76, defense 84, strategy 77, speed 77, macro 85, micro 79.
Yeah, I think you get these stats because you always camp.
Big defense, big macro.
Never attack, always camp.
Camping terrain.
Yeah, this is the camping terrain.
The best play style.
Oh, 87.
Wow.
Overall. Attack 88, defense 87, strategy 81, speed 88, macro 91, and micro 86.
I'm actually surprised you're below 90.
Oh, really?
I rated you higher.
I'm a little bit disappointed that my strategy is 81. I feel like
what is strategy?
81, but like, I feel like I'm the only one, the brilliant strategy on the tournament in Korean scene. I always try many funny stuff in DBC also.
My statistics sucks. They are not true.
You're not sure? What do you do?
Strategy is 87. I have like a million build orders.
Well, I mean, if any of the viewers agree or disagree, feel free to discuss it in the chat, and yeah, we'll see you guys around.
Well, that was beautiful, Ben. Does not agree.
There's a few things that I like. I like that Big Game's just like, yeah, we didn't know where to put you because you don't play anymore. And it's like, okay. Then he's like, obviously my attack's high. Big Game pushes. Come on. Like that was awesome. And Spirit so far, these strategies. He said he deserved 87. So far, they've been getting him quite behind. So Spirit, I think that scorecard was maybe onto something, mate.
Maybe onto something. Maybe you should stick to just the defensive Terran style as we get into the third and final game of this series. Top right-hand corner, the red Terran representing Na'Vi. Not happy with his stats. Maybe happy about that last game, though. It's Spirit.
And spawning on bottom left, it is Basilisk Trigger. Been kind of a fun series so far. Like, lots of chaos, lots of weird stuff. Spirit getting himself like very behind, or he's been very, very all about dealing a lot of damage with these builds, hasn't he? It's very much like a do or die kind of build situation for him, like Proxy Factory, 3 Hellions, and then he looked a little bit shaky with the micro on it. So I hope that he starts doing stuff a tiny bit more normal. He's going to go for an engineering block again over here. When Clem does this, he always waits for the SV just a little bit and does go for a kind of weird scouting pattern so you don't meet the probe directly across the map. But Trigger, look at this.
Wow, I mean, that's just, that's one heck of a probe movement.
He's proper soul reading Spirit, which is kind of funny to say about a guy formerly known as Soul, but like he's proper reading him. This makes, oh! Okay, I thought it was a cheeky surround there, but might have mineral walked out of it. But yeah, this is actually just showing that Trigger's come in very prepped about his opponent in particular, which is very cool to see.
Yeah, playing great openings, right? Like the early game's been pretty good for Trigger. Obviously, was not quite aware of what was happening last time, and still was, very playable for him. And Spirit gets ready to drop his expansion down, and this time he's going to build that Reaper as well. We've seen Reactor first both times so far, right? So something a little different from Spirit now to get that Reaper out and to get scouting here on Hecate.
Yeah, like I always, when I think I'm the favorite player in a best of 3, I always like to go with the, okay, let's get some scouting information going. So like Reaper's always one in my arsenal, maybe like a Hellion follow-up afterwards. You know, people did that for a while where it was like 2 Marine, 1 Hellion, just to get that follow-up scout going. But I feel also maybe Spirit's been thinking about, okay, my opponent is fairly predictable in the sense that he does love his Twilight Councils, but he has started showcasing a little bit of the Phoenix play. But we already saw that once against Gumiho in this tournament, and it kind of was a little bit lacking, and to throw it out in the final game, maybe he's kicking himself a little bit for that, because he was playing very good with the Blink Boys, which, yeah, Trigger going again for the Twilight Council, which, given how strong he's shown with it so far in these games, he's not been losing because of build order, so yeah, might as well stick with it.
Yeah, I like it. I think I like it a lot, and I think Spirit as well also says in this game, like, hey, my openings being aggressive haven't been great for me, so even better time to go Blink, right? Because then you don't have to be like, oh, the Blink's not going to help me out initially on the defense and so on. I can just get to Blink cleanly and then play from there. Okay, Spirit might not be as underprepared, right, from being aggressive and not succeeding, but it does just kind of, as Trigger say, yeah, I kind of have a pass to go Blink if I want to.
Absolutely, absolutely. Will be a Hellion afterwards as well, so that allows him to get a little bit more scouting potential with the follow-up, but this build that we're seeing out of Spirit this time, definitely a little bit more normal than what we've been seeing so far. And yeah, given that he has to start counting what the units are afterwards, but he'll be out on the map very soon. Will be a tech lab coming online for that factory as well, most likely for pretty early tanks, but if he's foregoing the Widow Mines entirely, interesting.
Yeah. Something a little bit different in terms of approach. These Marines going to get one of these Adepts at the very least as it kites backwards. The other Adept will continue to fire. I was going to say maybe the Starport source to the Tech Lab, right? Because that's an opportunity as well to get something going pretty quickly here, and he's still going to be playing kind of aggressively then. Cloak Banshee's the plan, but don't love that against the Blink Stalkers coming through.
Yeah, I really feel that Spirit is... I mean, if he gets Banshee and Tank, it can actually be very problematic. He is one of these Terrans. He's one of the only Terrans left that actually likes Banshees against Protoss, because if you get into a mineral line, you feel good. This is a big scout. That Reaper died on the way in, but the Hellion did not, and that's exactly why you like to get the Hellion in these mixtures. So he knows, okay, I'm against 4-gate Blink again. Let's see what I can get done against it this time. He's been pretty good about getting the Tech Lab online for the factory here, and if he just kind of hunkers on down, gets a bunker, or maybe 2 bunkers on low ground, 1 bunker in the main, I think he can look all right, you know. The setup doesn't spell like, oh, he's in all sorts of trouble here. In fact, it's really going to come down to what these Banshees can get done.
Yeah, Banshees are really important, and they can be great defensively too, right? The damage of a Banshee is pretty darn good even against Stalkers, so you see already Trigger setting up a couple of Stalkers just at home to prepare for, defenses in these early stages. And he's going to already set up towards the third base for an expansion as well, it looked like by that click, so getting all of that ready, and again, keeping his Stalkers back to just have some defense should Spirits show up with something. So yeah, that's going to be an important moment as we obviously look towards the natural. We're actually going to get first person view of the attack in. The tank's too far back, I think, to really do too much, but actually it's too far back to actually cover the bunkers, so it kind of works in both ways.
It certainly does. I mean, there is going to be a second tank online most likely very soon, and you saw that little warning, and there's no shield battery there. All of a sudden, Trigger's put very much on the clock. He is very quick to react with an observer over there, but no observer in the front. And yeah, what's he going to do with these Blink Stalkers? Is he just going on in there?
Yeah, he said.
Oh my goodness, that is ridiculous. And I think...
Horrible play.
yeah, I mean, this is one of those moments where it's like, all right, you're kind of on a clock here, but do you really want to just kind of gun it? Like, you can go back. You're allowed to go back, Trigger, but he was not about that life just then. And this Banshee play, we looked at it and it's like, oh, is that really what you want to do? But it actually worked out very well for Spirit here.
He really, I felt like Trigger panicked. He's like, there's a Banshee, and there's a Banshee on my Stalkers. Right, I'm going to send it, but he already saw a tank. Like, he played as though he's like, okay, there can't possibly be any defense there. Double bunker, double tank. And that's why I didn't like it at all. It's almost like he just forgot that there was any possibility of a defense being available. He gets a couple more SCVs, but he's going to have to keep on finding those because you want to be ahead in workers at this sort of stage. Right now, you are not. And Spirit is going to, as he hits Stim in combat field, potentially could do a lot. There's going to be a blink in. The tank is sieged up. The other tank repositioning. We're going to warp more Stalkers in as well. We're committing to this a little bit. Of course, we can still blink out. Tank still shelling away from afar. And SCV is ready to be pulled into this as well. Wow, what a play by Trigger. He's so committed.
Yeah, I didn't expect him to warp in there. I was thinking, mate, you need to get out of here, right? But, I mean, killing one of the tanks, that's a big deal. The Banshee, like, he does have an observer available, and I'm not sure he wants to stick around here, Wardy, but he is all about sticking around, and that's still an ample number of units left over here. And the one thing I'm really worried about for Trigger, all these Stalkers are getting really bruised, you know?
Yeah.
Like, if a counterattack does happen, which it absolutely will, look at those big, juicy upgrades coming online for Spirit, those Stalkers aren't going to last long in a fight.
This has been the kind of the way the series has gone, though, right? Spirit feels like it's time to go counterattack. Trigger's been brilliant at stopping him, so if he can do it one more time, well, he really needs it because his army supply isn't there right now. His charge isn't quite there just yet, so yeah, this would be the time to absolutely just stop Spirit from going across the map once more, and he's doing his best with these few Stalkers for the moment.
Yeah, Trigger's mindset right now, you're absolutely right. His eco is technically better, right? He's on 3 Nexus, he's getting set up, he's getting charge lots online, going for that Robotech as well. So absolutely, he's just all about, okay, I've got to keep you at bay. What's the best way to do that? I'm going to be aggressive, in your face. Let's utilize my mobility here, get a good job done. And here, if he gets out now, I tell you what, nice little trade. Marauder keeps the army back at bay, a little bit of scanning info, and the SCV as well. Ah, not bad, not bad.
Yeah, job well done as, again, just Spirit is not making that move out. He's definitely been reluctant to move out, it feels like, right?
I feel that he's missing this massive blur in his base of this observer seeing everything. Now, that is a big Gabe medevac. Going to go all the way around the map, hoping to get into the main. And these Stalkers, when you're a guy that's as crazy as Trigger, you got to know that he's willing to commit, so he has to be careful about the front of his base as well. But finally going to have this starport on a reactor, being able to pump out medevacs, that will help Spirit a lot.
Yeah, that one medevac, I like that this one actually gets across this time. You remember back in that first game where it had to pull back home to deal with the kind of attack, and that really just meant that Spirit had nothing across the map for so long. This I like a little bit better, give you a bit of momentum. I mean, look at Trigger go with the 4th base coming online as well. I mean, he sees the 3rd coming up from Spirit, so he says, okay, well, you know, in theory, I should be able to get a 4th. And
is there any vision? Is there any vision here? Is this like, so, no. Oh, this is like the one sweet spot. It's so important to have pilots around your base. And Trigger, he's very focused on the front. Beautiful big warp in here, and have recall as well. I mean, he's very much about stopping this from dealing too much damage, but I tell you what, 9, 10 probes for a drop like that, 11? And the Banshee over here. Ah, Spirit, this is the Spirit we wanted to see, mate. This is absolutely gorgeous play out here.
Yeah, always kind of finding use for his other units, right? Even these kind of small units from earlier in the game, gets in there, gets a few more probes. Just the multi-prong, and suddenly, Trigger used all his defenses, right? He's like, oh, I had to warp in, I had to recall back home. Spirit knows he can move forward a bit, even if that's just taking the 3rd base. It's freedom that he's not really felt in these games so far.
No, absolutely. I think the Banshee did go down over here to the Stalker. Yeah, that's what our obs is showing us. Probe count, pretty damn low, but he is able to chrono boost out 4 at a time, and that's exactly what he's going for. Teching up as well, Thermal Lance coming online, getting that +2 attack, second Robo as well. I mean, Spirit does have a very formidable army, and lots of Terrans, as soon as those next couple of ghosts pop out, it's all about you getting on the map, slowing down the Protoss a little bit, and it's a lot of Marauders in this army. It's very Marauder heavy, so it's very, very solid.
No, it really is. It's a lot of Marauders mixed in there. As our army of Trigger continues to get set up around the bottom, and you're going to be seeing finally Spirit actually going to push across the map. He's not had a lot of these, as the Zealots already set up the counterattack, and Trigger's very happy to meet armies on the map. He knows what he can force with this. He knows he can force the siege up and slow this down, and that's what he feels like he needs, give his Zealots more time to get in position, and he's got Zealots on both sides, Ben, so he is really set to do a lot of damage here. Let's see what Spirit's choice is going to be defensively.
Tell you what, that's a really good army to be sat at home ready for a push. This bunker setup as well, that's gorgeous. Zealots can't do anything so far. Trigger is, or rather Spirit is meeting the challenge, and he's got this army out on the map, but I don't think he's really needing to do something with it right here, right now. Okay, cancel at the last moment there. I mean, Spirit does have to be careful. There isn't a lot of anti-Colossus in this mix.
No, the Colossi are like the issue right now, and we're about to see Disruptors too, so it's getting a more complicated Protoss army to deal with. Those Disruptors stop you from being able to just push in and chase units down as well, which give the Colossi even more safety. As you're going to see, this army has not been reinforced for a hot second either, because he's been dealing with the Zealots back at home, so scary moment, but Spirit kind of gets the jump at the start of the fight, and now some reinforcements have been showing up as well.
So many tanks. Like, the tanks aren't bad against the Colossus, but they're also pretty darn good against the Disruptors. Like, they make it very tricky. Spirit doesn't need to fight this. That was actually not a bad split, but at the end, a few units did run in there. I mean, okay, finally, a Zealot run-by is going to get in and does get to deal damage. Nice hold position on these SVs, removing their attack priority over there. And these Zealots will get cleaned up eventually, but does slow down reinforcements. But this army's getting ridiculously close, and tanks, they want you back up against the wall, and that is a very early shield battery overcharge.
Yep, this is going to be a big force here from Spirit. Still just trying to push up, but I mean, yeah, the overcharge is going to die off. Maybe that gives Spirit more of an opportunity, but still having to deal with those Zealots on the other side. That CC is in trouble once again. More Zealots showing up. This CC might go down. No fourth really puts the pressure on Spirit.
It really does. Absolutely does. And Trigger, he doesn't need to push the issue necessarily, like, because he's getting +3, +1 armor behind this. He's taken a 5th base as well. So if he, in his mind, he's just like, all right, if I slow down this push, I'm actually in good shape. And I totally agree with him. He's even getting DTs amidst all this as well.
Yep, again, the Dark Templar coming through. Just something else to cause chaos, right? And to make Spirit even more troublesome here are the DTs, by the way. And they are going to just jump straight in for a little bit of SCV damage. It's getting more and more dire for Spirit. He's going to have to pull the trigger very soon on Trigger, because he's just not got much at all anymore. He's losing so many SCVs. Well, now it feels like he has to just go across the map. But forcing a fight into Disruptors never ends well.
He's down to 38 SCVs amidst all this. And I mean, this is a nice little hold that you've got going at the bottom of this ramp. But Trigger, again, we already talked about it. He doesn't even need to necessarily hold this off. He just needs to buy time. Time is massively on his side. 73 probes to 34 SCVs. And Spirit, he's starting to feel the pressure a little bit. A few whiffs here from these Disruptors. And remember, Trigger doesn't need to fight right now. Is he going to go, oh, massive Disrupt hit? I think Trigger is in a pretty decent shape. And if he gets out of this fight before the shield battery overcharge is done, I think that's actually a really good move. One thing he can't do is get too overeager, because the rest of the reinforcements from Spirit are joining the field, but nice patient play out of the Protoss.
1 DT, 2 DTs across the map, right? Could keep a bit of pressure on, but otherwise your money is just rising up, and you're going to have so much economy in comparison to your opponent with double the work account. You're just going to be rich, and he's even just a DT on these reinforcements. Just 4 scans, 4 mules not to be used, because right now that's something that Spirit can't afford. Spirit really is forced to keep going up this ramp. He does find one Disruptor shot there. This one doesn't connect. He really wants to try and find this base, and, well, Trigger, he's not going to contest it too much. He's just going to back away from it. He says, you know what? I've got another base to the left side. If you fought so hard and so long for this position, have it. I've done even more economic damage. The longer I wait, the better my army is.
Honestly, Trigger's just been a better player in this series. Like, I didn't think I'd be saying that, but he's absolutely outplaying Spirit this game. His plan's been better. Everything that I've been thinking, like, hey, just hold off, don't commit, and he's done exactly that. Lost the base, but didn't really lose any of the probes. And you look at his army, like, he can replenish all those resource arrows. Oh my goodness, and that is massive. And look, you can see it on Spirit's face. That was a massive hit to him. And eco-wise, He is in absolute tatters.
Less than 20 workers is never ideal, as disruptor shots are going to find pretty good chunks of bio. I mean, Spirit is obviously going to fight till the bitter end, but I mean, more and more Zelds just keep showing up across the map. Trigger takes yet another base. That mixed blue and gold base on the top left-hand side is now going to be his. More Zelds might even get through the bunker, which has been really good for Spirit in that location, just not good enough. Now the disruptor shot hits the units coming up the ramp as well. Maybe not the juiciest of connections, but still good enough. As everything that Trigger does right now is really good enough because his army is just that much better.
Yeah, I mean, CC at the natural died. I mean, the riding is on the wall in this one. These tanks are getting some nice, juicy shots off, but that Protoss army just keeps on retreating, keeps on buying time. He doesn't, like, while he probably could win an engagement against it, I love the fact that he hasn't been taking it truly. He's been just picking him apart. He's been pulling the legs off the insect, and finally, Trigger, first win on the board for the young Canadian. Honestly, even though this is a 2-1 score, this was almost a 3-0 result for him in a best of 3. Like, even that second game, he was looking in great, great shape. And overall, he just played a very solid PvT here.
Yeah, no, he was really, really good, man. Like, he actually just played really good stuff. Brought himself out of tough positions early game. Roddy mentioned on the desk, he was like, hey, don't kind of doubt Trigger's attacking potential, and he showed it, right? He said, hey, look, I can attack here, I can attack there, I can do many things that make it difficult for you, and he really used that to drag himself out of trouble in this first game. The second game, he did great with it as well. Unfortunately, couldn't follow through to the victory. But yeah, just, I mean, honestly, great series from Trigger. Showed his potential in this one.
Great series from Trigger, but I'm a little bit disappointed with Spirit because, you know, he said his strategy level was way too low, should have been 87, but he knows he's against a guy that likes his blink. Nearly every build that he did kind of put himself in jeopardy, put himself in a risky spot, and he did not get himself in necessarily a lead in any one of these games with his builds, and that's something that absolutely bit him in the butt here.
Yeah, that drop was just so deadly in that main base in that game number 2. Spirit was lucky to get the game, you're right. You know, you could have called this one a 3-0 into different circumstances. And even this game was looking okay for Spirit for a while, and then it just, you know, the first defenses were great, and then it just felt like he wasn't going to do anything anymore out on the map, and he just stopped. And again, you said at one point, I think he didn't have like a good game plan. Like, he didn't seem like he knew what he wanted to do, and that seemed to be pretty apparent throughout the course of this, as Trigger was able to take the big victory for himself, of course. Finally, a series win in the group. Maybe some hopes kept alive. Sucks to drop a map because that might become important as well eventually as well. So in the end, though, Trigger does get it done, and we're going to hear from him on the stage in a moment.
Thank you guys so much. I'm down here with Trigger. I noticed you're checking out your reflection in that cup. Are you coming for that cup soon?
If I get lucky and get out of the groups, then yeah, sure. But...
Yeah, we'll live in this world where we don't know the results for the rest of the group. We're hoping for you because you were fighting it like you still have a great chance. You had 3 incredible matches. Game 2 there, you did lose that one, but that was so close. Talk me through how it felt, what was going on, and the decision-making that ultimately fell apart.
Well, I should have won with the DTs. I could have just targeted his missile turrets and he would never have detection, but even still, I was still winning, but I just couldn't keep my cool because he dropped me in an unexpected area, and yeah, so I just kind of lost my calm there.
Well, we got that out of the way. Let's focus on all the good now. Incredible matches there, a lot of great responsiveness. Walk me through game 3, how you managed to hold on and pull it out in the end.
I don't know. I just practiced 4K Blink a lot, and I asked MaxPax for advice because he's the goat at it. And yeah, I mean, I just practiced it a lot, and I knew Spirit liked to go Banshee sometimes, so I kept an Observer at home, so I didn't take too much damage. Even still, it wasn't a great spot, but I'm pretty confident in a macro game after a 4K Blink.
Well, Spirit's been a pretty tough opponent for you. What was your mentality coming into this matchup? How much preparation did you put on this one in particular?
Not too much. I mean, I just had my general stratch for PvT. I'm just going to use what I practiced. I didn't have anything like special planned for him because, well, I just felt confident in what I learned, so.
Well, you're here as part of Basilisk. Basilisk got incredible players across the board. You, of course, are one of them. What's the team unity like at an event like this?
Oh, it's really good. We talk a lot. We discuss, help each other, practice with each other. And yeah, we're all friends, and yeah, it's really nice.
And while you've got this audience in front of you, they're so excited to see you. They very much enjoy your games. Anything you want to say to everyone out there and everyone watching at home?
Yeah, thank you for watching me. I hope I showed you guys that pros can win sometimes. And yeah.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Trigger. Hopefully we'll see more from you, but we'll find out soon. Let's send it back to the desk and see how it all pans out.
He's not wrong. Protoss can win sometimes. We get a victory here by Trigger 2-1 against Spirit. And of course, this death segment here, as well as the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice, are brought to you by the US Air Force ESL shop, as well as Katowice City, as we are live from that said location. Let's talk about this series and see how things are going, though. ZG and Roddam joining me to talk about this one. Wasn't the cleanest of series, but Trigger's able to get it done, Roddy, here, and be able to keep himself alive in this group.
A very fun, entertaining series, I think, though. It was definitely a bit messy and scrappy. I think in Game 1 Oceanborn, Trigger did a lot of things right. There was some more potential maybe with the Stalkers. It looked like he was in trouble, but he really brought it back. The only thing I really didn't get is towards the end of the game, he suddenly started going with his main army towards the top right, where it's like, you're killing all the SCVs already with run-bys. Like, keep your army at home, just receive that push. You're going to be fine. But he landed a couple of great Novas. That second game, I thought it was over. I thought it was in the bag. And they mentioned it. That one map loss, it really could have big implications because there was still the tiny chance of winning 2 series in a row. Maybe you could advance. I mean, Zombie Grub, that second game, he pretty much had it in the bag, no?
Yeah, definitely influencing me in that one. But I think I agree with you. Yeah, it was pretty much Triggers, right?
Sure, yeah, I'm going to agree as well.
Okay, if a DT can kill an entire eBay, imagine how many SCVs it could have killed. And even after that, like maybe there was a bit more potential with the DTs. Like, he was in a perfectly fine spot and just kind of underreacted to the drop. It's like the classic Protoss mistake where it's like, I have a couple units, that's fine. Oh, I need a few more units. And it's like, oh my god, I needed way more units. And by the time that the Colossus finally show up, I mean, it was a great comeback by Spirit, but overall, very impressed by Trigger. Like, it's not easy to show up against on this stage, against a man with a lot more experience. And maybe they can't advance, but it's still $500 on the line for a single best of 3. I think he played very well.
A little bit of a shame for Spirit, obviously. That's his road kind of done here for the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. Considering, you know, we've been able to see good stuff from him in the past. And I actually do want to kind of talk about the giant kind of results from this group here at the moment, ZG, because we already know one player going through from this group.
Yeah, very surprising. You know, looking at this initially before everyone played everything out, it was Solar on top, and then I said maybe Gumiho, and then third place was maybe Spirit, because Spirit has had such good runs in Poland, but now it's just all types of topsy-turvy. Heromarine not really having the best last few months is really kicking butt in all of the matchups and looking so confident and looking so happy too. It feels like, I mean, he's never been like a sad guy, I suppose, but it just, he's smiling. He's the only one doing the smiling and the flexing and all the photographs, and he just seems like he's really having a good time, and he said that he really feels it as well. So it's amazing to see him, I believe, maybe not officially, but pretty much in the round of 12. That's already a very solid result. And considering the other upsets that we're having in the other groups, it's not like you're like, oh, congratulations, now you face a Serral or a Clem necessarily. It's someone where like maybe Ragnarok actually tops his group. Right. And then I think Heromarine might be like, oh, I could actually take that on. That's not Serral, right? So, I mean, looking very far into the future, but a very upside-down group for what we expected.
I actually believe he's not guaranteed top 12. I think he's guaranteed top 8. I think he has won the group already because he's currently +7. So the worst thing that could happen to him is that he goes +5. The best thing that could happen to one of the other guys is that they go +5. The other guys being Gumiho and Solar, but Gabe beat both of them. So if they both end up with 4 wins in best of 3s, 1 best of 3 loss, +5 map score, Gabe always wins head-to-head. Gabe is top 8 Katowice.
You're right. Now that Rotterdam mathed it live on stream right now. You know what? Let's go to this board quickly. Oh, you're already kind of on the line. Never mind. He's done. He's doing all right. He's doing all right.
We need another line, I think, is what we've actually figured out.
But yeah,
because that's like beating the group stage, right?
If you're on the line, well, okay, we'll move him up a little bit more. There we go. He's not quite in, but he probably will be in a qualification match for the World Cup, which is massive.
Yeah, that's actually that. Yeah, that's literally what it is. That is literally what it is. Oh my goodness. If he's actually round of 8, then he already is 1 best of 5 away from making it to the Esports World Cup.
There you go.
It's an amazing run, man, by Gabe. It's been a little bit quiet around him. The Big Gabe Weekly is no more. The last time that he won the tournament he used to always win was April last year. And a bit quiet in other tournaments. Atlanta wasn't bad. He had an okay-ish performance, but I don't think many people were expected such a clean run into the top 8. And at this point, everybody's going to get excited. You get some flashbacks of 2 years ago. Is Gabe going to go all the way, where he made it into the semifinals, and he was 1 map away from the grand finals back then. It's an insane run by Gabe. I'm very happy for him. I feel like he needed this as well, because I love a happy Gabe. I feel like Gabe hasn't been that happy lately, but this got to give him so much momentum and so much just feel good.
it wasn't the first name on my radar coming in to be one of the first ones to get to that spot effectively. But anyway, that's by the by. We are going to a short break. Thank you very much, guys. It is time for that break. When we return, we have an important match between Gumiho and Solar to try and make sure you're going to end up in that top 3 as we continue on here in this group. See you soon.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and Intel.
All right, we have just one more series today for this group here on the main stage. As of course, we are going to have Solar going up against Gumiho here. And as I mentioned before the break, it is important because you want to keep yourself in the running for that top 3 as we continue on. I mean, if you do lose this, you're not completely out of the running just yet with how these groups work out, but it will be able to give you a solid perch when it comes to that top 3. Joining me to my left-hand side, I have Dimu even, I should say, as well as, you changed your name, man, as well as Roddy to get things things going. But as well as all the games and the festivities that are going on here as well, we also have the signing sessions which have been going on. The casters and all the talent are going to be doing some later on, but already people have turned out in force to be able to get them some signatures from some of the players here, Ben, which has been really cool and really awesome.
Oh, it's fantastic. Getting to see our favorite guys and getting their signatures and stuff. I remember like back from the MLG days, getting to sign those mouse pads and stuff, and it was just good memorabilia, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Did you ever go to esports events and ask other people for their signatures, James?
James is too big for that, right?
That's not true.
We all started off as a fan, guys. Come on.
Aces ROG 2011 in Finland, where Apollo and Total Biscuit were there back in the good old days. Idra was there. I think I might have asked maybe for an Idra signature.
Okay.
Maybe. I'm not really like somebody to be like starstruck or anything, but I think maybe back then, yeah.
The very first time I ever went to a Warcraft 3 event, we had an international Warcraft tourney in Almere, I think. And I was kind of okay in Warcraft, but not good enough to play. And I didn't go for signatures, but I absolutely wanted pictures. And seeing Grubby, Todd, Hot for the first time ever. Like, yeah, believe it or not, I was very excited. I mean, that stopped real quick. I mean, it's fun to think back of. No? I don't know, I was like 16 back then or something.
Good times.
I definitely got like a photo with Flash because I was like, oh, this is pretty
it's
hype.
big. Jaydong for the first time.
Me
how are you not going to get a picture with Jaydong?
Dude,
Come on.
One of my big fanboy moments was when I had Jaydong come stay with me for a bit in Stockholm at my apartment. It was like so damn cool. But
no, it's awesome.
I think my first like star moment when I saw some guy was MMA. You know, like MMA was always my boy. So MLG, especially when he did the blaster Idra, I was like, he's my boy. I want his signature straight away.
But as a Warcraft 3 boy, you must have had some Warcraft 3 fanboy moments. Too,
Unfortunately, it was Todd. When I met him, I didn't like him.
It's always Todd.
Never meet your heroes. I remember meeting Todd for the first time because he was a massive idol of mine, right? Like, I remember one of the first things I said, I was like, oh yeah, you're my favorite player. He's like, you want to reverse race? Or do you want to like off race? And I did, and he was like, it was for $5 or something. I remember beating him, he called me a cheater and everything, so I looked at the screen, I was like, wow, he's the worst loser of all time. This is crazy. And I was like 16 as well.
All right, guys, Gumio solo. Sorry, James.
This has devolved into, we love you, Todd, don't like that. No. All right, okay, yes, let's talk about it. Gumio versus Solo. Gee, MMA is ripped now, by the way. Anyway, no. We have got ourselves this important match here. Rotterdam, talk to me about it.
I mean, obviously, it's a rematch of the most recent GSL Code S finals. There was a bit of a one-sided affair. Solar just looked better. Honestly, Solar looks pretty much amazing in general when he plays CVT, besides when he played Clem for a little while, but even that has stopped. But then early today, he lost to Gabe. And I can tell you that every single pro gamer out there, as soon as they're done with their own series, who do I play next? I play Solar next, like, he just played Heromarine. Gumio's already checked out his VODs.
Yeah.
A lot of Cyclones were built, pretty wild series. There's a very good chance that Gumio looked at what Gabe did on Golden R and says, kind of like it. I'm a believer. I think that's right up his alley as well. Gumio's always been a little bit different. I don't know how it's going to go. I think Solar is the favorite, but hey, Solar has some, or at least Gumio has some very nice games to look at from the man Big Gabe himself.
And there's one thing as well that kind of like bodes well for Gumio. We've seen a lot of weirdly interesting builds so far as well, like what Maru showcased yesterday against Rainer it was. Like just kind of weird builds. And the thing is, like, Gumio is capable of doing the mech and the bio very, very easily and kind of like seamlessly as well. So he's not like, when you play against him, you're not pigeonholing him into a build at all. So yeah, I think Gumio could whip out something very special here.
If we were to take it from the players, it would seem even as well. 86 versus 87 here in this, Roddy.
Yep, Gumio having better strats, well, maybe we get to see something of that. I mean, Ben has the Gumio card. This is a very important series, by the way, because obviously they are both kind of on track to maybe make playoffs, but let's say Solar wins this, then Gumio will play a super important one best of 3 tomorrow against Scarlet, where it's very simple, it's for all the marbles. Winner advances, loser goes out. And even if you think, they're both going to make top 3 in this group anyway, then it's still important, because finishing second place is in general going to be a whole lot better than finishing third place, because in some of these other groups, you just know that the second place finisher is probably going to be a bit stronger than the third place finisher. So there's money on the line, make your life easier, and obviously potentially a better bracket into the playoffs. So it's a very important series.
Yeah, that dynamic does sometimes change. Of course, if Group D goes the wonky way it could sometimes go, and you get like a still, I mean, all
you can get bit unlucky, but then at least you still win 500 bucks. And you don't have to play that super sweaty series tomorrow where you're 2-2 in this group and you could still be eliminated. Like imagine you have to play against Spirit, who's got nothing to lose. He's got one night to sleep it over. He's like, all right, tomorrow I'm going to show the world what I'm made of. If Solar loses here today, he needs to play against a carefree Spirit. Like that's pretty terrifying.
Yeah, that is scary. That is scary. Thank you very much, gents. It's time to head on over to the stage now and get this matchup underway. It's our last match from this group for the day. Let's get it done.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little bit lost in the sauce on the history, guys. I haven't thought about MMA in a long time. Big fan of those old school players, and if you're a big fan of the old school StarCraft, well, you might remember Gumiho and Solar from way back in 2014 when they first faced off. Well, they're here in 2024, about to make a little bit more history on the stage. So let's bring out Gumiho, now from C9, and Solar, now from Vitality.
It is time for another amazing series of StarCraft II at IEM Katowice 2024. My name is Loco. I'm joined here by Pig. That was the strangest handshake I've seen in a little while, and this didn't even feature Byun.
You know, you've been traumatized after all the years of these Terran players running Hellions into your mineral line, stimming Marines at you. Solar thought he was going to take a swing at him. He was surprised for the gentlemanly offer there of the handshake.
A little bit of rock, paper, scissors.
You never know what's going to happen, man. It is a bit of rock, paper, scissors as well, actually. Playing Zerg versus Terran versus Gumiho. You never know what he's going to throw your way.
We haven't seen him play any battle cruisers, for example, in quite a while, but he was a huge fan of those once upon a time. Certainly one of the most creative Terran players out there. These days, he does generally play a relatively standard. Do you think he's going to do anything crazy
compared to old Gumiho? He's a bit more of a normie. He's still very creative compared to the other players, but not as much mech of late in this matchup from Gumiho, especially against Solar. He's looked fantastic against pretty much every Zerg with mech, and it's always Solar that just gets him with like big Roach Queen pushes, surprise attacks, Ravagerling. It's just so hard for him to do it. So more of Bio, really creative openings, layered multi-prong aggression where he never lets the Zerg breathe. That's the name of the game for Gumiho. And Solar, on the other hand, the king of defense, will of course be trying to just hang on and stabilize. The first map is going to be Alcyon. It's a map with a gold base. I doubt we'll see that in the early stages. Down here in the bottom left side of that map, representing Cloud9 in the red, it is Gumiho.
And his opponent, all the way in the opposite corner, apparently going for a 15 hatch. He is Solar. Yeah, not cheeky gold base first. That was a strategy we saw quite a bit on this map, right? Where players were really rushing out that wall and they were trying their very best to get to those golden minerals as quickly as possible. It's been kind of fun to see this map develop because for a little bit there, the Terrans were actually scouting super early just to check whether or not the Zerg actually took the gold base first. Instead, we're going to just go for a good old command center first. We've seen this in a lot of games, Big.
Very economic start, and I think quite good against what Solar's doing. Solar's build is very safe against aggression, and we know that Gumiho does mix in proxy 2 and 3 racks Marine pushes. He does that quite a lot in this matchup in their head-to-head. So Solar is saying, look, if I get my spawning pool 10, 12 seconds early, I've got queens and things out faster, I'll be safe. However, gives up a little bit of mineral mining. Of course, gets his queens out faster, means earlier injects, but creep spread also. And Gumiho, of course, with the CC first. We're just kind of keeping our eyes on the follow-up, and it is indeed a second gas. So quick factory. I feel like for Gumiho, it's awkward playing against him because you're often dealing with like 3 Hellions and a Reaper. You got a medevac with 8 Marines over there. Then there's a Liberator coming in the other side, and he's just kind of poking and prodding at all sides, and everything hits at a slightly different timing. Like Gumiho's the guy who will attack you with 2 Hellbats and 10 Marines at the 4.5 minute mark, and you're like, is this an attack? Like, really this? This is such a weird unit set. But then there's something in your main base at the same time. Zergs thrive when they know their opponent's builds and they know exactly when to build army to be safe. Against Gumiho, it's always kind of figuring things out as you go.
No, you're absolutely right. Generally speaking, you can make such a wide variety of strategies, right? So there's the build orders that we consider to be optimal. Like, say, for example, the 16 Marine drop. You hit with 60 Marines, 2 Medevacs and Stimpak right around the 5 minutes and 10-ish second mark, right? That's one of those builds that Zerg players have played countless times against. However, Gumiho goes for those timings and those unit compositions that are a little bit funky. And when exactly do you decide to start making Zerglings, right? When do you start making defensive units here if you're Solar? Maybe it's a good idea for him to go for Roaches in this match, right? They've been pretty popular as of late. Mech also not uncommon in 2024 so far. We see it quite frequently, even though Gumiho hasn't been that big of a fan of that style in general. Which in my mind, by the way, is kind of funny, because he played Mech when nobody played Mech, right? And then Mech became a lot more mainstream. It's like, nah. He's like a bit of a Mech hipster.
Yeah, you know, you mentioned battle cruisers and how he used to love them. He won a GSL with battle cruisers in like 2019, 2017. But it was before the battle cruisers became good.
Yeah, before they got buffed.
They couldn't move and shoot. They were the most awkward unit. They'd teleport in and they'd just sit there. And if you'd run away, they'd be like, oh, I can't move and shoot at the same time.
Slow as well.
You know, it was super slow, super awkward, but cool finals that he won over, of course, I think it was Sue in the finals there. It was a very fun one.
Good chance it was Sue.
Yeah.
Second place at the GSL Cup.
Not a surprising result. Sue, of course, famous for his second place. He ended up turning that story around and having a very emotional win here in Katowice in 2019. But unfortunately not here this year. Nice spore trick there to save the worker from Solar. It is a 2 barracks play. Did Solar see that? No.
No. He's been scouting this angle for a little while, but he doesn't know exactly what he's playing against. And one strategy that we've seen a lot from Terrans, especially on this map in this tournament so far, is a near identical looking opener, at the very least from Solar's point of view, but then with a very quick third command center instead. That is not what Gumiho is going for at all. This is a 2-base push. He will certainly be making a third command center. I expect it within the next half minute or so. But this is one of those attacks. You brought it up already. This is a bit of a funky one. We have a combination of units. Stimpak is not done yet, but the Medevac is moving out with, what, 7 Marines?
7 Marines. Stim's going to be ready soon. He's got a few Hellions out as well. And the third command center goes down. And this is it's a kind of in-between build. That's what he's famous for. The Overlord finally scouting the second barracks in the main, seeing that Stim. Marines will clean it up. Spore Crawlers are building. Not the most necessary thing against this sort of multi-drop play. And for Gumiho, it's about keeping Solar off balance. If you lose a drop, you lose some of these units, Solar's going to explode on the worker count and you're going to be way behind. So Gumiho, it's about unit preservation and trying to catch his opponent off guard. Nice queen intercept, but Gumiho's watching.
Absolutely. He did hit a bit of a supply block though during all of that, so Solar actually forced to make 4 Overlords at the same time. Maybe Gumiho getting under his skin just a little bit. Now the Stimpak upgrade is done. The thing about these pushes, though, is that, yes, they can catch you off guard, but generally they're also not quite as powerful as the most optimal version of these builds. So Solar doesn't really need to make that many Zerglings. He could probably get away with a pretty quick 4th hatchery right now on the back of this. Question is, where is he going to be building it, right? Will it be to the left of the natural, or is it going to be over here at the 3 o'clock position?
Yeah, both viable options. If you expand more to the right side, you are more centralized in your defense, trying to focus on dominating that right side of the map. But it does mean if a push gets up there, of course, it's going to really strike gold as it does take you down. 3 more barracks on the way. The double upgrade started. So basically, Gumiho's done a great job of just economically transitioning. He hasn't committed too much to the attack. He's going into the economy and the upgrades with only a very slight delay on them. And he's kept, of course, Solar off balance. But has he kept Solar off balance enough? Solar's double Evo chambers are coming in. His 4th base is Baneling speed. Solar will be about a minute behind in the upgrades, which is not the wildest thing, but only a 5 worker advantage for Solar. I still feel like Gumiho is keeping this in a very even situation, and if there's one big battle where someone really crushes, it's suddenly a big advantage. Right now, it's neck and neck.
You're absolutely right. Solar, though, does have that Baneling speed coming up, right? That's maybe a half minute or so away at this point, which is a very important upgrade in this matchup. A big Zergling counterattack as well, catches a bunch of Marines, may be able to grab a few of those SCVs over at the 3rd base, too. In the meantime, though, over at the 3rd base, there is a big push happening. He's waiting to engage right now until Baneling speed is done. Ton of Queen energy available, though, so they're transfusing each other back up to full HP. You gotta be so careful here as the Zerg.
Spore Crawler does get focused down. The Queens are almost completely out of juice. Their healing is gone. Baneling speed, though, is getting close. About 20 seconds away. Not even 10 seconds. That is going to be here very soon. 1-1's not quite done for Gumiho. I think he's over-stimmed. He just did another stim there.
Yep.
He's going to have to... I would actually love to see him pick up the tank and leave. I know it's a weird decision, but he's definitely going to get pushed back. You don't want to lose too many units here.
Well, he is going to lose quite a few more. Banelings are done right now with their speedy upgrade, and they're going to be rolling on forward. We're going to try and boost into the main base. This looks like a bit of a desperation boost, right? Like, I don't love it. That Medevac in the front, low HP, gets sniped by the Queen immediately, repositioning on the Spore Crawler as well. You love to see it. Super active play here by Solar. You brought it up. This is the style that Solar loves to play. Oh my god, okay, that could have been an absolute disaster for Gumiho, but this is a really strong start here for Solar. This is where he gets comfortable. This is where he, well, gets to do whatever he likes, right? Be it lurkers, be it... There's so many options right now, but the scariest part, at least in my mind, of this game is already past here for Solar.
I absolutely agree, Loco. You know, Solar doesn't get the most exciting nicknames. He's being called the unluckiest Zerg in the world. Amongst other things, I feel like the Sponge is a fitting nickname for his Zerg versus Terran recently, because he just absorbs everything. Everything you throw at him, he absorbs, and he always comes out ahead. He has such an amazing defense and macro stat on those player stats they've given him, because he's a guy who looks like he's getting battered repeatedly. I regularly cast him versus Maru, and I see casual fans going, wow, this Solar guy's not that good. Maru's destroying him. And then Solar survives, he hits Hive, and he just wins against the best Terran in the world. That's a regular scenario. So there is a real pressure on Gumiho here to get something done.
Man, he's been sneaking away with those Medevacs a couple times already, almost getting a bit lucky there, keeping those units alive. Oh, it could have been very possible right now that 2 full Medevacs would have gone down. Okay, there's one, about half a Medevac or so falling, but that is once more like 8 or so supply going in favor of the Zerg. 2-2 has started up. We've got ourselves that Hydralisk Den. Hive will be starting up very soon, I assume, and we'll probably see a Lurker Den. That's the style that Solar's been loving. There's that Hive, and obviously as soon as you get to Lurker Tech, you can march across the map and park them, for example, right next to the future planetary fortress, or even try to get them to that intersection, right? Like this section of the map right over here, where all of those Terran paths come together. It's very dangerous for Gumi.
Gumiho is an expert in the mid-game, the early game. He is known as someone who is often outclassed by a player like Solar in the late game, but I do think he's been working on that, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what gains he's made in that regard. He's got 2 command centers coming in for extra orbitals. He's floating his 4th out right now, those Marines coming forward, and he's got tanks and Widow Mines layered behind it. I think the extra Widow Mines mixed in is key. One of the big weaknesses I saw in Cure's Terran vs Zerg earlier in this tournament was a lack of Widow Mines or Hellbats mixed into the just pure bio tank, and I really feel like adding these reacted units out, they have that explosive payload. And Ling Bane, Widow Mines are so stressful to deal with for a Ling Bane player like Solar.
You're absolutely right. Luckily for him, though, he does have the Hydras, right? And they are pretty good at outranging those Widow Mines, but it is going to put Solar at least in a bit more of a defensive position. He's not going to be able to, just march across the map here and maybe overwhelm a siege tank-based player. I think Solar will be pretty happy to be able to sit back. He did make the Lurker Den, right? He finished up the Hive?
Finished.
Okay, yeah. He should start up those upgrades for the Lurkers in just a moment. Maybe make a Viper or 2. I love where this is going for Solar.
Gumiho starts another 2 command centers. So he's already got 2 extra orbitals. He's going to go to 5. He wants to go up to 7 behind that. The Iron Bank is on the way, and Solar wants to get a move on. He says, I'm maxed out. I've gotten that tech up. Those Medevacs getting left behind. A little awkward on the micro for a moment there for Gumiho. He does lose a lot of Medevacs, but his Marine micro is exceptional. He's on 93 workers. Gumiho is rich. Solar wants to punish him for this greed.
Absolutely, yeah. Solar not even really transitioning just yet. Just happy to play that Hyderling Bane style. Okay, Gumiho getting a bit more aggression on the board once again. There's apparently a Hellbat in the mix. In the meantime, though, the Banelings do connect at the front. This is a fight off creep. Generally not what Zerg players do, but if the Terrans don't expect it, you can still certainly catch them off guard.
You know, it was funny. We saw before the game, Solar was practicing a build order. Gumiho, on the other hand, was practicing Marine Split Challenge. Yeah. But the Marine Splits don't help you if you're looking elsewhere. And that's exactly what happened with that Baneling turnaround. He thought he was chasing Solar. Solar turned around, jumped on him. It was a lovely ambush, and he just really swung the momentum in his favor.
Now there's also Lurkers on the horizon, by the way. Seismic Spines, that's the ranged upgrade for the Lurkers into on the horizon. But this game is looking like he doesn't even really need it. That is a tech advantage, though, that is absolutely massive. This is long before Gumiho is transitioning towards, well, that Ghost Liberator army that's been very popular as of late, right? He finally starts up the Ghost Academy. One thing, though, that I do really like here for Gumi is all of those command centers. You already brought him up. If he can stabilize here, right, then he can get those command centers to start dropping mules and maybe get some scans going and get value out of them. This game can certainly still flip, but this is well, survival mode right now.
That's all the lurkers on the front
stay
door.
alive.
It's a scary moment right now. The Banelings and the lurkers on the front door. Solar is out for blood. Solar has a big advantage right now in terms of current army, but he doesn't actually have a lot of money behind it. He's got to find damage, and he's looking like he will. The Link Bane! Big Widowmine hits clear the front line, but that bio is overstimmed, and there are 10 ranged lurkers with Vipers with Blinding Cloud covering them. It's so hard to deal with this. Gumiho has to bide his time. He's going to have to flank in from multiple angles, and there's Blinding Cloud. I mean, he's going to have to come from the gold as well. I think if he wants to get on this, he's going to come from like 3 sides, but easier said than done.
Concave is not enough, man. We need a circle. We need a new geometrical shape in SC2 in order to pull this one off. Liberators are coming though. Ghost also on the production tab. +3/+3 is finishing up right now for the Terran. This is still possible. It's on a razor's edge though. Lurkers are moving forward. I feel like this is not the entirety of the Zerg army.
Oh, the Lingbane Hydra rolling in. The Banelings hitting the Marauders. There's just too much firepower. There's not a lot of Marines to deal with the Zerglings anymore. The Lurkers have been untouched throughout. Solar gets control, does not take any damage from Gumiho's early game, and he is forced to GG.
Wow. Brilliantly played right there by the Zerg. Shut down that early game aggression relatively easily. And honestly, did he make any mistakes? That was a really well-played game right there by our Zerg. Just textbook approach, shut down the early game pressure, managed to get ahead economically, build up his economy, and, well, get the tech advantage.
Yeah, it was a bit more of a restrained opening from Gumiho. I think he was going for maybe a little bit of a mind game. He was expecting to get a bit more of a response. And, you know, I thought he did pretty well, but he overstayed his welcome here. He'd previously panic-stimmed once or twice, so those Marines were deep in the red. And we were pointing out that because he'd been busy defending a Zergling run by, he had a lot of army at home. And when you're stuck on the front without reinforcing for 2 or 3 minutes, guess what? Their army's getting bigger. Yours is not. And that does end up costing you. You can see here a lot of medevacs getting sniped as well. So a few kind of positional engagement errors. It's hard to even call them errors. It's like, because they're so slight, but that's all you need to do. You give Solar an opportunity, he's going to take advantage.
Yeah, it's a few percentage points here and there, right? And ultimately that leads towards a very large result. Also because I believe that Solar is quite a bit more comfortable in the late game than Gumiho is. So yeah, Gumiho may be a little overly aggressive to try and just get this game over with maybe a bit quicker. Yeah. But ultimately that backfired, right? And when the Lurkers are in that position, like you just cannot break that anymore.
You know, it's kind of funny because we've kind of said sometimes that Solar's not like an end game expert, but the moment he gets the Hive Tech 90 drones, it is really like he just takes control. It doesn't matter how much he's been in his corner defending. He sees this matchup as defend for 10 minutes and then just get across the map and counterattack.
I was just giggling at the lobby chat here for a moment. Solar's like, oh man, I can't win. Solar, you just did. Bit of a mind game right there as well, right? I love the lobby chat mind games. Those are really funny.
Lobby chat banter is fantastic.
Yeah.
If you're ever running your own tournament, you delay starting the game, you look back and there are 14 pages of emotes and countdowns and saying go, go,
1A, 2A, 3A, 4A.
Go, 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 go. The players are eager, as always, to get at each other's throats. Down here in the bottom left side, representing Cloud at 9. He's got to make the comeback. In the red, it is Gumiho.
Up here in the top right-hand corner of Solaris, representing Fatality, it's Solar. New teams stepping into StarCraft II. You love to see it, Pig.
It's great. Love to see that partnership between Fatality and Onside. And you know, Solar, as a player who we have expected to kind of dominate this group. Of course, an unfortunate loss to Heromarine for both of these players. He's been the big surprise of this group so far. But it's a very important match. Now, Solar historically does have a win advantage percentage over Gumiho. But last year, during Gumiho's hot streak, he did defeat Solar, I think 3 or 4 times in a row in big tournaments. And that was part of his whole turnaround of the tale of Gumiho, where a few players had such high win percentages against him for the year before that. Solar being one of them, eliminating him in multiple GSLs, Maru being another. Gumiho showed he had the ability to overcome these guys that previously it just looked like there was no way he was ever going to get that monkey off his shoulder. And he did it a few times in a row. What I'd like to see, though, is more aggression and more movement in this game. Yes, it's chaotic. Yes, Gumiho is not the cleanest multitasking player, but he's so creative with it, he will force massive mistakes out of his opponents.
You're absolutely right. Solar, likewise, of course, also a player who's been competing for a long time, but who generally not win tournaments, right? He's one of those players who would consistently be within like the top 10, maybe top 15 of players. He would consistently make it to the top 8 of premier tournaments, but that he would sort of fizzle out. Now, he has overcome that. Of course, he ended up winning the GSL Katowice, the most recent one. Well, I was going to say a couple months ago, but time goes by pretty quick. Been a little while already, but Solar's certainly one of the scariest Zergs out there. And well, you can see what happens, right? When you give him a small advantage, like we saw in game number 1, he just runs away with the victory.
It's very few players can make comebacks for Solar. Maru occasionally, Clem occasionally, not many others in this matchup. He's just so powerful at that stage of the game. Good micro for Gumiho so far. Solar also playing very safe with 6 Zerglings. Oh, he's looking for the trap. He's going to get it. He might get it. Yeah, I think he's got it.
The Queen's in the main base.
Yeah, this is really nicely done by Solar. But wait, Gumiho! Oh, he traps it.
Council link speed, go Roachborn. We're not doing it. I'm always a fan of that move. Whenever Terrans lose that Scouting Reaper, I feel like I have to punish them for it. But fair enough, not going to happen at this level of SC2.
No, I'm just thinking about all the most ridiculous thing you do. Just like, no, just build the slow Zerglings and pull the drones. Drone drill the depot wall down. Let's go.
Yeah, problem here for Gumiho is that right now he's playing in the dark. He hasn't even seen the 3rd hatchery of the Zerg, and obviously that can be a little bit dangerous. Then again, though, he's going up against Solar. When you think of a stock standard Zerg, I think Solar should come to mind.
Yeah, I mean, when we talk about Solar's weakness, is that he's so rarely...
So normal.
He doesn't even do run-bys a lot of the time. Like, when he's playing Maru, it's like 1 in 7 games, he'll do like a 6 Zergling run-by. He's just defending and defending. And you think, oh, that's a bit one-dimensional, but he's so good at it. And he's so good at just hanging on until that late game. And when he gets to Hive Tech, boy, does he just swarm. Not prone to really playing Broodlords. He's not prone to playing a very slow end game, but that's because he's meant to crush you in the kind of mass Baneling Lurker stage.
So if Solar can get there once again, he will be more than happy to play against Gumiho with that style. That being said, though, Gumiho mixing it up a little bit. He's been taking this little barracks here for a trip, scouting around for any overlords that may be hiding on the pillars, but Solar has already moved his overlords into a different spot. So that actually does kind of suck, though, because right now we are missing an add-on. There's only 1 Medivac coming up, and this does slow down Gumiho. He's very much so a tempo-based player, and already, even though nothing's really happened, that tempo is not looking all too hot here for the Terran.
That's just such good match preparation by Solar, studying Gumiho, knowing he's the kind of guy to hunt down overlords and try to, you know, snipe them, deny vision. Solar's prepared for it ahead of time, and that gives him a big advantage, as he's not going to be able to take damage. This
is unscouted, though.
He's got Lings nearby, just under that Overlord to the south. He should be able to move up quickly.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, beautiful.
Just send them in. I thought for a second he only had 2 Lings available, but more of them came running from that natural expansion.
And notice he spreads them, so they don't get clumped up at all. He loses 1 Zergling. Like, what a perfect defense. Oh, hold that thought. This is that movement I was asking for, Loco. Gumiho coming in with 3 Hellions in the south, as well as the Hellion drop in the main. He gets 6 drones, make it 7. Good. And he gets out.
Yeah, at least 2 of them are going to be able to get out. Hitting though with 3 Hellions is perfect, because that's enough to one-shot those workers there from Solar. Yeah, that's what you were talking about, right? A little bit of counter pressure. Like, it's not quite the norm to go for 7 Hellions, right? We have more coming up. Okay, that's the reason. Double armory on the back of this, together with 2 additional factories. This is Gumiho playing Terran Mech. And I brought it up in the previous game already, but Gumiho played Mech before it was cool. This man was going for all kinds of strategies that nobody else was executing.
You can't let him scout this, though. You can't let him scout this. Oh, no, Link's getting in towards that main. They do see the factory still in the reactor. They see the double armory, and Solar knows. He cancels his double Evo chamber, or at least is not using them. I think he got to cancel one of them in time. Goes for the Roach Run in the lair of the Overlord speed. And this is the problem. Every time he goes greedy mech, Solar kills him with a Roach Queen push. We see that upgrade. That's the German taxi upgrade right there, Loco. You know he's going to wall in.
He's going to be bringing that Overlord speed across the map. Cyclones are coming up, right? So this is very different than that style that we saw Maru play. Even though the unit composition is similar, it doesn't quite work out the same way here, because the economy for the Terran is much lower. So how many drones do you make here as the Zerg Pig? Do you just...
No, you just make nothing but roaches from there. He's all in. You can see control group 1 is already 10 roaches, and he's just going to keep adding roaches to that. He's going to make roach speed. He's just going to shove across the map Queens to deal with the Banshees. And we saw, what did Solar do after he got scouted? He started the 4th command center, which is a disaster. Obviously, he needs to build tanks right now, and after that, more siege tanks and Hellbats and Cyclones, and do nothing but defend and survive. Maybe even get a bunker or 2. The problem is Gumiho, I don't know if he realizes what's happening, and you can see here, Solar's just like, okay, defend the Banshees, no worries, and he's just preparing for that giant shove.
Yeah, it's so hard right here for the Terran to scout this sort of thing out, right? Because there's a lot of distance between all of these Zerg structures, so you might not be able to pick up on this. Oh, getting a good bit of damage done. Banshee's also killing a considerable amount of drones. Now he's going to have to spoil the surprise. Those roaches do show themselves.
He's got the 2 Dropper Lords there as well. Yeah, 2 Dropper Lords. You can see the Queens hopping inside. There's going to be 6 or 7 Queens inside the Overlords. We're going back to the global camera
only
view there.
49 drones remain, and soon to be even less. These Banshees, though, are needed at home. I think we need to go home ASAP, Gumi.
I don't know if the Banshees actually help at home. I actually think, you know, if they can sit on the rally point, maybe that would be the most useful, because there are so many Queens and an Overseer with the push. He's doing a lot to weaken the reinforce with this, but he's got to defend, not at his third, but on the high ground. He needs to give up this third base and get out of there. Gumiho trying to defend the third is crazy. He's got to pull workers in the front. He's got a lot of Ravagers and Roaches. The SCVs need to pull out to defend this. Gumiho is not respecting this push.
Oh, Zergling's coming around the side, though, and getting the full wraparound. Queens, in the meantime, drop on the high ground. An anti-armor missile or not. Solar just swarmed over that army. Siege tanks in the main base clumped together. That's a corrosive bulb target.
Oh, he's going to get rid of one of the Overlords. The Queens are going to struggle there. The Biles on the high ground, very nice. Those tanks starting to fall. The SCV's trying to fight the Ravagers, but there's just no damage left. There's one tank, a Cloaked Banshee, and another tank does pop out, but there's so few units right now for Gumiho. He's up in supply, though. He killed so many workers, he's completely all in.
During that first-person view of Solar, we saw him lose a ton of drones, and if you look at the worker count right now, only 43 of them remain. If Gumiho can stabilize here with even just like slightly less workers than the Zerg, it's still going to be an advantage because of the way that this, well, unit composition and the economy here for the Terrans work out. He's got another command center.
Yeah, he's got 4 command centers, remember? And look, he tries to be annoying by dropping creep. Gumiho's like, what? I built a Raven. I'm so prepared for this. Gumiho with a clutch hold there. And we saw earlier today, Solar against Heromarine does not like to play against mech. We know this because over the last few years, like I said, he doesn't like playing against mech. Well, he does because he kills you at 7 minutes normally.
Yeah.
If you survive past there, Solar is going to struggle to get back in this game. He's on 3 base against 4. He's got no upgrades. He is way behind.
Those Banshees killed the Roach Warren. We have a second Roach Warren coming up right now. I suggested that those Banshees should go back home, but you know what? Scratch that. Apparently, killing the Roach Warren is an even better target. Excellent moves right here, though, by Gumiho. So those Hellions over at the third base really distracted Solar, right? The Queens, they can only be in one location, well, at least individually at a time. You need to create multiple control groups, and Solar just lost, I don't know, I want to say 20 workers throughout this game, and maybe even more. And that puts him in a really tricky position now, because if he would have been, well, right now, say, for example, at 80 drones, right? Because he's been rebuilding them for a bit. This game would look very different than where we are currently at. But now Solar is forced to play catch-up against a battle mech player with the tempo advantage?
When you start 2-2 and the Zergs just started +1 range, you know you're in a good spot as the mech player. The fact that you've got all the utility tools as well, like the supply does not explain how ridiculously good Gumiho's position is. You have a Raven, you have Banshees for air control, you've got 2-2 upgrades, Blue Flames on the way, Hurricane Thrust is almost finished, you're going up to 8 factories, you have 4 bases full of workers with a 5th on the way. He has everything he needs for a late game, and he has an intensely scary push right now.
Absolutely. Ahead in all the pillars of a game of StarCraft II. Gumiho doesn't need to go and win the game, but you know what? You may as well go ahead and try Zergling counterattack in the meantime over at the third base of the Terran. But GG is called. Gumiho evens up the score in this best-of-3 series.
I've never seen the headphones come off that fast with Solar there. Just slapped him off immediately.
Yep.
Obviously not happy with how that one had gone. It's, you know, a good tricky build for Gumiho, but it all started with the Hellion dropping the main, distracting, the 3 Hellions diving into the third base, finding some good value.
Yeah.
And of course, the Banshees.
They did it again with the Banshees, right? Like there were another, I don't know if it was the same Hellions, but there were more Hellions being annoying over at the third base once again.
So well done. And those Banshees, like, you know, we're like, oh, they're killing a few workers. Does it really matter? Well, yeah, when they kill like 20 workers plus a Roach Warren, it definitely stacks up. Really nice opening for Gumiho with that movement, and I did think trying to defend the third was unnecessarily greedy here for Gumiho. I do think he should have kept all of his tanks a bit further back.
Yes.
To me, it feels like he didn't fully realize just how committed Solar was, and it made things a little scarier than it needed to be.
Yeah.
But great hold in terms of the SCVs defending the Ravagers you're going to see in a moment. Those tanks do go down, but they did so much damage before they fell.
Yeah, a couple of the balls did not quite connect there, and that ultimately makes this counter-attack here from Gumiho that hit a couple minutes later, well, pretty much impossible to stop. So in this group, these players are currently in a shared second place. Heromarine already out in first place out of this group so far. I mean, it's not over yet, of course, but Solar and Gumiho really want to obtain the victory in this match because that's going to make tomorrow so much less stressful.
Yeah, it's such an important one. I did think this would be the match for first place in this group.
Yeah, I think everybody did.
Big Gabe ruined everyone's expectations and maybe inspired Gumiho here. The thing is, I usually playing Mech again twice in a row is a bad mistake. He's got to think hard about his next choice. While we wait for Solar to come back, we will be going to a quick break. We'll be back with Game 3 in a moment.
Hello, this is Solar from Vitality. I'm here with Sina and Gumiho, and we are doing some funny poses right now. Oh. 저는 항상 기억에 많이 남았던 게 GSL 했던 순간들이 기억에 되게 남았는데 아무래도 작년에 좀 우승을 하다 보니까 좀 좋은 기억이었던 것 같아서 작년이 제일 기억에 많이 남네요.
아 저는 이거 잘 못해서 민수님이 더 잘하지 않을까.
저는 사실 그렇게 제 종족을 좋아하진 않는데 그래도 저그가 아무래도 좀 약간 그 남들 다른 종족들보다 좀 약간 손도 빠르고 손도 빨라야 되고 좀 뭔가 약간 빨리빨리 하는 게 있어서 제가 약간 성격이 좀 급해가지고 그렇게 빨리 하는 걸 좋아하는 것 같아요. 이거 어떻게 해? 하나도 모르겠네.
네. 저는 원래 약간 컨트롤을 하는 걸 좋아했었어가지고 어렸을 때는 그런 게 있어서 선택을 했는데 제가 초창기에는 랜덤으로 시작을 했었거든요. 그래서 하다가 이제 테란이 컨트롤하는 맛도 있고 그리고 메카닉이라는 걸 그때 제가 만들어 놨었는데 제가 다른 종족을 하면 이 메카닉을 그냥 버려야 되는 그게 너무 아까워가지고 테란을 좀 하게 됐어요. 그 당시.
저는 아무래도 다른 종족을 하게 된다면 아마 거의 100%로 프로토스를 하지 않을까. 왜냐면 프로토스가 굉장히 플레이 난이도가 쉽고 제가 평소에도 자주 하기 때문에 아마 프로토스를 할 것 같아요.
왜 이렇게 어렵지? 그냥 아예 모르겠네 그냥. 와 정신 나갈 것 같다. 아니 와 이거 몇 개 안 돼 보이는데 왜 이렇게 어렵냐.
저 하나도 못하겠어 그냥.
정신 나가겠네. 아니 왜 안 보이냐? 아니 내가 이 눈이 이상한 건가? 왜 하나도 안 보이지?
선생님 이거 컨닝 좀.
야 이거 끝이에요?
이거 어떻게 해? 이거 한 사람 있어요?
이거밖에 못했어.
완성한 사람 있어요?
와 어려워 씨.
전 여기까지 했어.
가해가 막힌 것들이 있잖아요. 그걸 위주로 먼저 찾고 그거부터 맞춰서 이렇게 가려고 그랬는데 그러니까 제가 이 그림을 인식하는 게 좀 둔해가지고 사실 이 그림으로 찾는 걸 잘 못했어요. 그냥 이 가에서부터 어떻게 좀 하려고 그랬는데 생각보다 그림이 눈에 안 들어오더라고요. 그래서 최선을 다했지만 8개, 이게 한 개입니다.
저는 퍼즐을 너무 어릴 때 해보고 처음 해봐가지고 진짜 약간 너무 약간 오랜만에 동심으로 돌아간 것 같고 그래도 재밌네요. 오랜만에 이렇게 한 번씩 하니까.
Very impressive gameplay right there. You know what, Pig? I always love it whenever we first hear, yeah, Protoss is the easy one, and then we see the pro gamer struggling, solving a 20-piece puzzle.
That's it, man. It's so funny, yeah, because like that we've seen multiple videos of those puzzles now, and they all seem to struggle very, very hard. But I guess they're answering questions at the same time. We've got to give them the benefit of the doubt. It's been a while since they were back in preschool doing the old puzzles. Instead, they have their brain at 99.9% CPU usage all the time, trying to solve a little game called StarCraft.
Here we go. Our next match, it takes place on the map Oceanborn. Final map in this best of 3 series. Spawning right here in the bottom right-hand corner. Make some noise for Gumiho.
Battle cruisers, battle cruisers, battle cruisers.
I'm here for it, man.
And in the top left side of the map, looking to stabilize, and he's going to be scouting harder than ever after that last game. Representing Vitality, it's Solar.
I do like the strategic decision, though, by Solar in that previous game. I think it would have worked out really well had he not lost 20-odd workers. That throws a bit of a wrench in the plan, right?
Yeah, that's
strategically,
kind of funny.
It was really clever.
That's like that thing. We've all had that happen where you're so dead set on hitting a timing attack, and then it's like this harass surprises you right when you're trying to gather your queens to go load up, and you're like, oh, and you kind of go back, but then you're like, oh, it's not that big a deal. I'll just continue going, and then they're bouncing between your bases, picking everything off, and you're like, man, if I just had an Overseer morphed, and saw the Banshees coming in, but they clearly surprised him. Like, if he saw where they were coming from, he could have moved the Queens, gotten overseer there in time, and probably just shut it down.
Yeah, and I also think that that bunker fly that we saw at the barracks fly to try and shut down Overlords, they were preventing any of the Overlords from being at the perfect location to see those Banshees coming in, so the angle may have just caught Solar off guard just a little bit. He should have certainly had some sort of vision a little bit closer to home, but anyways, all of that is in the past. It all comes down to this particular match right here now. Oceanborn, do you expect any crazy builds here?
I honestly have no idea. I think it comes down to how Gumiho plays. I expect Solar to scout, react, and defend. He's going to do what he does best. He's gone for a 15 hatch, 15 pool again, getting out his 2 queens very early, and no doubt extra queens behind that. One of the advantages of this with those earlier queens is you can get your creep spread going super fast. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Solar both start a creep tumor on the natural as quickly as possible and go for a fast third base. His ling speed will be a bit delayed from normal though. So if Gumiho had gone for, like, say, a gas first or a normal barracks gas, he could do a Hellion run by, but with a command center first, that factory is a bit later. There's no real opportunity to take advantage of the delayed ling speed.
Absolutely. Yeah, that gas taken a little bit slower. Solar not entirely sure yet what he's playing against, but he will find out in just a moment. He's thinking about sneaking those Zerglings around. Yeah, that Reaper is going to be sticking at home for now, right? Gumiho not really using this for scouting. He did not send an SCV across the map either. So at this point, he's giving Solar the benefit of the doubt. And you know what? If you're going to give any Zerg player the benefit of the doubt in the early game, I think Solar might just be the one. I'm assuming it's once again going to be Hellion play. Now, Solar is really good against stock standard Terran aggression. In the previous game, we did not have stock standard Terran aggression. We had a bunch of Hellions in the main and a medevac, and then a few as well, 3 of them in total, for a counterattack over at the third. And that's where that house of cards started falling down for Solar, right? He took a lot of damage from that odd bit of early game pressure, even though it's something that is not rocket science to solve, it's just something that he hasn't played against nearly as often as the most normal and standard strategies that Terrans usually employ.
Well, this looks a lot more similar to game 1. The second barracks is just finishing a tech lab. We expect Stim to come in pretty early, and a mixture of Hellions, Marines, and medevacs will be the start for Gumiho. He didn't go very hard into that aggression in game 1. He kind of backed out of it. I think with the same setup, he can lean into the aggression a lot harder. He can multi-prong a bit more, and he will be looking for more momentum. Solar, of course, looking to repeat game 1, slap it down, get ahead, and steamroll him in the mid-game.
Marines come in here. They will be able to get the kill on that Overlord, which is really quite nice, because this is going to leave Solar in the dark for at least a moment. That Overlord is floating to the surface, as we do get a first-person view right here of what our Terran player is looking at. And Gumiho actually playing at higher than low graphic settings.
Yeah, still got that gamma cranked to 1,000 as the pro gamers love to have. Guys, if you're playing StarCraft and it doesn't feel like your eyeballs are getting irradiated, you're not doing it the way the pros do.
Yeah, lowest graphic settings preferably, but this is, I think it's medium maybe? I'm not exactly sure. It doesn't look like the absolute lowest ones.
No, it looks pretty good. He's probably got things like physics turned off for higher performance, so obviously when we're in that observer camera, we get to see really cool chunks go flying everywhere and bodies floating up to the top of the ocean. We are on the ocean floor on this map, and everything floats up when it gets blasted, which is definitely how the real world works for sure.
Absolutely.
It's fun. It's fun at least. The Marine drop sneaking into the main base. First pressure here. 4 Hellions and a Reaper in the south. It's going to just pick up. That's going to go to the low ground. High ground, low ground, plus the Hellions in the natural. Nice way of doing this for Gumiho. Backs off with the Hellions, and the Marines going into that mineral line.
Yeah, the Zerglings, okay, they're going to be needed over here. They may just be waiting in the natural to try and surround any of those Hellions, but already not a bad start, albeit one with a supply block. Did he just finish a depot?
He just came out of it. Yeah, he started 2 depots, but he had one already finishing. So it was like actually perfect play. It was an almost supply block, which is pretty much optimal. Third command center started, double engineering bay as well. He's going to try and group up his units for a moment. I wouldn't mind maybe a Hellion drop rotating into the main. Fighting the Queens. Oh, he's actually draining a few transfuses, which is pretty good to soften those Queens up for the future.
Third command center is going to finish up in the main base. This is certainly not that super quick triple CC play right here from Gumi. So dealing a bit of economical damage was almost a necessity. And yeah, I don't think Solar is hating this early game all too much, right? He's just trying to
not yet, Loco.
Movement right there, though. Queen's not on attack command. And they're going to be wandering forward. What's that, a bunker? Okay.
This is what we call the troll bunker, Loco. So the idea behind the troll bunker is when Solar goes to take that 4th, you go, haha, I have a bunker here. And Solar's brain breaks a little bit because he goes, oh, why would you build that there? That's so confusing. This is literally the weirdest thing I've seen in a while. This level of match, this late in the game, that is a confusing maneuver. I love it.
Oh, it's actually gonna get scouted. Yeah, look at this. This is where he takes a literal double take, right? Like that is a Zergling
Look at
that can win an
Solar.
Academy
He looks
award.
stressed on his camera. He's like, I don't know why you're doing that, and it's confusing me.
And you can obviously salvage the bunker too, get the majority of your resources back. As awkward as this play is, it's forcing Solar at the very least to now take the 4th base over on the left side, the suboptimal location.
Gumiho's very committed to the poking and the prodding here. His 3rd command center has finished behind it, but he's got to keep Solar on 3 base, and he's done that successfully for a little bit. Solar's 4th, of course, halfway done on the south of the map. 62 drones to 53 SCVs. Not many Marines here, but the double drop does rejoin with that army, and suddenly you've got a nice force of Stim Shields Marines. Combat Shields, and Stim is good, but 1-1 is still 40 seconds out.
Absolutely, that's not going to finish up just yet. Neither is Baneling speed, though, in this game, right? Okay, big Zergling counterattack. Depot certainly will be lifted. Third command center, though, did just land on the low ground. Oh,
no.
Not yet. Yeah,
they don't have a landing permit, Loco.
God.
It's an unstable ground. They've done the survey, and
sir, it's blocked.
There's one tiny Zergling underneath this, 10.
Plus the command center has little legs as well, right? How does it work?
It's a 10 million ton structure of metal, but no, it can't land there. It's got to be flat, man. Got to make
Especially
sure
not if it's burrowed. That makes even more sense.
Yeah. Can't have any biomass in underneath there. Honestly, the supply is not bad. The work count's good for Gumiho, but Solar's building 8 more workers. Solar's going Hydra, and his Baneling speed started. I feel like Baneling speed's late enough. If Gumiho can force a fight, that'd be great. But yeah, a few Marines stumble in. He's got to put a bit more pressure on now, because a minute from now, he's going to have to back away when Baneling speed is done.
Now, these siege tanks are in a really lovely spot, but indeed, this is not really provoking the Zerg that much, right? Gumiho's like, hey man, come and fight me right now, please, because I want a bit of a timer. As soon as you finish up Baneling speed, this is going to be really tricky for me to hold. Okay, Solar not taking the bait for now. He knows that those siege tanks are in a position behind those minerals, very little surface area. Okay, he's trying to deny the pathing here of the Metavex. Quite a few transfuses, though, are being soaked.
Yeah, I mean, those transfuses are gone. He's out of juice right now. Those Queens have done a great job soaking damage, buying time, but they are, of course, now out of energy. They can't do that any longer, or the Queens will start falling. He's getting his splash, his Lingbane counterattack, or flanking force, I should say, on the right side. It's ready to cut off reinforcements, but he's seeing no units reinforcing. Solar's going to bring that north, and he's going to swing that in behind the tanks, I believe. Oh, no, he's actually not.
Well, he certainly can if he needs to. He's got a lot of army. Okay, here he comes. And this is going to be quite expensive here for Gumiho to lose. Still, so much cost efficiency in these units, right? Look
Tanks on the Banelings could get a few good shots. Doesn't quite get the big hits. One or two big ones do go down, but so much damaged Banelings, not that many actually dying. Shoving on creep on the left. Gumiho is just going balls to the wall. This is a crazy move. The mad lad Gumiho is going for broke right now. He is deep on creep. This is so dangerous.
There's a lot of Banelings still left over, though, from that previous fight. Is there enough here for the Zerg? One of the siege tanks already gets surrounded. Second siege tank is not going to be too far behind. Darren's going to have to retreat all the way off creep. And that looked like a bit of an overextension to me, but the supply count is still looking solid here for Gumi.
Supply's good for Gumi, but he has no artillery, no siege tanks or Widow Mines. It's pure Marine medevac. You put Byun in these shoes, and I'd say just drop everywhere at once and micro. But this is Gumiho, a player who doesn't have
just micro,
speed and micro. That's it. I mean, you can't attack head-on creep against those Banelings. He has to split up and attack 4 places at once. You're playing one of the best defensive multitaskers in the world in Solar. That's so scary.
2-2 is finished up right now for the Terran, though, so those Marines get a nice little power spike for at least a little while, because Solar's upgrades are on the horizon here too. This is an uphill battle here for Gumiho, as a lot of those Marines are low in hit points. There was no more room inside of the Metavex, so some of those Marines will not be able to evacuate. In the meantime, over at the third base, the Queens are in a whole lot of trouble. Metavex are being targeted down, but ultimately that means that the Zerglings and the Banelings are going to be able to clean all of this up.
Yeah, that's super worth it there for Solar. Trade a few Queens. You've got Hydras out. You don't need as many Queens anymore. Gumiho, though, with a bit of momentum on the south side, will get 3 drones and a hatchery there. He's at least keeping him pinned on 4 bases. And meanwhile, of course, Gumiho's 4th command center is almost finished. He's keeping Solar small enough. Remember, with limited creep spread, if you don't take a 5th base, your main's half-mined out, your natural's about to half-mine out. Solar will not be able to use the worker advantage as these bases keep getting denied.
Yeah, and it's also not that amazing of a Zerg economy, right? 73 drones is respectable, but I would consider it the bare minimum when playing a Ling Bane-based unit composition. 4th command center at this point is done for Gumi. That means, well, it's almost finished anyways. That means that he's adding on his final barracks. That is Barracks 6, 7, and 8 that will probably all get little tech labs on them in just a moment if this game goes on for a little while longer. Gumiho, though, just put his foot on the gas. He wants to end this game ASAP.
He's dropping the northern base again while picking up to drop the back of the natural at the same time. And he's got Marine tank on the front. He's being a nuisance to play against right now. Hydra's not able to shut that down. Oh, yes, they are. They get just in range here, though, in the middle. Marine's going to focus down the fourth base. Banelings get on top, but he picks up at the last second. The Marines and the tanks will get pushed back now. The tanks falling, which are, of course, very costly. The Marines are in the back of the natural as well. You can see that in the picture. Drones starting to fall. Gumiho leading into the chaos, but he's taking heavy losses. This is not a cheap maneuver.
No, this is not cheap by any means. Those medevacts are also not going to go home. Base connect with the Marines. Here's another drop. Maybe this base will go down. There's a little bit of transfusion energy available on the Queens. In the meantime, a Zergling Baning counterattack, and now suddenly that supply advantage is significant for Solar. He's forced to rebuild a bunch of his bases. Fair enough, but I think this is still excellent here for our Zerg player.
That's why we call in the sponge. Gumiho literally just threw everything he could at him, and he just absorbs it. He takes every punch, and then he just gets up, counterattacks. He says, I've got my hive done, I've held on, and you had to expend all of your resources, so many Marines and medevacs, to get the damage that you found. It'd be crippling if you had a fourth base up and a full economy behind it, but you don't. I have smashed your worker count down. You've got only a few Marines left over. Gumiho's on the ropes.
This is not even Solar's final form. There's Ultras coming, Adrenal Glands, 3-3 upgrades. I believe I saw Vipers on the production tab too. Look at this man.
That's the
already
tilt.
half asleep.
He literally, you can see it on his camera, his head just tilted to the side. I think he wins the game, but he's actually frustrated with himself, saying, it should have been cleaner, it should have been easier. Demanding perfection from himself, that's what you take to become a top-tier player. It's basically never being satisfied, always looking for the next plateau, the next level that you can get to.
Absolutely, probably not all too happy with how he defended against all of that multi-pronged aggression there from the Terran, right? Ultimately, he came out ahead, but I think in his mind it could have been a lot cleaner. Either way, though, it is Solar here who wins this series 2-1 over Gumiho, and that's going to make this group so much easier for him.
Shades there at the end of that of the Serral versus Gumiho map on Ancient Cistern from, I believe that was Jönköping last year. But what a fun series this was. Game one, Solar just defended excellently, held on really very, very well. And you could see here the overwhelming, when he's got the numbers advantage like that, he just looks unstoppable at this stage of the game.
No, you're absolutely right. This was a brilliantly played game by Solar, not really missing a beat here, right? And this is the type of game that he wanted to bring in every single match of this series. In game number 2, he ended up going for a Roach Ravager Queen push, but he did that right after losing about 20-odd workers. And, well, maybe not quite that many, but he lost a bunch of economy, and that ultimately made the follow-up macro game that he needed to play not quite doable. So nicely done here by Gumiho, getting a lot of damage done. And then, of course, we had game number 3. That's the one that just completed. Yeah, maybe not the cleanest game, right? Not at least compared to game number 1, but Solar ultimately brought it home.
Yeah, I mean, well, Gumiho did what Gumiho does best. He made the game messy as all heck. He drags you into the mud, and he beats you with experience in the mud wrestling war, except in this case, Solar says, no, you don't beat me. I'm able to hold on well enough. There was enough good holds. And I think Solar just did a very good job of judging how many workers to sit at. You were saying, oh, only 72, 75 drones, the minimum you need. And you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
But it was correct for the sort of wild aggression that Gumiho was throwing at him. I think the big thing that cost Gumiho game 1 and this game was being a bit too overextending with siege tanks multiple times and Marines. I like the multi-prong, but there's too many times like this where he's then just losing his whole army right afterwards. And as much damage as he found, it came at too great a cost.
Solar, congratulations on that victory. Now, we were just watching some highlights up on the screen behind us. Talk to me about what you were feeling watching those highlights.
Yeah, I won, but I really dislike my performance today. I played pretty well against Heromarine, also against Gumiho. Yeah, but it is what it is. Well, anyway, I advanced to playoffs, so I hope I can do better in tomorrow. Yeah.
So that's not even you at your full power.
It was.
Well, we cannot wait to see what else you're going to bring us in this tournament. Exciting games, creativity, your defense all over the place, your offense obviously top-notch. What do you have to work on to feel even better about your game?
Well, I think I just
I feel like this main stage, there were a lot of audience here, made me a little bit nervous. I know you guys are awesome, but just for myself, I shouldn't care that much, but I was. So tomorrow, I just only focusing on just show you guys my best skill as possible. Yeah, that's all.
Okay. And is there anything the audience can do to be better and more supportive for you?
Actually, if you guys cheer for me, I think my nervous could be like better. So please give me some big noise, please.
You heard him, audience. This is not the last we've seen of Solar, but it was certainly an excellent display, and he's got even better games to show us. Solar, I'm going to let you take a rest, prepare for those future games, and, well, everyone at the desk, what did you think of that matchup?
Bit of a slobber knocker, bit of a barn burner between these two. Really went the distance between Solar and Gumiho. Unfortunately for Gumiho, he now finds himself in what is basically a deciding match versus Scarlet. That will actually happen tomorrow. Meanwhile, here on the desk, we have Dimo as well as Rotterdam to talk about this one. Roddy, this did go the distance. As Pig says, it was back and forth, quite scrappy here and there. But you know what? Solar does well.
Yeah, he does it well, and kind of in a typical Solar way with the lurkers on Alcyone. I don't know how many games we've seen of Solar on Alcyone where there's a bit of trading, a bit of back and forth. He hangs in there, makes a couple lurkers, runs to the other side of the map, and you can already see him kind of lean back in his chair because, oh yeah, I've been in this spot before. And you take a fight and the lurkers move forward and he already knew he had it in the back. Game 2, he kind of decided to go all-out offense, no defense at all. There were 2 benches killing 25 drones. He's like, but that's okay, I've got a lot of roaches, ravages, queens. This is normally where I kill guys, but Gumiho did not make it easy on him. It was a fun scrap, definitely closer than I felt like it was in the GSL Codes finals, but unfortunately for Gumi, just barely not enough.
Tough, Ben.
Yeah, I mean, like, as Kevin said, it was closer than the GSL finals. It was like, that was kind of brutal. You wanted Gumiho to win a few more maps. He got 1 map on the board, but then it was just all about Solar. And Gumiho put up a real good fight here. I like what he brought out with the mech build as well, just being a bit crazy all over the shop. But one thing that's decent for Gumiho is he's got Scarlet left, which, when I say decent for him, it's nice that he's still got a chance to make it because he's obviously been a bit of a bumpy ride so far, but he did showcase a lot of cool builds and cool ways to play, and he can play both, which, yeah, as I said earlier, it's hard to predict what he's really going to pull out.
Yeah, I think actually it's, you know, for Gumiho, kind of scary. Scarlet still looks pretty good in those ZVTs throughout this group.
She's done a lot better in this group than I thought she was going to do, because, I mean, like, Gabe kind of said it when they were all sat around the table, and he's like, yeah, people didn't know where to rate you because you don't play anymore kind of thing, but she's been playing real damn swell so far, and she's not easy for anybody.
Maybe that helps a little bit as well for someone like Scarlet, right? In the previous years, we talked so much about her and we give her a lot of credits and build her up, and all of these groups are tough. This was one of these IEM Katowices where people don't really talk too much about Scarlet. It's like, oh, Scarlet qualified, okay, cool, but you know, how well are you really going to do? Well, so far, even in the games that Scarlet ended up losing, she looked damn good, damn competitive. I'm completely with you, James. I don't think that's a foregone conclusion at all, but Gumi is still Gumi. And you think back of the man that we saw at the ESL Summer Championships back then in Jönköping, where he can really turn it up if he needs to do it. And I think he's still the favorite, but it's far from easy.
Well, we know one player already in the round of 8. It's Big Gabe, it's Heromarine. As I said before, he went galactic, and now we've got him already in a qualification match on the road to the World Cup here, Ben. For Big Gabe, that's massive.
I mean, it's actually huge. The fact that, like, he is doing so well every year at Katowice now, like, where everybody's prepped all they have, you know, and the fact that he's like changed Monday Gabe into Katowice Gabe, because like he really hasn't been the player that we've known for the last few months, but the fact that he's come in here, done what he's done to these players, like these are no slouches. Beating Solar, like his history against Solar isn't the best. I know he beat him a couple of Katowices ago to make the round of 4, but still just very impressive from Gabe.
The Big Gabe Caterkiller, is he here to be able to get himself a round of 4 spot again? He's done it in the past, Roddy.
Yeah, no, he has made it into his semifinals, and we'll never forget that semifinals because he was up 2-0 against Rainer. And in game 3, we were all looking at each other like, is this actually happening? Is Gabe 3-0ing Rainer? Because that's the funny thing about StarCraft II history, right? We'll think back of that Katowice and be like, ah, that was another Rainer Grand Finals. But we were a Marine fight away from Gabe 3-0ing Rainer back then in the semifinals, and it could have been Heromarine in the Grand Finals. And we said it before, Oliveira winning last year really has ignited the fire in some of these guys where they're like, I may not be the favorite coming into this tournament, I may not be the best player in the world, but if I can just bring my A game on the right moment, it is apparently possible. Oliveira showed that it's possible, and I'm sure that Gabe is already dreaming about that a little. But no matter what happens in that quarterfinals, I'm sure he really wants to win it. He wants to go as far as possible. This is an amazing performance by the man who used to be undisputed top 4 Europe for the longest time. These days it's a lot more wide open. Some people even say he fell out of the top 4, fell out of the top 6. For him to show up like this, 4 wins, 8-1 in maps. I mean, standing ovation for Gabe, really.
Yeah, it's been brilliant.
You don't forget about Gabe.
Don't forget about Gabe. That's right. Thank you, gentlemen. We are going to go to our break now, but when we return, we have an absolute must-see fixture because it's an absolute must-win for Reina. He's 0-2 in the group at the moment, and he goes up against Hero. We'll see you soon.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and Intel.
Big fixture between two players that are competing usually at the very top of tournaments, but at present, Reina finds himself at the bottom of Group D, the group that we did dub the group of death, and now he finds himself in a very rough position. Hero's not out of the woods just yet, though, either. Joining me to my left-hand side, we have Dimu as well as Loco to talk about this one. Loco was locked in for that previous series, for the previous cast, but now this is a match we would usually talk about in the latter stages of a tournament, but we're at the very early stages of this tournament, and Reina's not in the best of positions right now.
Yeah, no, this is one of those games that we have in the very first stage of the event, in the group stage, and I think if it would have been the grand finals, everybody would have been like, yeah, okay, I guess something weird happened. Maybe Serral got eliminated, maybe Maru is out, but Reina versus Hero would not be a surprise, and yet, I mean, this is not quite an elimination match, I guess, for Hero. It's not quite the case yet for Reina either, but he really does need to win this one if he wants to stay alive.
It truly is verging on it, right?
Yeah.
0-3 down. Yes, we have had 2 threes being able to advance before, but as you say, in this group, although, I mean, considering we've had Cyan beat Maru and kind of all these other crazy results go down, there could be some weird scenarios in the middle of this group here, Ben. But for the most part, Reina, I mean, on socials, he said, didn't play so well yesterday. Hopefully tomorrow we come back in stronger. He is a guy that can kind of flip that switch from day to day. So what do you think of him for it?
I'm actually very worried for Reina. Like, historically between them, it's extremely close. Like, just to talk about this a little bit, map-wise, it's 25-22 in favor of Reina, which that is ridiculously close. The last few times that they played were in Masters Coliseum. And just to talk a little bit how it went, 2-1 for Hero in the group stage against Reina.
Yes.
3-2 for Reina in the upper bracket playoff, but then Hero beat him 4-3 in the lower bracket in Masters Coliseum. That's as close as it gets. And honestly, when it comes down, like being 0-3 in a group, that is not something you want to hope for, that the stars align with every other game, right? And Reina, that is not the kind of player that you think should be 0-3. But this group is so ridiculously hard. I mean, it's not the group of death for no reason.
Yeah, there were so many Reina versus Hero series going down recently that on ZG's stream, she almost confused which match was which because there were so many of them constantly going on. But she got it there in the end. She was on the right series. So, yes, I lurk on everybody's stream, ZG. And, yeah,
I mean, replay folder is just a mess. They're all in there.
There was a lot of games. And because of that, they have a lot of intel on each other here, Loco, in terms of how they approach things. Again, though, when it comes to Reina, I do think he comes in with a lot of fire after being beaten down a little bit yesterday. Yeah. Losing to Showtime especially, that's something that I don't think he really anticipated, even though Showtime looked absolutely phenomenal throughout the day.
Yeah, it's not like he necessarily played super bad either, right? It's not like he made sloppy
Showtime played up.
Yeah, exactly. I think Showtime overperformed where we expected him to perform. And maybe for a lot of people looking at this group, that's one of the names, Showtime, that they didn't necessarily expect to move on, but he's currently looking really solid. It would be kind of amazing if it's Dark, Cyan, and Showtime moving on out of the group of death, but at this point, it's not even looking that crazy.
I'd love it. It would be insane.
That would be amazing.
And I'm all for it. Right, thank you very much, guys. Time to head on over to the stage now for a big one as we have Hero going up against Reina.
A big one, you said it. This is a match that you would expect to see at the end of a tournament, but so many good players here mean Reina and Hero are fighting at the bottom of Group D. But we just talked to Solar on stage and we found out how important audience support is. I know we've got a lot of fans of both of these players in the house, so please give them your energy as we welcome to the stage Reina and Hero. This is the third series played between these two giant players as they have faced off twice before in the Masters Coliseum 7. It went either direction, but now they are playing a single best of 3 on the Katowice stage, and this might just be the most important match yet.
Absolutely huge moment here for young Jack Frost. Mr. Reina with his new frozen hairstyle, and he's been looking very, very good in the recent weeks. But of course, a rough day yesterday. Today is the chance for recovery, but he faces a dynamic opponent in Hero. It's kind of cool. You got such a fast, fun player in Rainer. Hero is wildly unpredictable and aggressive. And I feel like over the past few years, every time they've clashed, my eyes have been glued to the screen because it's been such a treat of exciting games that no other players will replicate. It is only, you know, every time they play, it's a unique snowflake. It is always a bunch of weird situations.
Yeah, that's actually very true. They almost always clash in some very entertaining way. And, you know, even during some of the metas where maybe ZVP wasn't that entertaining, honestly, if I'm being brutal. But then Hero came back after the military and then introduced a whole new style of play, one that took a while for the Zergs to actually accommodate. They have, so he only brings it out every now and again. But what still remains consistent in this matchup is that it's kind of the onus on the Protoss to do something different every single time. The slight adjustments for some Protoss out there, the humongous adjustments for a guy like Hero, from Triple Forge to transferring over into a Fleet Beacon on 2 bases or something weird like that. This guy tried everything and then some in the most recent best ofs that they've played, and I imagine he will continue to innovate and experiment in this best of 3.
Experimental, creative aggression on the right. On the left, you've got speed and flashiness, one of the fanciest Zergverse Protoss players in the world. He's a player who has been saying this matchup's gotten more difficult, it's harder. He's running into obstacles. He knows he needs to step up his game. In the bottom right side of Hard Lead, representing Basilisk. Put your hands together for Rainer. Fighting for his tournament life right now.
And on the top left of Hard Lead for Team DKZ, he is the Blue Protoss Hero.
Hero successfully gets a block off in game 1. The mini game that does set the pace for the matchup, one which I feel like Hero's had the worst end of recently, because sometimes Rainer will go for a very fast hatchery to preempt the block. And he's usually been guessing when to do that correctly. But this time, Hero goes across at the start, stops him from taking the hatchery, and Rainer is forced to defend an exposed expansion.
Yeah, there was a difference of just even that little bit of an opener as far as whether or not Hero probe scouted at all, actually. And then if he actually did particular timings on it, all changed up. Again, in the very many games that they have played in the last 3 weeks, a lot of it extended series, very long games, where stamina also was an issue. This time around, in a best of 3, I mean, we might get a couple of long games, long scrappy games, maybe even one very just late game ZVP, although a little less likely between these two. But what you don't need, I suppose, in terms of preparing for an hour, 2 hour, 3 hour series, you do have to prepare for just the extreme amount of stress that is on both of them, but particularly Rainer, who has had disappointing results for him. Totally understandable losses, and he did not look bad at all, as the death said, but it is disappointing for him, especially because he really wanted to show up after Atlanta was disappointing for him.
Indeed, he put on his practice hat and he went to work for this event. But there's also, you know, that mythology has been growing around Rainer. The famous hard practice grind he did to win his World Championship, to make it to 3 World Championship finals in a row, 2019 to 2022. Barely missing out on getting back-to-back World Championships. Of course, that 3-4 loss to Serral in 2022 does haunt him a little bit. It was so very close right here in Katowice. And now he is, of course, going to be looking to make a deep run. But I feel like Rainer does his best work when he's behind, when he's on the ropes, and when everyone's counting him out. I saw him earlier. And he said, you know, I went and saw the forums, the Reddit threads, the posts. A lot of people saying I'm washed. He's like, I am fired up. It is fuel for me. I'm loving it. He said, you know, that makes me just so, like, I'm so eager to prove everybody wrong.
Yeah. And I guess on the side of Hero, I don't know if he actually accepts this fate, but he has been dubbed the Hero of Protoss to actually get to the semifinals last year and then the finals of our DreamHack in Atlanta a year ago. not the most recent one, but before that, he has been dubbed the hero of Protoss, and that is a lot to live up to, and even more so after this recent year was rather disappointing up until, again, that Master Coliseum, where fortunately he was able to defeat Raynor, although you can argue that Raynor should have won both best ofs. There was a little bit of a throw in there, many would say.
I mean, I think that goes both ways, though. I think Hero multiple games as well. That's just a Hero PvZ. Hero will get ahead and let it just slip through his fingers, but he'll also claw back some of the most insane comebacks.
Yes, exactly, 100%. It's all kind of condensed into one adrenaline pumping best of 3 here. We do have continued kind of normalcy for this matchup. We were talking, guys, the Stargate opener into the third Nexus, which is something that Raynor still actually has to be very on point about scouting, right? This all can look very normal, but then Hero is actually doing a lot of like fake natural gases and going into this really surprising 3-base charge. A lot of it's like hard to call it 3-base, but that's what it was. There's a lot to worry about when it comes to even this setup, as the charge all-in was represented, the surprise Stargates were represented, the blink without the forge was represented, as well as, I don't think if it did a disruptive drop, but obviously Twilight Council can come into play in the future. Not this game as far as Resonant Glaives, but that was also giving Raynor issues. There's just so much. Raynor is deciding to go for a +1 melee build himself.
Forge came down before the Twilight. Usually it's the other way around. That makes me think it's going to be a charge build. +1 does take a fair bit longer to upgrade than charge, so you do want to get that started ahead of time. And Raynor's going for that +1 melee, as you said. He's defended fantastically well so far, damaging an Oracle heavily for just 2 drone losses. Stalker will go down in the wall. A good snipe for Raynor, well worth it.
I was going to say, adept walls like that are actually kind of tricky. They do kind of change the unit spacing when they turn to attack. That was seen a lot back in 2020 Katowice, actually. So one little pesky Ling gets in, and even though it could have been worse, you know, 10 Lings dancing around there, killing probes would have been obnoxious, that Ling did see all the information that nothing else could. Now, you don't actually know what is coming out of that Twilight Council, and it is, in fact, going to be Blink. A lot of gateways coming down to create some nice walls as well. Very good use of the map terrain. Hero was displaying that in the previous series too. And we'll see if he actually tries to be a little aggressive with the Blink Stalkers, perhaps even, you know, intimidating Raynor to a certain extent. But with those +1 melee Lings, you really got to be careful about how you use your Blink Stalkers. Currently just triple Oracle and 5 Adepts looking to threatening Raynor. Maybe not actual mineral line, but hoping that it causes Raynor to maybe overproduce army units, underproduce drones. Absolutely not happening here, as Raynor just pumped out 10 of them.
Nice, confident, greedy play for Raynor as well. His Roach Horn only going down after the 6-minute mark. Did already have a Baneley Nest before that, though, so he was ready to deal with any sort of explosive Adept pressure. So going surround on the Adepts will take a few of them out. Adepts aren't the most important unit as we go to these later stages of the game, but still nice to keep them alive as a blocking and defensive unit. And a Templar Archive's going down as well as Charge. The Robo is up, +2 attacks on the way. This is awesome. This looks like Hero is basically playing an Immortal Charge Storm style with a handful of Blink Stalkers. So it's really, it looks like a Blink style, but it's not really. It's just a handful of them for defense.
I do like, I wonder if he's still going to play this in that ultra-aggressive multitasking way that he can do without the Templar Archives, without the Archons, which he might add much, much later in the game. This time around, adding in the potential Archons while also doing an aggressive Stalker attack with the Warp Prism on the way and Charge and Storm. I mean, this is... Theoretically, this can really work out. The Stalker's pressure, they also do some scouting. You expand behind it, you get all of your technology behind it as well, and it's kind of like a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 punch as the Protoss gets everything and the Zerg feels like they're constantly under pressure. But then, on the other hand, it feels like if Hero miscontrols or is a little too out there, then he's got too much invested in things that won't necessarily help him. But that's what we're going to be finding out here. Can Raynor find a time to strike? Doesn't look like he's looking for one. He's getting an invitation pit.
I think Hero might have studied that Showtime series from yesterday, because he's being very light in his aggression, just poking and prodding. And the wall-offs are fantastic, uncharacteristically defensive. And I think this is it's just such a good way to play against your image. You know, you go in here as Raynor, what are you expecting? Well, it's Hero. He's going to throw the kitchen sink at me. He's going to be in my face. There's going to be weird sorts of zealot timings. None of that has happened. It has been the most passive poking with Adepts and Oracles and Stalkers. No overcommitments. And Hero is simply trying to take a fourth with Stalker Storm, one of the most defensive styles in the game.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, he's really playing cautiously with the units, not overextending. And, you know, honestly, some of the ways that he has thrown games games or lost games in general. He really is using just a little bit of pressure, the two-pronged or even three-pronged, you could argue, with Oracles, Warp Prism, and Stalkers, and then getting to a very solid macro game behind it. Of course, Raynor not too far behind. 8 drones, 5 bases just about, and a Hive 80% finished. We could have some action coming shortly. Even additional Vipers could be coming out too, but you know, for what they've displayed and what Hero especially displayed in a best of 5 and a best of 7 previously, he is playing even differently still.
Yeah, Raynor's going Ultras, and that's somewhat predictable. Both Solar and Raynor were going Ultras pretty much every game against Hero in the last tournaments they played against, and Hero is so prepared for that because he's pumping Immortals one at a time consistently. He's got a lot of Storm here, which is very scary for your Ling Bane. You've got to dodge those beautiful spreads from Raynor. Just be warned, everyone, you may need to take some motion sickness medication because Raynor's first-person view is absolutely hectic. Oh, that Stasis Trap blocking his Zergling run by. Nice catch there for Hero.
I'm actually trying to cast without looking currently. There we go. We actually do have a Warp Prism in the main base, which Raynor is already responding to. Meanwhile, also worrying about the attack of the front. And Hero is even grabbing +1 air behind this potential composition change in the future. Baneling's looking to target those High Templars. Aren't going to be able to find it, but they merge into Archons anyway, which are going to obviously tank a lot more Banelings. The Immortals do go down. Perhaps Hero not necessarily paying attention or thinking that that is worth it if he can continue with the momentum. Zealot in the main base getting surrounded. Warp Prism was taken out, and Hero is actually still pushing on the front lines, just the bare minimum units to do so.
Supply is so close. This is a scary moment for Raynor. If he can't hold on, this could be game ending. But Hero also may be overextending. Archon's a very good one. Storm in there to help clear those Lings. Very nice. And I think a very wise pullback for Hero. Oh! A duck from Raynor. That was a delicious catch on that Immortal.
Yeah, out of left field. Didn't expect that one, but that is an important unit taken out of the equation. As you were saying, the supplies remaining very, very even, which obviously we favor towards the Protoss. The quality of your army, especially with so many Archons, just continues to increase. The Viper not ready to go again, but oh, the Blinding Cloud was effective enough. Actually, that was absolutely perfect. Not going to get a second spell, but if that does push the Archon Immortal army back, then so be it. That's good enough for now. Raynor does also need to worry about this actual transfer of compositions. +1 air is going to finish for Hero in second Stargate, a Fleet Beacon too, so at any moment he could start building up to that army, in which Raynor has very little anti-air. There's no Spires, no Hydras either, but of course for the Protoss perspective, it's tricky to actually safely get to that point. They don't want to be overwhelmed on the ground before the carrier numbers get good enough.
Hero has to be wary. Ground is his strength, it's his forte. Air is not. Getting a few carriers is always a good idea because the Zerg is forced to diversify their composition. The Zerg supply problem haunts them in the late game, which is how do they have enough worker for supply for drones, queens, army that fights ground, and army that fights air. It's a very difficult. Nice snipe into Recall. He's going to lose 2 Archons, so it's not cheap.
Yeah, no, that wasn't cheap whatsoever. A little unfortunate, of course, but with both players still solidly on very good economies. Hero going up to 5. Raynor still on 5, actually. Might be looking toward the 6 soon, but pretty solid. It's going to be able to replace that. I am just getting increasingly more worried about Raynor just not having a true answer to the carriers. I mean, there's not even really a backup answer. I suppose Queen's going to be pulled to the front line, but... Or, well, honestly, the other thing that can happen is that you continue to bombard the air toss player with ground units and basically keep them on their back foot so long that you then can successfully transition into a Spire. But, you know, the more that Raynor gets a scout on this, the better I would feel. And maybe he will eventually pick up on what Hero's putting down. Certainly will, and these carriers make an appearance right now.
+2 air opens on the way. Hero crisp on those upgrades. He's really bringing the fire to Raynor, not letting Raynor get situated. 90 workers for Hero, more Zealot, Archon, with just a few High Templar and Immortals mixed in. Storm amazing against the Ling Bane. Immortals good against the Ultras. Archons are a decent, well-rounded buffer unit, but they do need other things backing them up to find efficiency.
Yeah, there was at least one game in their previous series in which Hero definitely got ahead on the technology with the carriers, but Raynor was able to buy enough time on the ground. Can he do that once more? Trying to make a little bit of a surround, but it's a bit awkwardly timed. The bottom side of the Zerg army appears first. The top side of the Zerg army doesn't look particularly strong, and Raynor's supply is simply plummeting. Hero playing this first game to perfection. Bing, bang, boom. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And he ends the game with a win and is ever closer to winning the series.
What a devious way to start off the series. Hero there puts on his European pro player cosplay plays Blink, Stalker, Storm, walling off his third into a defensive fourth base, and then just kind of goes up to the next step. Storm Immortal poking, Zealot harassing the main, transitions to carriers behind it. Brilliant engagements and play by Hero.
Yeah, it would be all too familiar to see Hero set up like this, but then get a little too overconfident with his Stalkers.
Yeah.
Give that vulnerable opening onto then his fourth base, which he can't defend, and then Raynor controls the game from then on. But Hero absolutely shifting gears here, possibly, as you said, watching the previous ZVP from Raynor. And I really do think that that caught him off guard. I mean, he might have been matching some of the pacing to an extent, but obviously this late game didn't really look so great for Raynor. But I think mentality-wise, Raynor had to shift multiple times, constantly reconfirming, no, you are doing this, no, you are doing this, no, you are doing this, and probably set the pace very differently. Let's see if Raynor can recover in this extremely important best of 3.
You know, Hero may have identified a particular or potential weakness with Raynor, which is predictability. In this matchup, Raynor relies on speed, precision, his ability to get ahead by defending harassment perfectly, doing his own run-bys, and then just kind of beating you down. But there are very few surprises, unlike a guy like Dark, right, where Dark doesn't necessarily have the precision and the build orders as tight as Raynor, but you never know what he's going to do next. Are there going to be Nidus Worms in your main, Roaches and Queens on your doorstep? It's always a big question mark, but Raynor may have hit a point where he's a tad too predictable in this matchup. It feels like Hero adapted very well to counter his playstyle in that game.
Yeah, you might be right about that. It's going to be tough for Raynor to adjust mid-series, but we've certainly seen it in the past from Raynor. He just really needs to turn it on right here, right now, as we do head into Golden Aura. This will be potentially the final map of the series if this man in the bottom right for Basilisk doesn't get a W on the board. He is Raynor.
And up here in the top left side, one game away from getting that 2-0 that would really cement him as an absolute force in this matchup. In the top left of the map, in the blue, it's DKZ's Hero. As an Australian, it feels wrong saying DKZ. I feel like I should be saying DKZ.
Yeah, sorry, mate.
And that's why I normally say the whole one, Dragon Crazy Gaming.
Oh, because it just throws you off so much.
Yeah.
I have found myself wanting to say Zed because of you guys.
It sounds cooler, doesn't it?
No.
Much cooler.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, Zed's way more bad.
ZG? Suddenly it doesn't rhyme?
ZG!
No, that's BS. That's not gonna work for me, no thank you.
Zombie Grubster.
And then I'm also like in America being like, it's 87 Fahrenheit, and all the Americans are like, why are you specifying? Just like bragging that you've been to other countries. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. Everyone yells at me if I don't do that.
Call them freedom units and then, you know, shout out and make a bald eagle scream and they'll redeem you in their eyes. It's fine.
Which is always the not bald eagle scream, actually. They always use something like a red-tailed falcon.
Oh, yeah, because it sounds cooler, right?
Exactly, because eagles
they retconned it. They're like, oh, yeah, this is totally the bald eagle scream, the sound of freedom. Yep.
Yep. Have you ever seen a bald eagle just looking right at a camera? It looks derpy. Anyways, completely off topic. We do have second game. Very important, actually. Like, seriously, you do not want to understate how important this is for Raynor, because even if there is a way that he could get 0-2'd here but then still bring it back, if you're bringing it back from all of the still very intimidating players you have to face, such as Dark, which is the next match for Raynor, and then even Cyan has proved to be a potential thorn in the side for many of these players who expected to have him as the easy peasy series. We do have a Stalker coming out first.
Nice gas first opening for Hero. He went for the block in game 1, was successful. Game 2, he gets Raynor to play, of course, lets Raynor, get away with the hatchery first, but he goes for both Stalker, a Stargate, and a slightly delayed Warp Gate. Even though he could afford it, just kind of gives off the illusion of, oh yeah, is it Stargate, is it not? And obviously make sure he has plenty of money to start the Stargate right on time. Hero always one to mix up his openings, and I think this is going to be a bit more of a standard game. The Overlord out front, the base on this map, is such a menace. That pillar is so well placed. You see everything. So I think the first order of business is just fly the Oracle down here, spot the high ground, let the Stalker get rid of that, and then you can secure your third and start harassing.
Yeah, whatever else you do have planned behind this, too. That will blind Raynor, at least temporarily. But I was also going to ask you about it's actually apparently just what he does, but Hero has been putting a pylon in his wall. Thus far, I haven't seen any Zergs try and take advantage of that, obviously covering it now.
It becomes very strong from this point on. So it is definitely vulnerable early on, but it actually ends up being really nice. And because he always puts the choke point on the inside, well, usually he does, actually. Normally you take the third on the left, in which case I really dislike the way he's placed this wall. Yeah. Okay, suboptimal wall placement in this one. The reason why it's actually a good wall doesn't make sense here. But remember, Hero has never done the same wall twice.
Yeah.
Hero is a player who is one of, some would say disorganized, I would say a free-flowing, chaotic genius. He's a man where you try to make him, do the exact same build order and repeat, he'd go crazy. He's intuitive, he figures things out as he goes, and his wall-offs are not technical, but he makes them work.
Yeah, he absolutely does there. It is once again going to be a triple Oracle opener. The two gases coming out of the natural, presumably going to be actually a mine from this point on. Anyway, you do have Raynor just continuing spread creep, build a couple of extra queens and drones. So sometimes you can kind of determine how well the Zerg is going to play based on how well their Oracle defense is. It was actually totally fine in the last game, yet Raynor still struggled, looking fine in this one as Hero does slap down the Twilight Council and Forge at the same time. Still warping a couple of additional adepts, could do a similar pressure push, just making them appear, getting ready to react, and then maybe pulling them back. This time with 3 adepts probably, not 5.
Interesting to see that pressure come out. Evo Chamber's a bit later this game for Raynor, but a similar style. Oh, is it?
Yeah.
I mean, I really don't like him letting, Hero just be too greedy like in that last game.
Yeah.
It looked scary in the late game. But if you can get aggressive, that's the way to do it. And this looks like the setup for a German taxi.
Exactly. We do have that Overlord speed on the way. The Roachmore nice and fast. And ooh, a Oracle gets taken out right there. And the Oracles can be extremely helpful for defending against these attacks. The stasis traps, the pulsar beam if the queens can't get close enough. And a revelation, obviously, to actually get the scout and hopefully see this is coming before it hits you. 6 drones did just go down, and the second Oracle barely survives that time, so it's going to mess a little bit with the timing. Quick to try and replace that. 4th base coming down for Raynor as well. Hero still does not actually see the technology in the natural. The queens have been able to fend them off from that.
Delicious harassment from Hero so far. Plenty of gateways blinking +1. And everything I said about German taxis can be forgotten. He's, of course, gone melee upgrades in training.
Yeah.
He's just droning on up. He's going towards a 4th base and really working his way upwards in the macro games. This looks like he's just checking that there's nothing tricky. He knows he's on elimination point right now. If he loses this series, he's more, more likely than not, he's going to be eliminated. So he's got to win this map in the next. He doesn't want to get caught by a surprise. Overlord speeds there. Ling's at the front. He sees a pretty standard defensive blink setup.
Yeah, so often we think of necessity for scouting as being, well, you got to scout the all-in, you got to scout the cheese. But of course, scouting that they are playing a very macro-oriented game is also important. So if that is what he saw, in the Templar Archives being thrown down as well, then maybe it doesn't worry so much about the upcoming aggression and change the way he plays out the last game. But if he doesn't, and maybe sees a lot of gateways, then he gets a little more worried about a true attack on the front lines. We do have Stalkers with the Warp Prism, and this is the change-up now for Hero as he does choose to be quite aggressive with this opener. The Roaches might be a little bit of a surprise. The Lings do not have their upgrade as of yet, but they are getting a very good surround. Hero's +1 did just finish, and he clearly has the Warp Prism micro to help with the Blink micro, but he is very much being pushed back. Raynor had a solid army and a solid setup to nip this in the bud.
Hero with some great micro, but Raynor punishes him there. I think about 4 Stalkers died, maybe 5. It's a decent number. 3, in fact, did go down, and those are very expensive units. Look at Raynor's supply. He's got a Spire on the way as well. I love that. I think Spire is super underrated, and a few of the players have been talking about, of course, Hero and how he does get caught by Mutalisks sometimes. There's been the story of how, because of his control group system, he can't really micro Phoenixes perfectly while defending 2 ground angles, because he's a chaotic player who basically just manually controls stuff. So he kind of struggles against those mass Mutalisk styles. It's very rare anyone gets there, because he normally just kills them if they try to go Mutalisks. But because you defended the first attack, you can definitely sneak the Mutas out.
Which is a very well-timed first-person view, by the way, because you can see his hotkeys. You can see that he has Oracle on the second occasionally, sometimes a Probe, and then all of his army on one hotkey.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it's always whatever he looked at most recently on 1 and 2. So the Immortal, he just looked at, it's on number 2. Now the Prism's on number 2. And if he looks at something else, it'll replace the Stalkers on number 1. So it's a constantly rotating way of selecting what he was just selecting. 90% of his control is clicking on the minimap or F2ing and just kind of manually boxing things. It means he's so good at adapting in the chaos. His ability to control messy situations, second to none. But it also means there's situations which he could calm down and make more organized with a more organized system, but he just does not have the system in place to do that, whereas other pro players do.
Well, that's very interesting. Not an excuse to go ahead and just, do the same thing, guys, out there on ladder. Hero is hero after all. But Infestation Pit is actually on the way. Nice contaminate on the Storm prior to the Overseer being sniped. Very nice indeed. But, well, Raynor, did get Aspire. The muta count has already been created. It's not going to be an overwhelming number of mutas. This is going to shock and awe, and it will get a lot of damage done. The intent is to move away from this as the Infestation Pit is happening behind all of this aggression. As you can see, a couple of SAG defense structures actually helping negate what could have been, I think, easily 16 probe kills. It's only 8 so far. Well, 10 now with a couple of scouting probes, which thankfully did scout that there is a very much ground-based attack happening on the right side. Six Trap is ready. SAG defense is ready. Storm is not, thanks to that contaminate, but 1 second to go there. It is, and Raynor won't get that timing there, but he might still be able to get the big surround or not. That Storm on the left side catches all the Banelings roly-poling in a line. That was not the attack that Raynor was hoping for.
Hero was looking cool, calm, and collected, and he just got past the scariest part of this game. He has 4 bases and 73 workers up and rock solid. Hero feeling like he does not need to make a play happen. We're seeing him come into this series after watching Raynor's series against Showtime, and he says, you know what, I think I can also take him in late game. Let's copy that more defensive style. Let's be a bit more chill after the early harassment. It is so unlike Hero to play StarCraft like this, but sitting on 4 base and just going Stargates, this is perfect against the way Raynor's been playing this tournament so far. The pressure is on. The Italian Stallion struggling to find an opening.
I would like to see Raynor being able to match him as far as the pace set to that late game, and we do have the Spire obviously for this game, so big difference from the last. And then we also see we already have a greater Spire as Raynor has recognized the time for trying to overwhelm or out multitask its opponent with the ground and mutas as it's passed. We're getting into that later stage of the game where Raynor, he's very good as well, and that's where the true test will lie, is late game versus late game. +2 air already on the way for Hero on that Sky Toss, which is a really good sign for him. The 4 base is obviously completely set up and both players maxing out. But you're right, Raynor really is not able to find the big attacks, and he's also not finding any of these little jabs, which he usually does.
The 4 base setup is so solid on this map, and Hero entrenched it with stasis traps, cannons, and batteries very well. He's moving out to a 5th base on the left as well. The 5th base on, I feel, is when the Protoss becomes a little more vulnerable to Zerg run-bys. That's when Raynor could maybe get some more movement going. So far, though, it is his attempts are falling on deaf ears. He's basically running in, shouting and screaming, and the cannons are ignoring him. They are blocking it so easily.
Yeah, they are. Adrenal Glands will eventually finish, and that will add a little bit more potency to the lane run-bys, but I think he needs a few more if he actually wants to find some damage and cause some chaos. We have many a carrier on the way. Again, fairly well upgraded. Banelings were formed, actually, so those are going to be able to crash on through, take out some SAG defense, and perhaps a follow-up Ling attack will continue to put the pressure on that particular point, which is not only necessity, I think, for the momentum of Raynor, really wanting to get something done, but it's also perhaps a necessity for a safe transition to Broodlords. It has begun, but we're trickling those in, so not quite effective yet. Hero may be looking away or not bothering to split. All right, yeah, okay, there we go. He just moved back. Storms aplenty coming down, but after the Immortal Shields had popped and they've been injured, so it's a very tough army for the Protoss. It will survive, and as you can see, Raynor's not intent on following up immediately, as he is still trying to grow the Broodlord army.
Raynor does not have an endless economy at 73 drones for the Zerg. This is not the 100 drones when Raynor feels truly rich. And his units lost tab can't be too fantastic either, not with the efficiency those Storms have been gaining. That's definitely something with the Lingbane Roach is going to roam around. Corrupted Viper for the anti-air. Ultra's become key for clearing High Templar. If you can remove Storm, Corrupted Viper wreck carriers, but there's already a core of Immortals, a few Archons on the ground. That army blocks the Ultras very well.
Yeah, no surprise, you know, your High Templar is completely unguarded. That will not be happening here. They might still be incorrectly controlled, but that has not yet happened. We do actually have Hero now starting to do a little bit of the run buying, just a handful of Zealot to the left, to the right. I mean, if this really does go into a proper late game ZVP, and obviously we talk about the amount of bases that the Zerg is able to take and take all the minerals before the game gets to that low econ point. War Prism in the main base is going to find some damage. I think this is the first sign of Corruptors. Obviously, the potential for Broodlords is there with the initial Spire. Second Spire on the way for the eventual double upgrades, and it's just perfection on the late game for both players.
Double Cybercore for Hero. I mean, that's so sick. He is so well prepared for the late game, going double air upgrades and shields, but he's not obsessing over air, and this is perfect. I've said it before, I'll say it again, Hero is not an air specialist. When he tries to go mass carriers, it doesn't look great. He tends to just lose those big air battles to the top Zergs like Reynor, but if he gets a few carriers, it makes it so difficult for Reynor to balance his army.
Yeah.
And then you've got this explosive. He's got so many gateways coming in. He's going to be warping in 20 units at a time. I want to see, you know, Zealot and Dark Templar counterattacks, Archon counterattacks. I do think we're probably going to see the Blink Stalker Remax, which is not my favorite thing, but it can work.
There was a game that they played recently where Hero was so gung-ho about getting to the late game that he actually had very poor attack upgrades on the ground, which made his transfer over into the gateways really poor. Caused Reynor to have a little bit of a comeback. But that's not going to be happening here if that is his eventual plan to go back into the gateways. We have the move outs of the Protoss army on the way and very good upgrades for the air. Hero going to have +3 attack in like 60 seconds on the air, shield upgrades and the armor thanks to the double Simon X core. 5 Archons actually coming in here to help too, and it's clear that Reynor is not prepared for the fight. He is willing to evacuate his gold base.
If we could see the units lost up for a moment, I'd love to check in before we get to any big late game battles. You can see already a 6,000 resource lost advantage, almost 6,500 in favor of Hero. So we're going to track that as time goes on and see which way that goes. Hero right now throwing some probes away to replace them with a bigger army.
Yeah, very much intent here on that, and Reynor knows it as well. You can only avoid killing those things for so long, even if you know about it. War Prism gonna find a budding hatchery, and that's not quick enough to cancel. DTs, of course, making an appearance, and unfortunately for Reynor, he did not anticipate this. No Spore and Spine quite ready there. Actually, he was quite scared of the air toss with 8 Spore Crawlers on the way. He made a last-second miracle stand in this exact position, in fact. Very similar game in previous best ofs, but it's going to be a different attack situation, but there are static defense structures ready to go. Hero is committing to this. Is it going to be the moment to shine? Blinded Cloud abducts the Broodlord so far untouched. Is this Hero's time?
Dude, that was amazing micro from Reynor with the Corruptors. He dodged multiple storms, sniped a carrier, gets another one. His Corruptors have only been tickled, and the Blinding Cloud plus Broodlord cleared up a lot of the ground units. I feel that fight went very nicely. You can see there still a similar units lost gap, and that's way better for Reynor, right? If you're trading evenly, that's much nicer.
Absolutely. Reynor still does not have a comfortable bank or even that comfortable of an economic position as he is kind of back on his original 4 bases. 5th is currently under fire.
Mass Stalker being made. I was saying that is exactly what I didn't want to see in this game. The Mass Stalker Remax, they are a very low tier unit used for remaxing in a real messy situation. This game's not that messy, but Hero is making it messy, but I don't think he's really doing that much damage to Reynor. Killing a hatchery is not that worth it unless he can get all the Broodlords. He's blinking into Ultra Broodlord right now. The Corruptors are killing the air army. Reynor's Corruptors took a lot of storm damage though. He does need to let those heal up, but I think Hero needs to give up on this Stalker tech. That is a dead end.
Yeah, the blink forward is also just like, okay, enough to army survived, enough reinforcements are on the way. That is, supply never dipped very low, so it was okay, but I think we do have to focus more up on that Sky Toss. But it's not going to be continued carrier production or transfer over into Tempest. It's going to be, I like to call it a bit of a gamble on the Void Rays. Another aggressive blink forward. That time around, though, the Broodlords were more undefended, so gets a couple of freebies there. Reynor going to struggle to replace them because he really does not have, has never really had, the best Zerg economy in this game. And in fact, now it's Hero with the gold base. Not a pleasant sign for Reynor's Extractor as it goes down to see that saturated.
Hero is lacking ground armor upgrades. He's going to make +3 plasma shields, but having no ground armor means those Stalkers are much more fragile. When you have 3/3/3 Stalkers, they do well versus the Broodlords, but without having any armor upgrades, those Broodlings tear through them. Nice Fungals on these Void Rays. If you could pick these off, that'd be great for Reynor. Reynor's playing so careful. Parasitic Bomb as well. Corruptor's going in, but the Storms scare them off for a moment. Fungals though, and Ducks being used so well. Reynor is just playing a very efficient late game. And oh my gosh, Hero is just going mass Blink Stalker the mad lad.
Yeah, absolutely mad. This is a very interesting way to try and complete the game. Great Fungal on top of most of the Protoss army. Storm gonna definitely damage some Broodlords, but not actually get those finalizing kills. I'm looking more at the Corruptors, however, as they're in the orange and red and got stormed again. But the Stalkers were completely dismissed from any form of actual punish on the 4th base, as Lings, Ultras, and even the Roaches were still there to help out. Hero not quite finding that moment to strike. But with all the Corruptors constantly in the orange and red, I am concerned that there's 1 or 2 storms away from total destruction. Don't like the sign of that, but Hero is so aggressive, so on point. He just continues to cause issues. Finally, I think for the first time in a while, truly backing away with the majority of his army, just leaving some gate units, I believe, to aggress. Or we're going to get a sign on the, Stalkers. That's all it was. So not the biggest concern.
If we can check the units lost tab again, you can see it's closing a little bit, only about 4,000 difference. Problem, Hero is mining the bottom left corner. Yeah. So he's sucking up a lot of those valuable resources in one of the kind of the split bases, the ones in the middle. The top right base has been untouched by either player. But if either one can secure the 2 corner bases, they're going to win the game. Unless the other player just, pulls a rabbit out of a hat. There's no way. Dodging Fungals again. Hero's being so annoying with the Stalkers. But in any pitched battle, the Stalkers are one of the worst units in the game. For their cost, they are absolute garbage. And that is why we don't want to see a max on those Stalkers. We just want to see him looking for efficiency where he can. And that's not efficiency. that is a not efficiency.
That's exactly what that is. That's all the Stalkers did. Thanks to a couple of Fungals. The Void Rays trying to go for a little run by here. Still finding, again, injured Corruptors, but there are so many of them. They are kind of doing the tackle job pretty nicely. Mothership tries to come in with a little cloaking field now, but there was an Overseer, and Hero, well, is now getting a bit of a taste of his own medicine, kind of, which is like he's trying to poke, he's trying to prod, he even tries to go for an actual game-ending attack, but it's not working. Reynor seems indestructible at that phase, where earlier on in the mid-game, it was Hero that was indestructible. Now Reynor trying to get something done about the continued expansion process of the Protoss. Not going to find a lot of success here. Too many reinforcements, too much tag defense, and even losing a couple of infestors, I believe literally a couple. A Fungal will come in, and that will be another loss of Stalkers for Hero, but he is the one with a bit more of the bank, and he did just save yet another base from destruction.
The Stalkers are expensive. They are not cheap units. You can see now Reynor has closed most of that gap. The Mama gets abducted. Viper does go down in revenge, but that's still a great catch for Reynor. Reynor is still stuck in his corner with limited mining. Not that much bank, though. He's got to keep being careful. He can't get too ahead of himself. Great Fungals on those High Templar, pinning them in place. If the Broodlords can get on top, that could be massive. Those High Templar so low.
Okay, 2 of them are going to get that very crucial final Fungal. And Pop and the Tempest also getting Fungaled on their attempted retreats, but Storm still covering their butts as the Corruptors absolutely want to give chase. And actually, it's Hero once again going for the Stalkers, trying to go for the blink forward with a couple of Storms still left over. Reynor micring, trying to use the Broodlings as a literal wall, but here's the true wall, which is the Ling Ultra. It doesn't want to go up against that ramp, and now we have both players saying, that's enough, let's back away for a hot second.
He just stormed 26 times and still has like 10 storms in the bank. How many High Templar did he build? I saw at least 6 High Templar die in that fight. He's still got 9 left. This is a ridiculous amount of storm that Hero's investing in. I kept thinking the storm's going to run out. The Corruptor Ling's going to clear his army. No, apparently I was wrong. Hero has a ridiculous amount of Psy Storm in this army.
Yeah, very, very important that he did. It did help him a lot, guarding his retreat in the air as well as on the ground, as well as getting a couple of feedbacks that actually killed the Viper and was obviously looking to take out some of the Infestors from the equation. But the Infestors are also still here. The Corruptors are still alive, but again, heavily injured. Hero's just relentless with the aggression. Reynor going to try and make one last stand, but those storms are still in the pocket of Hero. He is pushing forward into Reynor's 4th base.
It's not about efficiency. It is about leaning on your opponent when you have the advantage, and that is exactly what Hero is doing here. But has he overextended? The Ultra's looking for the High Templar. The High Templar desperately trying to get away. The air unit's getting hunted down by the Corruptors. Reynor has no bank. His Ultras get on top of those High Templar.
Templar, he clears them. He starts to break through the Tempest line as well. Reyna with an amazing hold from a terrible position, but he's working with the dregs of a Zerg army, Zombie Grub. He's got so little money.
Yeah, Hero still has 75 probes and still a couple of fresh bases mining. Literally 2, I believe, at this point, as that gold is entirely mined out to the bottom left. Hero going for the Stalker Remax as well, or close to the Remax as you can get. Is going to be very good against the remaining Ultras. They just got popped, and Raynor, you can see it. He's not feeling very confident about this game because of the lack of bank. He really needs to be way more cost efficient than his opponents, and he was unable to do so. Now trying to get some cracklings onto the field to take care of these Stalkers and maybe hopefully get into the nooks and crannies of some of these mineral lines, but he's far cry away from that. He is actually just not able to replenish his supply the same way that Hero does.
He just got an advantage in the mineral income, and just as that happens, Zealot's coming to snipe one of his ever important bases. Stalker's on the right as well, no! Oh, Raynor losing both of his most important bases. Hero with a brutal double snipe. It's his signature move, diving in and sniping your bases. I mean, he pays a hefty price. He loses a lot of Stalkers, but Raynor, suddenly now you can see he's way behind in the income, and that is such a painful way to go. He fought like a hero from behind. He took down so many of the Protoss units, but Hero knew how to waste his energy by attacking everywhere, baiting out those fungals with the Stalkers, and he just would not stop leaning on his opponent. Amazing aggression by Hero.
Yeah, and Raynor is just so disappointed, particularly, I mean, for the overall problem that has been presented itself, but because the Corruptors, they're not high enough in numbers to tackle any amount of the Sky Toss that Heroes get backing into. So the Lings are really his last bet here to try and change this game around. The Lings can get into every single base if they can get the probes, get the technology, get the production, keep Hero on Hero's side of the map. Maybe Raynor could recover, but without a fresh base of mining, it just seems so unlikely. And again, that camera really telling the tale. He knows that if he loses this 0-2, then he's basically out of the groups. He's not going to make it further in Katowice, and that is just not the result that anyone expected.
Not at all. Of course, Raynor there looking a bit dejected, realizing that Hero just has too much money coming in, too many tools. The Burrowed Zergling harassment has been stopped. Hero, you can see here, getting a bit more efficiency in the tail end once he broke through against Raynor. 5,000 resource loss advantage for Hero, and of course a massive mining advantage for him. He's got the mix. High Templar, Carriers, and Archons on the ground. Of course, a few Zealots and Stalkers mixed in. He also ended up eventually adding a ground armor upgrade, +3 shields, +3 ground attack, 3 air upgrades for armor and attack. And this new hatchery, the only hatchery he's got, Neuroparasite comes down, but he can just pull away.
Yeah, there's still so much more supply. If this was in 30 or 40 supply, Neural Parasites could be huge, Spellcasters could be huge, but you can see, despite everything being thrown at Hero, Raynor simply does not have enough. The GG is called, and Hero will get a decisive 2-0 against Raynor.
It is not easy to break a Zerg player when they lock themselves down and try to turtle up there with the Broodlords. But small squads of Stalkers poking in, trading with the Infestors, baiting out all the energy, and never giving the Zerg time to stabilize. A brutal showcase of Protoss aggression. And that is Hero, of course, in the early games, just going against his playstyle. He played the opposite of what any of us expected from him. And that is the range that makes him such a great player.
This was not at all like the previous best of 5, best of 7 that they have played recently. Raynor certainly was willing to tackle that type of game, the back and forth action, the reading, the movement of the overly aggressive Protoss at times. And instead, Hero played this so cool, calm, and collected. There was no, classic Hero blinks that were way too overzealous. There was maybe one arguably up against the Broodlords, but even that made sense in the context of the game. Just a fabulous display of the adaptation here that Hero can do, and Raynor was unable to, specifically for this tournament. We know that the Italians can do a lot better, but in the group of death, every single series mattered, and he just could not actually get over that hump and get the series win.
I mean, this is a conundrum that is so hard to solve. Hero right now showing such a range of play. I'm absolutely floored by the way he played this series. Really impressive stuff, and
definitely the way he kept on assaulting the front lines, it was crazy. There were moments of extreme inefficiency, but he had a goal beyond the immediate engagement. And, like, this fight was so funny. It was like endless side storms just being dodged by Reynor, spreading against them over and over again, trying to pull out. And then this was the finishing blow. It really was. The Stalkers on the right sniping the hatchery. The Zealots took out the one on the bottom left at the exact same time. And that just put Reynor in a hole that he could not recover from.
But you're going to head to the stage, talk to Hero.
Thank you so much. An incredible match from Hero there to take out Reynor, to move himself along in the groups. And we saw when you finished, you stood up, you celebrated a little bit. We love to see a player proud of himself. Tell me what you're most proud of in that match.
일단 김준호 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 정말 멋진 경기였는데 김준호 선수가 경기 끝나면서 약간 좀 세리버디 같은 좀 하신 걸로 봐서는 확실히 좀 멋진 경기였다고 좀 스스로 좀 직감하신 것 같아요. 김준호 선수가 보시기에 경기 중에서 가장 좀 이게 가장 멋졌다는 순간이 좀 있을까요?
일단 감사드리고 제가 멋졌다고 생각해서 세리머니를 한 건 아니고 제가 첫 단추를 좀 잘못 끼는 바람에 마음고생이 심했는데 그거를 좀 털어내는 듯한 그런 속 시원함 때문에 나온 것 같아요.
So it's not that I feel that I was confident that I played so cool, but actually I was really relieved to win because actually I really started off with not great. My start wasn't great, so like I got off with the wrong foot. So this win actually made me relieved. So I think that is all what I felt. That's nothing else.
Oh, it absolutely makes sense to feel relieved, especially after a performance like that. Time and time again, our commentators were noting so much restraint, so careful in the match you were being. Tell us, what was your mentality like bringing that restraint to the fight?
확실히 좀 여러 가지로 되게 좀 레이너 선수가 되게 좀 뭐라 해야 될까 질질 끌고 이렇게 좀 계속 발목을 잡으려고 노력했던 것들이 있는데 김준호 선수에게 이걸 좀 극복해낼 수 있던 그런 좀 방법은 좀 뭐가 있었을까요?
일단 령우와의 게임을 통해서 얻은 교훈이 좀 컸던 것 같고 어제 쇼타임 선수의 경기를 봤는데 굉장히 잘하더라고요. 그래서 좀 벤치마킹을 많이 했는데 그게 도움이 많이 된 것 같습니다.
First of all, the game against Stark actually gave me a lot of lessons. So I learned a lot from that. And I saw, of course, the match versus Showtime. And I saw that Showtime really defended well and really played well. So I think I took a note from that as well.
Well, Hero, it's funny you mentioned Showtime. You have two matches still remaining in this group, one against Maru, the other against Showtime. Are you excited for a little PvP?
이제 조성주 선수의 경기와 함께 이제 쇼타임 선수의 경기가 또 마침 말씀하셨으니까 이제 남아 있는데 쇼타임 선수와 이 푸푸전 대결이 좀 기대가 되시나요?
사실 제가 생각했을 때는 저그전이 제일 자신 있어서 저그전을 2승 한다는 전제하에 만났어야 되는데 안 좋은 상황에서 맞닥뜨리는 것 같아가지고 좀 더 집중하고 방금 경기처럼 집중하고 열심히 해야 될 것 같습니다.
So obviously I thought my best matchup was actually PBZ. So being 1-1 in PBZ actually doesn't feel really good. So all I have to do right now is focus on the last games and try to win, especially that PvP against Showtime.
All right, Hero, we'll let you go focus. Thank you so much for the insights into your match. Congratulations on the win. Let's send it over to the desk.
Well, there you have it. Hero is able to take the scalp of Reynor here in a pretty intense 2-0 between the two. Joining me here, Demu as well as Loco to talk about it. This, as we kind of all were talking about in the back, did look like a bit of a different Hero compared to yesterday here, Ben, who showed just some very stable, steady games, apart from maybe a blink or two forwards, which he likes doing anyway, and then was able to really vanquish Reynor here pretty handedly.
This was just such a different Hero compared to yesterday. Like, the Hero that showed up today to play Reynor, like, he was amazing. Like, this is the hero that is actually like the guy that is the best Protoss in the world, especially on LAN kind of thing. Like, he really showcased good attack. The Oracles, like, you were seeing them still alive 20 minutes into a game, like all three, and he's still utilizing them so well. You really saw the Oracle control as well. And if there's anything that I take away from this, this is like one of the first times I've seen one of the true favorites of Katowice dropping out 0-3. But not because they played badly.
Sure.
I feel that everybody that he went up against, Reyno, just played phenomenally well. Like, Hero played so much better against Reyno than he did against Dark.
It does bring up an interesting topic in that when you are at the very top of a scene, like a Reyna, like a Serral, like a Maru, that we've seen throughout the times, you become, I suppose, to a degree, the most studied players, right? The people look at those guys loco and think to themselves, okay, how do I beat these guys? And it, as Ben says, it feels like a lot of these players did play up. I mean, of course, it's Hero, he's fantastic regardless, right? But they played to the level of Reyna and were able to subvert him.
Yeah, no, absolutely. What's interesting to me is that Hero actually said just now in the interview that apparently he learned quite a bit from that series he played against Dark yesterday on how to defeat Zerg. And I'm like, you've played against Dark about, I want to say 24 times over the last couple of months. That was a very different series than the match that we just saw. Like, I was very impressed, especially in game number 1, with how patient Hero was being. Sometimes he can get a little bit ahead of himself where he's just over-eager and he decides to blink, like you said, maybe a little bit too aggressively forward, but calm and collected in this series. And yeah, even in the macro game, which is where I feel like Reyna usually is very scary with all of his counterattacks in the late game, he just kept himself cool. He played that really nicely.
And if you're a fan of South Korean players in this group, it feels like for them a return to normality maybe. In our previous round, we had Dark 2-0 against Cyan, Maru 2-0 against Showtime, and of course Hero 2-0 against Reyna. So South Korea reigning strong here in this next round of this group stage and making it look like, well, we're back in 2017 again or something like that.
And there's Serral.
I mean, then you've got the Chinese player in the group as well that took out Maru. He's 1 and 2 in the group, obviously, but he's currently 1-0 up against Showtime as well, which that's kind of spicy, right? Like the Chinese guy doing very well that we all really counted out in this group, but yeah, I've just got to commend Hero. Like, this play from him was amazing. Like, very often I watch a Hero game, it gets kind of sloppy, you know, the Stalkers in the middle of the map, they get caught out. But this, like, all the high Templar usage, the fact they kept them all alive, it felt like he was microing his army as good as you possibly could. Like, immortal walls in the first game, pulling them back, just storms for days. And
exactly.
It was just amazing.
Yeah, as Pig was saying during the cast, I can't remember a time I've seen that many High Templars just constantly raining down storms. It felt like that fight in the south where it was just never-ending storms. It's not a case of weathering the storms in that moment. It's the case of getting on out of there and hoping your rest of your army lives.
Normally you wait, I guess, as Zerg until the storms run out, right? And if there's like 5 Templar, it will take a little bit, but it's not going to last as long as it did in this particular game. One thing that I also think Hero did very nicely is we very frequently see a micro very well, but then suddenly there's a Zergling counterattack on the other side of the map, and we just see the Zerg tearing everything apart. He did a great job just keeping his units in the wall off as well, which I know kind of sounds like a basic thing for Protoss, but that is something that Hero, especially when he's in the heat of the moment, starts slipping up a bit with, and yeah, he's done that really well.
This was not F2 Hero. This was like Hero coming right back from the military, where he kind of created that meta of Stalker Gateway only, where he's got like 2 armies here and there and just microing it all well. There was no Oracles flying over Queens, just being like, oh my god, they died, what the hell are you doing? Or Warp Prism there. Everything he did, he just made it as tough as possible for Reyna. I just got to commend him.
Well, our next match, of course, is Hero versus Maru. Both currently 2-1 in the group, meaning that there's a good chance if you win this, you're likely to be in that top 3 already here, probably alongside Dark. Let's be real about this. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Time for a break. When we return, we will have Hero versus Maru. We're spoilt for fixtures here in Katowice in the group stage. We'll see you in a bit.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and Intel.
While things continue to heat up here in Group D, we have another banging fixture. It's going to be a Bobby Dazzler. We've got Hero going up against Maru. Wow. I'm looking forward to it. Loco and Pig are looking forward to it here on the desk. Because all things considered, yeah, the group's been a bit weird, but this is a good one.
It almost always is. Though, before we get into the match, I want to just criticize you a little bit, James. I feel like in previous years, we've had Bobby Dazzler, we've had Barn Burner, we've had about 50 different terms. This time it's been Bobby Dazzler into Bobby Dazzler into Bobby Dazzler. Yeah. We need a few new terms. A request from me.
Slobber Knocker and Barn Burner earlier.
Okay, I guess I'm missing your segments when you use different ones. All I hear is Bobby Dazzler over and over. I like Slobber Knocker. That's a great one.
You want me to bring my armory to the forefront, to the table, earlier than day 3 and 4 is what you're saying?
I'm saying, yeah, bring a few out. Don't use your best ones. Save 1 or 2 for the finals. But yeah, you know, spread it a little bit.
All right, I'll think about that.
Thank you, James.
All right, on to Loco, who's got problems I'm used to say. What do you think about this matchup, Loco?
I mean, I was just going to say that Hero versus Maru should be a really good match, right? If you're a fan of high-level StarCraft, do you just drop Rainer? Is that what you just did? It's okay.
That's a metaphor.
It's
he's not 100% gone.
He just knocked him off the table. I think so, actually, because Cyan ended up winning a map against Showtime, which may just seal the deal for Rainer, but we'll have to see exactly how things play out.
The pro gamer graveyard, we got Spirits, and Rainer kind of. Anyway, never mind.
This group is amazing, though. Like, the fact that Hero versus Maru may just be a deciders match here, right? That's kind of incredible. I mean, there's a chance that both of them end up moving on, of course, but if you're a fan of PvT, it doesn't get much better than these two.
They've had so many exciting series. I'll never forget, of course, when Hero did break the Protoss streak of drought, I guess, in Korea. Won that GSL a few years ago, and we had Immortals microing back on 2 sides. Yeah. We had, you know, feedbacks on Ravens and Warp Prism pickups. And when they're both on their A game, it is a fantastic matchup. But I always feel a little bit worried hyping it up here in a best of 3, because I feel like sometimes Hero just gets Maru with some aggression. Bam, the 4-gate blinks in there, he's running circles around him. Other times it's Maru who just rocks up with an SCV pull and wins in the most one-sided fashion ever. So, I don't know, for me it feels like, I don't know why I sense this is going to be a one-sided series one way or the other.
Well, Hero was clearly playing very well just now against Rainer. I guess he gets to stay on the stage, right? He doesn't really have to move. He gets a little bit of time to breathe and relax. I mean, the way he was performing just now against Rainer was spectacular. If he can bring that same level to Maru as well, and I think he should, this may actually end up being a little one-sided, but we'll see.
It's a very different beast, isn't it? A very different problem to solve. Maru is highly unpredictable in PvT. You always know that Maru has a wide array of build orders. He can be incredibly unstoppable in the late game, but he's still going to try and kill you in the early game. He knows that PvT is all about drops, it's about spamming Widow Mines, Hellions, catching them off with your aggression. So Hero navigating that early stage, he's going to have to engage in a much more chaotic early game. Whereas against Reynor, it was more of a strategic, stylistic counter, right? Where he was like, oh, okay, we're going to both play greedy. You're not really taking any big risks, and I'm going to get a free pass up to 4 bases.
Yeah, it's for these two as well. If you think back to 2023, of course, these two's runs were eventually upended by Oliveira throughout that bracket stage as a whole. I don't think we're quite going to be in that same scenario between the both of them here as time goes on throughout this tournament just yet. But when you look at these two names, these are two names that absolutely should end up at the World Cup. But maybe this is a stumbling block here or there, depending on what actually goes on in this group. So, I mean, this is the makeup of this group, right, Loco? The fact that these guys have to go up against each other over and over.
I think one name that also is missing from that party is Reynor, right? That's another name that we expect to be there at the World Cup, and there's a good chance he will end up being there, but this group has already shown us some, well, results that may have been unexpected at the start of this particular series, so... Yeah, they're currently 2-1, right? The both of them? Yes, they are.
Yes,
so
correct.
winning a third series would be, well, would it guarantee you?
Well, it's interesting as well because
yeah, it gets very complex, right, with the map score, but it would certainly make it easier if you win.
I mean, it's wild right now because obviously Maru has to play Dark at the end of the series, the 5th set in the group, and your hero will have to play Showtime. Both very dangerous matchups for either of them. So you don't just go, oh, no, it's fine. Like everything matters, and it's $500 per best of 3 series win as well. So even if you are eliminated from the tournament, you're still fighting for a fair share of money. It's not every day you get $500 best of 3s handed
to
you.
Yeah, I saw Heromarine racking them up on from doing all right for himself. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Time to head on over to the stage here as we have Hero versus Maru.
Thank you so much. Once again, another powerhouse match on the stage here. These groups have been great, and now they're putting Maru and Hero head-to-head. Hero gets to stay on the stage after his incredible victory over Reynor. Maru in about the same win-loss ratio. This is going to decide a lot for the groups, so let's welcome them to the stage, Hero and Maru. One of the most hype matchups in the entirety of StarCraft II. No matter what stage you've been watching StarCraft II, 6 years ago, 10 years ago, 1 year ago, these two have always delivered on their matches, but particularly in the last 2 years, they have played quite a bit. One of the most recent prolific matches being at Atlanta, where both were still kind of in that underperforming stage, and arguably still kind of underperforming right now, but on the up and up. Who will continue the upward trajectory, Hero or Maru?
Hero, of course, got the best of Maru back then in Atlanta. That was a very weird series. Hero managed to win 3-2 in the end, turned into a couple of base-ready scenarios. They both killed a lot of workers of one another. Funny thing is, after Hero took down Maru, the following round, he lost to Gabe. Now, if you look at Gabe today, you might be like, yeah, but Gabe can defeat anyone, right? Well, that was still a bit surprising, because normally if you beat Maru, you're not necessarily going to lose against Gabe in the same matchup in the following round. That's a fun series. I'm very hyped for this one. Obviously, Hero just played a spectacular PvZ. A night and day difference with the games that he played yesterday, which kind of felt weird and crazy. And yeah, we said it, Hero and Dark bring out the best and the worst in each other at given moments. But holy smokes, did he play clean and did he play good in that previous series? And that's going to give him so much momentum to go in here against Maru, who obviously did already have a series today as well. Played over at the B stream. He took care of Showtime. I looked at those games and I got to say, Maru actually played very well too. There were a couple of fights where I was like, Lesser Terran is actually in trouble here. That's a good Protoss army, but Maru did as good as any Terran could do with the units that he had. It's going to be fun. One thing that I do think is important to mention is that Maru is, in my eyes, an absolute god against Stargate openings. Showtime likes to play Stargate. I feel like Hero is not too fond of Stargate in this matchup. And maybe the Twilight Council opening, the Blink Stalker opening can make Maru trip up a bit more.
That might be the case. We will see as we're getting into the game in just a second. Kind of bantering to each other right now and fixing some things. But yeah, kind of yesterday with the results from these two, it was continuing that narrative of, well, are they really the top? You know, they've not had the best last like 8 months, basically. They kind of came back with the Masters Coliseum, but is that representative enough? And yesterday showed that shakiness that everyone had for them. But today, it's like they are back to where they were last year in Katowice. Both the favorites to win, actually. Both of them obviously getting to the semifinals, and Maru getting even further to the finals. And now they meet here in the group stage. We're on to Site Delta for map number 1 of this best of 3. In the bottom right, has the red Terran for Vitality. He is Maru.
Top left side of Site Delta, we are looking at the main base of the man who's representing Dragon Kaizi Gaming. This is Hero. Just ran into him actually in the hallways over here, and I said, oh, congrats, you played really well. He's like, yeah, I think I played really well. And I was like, yeah, if there was ever a moment to say where you thought you played really well, I definitely think that was it, because he was buzzing, he was smiling obviously from ear to ear, because I think what he knows as well, what he just did was spectacular. That was incredibly clean. We know that Hero is good, but very often he's good in these scrappy moments, and he can make life a little bit harder on himself. That was just an uncharacteristic series for Hero, because it was so damn clean.
Yeah, honestly, if this was even last year, again, we were expecting Hero to be one of the favorites. He was one of the highest rated in the cards and all that good stuff. If he was playing that cleanly, you would still remark on it, because even last year's Hero would occasionally have that too aggressive blink forward, or the move out that was a little questionable, or the build order that was like, really, that one? Okay, that's why you lost, but like win the rest of the series. But no, that was one of the cleanest Heroes like really ever consistently back-to-back games. And we're hoping he can show it versus Maru, just because we both want that really amazing series. Their Atlanta series did go very, very close, but then I remember it still kind of having a little bit of that scrappiness and like, oh, that wasn't really the best play from either one. Again, like sickness was also going around Atlanta at the time too. But it feels like this is finally the time in which they have been both at the top of their form. They're healthy, they're feeling rested, they're feeling good about themselves. And so we should be able to see a really top-tier Hero versus Maru.
Yeah, I know it's a cliche when we say like, oh, they were jet-lagged or whatnot, and that's obviously a bit of a meme, but they truly were both a bit under the weather in Atlanta. If you watched Hero play, you could see the boy cough quite a few times in the middle of his games. As soon as he was out of a game, you could see that he really wasn't doing that well. Not the case today at all. The man is smiling, he's buzzing, he's got a very energetic vibe to it. And Maru, of course, had an underwhelming GSL Katowice season too. Maybe didn't have the best Atlanta either. Maru too was feeling under the weather. Reports came out that he really was sick, that he wasn't feeling well, locked himself up in his hotel room. Maru did have a very good performance in the WTL Katowice, and I feel like that's something that a lot of people kind of look past, like, ah, yes, cute. He was the MVP of the regular season, played like 22 games, he went 21-1, only dropped one map against Serral, while also defeating Serral, so it's not that everything has been bad for Maru, guys. He was still literally the best performing player in the most prestigious team league out there.
Yeah, and definitely proved that he can still play to that top form in Masters Coliseum 7 as well. We do have the openers kind of a little more set now. We have Maru being a bit greedy, so to go for a 1-Rax expand, that's totally fine and normal, but then the Hellion into Cyclone here, covering that third command center on the high ground. Hero, meanwhile, as you said, more so going for the Twilight Council's expectation, but this Twilight Council starting off with Blink. The number of gateways is now the question beyond that. Solid wall against the Hellions, too. They're not going to get so much as far as damage, none at all, in fact, but they also don't get any scouting.
Nope. Hero is going to let the Shade not finish up. He's going to cancel it. Maybe worried about the 2 extra units showing up, but it's not going to be a 4 Hellion opening. And if it was, most of the time Maru would try a little bit harder to hide it. So it's double Hellion into double Cyclone. In the games that Maru played earlier against Showtime, he had a crazy amount of Cyclones in all scenarios. One of the games, Showtime even opened up with a Robo by the looks of it on Heartlet. The man still had 6 Cyclones. Against the Phoenixes on Solaris, he ended up like 8 Cyclones and Ravens. And Maru is obviously a god out and keeping Ravens alive against Phoenix. It's just going to be 2 Cyclones for now. Probably safety Cyclones can help out against aggression. They can lock on Warp Prisms. And Stalkers are good in killing Cyclones, but obviously if they're firing at Cyclones, they can't kill a tank. And if you're going for the tank, well, then the Cyclones actually deal a lot of damage. So I kind of like these Cyclones here by Maru.
Yeah, I mean, the additional Cyclones in the previous EVP we played might be because of the expectations, the difference of the openers that Showtime versus Hero would play. But yeah, the Twilight Council, it was a cute little block there, but a Twilight Council coming down. And how many gateways are we on? It's going to actually be right into a robotics bay on 2 bases for Hero. This is something that, again, Maru's not going to be able to scout for a long time, but he is going to be able to scout the later 3rd Nexus, which is going to start to pop questions into his mind is exactly what this is. Hellion gets kind of a perfect timing, in fact, sees that it comes down.
Build otherwise, it's pretty sweet for Maru though, because he went super quick triple CC, he's gonna have a great economy, and he's like, oh, awesome, you're actually playing somewhat defensively. Not the end of the world for Hero, because he's got a strong defensive setup, he is stacking up rather quickly. This be a lot more troublesome if you're trying to stay on Zealot Stalker. Zealot Stalker is very good against small armies, weird move outs, against triple CC, strong Terran economy, double eBay. The Zealot Stalker is not all that great, so both players have stuff to get excited over, but I think if you would have presented this scenario 5.5 minutes into a game to Maru, he'd be like, oh yeah, I will gladly take this.
Yeah, Hero does know the situation now that he's got some scouting in the main base. Maru didn't quite get to the back of Hero's base to confirm that robotic space. Maybe there's still some question there. We did see some more emphasized 2-base Templar archives from like Astrea yesterday, for instance. But we are getting into the mid-game of TVP, where Maru is very comfortable in his economic setup. Getting to his actual 3rd base on location shouldn't be too difficult, and with all the upgrades on the way here for the Terran, we can see them finishing up soon with the medevac timing. We might finally start to get some dancing around in the middle of the map. We do have a little dance there as the Cyclones got aggressive on the depths. Stalkers blink forward. Tank now realizes I could be in a better position.
Yeah, these seconds are actually kind of important for Hero, because you don't just want to sit at home and let Maru float over that orbital, immediately saturate that mineral line. Right now, Maru's got 53 SCVs. That's obviously too many for 2 bases, so Maru wants to float over that 3rd. And just having your Stalkers there, picking up a Cyclone and pretending at least that it should be somewhat scary for Maru to do this, saturate the base, float it over, is nice. But obviously Hero cannot get away with this forever, because Maru will look at it and be like, cool, I've got +1, Combat Shield is about to finish up, Stim is ready, I am not afraid of 6 Stalkers anymore.
No, he's definitely not that. Not even getting any units picked off, really. And so we do have Maru finally moving out with all of his production set up. A lone tank to help anchor and catching 2 Stalkers, maybe even 3, thanks to the Cyclone with the additional range there. That is nicely done. Scan ahead to determine what composition awaits him. 2 Colossus, handful of sentries as a...
Double drop into the main? Double drop.
Yes, there's a double drop actually on top of a 4th base, but could go into the main and certainly threatening to pull a Hero in both directions at the same time. I'm not sure there's a shield battery at the 3rd. There might be, but now there's no units. Yeah, that shield battery is, well, it was there, not for very much longer.
This is very scary for Hero, because he made that misblink in the center of the map. He lost a couple of Stalkers. He already had a few less units than Maru. He does have a greatly timed Zealot counterattack, so he's finding damage, but we can only assume that Maru is going to find damage as well in the main base, because Hero's got very few units here. Warps in a couple of Stalkers that Colossus didn't expect that. That's actually fantastic. Then with the extra Stalkers, Zealot warp in, it might be good enough, but now these Colossi are a little bit exposed. The first one goes down very quickly, and there is nothing to save. The second one, that Nexus is running low on HP as well. The Disruptor shows up, and Maru with the hot pickup is going to save these units, kill the Disruptor, and I actually think he's very close to killing this Nexus as well. If he would go for it with these 2 Marauders in the tank, he might be able to get it.
Yeah, he might just be saying, well, eventually I'm going to get that. He has certainly torn Hero apart here. That's too many Colossus losses. I'm not even sure exactly if he recalled enough there. Hero definitely not as prepared as he could have been. Basically, if he had that army on the 3rd in front of the shield battery in a perfect world, then he might have been perfectly okay, especially with force fields blocking out the choke too, but that was too much to ask for. Maru did an excellent job with the job in the main and is now going to continue pressuring the 3rd base.
There is a battery now though. We could potentially use battery overcharge to heal up that Nexus as well. The battery overcharge gets popped very early. Tank siege up far away, but the Disruptor does go down. Maru wants that Nexus. Maru will get that Nexus. Battery overcharge could not save David is going to unload a few more units in the back of the main as well, and a 2-base Hero is just in all sorts of trouble. We do have another Zealot counterattack on the other side of the map, but I'm afraid that these Zealots are simply never going to do as much as Maru's main army has accomplished. And honestly, Maru could be perfectly happy right now and temporarily go home and be like, I'll be back by the time this base is finished up again. Right before you get anything out of it, that's when I'm going to show up probably with 2-2 bio, Vikings, Marauders, tanks. It's a nightmare game for Hero.
Yeah, it's a nightmare game, and it's just these are salt to the wound. He's trying to get his Stalkers on the Widow Mines to friendly fire splash the Widow Mines down, hopefully before the Stalker gets popped by the Widow Mine. And both times the timing didn't work out, so it's just the extra little painful moment there. Absolutely, Maru could wait a little while and come back later. It looks like he's waited long enough, which is approximately 5 seconds. Back into the main base that he goes. 5 medevacs worth of units hitting all the production. Hero is already trying to do something on the map, so decides, well, of course, I gotta go for the base trade, but kind of a small army doing that. Even the upgrades of Maru close to finishing as well to help him out. And I mean, Maru could lift. Maru could come back with the army in the main base, and it's just so unlikely that Hero's base trade is gonna work, but it's the only thing he's got.
Yeah, desperate times call for desperate measures. That's probably what Hero is thinking over here. But the man who went 4-0 in his Group A and 8-1 in map set, SCVs beat Stalkers, and we're going to see some of that here as the Colossus are not going to live forever. There's very little anti-air. GG gets called. Maru with an excellent build order, great execution, and Hero with a tiny slip-up. When he was retreating with those Stalkers in the center, I kind of felt that was the beginning of the wall crumbling already. Then you lose a few more units than you're supposed to. One of your Stalkers is a bit better than Bruce. Temporarily lost track of the army. Found that double drop that was heading towards the main, unloaded at the 4th, but that opened the doors in the 3rd. And maybe he could have positioned things differently, but Maru was there to capitalize when he needed it the most.
The thing is, some people might be hearing this Stalker mistake in the middle and be like, wow, that's such a small thing, you know? Like, that's really absurd. No wonder Protoss doesn't win, right? But the thing is that Maru is obviously playing perfect himself. He got away with a greedy build order. He is clearly playing up to the standards of macro that we expect, as well as the micro and some of the concaving of the Marauders on the 3rd base. So of course, it was literally just about who was going to play most perfect from that situation. And Hero absolutely didn't. Lost a couple of Stalkers and was slightly out of position here. And the loss was too great. Arguably, he could have put the shield back in a different location too, so it didn't immediately get bopped. Maru just played that start to finish almost like he was versing an AI, which is not to discredit Hero, just saying that Maru really got to play his game and play as well as he can.
Yep, Hero had one tiny moment with a few Zealots running into the 3rd, but Maru just found more damage than those Zealots did. And that was kind of the beginning of the end. Very nice game by Maru. Felt like he kind of knew what Hero was going to do. You could really see that Hero was very paranoid about early game Maru aggression, because Maru finds so much success against Protoss in those first 4 or 5 minutes. No matter really what the opening is, whether it's Cyclones, Marines, combination of Widow Mines and Marines, Maru can always find damage if he wants to. Hero was very worried about it, even temporarily walled himself in on 2 bases. And meanwhile, Maru is absolutely chilling on the other side of the map. Triple CC, even work account. And yeah, those games are very pleasant to play for a Terran player. And now it's obviously very interesting to see how are they going to open up in game 2, because Maru could completely flip the script. And instead of going this macro-oriented, he could go very aggressive. And if then Hero feels like, oh man, I was too safe. I took all my guesses. I even dropped the Robo Bay on 2 bases. Can't be doing that. I want to rush up to 3 bases. There's a chance that Maru punishes him for it immediately.
Anything that Maru does is intimidating, and that is the effect of Maru when he's playing at his absolute best. And here he is, now on to Hardlead for map number 2. This man is looking for the quick and easy 2-0 in the bottom right for Vitality. He is Maru.
Top left side, we are looking at the main base of one of the 3 Protoss players in the group of death, representing Dragon Kaisi Gaming. This is Hero. Where Hero has a crazy amount of history with players like Dark, which can also get a bit funny because they both play in so many of these online tournaments, and in quite a few of them there is serious money on the line. So of course they're going to try, because nobody plays for hours to then be like, oh, no, I'm playing somebody that's very good, now I'm going to meme. No, you do develop a bit of a strange meta. Maru is of course the complete opposite. Like Maru and Serral are basically the kids that are too cool for school, and they're like, yeah, you guys can battle in all the small online stuff. So Hero and Maru, they just don't play that much. And then obviously in your mind, you start theory crafting. Okay, like what happened the last time we played? What does Maru like to do? You take a look at some of the other games that Maru has played against different Protoses. You're like, man, he finds so much success with early aggression. And then in your hero, you're like, all right, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to be very safe. And he kind of got punished for it in that very first game. He's going Nexus before Cybercore here, Zombie Grub. Yep. I feel like it's fallen a tiny bit out of the fashion, or out of the meta, but he likes it, I guess.
Yeah, well, we might be hoping that he's not going to get punished for it. There's a Reaper coming out for Maru. It's not unexpected, but then also the change-up is a factory expand compared to the one racks that he showed in the last game. He might still go ahead and lead into, you know, somewhat of a 3-base setup and not be totally aggressive, but this does lend a little bit more to the aggression. And Hero is not going to send out a probe to even attempt to scout this. All right, so he does choose a lot of his PVTs to not probe scout, so the Reaper's actually scouting exactly for something hidden before it heads over across the map, where it is going to be able to hop into the main base as there is no wall for Hero there, and it's going to be a Stargate choice for the Protoss this time around.
I find it a bit surprising, because Hero definitely does his best work with Twilight Council openings in this matchup. His Stargate games are pretty well. Also, Maru is absolutely fantastic in playing against Stargate, and it's super important for Hero to keep this hidden, because if you can keep Maru in the dark, and Maru doesn't know that this is a Stargate opening, there is a chance that Maru just makes double Widowmine, puts it inside of a medevac, flies it to the other side of the map, and if 3 Phoenixes are waiting for it, well then Hero is off to a fantastic start. But Maru, being Maru, is obviously always thinking about that threat, that danger, and there is a good chance that he will find a clever way to scout this.
Yeah, there's also a possibility that this isn't going to be Phoenix, rather an Oracle into still a Twilight Council fairly quick. So that's what I'm wondering now, as we see an Oracle start off, which means they're not going to have those Phoenix to ideally find the medevac while it still has the Widowmines involved inside of it, and then you just take it down. Or worst case scenario, you can pick up the Widowmines. Well, if you have an Oracle that's across the map, hasn't scouted this quite quickly enough, and it's not going to come back in time to help out, and now the Reaper actually gets a perfect scout because it also saw what popped out of that Stargate. That is very nice for Maru indeed.
And did you see that? By the way, Hero started up a Phoenix, and he's like, Maru, I'm building Phoenix, and then as soon as the Reaper died, he cancels the Phoenix. And you were spot on. It's a single Oracle into a very quick Twilight Council. That Oracle is going to see this medevac. Of course, the Oracle cannot possibly figure out what's inside of this medevac. Don't really like that revelation, because there's really no reason to move the Oracle very far away, but I guess he feels that he has nothing better to do with his energy at the moment.
I guess so. The follow-up to that, well, we saw the eventual Widowmine, single Widowmine drop. Is pretty much always going to be that barracks. Now the Raven is going to come out as well. Hero did finish the Phoenix that he was building.
Yep, just one.
Yeah, literally just the one. Which Maru, seeing as he was tagged, knowing that a Phoenix could pop out and the probe's going to be ready to pull anyways and whatnot, he's going to back away. And it's not like he has to scout. He knows exactly what his opponent has gone into.
Oh, he canceled it. It was very far along. He cancelled it at the absolute last second. I think it's always nice to have a single Phoenix, because then Maru cannot just have a medevac idling behind your main base, whether it's a Widowmine that was inside of it or a couple of Marauders later on. I think having a single unit is nice, but we do know that Hero loves to F2, and maybe he feels that it's just annoying to have one Phoenix in the mix. It's going to keep on flying to the front. It's probably a reason for it. Quick 3 bases. Twilight Council is going to be the follow-up. Forges are incredibly important if you want to build a lot of gateway units, and that's why Hero is going to warp in. Wonder when he's going to drop the Robo, since he's taking a lot of gases. I kind of feel that the Robo and the Robo Bay is necessary, but you also have to ask yourself, when is it too much tech? Can you really open Stargate, Twilight Council, and then a quick Robo and a Robo Bay? Most of the time it's 2 out of those 3 things, not all 3.
Yeah, maneuvering around all that investment technology, you have even less units as a Protoss player, which is already, high quality, low quantity. So it's a little scary. We have Maru's perspective here, and you can see just how precise he is. I mean, you guys talked a little bit about the speed kind of being a surprise. It's more about his precision, but I think he absolutely can turn on his speed when he needs to. It's just in this early game, yeah, there's not necessarily 5 drops going on and an army to control in a concave and whatnot. So it's still pretty quick. It's very precise, and it is as calm as you would expect from this Titan of Terran as he builds up into that 3-1-1. Might actually push out. I imagine Sim Combat Chill getting close to finishing. Raven included too. Went to hide in the back in case Phoenix, I think, did arrive, but now it's on the front.
I have never seen Hardlet that red, by the way. That's crazy. I don't know what kind of graphics settings Maru is using, but it looked like a brand new map, Zombie Grub. Like, those colors are unreal. But yeah, Maru is incredibly clean, incredibly efficient. He is going to load up 2 medevacs right now as Hero is going to try to do some scouting. Doesn't have a lot of energy, kind of misses it. Stalkers find a few of these units. Now, if you're Hero right now, you see no medevacs, and you only see like 8 Marines and Marauder. I want to say the alarm bells should go off a little bit, but obviously you have no idea where they should go off. Is it the left side? Is it a flank in the center of the map to pounce on the Stalkers? Or is it a drop that's going towards the top right?
Yeah, that's barely out of the Zonaga vision too. So it's that one, by the way. It's heading right towards the main base. Seems like he is predicting that this is going to be the most likely scenario, so a couple more Stalkers get warped in. But if the drop fully unloads, then that's not enough, but that is the key thing. The Stalkers jumped on top with the help of the cannon to take down 1 medevac. 1 still unloading, 1 1/4, shall we say, so it's still a nuisance. And actually, he's still going to get a decent amount of Stalkers. Overcharge also happened to be used in the main base to help out these Stalkers. A little awkward, but is taken care of.
Pretty clean by Hero, I think, in the end. Just having the cannon and the battery there makes your life so much easier. If it was only a battery, he'd be in trouble. If it's only a cannon, he's in trouble. The combination of those 2 static defenses really working well together. Maybe the Stalkers could have been a tiny bit closer towards the battery in the very beginning. But since Hero, this game, was the one who went up to 3 bases way quicker than Maru, those kind of trades are completely okay. I think Hero's going to be quite happy with that. He wants that Raven. He's going to get that Raven. As Maru probably thought he was going to stop with it. Now Hero turns around again, drops a bunch of force field, shaves off a couple of Marines, grab the Widow Mine there to come along with it as well. Armory is close to finishing up, but it's not quite there yet. But Hero even already has a cannon in the 3rd base as well.
Yeah, he's not going to take much damage, well, as long as he pulls the probes correctly, and he does indeed. Even the Zealots really not getting too bad of a splash. Maru, I think you can kind of tell if you're really paying attention to his camera that he's not exactly thrilled the way this has gone. The Observer showed us just how efficient that resource trade in the main ended up being, and otherwise Hero has made sure he takes no unnecessary damage. Widow Mine
might fire again.
Yeah, it might.
I think it will, because cannons, they take a surprisingly long time to build. And you can obviously move it around a little bit as well, but then would still take a couple of shots. Hero is going to lose a decent amount of probes. That could be 5 or 6 to a single shot. 5 it is. Hero does get on top of the 3rd though, and honestly doesn't have to run into this natural, of course, right? Enjoy your double Robo Bay +2 weapons while you're on 3 bases, and try to soft contain Maru on 2.
Yeah, this is the time to display the same patience and just precision game that he showed versus Raynor, and not the time to blink in super aggressively and send your Zealots into a choke, which is still kind of a concern. But he does kind of blink in there little bits, but ultimately is waiting. Widow Mine drops will continue. I hope that Hero isn't paying attention at the right moment, but we also have an evening of the worker kills. Oh god, no, that's not it. Oh jeez.
Wow, how did he do that? That's crazy.
Yeah, that was very important. I was going to say they both killed 7 workers, but now it's, well, a little bit more on the side of Maru. He just killed 9 in total, I suppose. But yeah, the attack now has Colossus that's heading into the natural, and that was missing, right? Now that the Colossus are out, it's actually Maru who has to be extremely worried about the fact that he's choked into his own natural. He does manage to get out in the 3rd base, will be able to spread a little bit more, and does have an upgrade lead. But let's see if the Colossus can just go ahead and pick apart this army.
That's a crazy amount of Marauders, by the way, so Hero really needs to be cautious with those forward blinks. If you stay at range and you just try to utilize the range of those Colossus and now have extended thermal lens, you're okay. But you cannot blink forward into that many Widow Mines and into that many Marauders. Even if you have a bunch of Zealots in the mix, first few Ghosts, I believe, are on the battlefield already as well. So an EMP could land on the sentries or could just take away the shields from the Zealots. Like, Hero has played a really good game. I think he's in an excellent spot, but he definitely needs to respect this army, because if you make a blink, that's a little bit too ambitious. What I love about Maru is how decisive he is as well. And what makes Maru Maru is that he's incredibly quick in realizing which fights he can and cannot take.
Yeah.
And if Hero goes a bit too far forward, Maru's going to punish him immediately.
That's very true. Hero has gone up to 4 Colossus, by the way, guys. And with this forward position, if he rallies his Disruptors forward, he'll be able to, again, take advantage of Maru in a bit of a tight space. Those Colossus finally making an appearance, starting off the battle, and this is actually going to be it. Hero is going to charge on in. 1 Disruptor does help a lot. A lot of Marauders went down, and the Vikings just are not killing enough Colossus fast enough. That is a pretty good concave from
from the Terran, however, and it looks like Hero's going to need those reinforcements to help out, but they are here. The Zealot helping a tank. The Colossus still in play. Another Disruptor looking for a great shot. At the very least, stops the Marauders from attacking. It is going to be a rather even fight until the Disruptor shot there, and the Warp Prism Micro is going to help so much. That was beautiful. Maru did try his best to hold on, but lost 21 SCVs in the process. Hero comfortable on 4 bases, saving his Robotech as well, and still has the Warp Prism in an aggressive situation.
Hero can thank the Lord for 2 things there. The first one was that Nova that came around the corner where the Stalkers are right now, that connected with like 4 or 5 Marauders. That was big. And then that Prism sitting safely in the back, warping in those bunch of Zealots to keep the Marauders, SCVs, and Vikings a little bit at bay. Because if those things still weren't happening there, that honestly, that could have been a very good fight for Maru. But Hero knew exactly what kind of spot he was in. He needed to know, he knew when to run back, and he knew when to wait for a couple of reinforcements. Now he can safely blink forward, and that Nova only connects with a single Marauder. But it does not matter. Hero with a very good game 2 will manage to tie things up and send us into a deciding game 3. Fun game so far. Both players getting a just very convincing win on the board in the end.
Yeah, I would say so. You know, maybe Maru's was a little bit cleaner, I guess, but it's hard to say that Hero was that much less. It really was a great setup against that drop in the main base. It looked awkward because the Stalkers had to do so much blinking and microing, and the shield battery overcharge had to be popped, but there was no second aggression, actually, so the shield battery overcharge was just very convenient. And then the almost gigantic mistake that could have changed things around, but not quite. So, yeah, Hero displaying his own really fine PVT here. And so game 3 comes down to who can do it twice, and they can only do it once. And you can
Nova.
see, yeah, it killed so many extra Marauders. It's helped out so much.
Yep, and even despite that great Nova, at one point it still started to look like maybe the Marauders can stim forward, they can just fire at Stalkers and Colossus, but that Warp Prism in the back, Hero warping in like 6-7 Zealots, it just makes such a big difference. And even if that Nova didn't really connect, it forces the Terran units to disengage, and that's so painful because obviously the Colossus have far superior range, so if the Marauders are forced to run away from a Nova, whether you kill something or not, you're dealing damage to the Terran because the Colossus can just keep on firing and they don't have to worry about Marauders getting on top of them.
Yeah, exactly. It's a form of crowd control. In the midst of a battle, and even if there wasn't necessarily a battle that happened at that particular point, that was initiated by Hero, and wisely apparently he did win. You can still use Disruptors as basically intimidation, you know, constantly threatening any time that Maru does try and actually move out or pounce on you, and you think you're not looking, as well as, yeah, maybe take advantage of that very defensive setup that Maru had. You know, he did not get on the map again since that drop, basically failed in the main base, and while the Marauder count was high, his economy was back on the way up, and it was possible he could get the amazing engagement. He was just barely shy of it. So now we head into the 3rd game on Hecate.
Big moment for both of these players. Both of them currently working with 2 wins and 1 loss in the group. If you win here 3-1, you pretty much guarantee yourself top 12 in this tournament. You still have a chance to potentially win the group because you never know how Dark is going to play in his remaining matches. If you lose here, most likely still in a fine spot to make it out, but it is definitely going to get a bit scary. In the bottom left side of Hecate, we are looking at the main base of the man who finished 2nd last year at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. This is Maru.
And at the top right, making it to the semifinals of last year's IEM Katowice, we do have for DKZ, Hero.
There was a moment last year where we all looked at each other and said, PVT, Grand Finals, Hero against Maru, that's going to be pretty sick, because that's really what it looked like. Hero was the best PVT player on the planet, and Maru was going to play against Ragnarok, and we already saw that once in the GSL Kodes Finals, so we kind of knew how that one was most likely going to go, but the normal man had something to say about that PVT Finals.
Yeah, actually, a very convincing victory for him. At the end of the day, you know, actually, toughest one was versus Rainer, who's, by the way, 1-1 against Dark right now. So that could change things, as we were saying. Both these guys absolutely can lock in that top 3. This wouldn't quite do it, but they are obviously progressing forward. But if Dark maybe takes a loss versus Rainer and then his last series, then yeah, absolutely. It could be one of these guys actually making that first place and right into the round of 8, that qualifying match for the World Championship. They got a Zealot on the way as this probe is scouted. It is a 1-Rax expand. So maybe a little aggression from Hero.
It's always fun to see how Hero sometimes scouts, sometimes doesn't scout. It's a bit of a poker approach, right? Whereas like you don't always make the same move in the same scenario, which makes it a lot harder for your opponents to predict what you're going to do. So if you're Maru, you can't really take advantage, quote unquote, of the fact that Hero doesn't scout because you don't know when he's not going to scout.
Yes, yeah, 100% can't do that. And, well, we do see him going for that Zealot, so you also don't know if he's going to add on a Zealot. A little bit of early aggression, too. This probe is going to be found out. Like, you know, last game he actually didn't scout at all, and that Reaper still went scouting, so there it is. A nice little find. That the Reaper is already halfway. The Zealot, sorry, is halfway. The Reaper isn't going to go through the middle path, so it's going to miss its opportunity to start taking shots on that Zealot.
Yep, actually very sad for Maru. Reaper now all the way on the left side. It is returning towards the natural, so it's not super far away, but there's a good chance that his Zealot is going to be able to get a couple of swipes up on these SCVs. But Hero is looking for right now is just as many swipes as possible. Whether you get a kill on the Marine or a kill on the SCV, that doesn't really matter, but kudos to Maru. Maru could not have handled this any better than he did. The Adept is already here, but the bunker was very early too, and this Adept obviously needs to be careful because Reapers are quicker. The Adept will kill the Reaper, but in the end the Adept falls. So it's a Reaper and an SCV for a Zealot and an Adept. I think if you're Maru, you're pretty happy with this because most optimal Protoss build orders don't have a Zealot.
Yeah.
So if they make a Zealot, they look for a little more than something that looks like an even trade.
Yeah, I absolutely think he's very happy with this. I mean, that was such a clean way of microing against a surprise. Like that first Marine barely reacted in time to the Zealot to pull it back, and then the preceding steps look so well practiced. Very, very impressive. Hero is going to go for a Twilight Council in this game, despite the last game Stargate working out for him. I guess eventually it was an emphasis on the Stargate. And we could see him even add on more gateways. We'll be paying attention to that. Two Adepts still looking to be a bother, mostly looking to actually get a proper scout, but of course should be denied. If they can get an STV, that'd be great, but then they just shaded into a Cyclone, so the chances of, well, one dying for sure. Second one, barely enough shields to actually get out of there.
Yep, but it is still a scout. You see the Cyclone and you're like, all right, I don't have to worry about 3 racks. Unlikely that you went for a super quick third command center. Maru, because he lost that Reaper in the defense against the Adept, has not scouted at all. Maybe the Cyclone is willing to go to the other side of the map, but that's a bit risky because there are side blockers, there are ramps to worry about, and you don't want to run into a couple of Stalkers. There is a world where Hero finds a lot of success with 4-gate Blink Stalker aggression, because Maru went Cyclone Widowmine, I believe, before he started building tanks. So it's not exactly the quickest entry into tank production.
Actually, I don't know if he did build a Widowmine.
Yes, he did.
That was a nice side.
It's above the refinery.
That was a nice side then. Because he actually, you're very right, he doesn't actually know what his opponent is doing. So an Oracle could swoop into the main base, or it could be into the Blink Stalkers, which obviously a tank's going to be necessary. So it is a little bit more of a delayed factory unit. The tank specifically. Sometimes we do see Widow Mines, plural, as the drop and then tank those well. So one tank will be out, the second one is on the way. That this is a crucial first step to the defense that Maru doesn't actually know 100% he has to be doing.
Yeah, that bunker feels pretty far forward, by the way. That could make it a bit harder to repair it quickly and also make sure that the tank is in range. And you don't want to move the tank too far forward. Stim is very exposed. Stalkers are going to blink into the main base. There's still that one Adept that could potentially soak up a tank volley. That's kind of what the Zealot is for here as well. There's a second tank, but there is that Widowmine. So if Hero blinks forward, he could potentially blink in, on top of a Widowmine. That would have been painful. I think this is going to be very uncomfortable for Maru. Like, he might be fine with double tank, a Cyclone, and minus. The Raven is on the other side of the map, and it's going to be annoying. He's probably going to grab 2 workers here, but that bunker was so far forward, it was pretty much impossible to save it.
Yeah, it actually was. And I'm not sure the supply depots were ever going to trap the Stalkers. We saw Maru is not able to respond fast enough anyway, and would have denied SCV repair if he had even tried. 6 probes to go down to the auto turret harassment. Maybe so. Well, maybe if he had focus fire, but he is making sure he can defend against the now horde of Stalkers that of course aggressively blink because it's Hero. The War Prism comes in to clutch save some of the weakened Stalkers as the second tank did siege up to help out its deceased brother, and now that third tank comes out as well with just enough fodder units. I do believe 2 tanks sieged up will hold the natural, but you still got the mobility problem, plus 8 SCVs have also gone down for Maru, and that auto turret number 2 isn't going to happen for a little while.
That stuff in the main is going to be more difficult to defend. There is that Widowmine that's going to connect with the War Prism. Oh yes, oh, that's a big connection, by the way. That's scary, because now the Marines and the Cyclones are somewhat nearby as well. Hero's going to split up 4 Stalkers. 4 Stalkers is the magical number to one-shot Marines as long as they don't have combat shield, but Hero probably a little bit scared after flying into that mine, and I think that's pretty understandable.
Yeah, properly. So Cyclone was very injured though, so you can see Maru also making sure that he microed that away from the Stalkers looking to focus fire. Very cool micro from both players as Hero once again jumps on top of the opportunity to kill a tank. The bunker was up and running again, but unfortunately didn't have anything in it. And the Warp Prism, although injured, is still going to try and help it on the Stalker micro, but that is a decent amount of bio plus 2 tanks on siege. Actually very effective DPS at this point.
Yep, and +1 already done as well. Maru did lose one of those double depots, as I like to call them, as he earlier called down for depot twice, both times in the front. I was like, that's a bit risky, and Hero was able to pick off one of those 2. Stalker still very low on HP. Fun game on a knife's edge, exactly what we expect between Hero and Maru. As Hero is going to follow this up with a lot of gateways. We have charge, 60% done. That Widow Mine is still there, Hero. And is going to connect well with just a Stalker. It could have been worse. Yeah. Hero is, oh my goodness, Maru is just going to pull the boys to the other side of the map. The good news for Hero is that he hasn't really invested in a Robo Bay or a Forge. The bad news is that he hasn't seen this until it's going to show up. And that is crazy, because now he cannot drop any force fields on this ramp.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was one thing to see the tanks already sieging up close to your natural, but to see the SCV pull as well. The shield by the overcharge not going to really be all that helpful as he can't take the engagement. The gateways on the front are going to go down. Hero does try and get as best of a concave as possible, blinking on top of the tanks as well to mitigate the damage, but still the bio is left over. The auto turret helps out. The SCVs are here to tank, and Hero's supply just does not look strong enough to hold on unless he can really get some awesome blink micro going on here.
Yep, and he does have Zealot charge, and he's got a lot of gateways. He's running away to the top left side. Both players losing a lot of SCVs. Obviously losing the third Nexus is painful, but if Hero can just get like 6 Zealots with charge, if the Immortal can start shooting at Marauders, there is a bit of hope. There is a Warp Prism. Hero needs a couple of extra units to show up right here, right now, and it seems that he does not have the gateways off cooldown to do that.
Yeah, as soon as the Terran Force collided again, it grouped up again underneath the Medivacs. I felt like it was kind of it. When it was separated, when it was injured, when it wasn't really being controlled on all fronts, there was a little bit of hope, but it is just too freaking much at this point. Hero's last Immortal is going to be focus fired, and that does feel like it is it. Sub 30 supply is Hero. It seems pretty frustrated. He thought he had a decent chance at recovering from the Fort Gate that didn't, kill Maru, but the SCV pull with the tank push is just so unexpected by us, by Hero, and he was not prepared for it.
Yep, what a call by Maru. Decisive as always, just knows when to go ahead and kill a Protoss player, and probably felt, hey, if I just sit back, if I drop a third command set, it's all gonna take a little bit too long. You already have 3 bases, you're gonna have way too many Zealots. I'm gonna go right on this very moment, and where Hero is kind of running circles around the main of Maru, Maru shows up on the other side of the map with the boys as well. And if Hero would have just seen that, if he would have caught a glimmer of that army, he could have moved those sentries forward. You buy some time, a single force field, a second force field. With the 8 gateways or something that he had, he could have walked in a bunch of Zealots and be okay, but he's not. It's Maru who will improve his record to 3 wins and 1 loss here in the group of death, as only Dark is left for Maru, I believe.
Yeah, I think so. Very nicely done by Maru. The decisiveness in that final game, really the biggest reason he took the game at the end of the day. But overall, the series was a fantastic display of his overall skill. Micro, macro, decision-making, clutch factor a little bit too. Everything that you would expect from Maru in his top form. Hero not looking bad either, of course, but not quite able to pick up the 2-1 that he was looking for. All started with game number 1 really being in Maru's favor. A little base you see at the end here, didn't have a lot of chance.
No, game number 1 was mostly, I wouldn't call it a build order victory because these guys are so good and there are still so many things you need to do right, but Maru got the advantage for himself with the build order he chose, and then he just played it out in an excellent manner. But I think game 3 is the one that's very impressive because it really wasn't going all that hot. Hero had a lot of momentum. Hero started finding some good pickoffs, and sure, he lost a few Stalkers here and there. It started to look like it was going to go the way that Hero would love that game to go. What a call by Maru to just pull those SCVs, run to the other side of the map, get up that ramp, siege up the tanks. And I didn't even hate that initial blink of Hero on the tanks because I felt those tanks were kind of exposed. And I was like, once those tanks are gone, then you can maybe buy some time with the blink Stalkers, but Maru just never gave him any time.
No, he didn't. And again, Maru able to actually collect all of his units. Was really, I think, what clinched it. This Hero maybe could have tried to micro on 3-4 different fronts against Marines, apart from medevac healing that don't quite catch up to Stalkers if Stim isn't popped. And yeah, there's a lot of things that could have been done, honestly, even towards the last second of the defense. This wasn't quite going to be it. Maru with the SEV pool, getting the 2-1 victory, advancing him forward in this group. Well, pretty much, I don't want to say 100% guaranteed to get top 3, but very much looking like it will happen.
Yep, Maru's in a great spot. Let's hear from the man himself as he's on stage with Rachel.
Thank you. We're in the middle of a Maru chant, so I'm going to let it run its course. Maru, the audience is quite fond of you. Audience. You've got the applause, you've got the Maru chant going. Maru, you have improved match after match in this tournament. As Maddox reminded me, starting off with a loss, clawing your way back now, in contention to get out of this group very nicely. So talk to me a little bit about how your skill improves over the course of a tournament like this.
일단 조성주 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 역시나 이제 조성 선수를 위해서 이렇게 또 관중들께서 이렇게 막 이름을 연호하고 계신데 사실은 첫 패 이후에 좀 이렇게 3승을 내리하셨잖아요. 그래서 첫 패 이후에 어떻게 이제 극복을 해내셨는지 일단은 먼저 묻고 싶습니다.
일단 주변 사람 게이머 분들이 되게 위로를 많이 해줘가지고 그래서 좀 극복할 수 있었던 것 같고 그래서 잘 풀린 것 같아요. 이렇게 많은 팬분들 있어가지고 더 힘이 됐던 것 같습니다.
Of course, a lot of peer gamers actually consoled me after that loss, and of course, seeing a lot of fans actually helped me a lot because I'm playing a game in front of all these crowds, so of course, it gave me a confidence boost.
Maru, so many times you've faced off against Hero in your long history as professional gamers. This was a big match, arguably not the biggest you've faced off against him in. But tell me what it means to beat him here on this stage, how well you knew him, and how much that played into this matchup.
사실 역시나 김준호 선수가 역시나 쉽지 않은 상대였기 때문에 계속 만날 때마다 좀 고전을 또 하시기도 했는데 이번에 김준호 선수 상대하실 때 좀 어떤 마음가짐을 갖고 이제 임하셨는지 궁금하네요.
그냥 별 생각 없이 편하게 하자는 생각으로 했는데 그래도 잘 풀린 것 같아서 좀 편하게 한 게 다행인 것 같습니다.
So I didn't have much thinking, honestly. I just tried to YOLO it because, well, it's Hero. I mean, he's the best, one of the best players in the world. So I tried to YOLO it as possible. I think that went well.
Yeah, I think your YOLO went pretty well. Now, you are in Group D. You've got a lot of the best players in the world in this group. One of them, Dark, coming up next. It's your last match of the group. Another YOLO, you thinking?
이제 그래도 죽음의 조에서 이제 마지막 또 강력한 상대로 이제 박영호 선수가 남아 있잖아요. 이번에도 좀 마음 편하게 그냥 뭐 손 가는 대로 이렇게 하실 생각이신가요?
일단 센 선수 3명을 이겼는데 아직도 남아 있다는 게 좀 말이 안 된다 생각해가지고 그래도 3승이면은 더 편하게 할 수 있을 것 같아서 재밌는 경기 나올 것 같아요.
I mean, I still can't believe that I have one big opponent left, even though I beaten 3 giants. So like, well, at least I get 3-1 now. So like, I'm gonna YOLO it as possible. I'm gonna still show really fun games.
All your games are really fun, Maru, but you know what? I cannot wait for this one now. We're going to send it back to the desk, take a look at your last game, but we've got a lot to look forward to here at IEM.
Maru's not wrong. There is no shortage of competition when it comes to this group, but he's able to prevail here against Hero to be able to get himself in a spot where now, because he's going up against Dark, it does feel like those two are pretty much guaranteeing themselves spot. And then we now have, of course, Hero versus Showtime, which is very pivotal tomorrow coming into that. But anyway, before I get ahead of myself, let's talk about this series here. Maru back on board here to be able to get himself this victory pick.
Yeah, instinctively pulling the SCVs when needed at the end there to finish it off.
He was YOLOing. It's okay.
It was Hey man, that's the way to play against Hero. Don't let him bring the fight to you. Take the fight to him and take the risks. It just looked solid. Honestly, I feel like it was really nice to see Hero in that second game recover like he did and play such a measured back and forth sort of game. Yeah. But at the end of the day, you can see the brutality. When Maru's on point, he just finishes you off once he gets the lead.
It brought us oftentimes has a hard time against Maru. I mean, of course, we didn't say at the very, very beginning with Cyan being able to defeat him, but Maru does have blips sometimes in Katowice, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, last year he made it to the grand finals, right? Which is pretty impressive, some might say. Overall, Maru, of course, an absolute beast. It's interesting how this group is now going to shape up, though, because I guess it gets decided with a Protoss versus Protoss. And I was just looking at the head-to-head score. These guys have been about 50-50 over the years, Showtime and Hero. It's actually a very difficult one to predict.
Who's got that clutch factor on the big stage? I mean, it's such a scary matchup.
Yeah.
You know, neither of them's happy about it as well. They're going to be like, oh, man,
like, oh, man, I wish it came down to a PvP or a PvP, whatever, but not a Protoss versus Protoss.
Well, especially considering how Showtime started out this group, right? It would be a little bit sad to lose him, but it wouldn't be surprised at all if Hero is the one to make it. We'll take a look at the standings here and see what's what as we have ourselves. Dark and Maru up at the top. For Cyan and Reyna, it's unfortunately done for them realistically. And then we have, of course, that Hero versus Showtime match, which is coming up tomorrow, whilst Dark and Maru are going to be playing each other. Cyan and Reyna, of course, playing each other effectively for Pride, effectively for that $500 extra dollars. Yeah, dollars. I don't know why I was like thinking which currency. It's always dollars.
What would it be?
Yeah, so that's how this group's worked out. Interesting how we're finishing Group D, considering how it began, Pig, because there was a lot of uncertainty, and now we're kind of getting down to the certainty.
I mean, at the end of the day, it does seem like it's not the most surprising results other than Reyna falling out, but individual little results in there that did obviously spice things up a little bit. I love the way it finishes, though. Dark and Maru will be fighting for that first seed. We know with the Katowice format, the first seed through to the playoffs is a massive advantage. So you've got two really meaningful matches. You got the Protoss fighting for their life, the Terran and the Zerg fighting for the best spot.
No, absolutely. And of course, you know, if you get to that #1 spot, you get the round of 8 instantly. That means you're into a qualifying match for the World Cup, which is not, I mean, as if there aren't enough coveted prizes to be won here at Katowice. Also a chance, what is effectively early on in the process here, Loco, to be able to qualify for the World Cup. That means you don't have to do well at Dallas. That means you don't have to think about your points in the global standings or regional standings.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. The quarterfinals here are absolutely critical for the players that aren't yet qualified. And at this point, it's only Clem and Serral. So those games are going to be played, I believe, on, I want to say Sunday, right? Some of them actually may be played tomorrow. I'm not 100%
With the
sure.
quarterfinals?
Yeah.
They're all Sunday.
Are they all on Sunday?
Yes. It's all quarterfinals, semifinals, and then final.
It's a crazy final day.
That is a very long day.
Seven big matches.
It's going to be really tense. Yeah.
It's going to be awesome.
Well, of course, our next match is going to be Astrea going up against Firefly. Thanks, gents. It's time for a break. We're really changing the dial to crazy as we get into PvP between Astrea and Firefly. See you after this.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and Intel.
One more group's worth of games going to be going on here for our couple here, as we have now 3 series that we're going to be covering on the main stage from Group C. But before we do that, we have ourselves Pig as well as ZG to be talking about all of the things coming up. But before we get to that, we're going to go to the road to the World Cup board. Ba-da, 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 da-da-ba-da, with Pig. Da-da-ba-da. As we're going to look once again. Pig, I want your thoughts. I want your speculations. Considering what we've seen now in Group D and who you think might be able to get to the World Cup, what are you thinking over there?
You know, let's take a look at, I guess, Group D over here to start with. Honestly, I feel like nothing fuels a StarCraft player more than defeat and painful defeat. StarCraft is a game you don't play for fun. Anyone who's watched our Toaster stream knows this very well. It's a game you play to torture yourself and develop your strength of character. And Maru missed out in a very painful way last year when everyone said he was a shoo-in to win the entire thing. He is more motivated than ever. And especially with the last month or two, people going, he's not that good right now. Came out smashing form recently. I think he's going to defy the haters. And I think Maru is getting through. Whoa. He's looking fantastic. At least top 4 this tournament, very well, could actually win the whole thing.
That was the elevator all the way to the top.
Yeah, maybe we should put him half a bit down, since obviously those guys are 100% confused. You know, he's on the precipice. He's on the precipice.
You know, I'm gonna kind of take over for a second. I think it's Dark's time, personally. I think Dark will obviously get into those quarterfinals and then win one of those quarterfinals, because it's Dark. He's representing Talon. He's looking good. He is the villain, but most importantly, he always gets it done. Most of the time.
Last shot before the military as well, right?
Yeah,
Go out with a big bang this year would be fantastic for him. I don't think you're too crazy off. Can I look at the other groups now as well? Can I make some bold predictions? Or are we sticking with D?
Quickly do another prediction. I will give you.
Can I just move them all around?
I will give you one more prediction because I want to talk to Zombie Grub more than you.
All right, top 4 player who I think he's going to push through the pain. I think the power of the fans, the love, and of course this puppy cheering for him from across the continents. I think this man's going to make a top 4 for the first time in Katowice.
Oh. Well, for the puppy alone, I'm okay with that. We'll see how that goes. Thank you very much, Pig, for your thoughts and predictions as we now come back. Hi, ZG. You didn't like my clicking? No? That was not?
Oh, that's not what I'm judging.
Oh, okay. Let's go to Group C and see how everything's unfolding here so far, because we do have, of course, Serral currently at the top of this group. Byun with the love of the puppy in his eyes, Pig. I need to see him be able to do it. Of course,
sorry, Diego's stealing the show there in that animation. Yeah. It's just adorable.
He is so lovely. Astrea and Firefly is our next match. Of course, we have Skillis and Kellezer here trying to scrap and stay alive. ZG, so far, your thoughts on Group C? And this match.
Thank you. Not necessarily that surprising so far. In fact, this is kind of the most common guess. Serral, Byun, Astrea so far top in the group. Firefly, Kellezer, and Skillis having a bit more trouble, but particularly Kellezer and Skillis. But to focus on the 2 middle guys here, Astrea versus Firefly, it's kind of hard to say exactly what happens when America and China clash in the PvPs, right? It is Firefly's first time international competition, but he did defeat Skillis, but then Skillis was definitely not playing up to his usual standard yesterday. Astrea actually still gets a decent amount of very high-tier PvP practice, playing on the European server all the time, and one of his main enemies in the Americas being Trigger, so it's really hard to say who's favored, other than, of course, the stats saying that Astrea's won, but then it's clearly a new Firefly. So,
absolutely.
You know, I basically listed all the reasons why you could choose either one, and then I don't choose either one, so...
Good to stick to your guns there, Zombie Grub. Confidence is always appreciated here on the desk.
Nice.
Me, on the other hand, I will say what wins in PvP? It's a Clowns matchup. The president of Clown College, Astrea, will win hands down. Firefly is looking great. I love him. He's a good player. He's going to put up a fight. But this is just a smorgasbord for Astrea to display his absolute dominance of strategic play. And he is always at the forefront of Protoss strategy.
So PvP's a circus.
And he's the circus master.
Okay.
That's right.
It's, you know.
I don't know, man.
No?
Chinese Protoss versus Protoss? I remember 2 years ago watching all of the PvPs that happened. I remember casting it with Roddy, and it was just insanity. Like, it didn't make any sense. Like, this is something I think that I feel like they were known for a very long time, you know? Like, especially when they used to have like more of their own independent meta. Not as much anymore, of course, but
oh, there's still some cool stuff that goes on between like Cyan and Firefly and stuff. It gets weird. It gets real janky.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think Astrea is well versed with them though, so it's not too much like a clash of regions. Sometimes you get an American and Chinese player, and they just confused playing each other. They're like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Like, there's this weird thing. Astrea, you know, lives in Korea a lot. He's played with these guys many times, and I think it's going to be an interesting clash to see, you know, how they adapt to each other. Personally, I always think of, I think it was 2021 when Astrea decided to build a nexus in the main base of Trap, then use it as part of a wall-off to cannon rush him, eliminating the Protoss Hope from that tournament. So Astrea is known to bring out what seem like meme builds, but he does them reactively in the moment. Like if he sees an opportunity, he will do something really weird that no one else will think to do.
I do like a cheeky special like that every so often, you know, just a cheeky special. But as you say, Firefly, I mean, the Chinese scene in general, in terms of the Protoss that they have produced over time, yes, we've obviously had Oliveira being kind of the beacon of hope as a Terran from that region. But their Protoss are absolutely no slouches.
I mean, think back to the good old NASL days, right? NASL, yeah, I got it right.
Okay, you're going really far back now.
Well, seriously.
We're talking about Max Ed?
Well, like, Roddy should be coming in through the doors at any moment now, like the Kool-Aid Man, and be like, they were awesome back then. But that was literally what it was. It was really what it was. And then Oliveira certainly brought the shine back onto the Chinese scene, but obviously as a Terran. And Firefly recently brought a little more shine again onto the Protoss, I suppose, when he did have that little bit of a run a couple of months ago. And that was a lot off, I think, scrappy ways of playing PvT. It's a different matchup, I know, but it's not like he's, you know, totally out there macro-wise. I guess the opposite of out there. He doesn't just macro. He also plays some styles that really get him into scrappy situations and can be a little weird. So, I mean, as far as who's more adjusted to a mud wrestle, it is the Gold American, okay? But Firefly, I think, can actually do very well, and their recent series weren't blowouts. They were both 2-1s.
Fair. I mean, there was an 86 on strategy when it came to Astrea's rating overall by the other pro gamers. A little bit lower for Firefly, but I do think that Firefly's numbers might be due to that he's not an unknown commodity by a lot of these pros, but just the fact that he is less documented. You know, people are less versed against him.
He's a newcomer. I think I'm surprised by how comfortable he's actually looked, by the way, here.
I agree.
During the tournament, I ran into him in the hotel a few times, and he's just kind of chill. A lot of players look so nervous at like their first big international event, and he seems like he's just relaxed, you know, playing his game. He's got a lot of experience over the last few years in WTL, where he's been taking on a lot of these top guys.
Yeah.
So I think Firefly, you know, I don't expect this to be a blowout as much as I favor Astrea.
One of my favorite things about running into Firefly during the hotel is I've said hi to him multiple times, no response. He has no clue who I am, I'm pretty sure. But you know what? Maybe in, you know, future internationals, maybe we'll see and see how that goes. Well, the stage is ready for this PvP, so let's get it underway.
Thank you so much. It is time for our next match. We're heading into Group C now, and we are bringing to the stage with one win against Kalauser and one loss against Byun, Astrea of Maturino. And his opponent, Firefly, has won over Skilius, but taken a loss to Serral, representing Offside Gaming. Firefly, representing Maturino. Astrea, let's bring him out.
It is time to welcome two awesome Protoss nerds to the stage, both with one win, one loss in this group so far, which means that they can absolutely dream about still making it into the top 12 of this edition of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. A win here would go a long way. A loss is not devastating, but it's going to make it incredibly difficult with the other players that they still have to play in this group. I'm Roddy, with me is Waddy, China versus America, PvP. You ready, mate?
Man, it's not very often we get a cast of PvP here in Katowice, is it? So I actually think this is a really fun one. Two players that are not afraid to kind of like turn on just the crazy builds, make these games a little bit wacky. This could be a little bit of a fiesta, Roddy. You know, it could get really kind of down to some just ridiculous situations.
Yep, it could get awesome. It could go on for a long time. I'm also a tiny bit afraid that we might see Astrea go for something like the one-gate fast expand. We know that Astrea is obviously very fond of a lot of the stuff that MaxPax likes to play online. He has tried to copy it. He has tried to learn from it. They get along very well with each other. And there is a chance that he says, all right, at this point, I'm confident enough to also go one-gate fast expand on maps where there is no ramp leading into the natural. And I've seen Firefly plenty of times in those scenarios, Wadi. Firefly does not beat around the bush. You go one-gate fast expand, he goes 3-gate robo or all-out 4-gate, and he's going to try to win or lose in the first 5 minutes of the game.
Yeah, Firefly absolutely does not hold back, and he's been kind of doing that ever since I started watching him. I remember watching him cannon rush Maru at a China Team Championship offline finals. He won the game. It was very hype, very exciting. So he does not step away from that aggression. It's definitely a big part of his gameplay, but is very capable of playing the longer game as well. This is not a case of like he's hoping that one-gate expand happens so he can punish it. Like he will play into the more normal game if he has to.
Yep, I think they're both just good PvP players. I mean, we've seen a lot of them online. Obviously, PvP is a different matchup if you're looking at cross-server matches. Like if these two would play against each other, either Firefly would have a lot of ping or Astrea would have a lot of ping. And even if Astrea is in Korea, then he would still have the ping advantage. Right now, it's an even battleground as we have loaded in successfully to Oceanborn. In the bottom right side, we are looking at the main base of the American Protoss, fighting out of San Diego, California, representing Maturino Esports. It's Astrea.
In the top left-hand side, our player all the way from China. Let's give it up for Firefly.
Not quite the one-gate fast expand that I was thinking about, Wadi, but definitely something that we have to address is Astrea is doing something that I can only think of one other high-level Protoss player that's doing it, and that is Strange. Yeah, you were looking at me, you thought I was going to talk about myself? No, Wadi. I did not consider myself a high-level Protoss player. Strange, obviously a Russian Protoss, is kind of known to do the double gate in base quite often. Other than that, you just don't ever really see it. And the first thing that people think of when you see a start like this is, can Firefly just make 2 adepts and kill all the probes? It's not that simple. If it was that simple, Astrea would obviously never do this. But there is a reason why almost every high-level Protoss player likes to build the pylon and the gates at the ramp. And that's not necessarily the first 2 adepts, but that is the idea of like an 8 adept opening with oracles, because then your life actually becomes hell if you're Astrea. So I find it a bit crazy that Astrea is doing this, but I'm sure he's practiced it time and time again. And I'm very curious to see if Firefly is going to switch up whatever he had in mind, where maybe his idea was to open Stalkers, but after seeing this, what if he wants to go for a bunch of adepts?
Yeah, get those adepts out, start a punish, try and, you know, say it to Astrea. Well, show me why I shouldn't, you know?
Yeah.
Because it's such a, when we say it, it's such ingrained in us to be like, okay, you should wall off. Everyone walls off. So why would you not wall off? So, I mean, the benefit of not walling off is you can't lose your gateways. If Firefly gets very aggressive with the push early, that's one of the benefits if you're having to survive on one base. But it's a big risk to take because there's so many other opportunities. In this case, Firefly will, though, just go for the Stalkers.
There's also another tiny benefit, Wadi. This is the tiniest of tiny benefits. But hey, at the highest level, every single little bit matters, right? And that is technically a bit more economical to just build your first pylon close to your nexus and then build the first 2 gateways there, because your probe doesn't have to travel from the mineral line to the edge of your main. And that may seem silly, but it does make the tiniest bit of difference.
No, I mean, every little bit helps, like you say. It does add up, and especially a mirror matchup, it can add up even more than usual. As we attempt to recall back, we get a couple sentries on the way from Astrea. Everything points towards him expanding. Firefly is on the same page.
Yep. Interesting opening by Astrea, not just because of the positioning of the first 2 gateways, but also because he went for Adept and a Stalker, and then the follow-up is double Sentry. Now, I'm familiar with a lot of different orders, right? Double Stalker into 4 Stalkers, double Stalker into Stalker Sentry, or even double Stalker into double Sentry. I don't really know this one all that well, Stalker Adept into double Sentry, but Yeah, I guess this is one of these things that Astrea likes to do a tiny bit different. Firefly has gone for a very quick robo. Now that robo can obviously be used for aggressive purposes, an all-out attack. Can also just be used to warp into adepts later, drop those adepts in the back of the main, and then potentially kill a couple of workers. Or even what he did against Skillers in the opening match of this group. But I can imagine that Firefly thinks Astrea hasn't seen those games. 100% Astrea went back to his hotel room yesterday, took a look at those VODs. But in the game 3, the very important game 3 between Firefly and Skillers, he opened up like this. He dropped 2 adepts in the main, and then he had a Dark Shrine to follow it up.
Yep, that Dark Shrine was deadly in that final game of the series, as there is the Prism coming up. Pretty much an essential, if you're going to open Robo, it's your way of getting on the map, and it's a Dark Shrine on the way from Astrea, so he goes very quickly into that alongside the Blink, but against a Robo, the potential for observers being around is obviously very high.
Yeah, I'd be very sad if I was Astrea if I go for such a quick Dark Shrine. Dark Shrines are not that expensive anymore, but seeing that your opponent already has a very early Robo, that doesn't really bode that well, but you know, not everybody's going to open up double or triple observer. And if Firefly only makes a single observer and he goes to the other side of the map, maybe a DT can sneak into the natural if he's focused on the attack. But as an observer, Mapu is showing us Firefly has a hallucinated Phoenix on top of the Dark Shrine. I love how he's circling around it as well. He's like, Astrea, I'm not thinking that's a pylon, mate. I'm double checking, I'm triple checking. I know, and you know that I know. If I were you, I would cancel it.
He's like, yeah, go on, cancel it, so I don't have to worry about DTs at all for a little while, as these 2 Adepts will attempt to hit a Probosaur, already shading back towards that Prism, as the Probos do get a little bit caught up, so there will be a chance to kill him. We're actually going to commit. We're just going to give up these Adepts and get 3, probably at least 4 workers here, so this is working out brilliantly.
5.
Yeah, possible.
Oh,
It's
he shot at the Stalker. He actually fired twice, so he could have had 5. Gonna warp in 2 more Adepts. Nice target fire, goes for the probes. Misfired there as he shot at that Stalker. First set of Adepts, awesome. Second set of Adepts, and not so much. Astrea going up to 3 bases. Firefly going up to 3 bases. Firefly going for a Dark Shrine as well. I mean, they were talking about Clown Fiestas over here, Wadi. Kind of feel that these are at least the perfect ingredients to start off a nice Clown Fiesta.
Oh, absolutely. You start running DTs all over the map. They both have the Dark Shrine ready to go into Shadow Stride whenever they feel like they've got the money. There is a lot of potential for this to get a little bit wacky further down the line. They're both taking a 3rd base, which encourages that kind of setup as well. Now, this is going to be interesting because there is an Immortal here. Astrea just about turned around in time. There was Force Fields ready to go.
Yep, there were Force Fields ready, and Blink was 12 seconds away from finishing up. And 12 seconds may not seem like a long time, but if there is an Immortal Fire where it Stalkers, I can tell from a place with a lot of experience that 12 seconds is a very long time. You're probably going to end up losing 3 out of 4 Stalkers there. So Astrea actually dodging a bullet, Firefly missing a tiny opportunity.
Yeah, a little opportunity missed, as we do have the Prism still chilling on its bottom side. Obviously, benefit of that is it can just sit there for a good long while and just wait for another chance to try and get Adepts back into the mineral lines, try and find further damage. He's obviously playing catch-up on his own Blink, but yeah, his own Dark Shrine about to be done, and we wait to see. I mean, Astrea's already prepping cannons and everything, so they shouldn't be able to do too much just yet. They're really set up to have a good opportunity in the later stages of a game.
Yep, I love some good old Mass Gate, Zealot, Stalker. A lot of the pros are not very fond of this current meta, where they're like, yeah, it's kind of fun, there's a lot of action, but it's also a little bit brainless, you know? They sometimes just want to feel like a tactician or switch into Disruptors and play that kind of a war, but the Disruptors obviously got nerfed a little bit, and the mobility is just so important in these high-level games. And yeah, pure Zealots with Charge, Stalkers with Blink are incredibly quick. Sometimes players completely skip out on Zealots, because pure Stalker can actually beat Zealot Stalker, but to do that, you need to A, make sure there's no Immortals to worry about, and B, ideally you want to be the defender with the Blink Stalker, which sounds weird, but Blink Stalkers, defensive linear cannons and batteries are fantastic against Zealots.
No, they really are, as these Stalkers trying to find their way up, but there's just not enough of them, and there's a lot there from Firefly. In fact, he is actually chasing, he's getting a couple of kills. We're going to watch his first person as well, as he chases. And there's actually, sorry, Astrea here on the defense, trying to blink away. He's losing a lot, man.
Yep, and don't forget that Firefly is the one who went Robo first. He's got double Immortal here. This is actually kind of scary for Astrea. It almost felt that Astrea was already planning for one of these super long PvPs. A single shield battery is nice. Those force fields were crucial for Astrea, as there is a Warp Prison bounce out the map. I wouldn't hate it if Astrea just temporarily cancels that 4th base. Even though that's uncomfortable, that's annoying, I just don't think you can ever defend it. Seems that he has agreed. He's still going to be in trouble. Battery overcharge gets popped, but Firefly with his double Immortal here, Wadi. He's just kind of steamrolling Astrea in game 1.
Yep, there is a DT that just showed up, though. If there's any hope for Astrea, it comes down to that DT. Perhaps there's not detection here at the moment. So, I mean, it can slowly push this back, but you're going to take so much damage in the process. Firefly's already done a lot, and he will back away. He's just missing his own Observer, and if he gets that, then this game is potentially looking like it's going to be done. Where is the Observer? There's one on the map.
Even without the Obs, I would still stick around a little bit. I feel like he should have just gotten on top of those last few Stalkers. Once those Stalkers are gone, everything you shoot at are probes. He's respecting, I guess, the threat of suddenly 3 DTs or 4 DTs. I don't think it would have been bad to stick around there a little bit longer, but it's already been a fantastic success for Firefly. And he's like, nah, let's just go ahead and play it safe. I'm not going to take any risk. Snipes the Ops there, that's very important. So now he's not in any danger of losing his own Observer. And I'm afraid for Astrea that a couple of Zealots and Probes are not going to be good enough here. Warps in more Zealots, but even if he holds here, we have to ask ourselves the caster question, at what cost, Marty?
Yeah, the economic damage is adding up, of course. These Stalkers can still blink away from these Zealots and trade out. The last few of them should be able to live through this. He was a little busy back at home dealing with some DTs that got across the map, as Astrea will likely be able to push this back. The Prism will unsiege and will join us in the retreat, but I think there's going to be reinforcements from across the map as well, and then Astrea may have to start turning back around.
Pretty sick hold so far by Astrea, and that forward blink is actually going to be a tiny bit expensive. Now Firefly is going to have quicker +2, also finds that DT that just got warped in there, is going to get on top of that pylon. The one cool thing that Astrea has somehow managed to do during all of this is A, make sure he doesn't fall too far behind in the worker department, even though he lost so many, and B, is sneak in a new 4th base, this time around in the center, as he's really trying to just hang in there a little bit longer with the Zealot. Sniping the Prism here would be great, but he does not have enough Stalkers.
No, but more Stalkers warping in. We do have so many Zealots, but they can only charge so often. And obviously, as each and every Zealot falls, it becomes a little bit easier for Firefly. But the Zealots have honestly done pretty well trading out. The supplies have been gathering together. And here the CT shows up. There is going to be a cannon position. But again, how do you chew through these Zealots? You can't.
Might actually be okay for Firefly to warp in a couple of his own Zealots. I mean, there is absolutely no reason not to. Even if he would not have charge, it would be nice for your own Zealots to tank the Zealots of Astrea a little bit. As Firefly loses the Prism, he may still think that this is all completely fine, because he's like, hey, I'm a 4-base Protoss, you're a 3-base Protoss, this is okay. But he's not a 3-base Protoss. Astrea has snuck in a 4th Nexus, and this is actually starting to look like Astrea will stabilize, even if he's still behind in supply. Firefly really needs to find that 4th base, otherwise he's in danger of letting this one slip away, but he does sneak in a DT there, and that's big.
Yeah, DT over here as well. Not sure what Astrea's detection situation is right now. These Stalkers will start a fight. No Observer, and obviously no cannon on this 3rd, it doesn't seem like, so that means we're going to lose a lot of probes, a lot of mining for the foreseeable future. And yeah, Firefly going to put himself back in the driver's seat now after Astrea was definitely starting to hold on in a very, very cool manner.
Yep, it seems that Firefly is just going to get on top of that 4th base. Astrea goes for a recall, really wants to save it. Has a battery there, but there's no pylon to power it, so that battery cannot heal up the Nexus. Firefly is going to lose a couple of Stalkers, but he grabs the Nexus. Kudos to Astrea for absolutely refusing to go down without putting up one hell of a fight. It just kind of feels like it's a mega unfair fight, as Firefly is richer, has more units, had the army supply for the vast majority of the last 2-3 minutes. This game is just getting very scrappy.
Yep, it is getting messy all across the board as we have Stalkers blinking up here to try and fight. There's that one Immortal of Astrea that can pack a bit of a punch still. No Zealots here, and they were the saving grace of some of the previous holds. Now we see Firefly just blinking forward, is going to get the Immortal, chase the Stalkers. Reinforcements from Astrea have already turned around and headed back home, so looks like Firefly finally has, once again, a comfortable position.
Can we take a look at how many workers Firefly has killed? Because I feel that he has killed 36 probes, and meanwhile he has only lost a 6, and that really has made the difference here. Stalkers are going to do their thing. +3 is on the production tab as well for our Chinese Protoss, who has received a lot of props and a lot of kudos of some of the diehard community members out there, where they're like, hey, you guys are sleeping on Firefly. It's like, no, don't think anybody's sleeping on Firefly. He is good, and he can absolutely hang, but for him to get wins like this, even though he's not there yet, but he's most likely going to take the 1 elite, that is just still impressive, because Astrea is one hell of a player, and also came into this IEM Katowice very prepared, and also with excellent form.
Yeah, that's very true. As the Stalkers push this back into the corner of the probes, we'll have to pull one more time, so their final attempt to survive here from Astrea. So many Stalkers now. These probes are going to get massacred. A couple of Zealots do finally warp in from a Firefly as well. Why not tank a little bit?
as he will continue to chase this down. He's got so many probes, he's losing a few of his own, but that's something he can worry about a bit further down the line, because quite frankly, this one, Roddy, is wrapped up and done.
Yep, kind of felt like it for a while, but Astrea's ability to always produce probes, even while being under an immense amount of pressure, and maybe Firefly having 1 or 2 tiny misclicks with the stock has made this one go on for a little while longer than it perhaps should have, but yeah, this really is an incredibly unfair fight. Astrea knows it. There is no point in continuing this one anymore. GG gets called. Firefly takes the 1-0 lead. Once more with a quick robo, quick bar prism, dropping a couple of adepts in the main, and kind of felt that gave him a tiny bit of a lead. But what really made the difference is he said, hey, I go for a quick robo. Immortals are fantastic. You love Stalkers, I love Stalkers, but I'm gonna fight with Stalkers and Immortals while you just fight with Stalkers. And even a battery overcharge is not necessarily going to save you there if you're Astrea.
Well, that's very true, as Firefly really controlling throughout this game, and yeah, credit to Astrea, because he held on, snuck that 4th base down, he gave himself a go of it, right? Like, he said there was a chance, there was an opportunity here, but not enough in the end.
Kind of felt that at this point this game was already over, right? Because look at the amount of Stalkers that Firefly has here. 2 full HP Immortals. He found that Immortal was Astrea there too, but it's 1 DT. Caught, basically bought some time for Astrea, and then Firefly, I think he should have stuck around there. Because if there are no units to shoot at, you're not going to shoot at anything else other than probes. And even if you slowly but steadily lose your Stalkers, you're going to deal so much economic damage that I think it's okay. But Firefly said, nope, we're going to play it safe. We're going to run back to that Observer, and then we'll just continue attacking. A very strong first game by him. I mean, 1-1 in the group so far, 1-0 lead in the 3rd best of 3. Wadi, this man is absolutely allowed to dream of making top 12 here at his very first big offline event on the international stage. That's mighty impressive.
I mean, mind-blowing, really, right? I said it coming into Katowice, like I think a lot of others did. Like, I think he's good. I think he got a good group for himself. But the lack of experience at this sort of level and this sort of stage can absolutely show, right? We've seen it happen so many times before, but so far, he's playing up to it. Of course, just a 1-0 lead here, a long way to go, but fantastic start. Of course, his loss in the group as well to Serral, so he's already got one of the tougher opponents out the way.
I mean, even if he ends up losing this PvP best of 3, it's not necessarily over yet, because Firefly has peaked in some of those PvTs in the past. He took maps of Clem and no other Protoss could, so we can't even just assume that he's going to lose to Byun, because Byun is the bigger name and Byun is amazing. Now, lots of reasons to get excited over that Chinese Protoss, but this man is going to try to stop that hype train while he can. Bottom left side, down 0-1 in his 3rd best of 3 of the tournament. Venerated Esports, Astrea.
Top right-hand corner, our blue Protoss with the 1-0 advantage, looking to send this one home. It's Firefly.
Isn't there a song about fireflies, buddy?
Yeah.
10 million fireflies?
Yeah.
In my heart, there's only one.
Just one.
It's this one.
It's on stage right now. Very fortunate we got the right one, huh?
You should rewrite that song.
That's an old song.
Not that old, is it?
Yeah, like 10 plus years easily.
Okay. Not like 20.
Not 20.
No.
Like 15 maybe.
All right, go ahead and look it up.
You got me interested, man.
El Sayani, as we're taking a look at a very confusing screen. This actually scared the hell out of me for a split second. I thought I was drunk there, Wadi. I was like, what on earth is happening over here? Look at this.
15 years this year. Yeah.
Hey, this
what
is
gas?
trippy.
Oh, it's a good place.
Yeah. This is something that you would find in a custom game.
Yeah.
And this actually looked so trippy to me for a split second. I was like,
I know, because
I was looking at you, and then I looked back, and I'm like, I'm seeing double.
I know exactly what you mean, because I did this with ZG yesterday. I looked at her, I looked back, I was like, he's taking double gas already or something. Like, it's like, what happened?
I was like, you know, we had a Monster Energy, we had a couple of black coffees. I was like, man, I gotta slow down. Can somebody bring me a water? I see way too many mineral patches right now. All right, El Sayani. As Astrea has built a pylon forward, it does not seem like he really wants to use that second pylon. He's going to send that probe to the other side of the map. He's going to open things up with a depth. Firefly is going to open things up with a very quick robo. Way quicker than the previous game. May look similar. It's not similar, because last game the emphasis was, hey, I'm expanding after a couple of gateway units. Now he's dropping tech before he's expanding. And that means that there is a good chance he wants to go for 3-gate Robo. Astrea is going Stargate, which honestly should be very good news for Astrea, especially if he scouts the Robo, because then he does not have to drop the Nexus. Now, often when I say this, Protoss players are very stubborn. They build the Nexus anyway in the low ground. I'm like, why is it happening? And then they get attacked. They're like, oh, I should cancel the Nexus. I was like, if you would have never built it, you'd be way further ahead. I don't think Astrea is going to build the Nexus early, though.
No, I'm kind of with you there as Firefly. He's going to have a little check to see what's seen, and he is going to drop a pile down. Now he definitely can't build a Nexus, as Firefly has the money to build a Nexus.
Yep. So quick Robo, and he's still going to expand. Astrea is going to scout. Who shaded first? It was Astrea. So nice block there for the people who don't really know all the tiny details of StarCraft 2. Adepts can go through force fields. They can obviously not go through buildings, but they can also not go through other adept shade. Oh, that's actually a little bit of a mistake because he moved the adept around. Now Rico has to get used, but he's actually going to lose an adept fight too. Astrea turns around and he says, all right, I'm going to pick up first blood. He's going to pick up a probe as well in the end. He does get locked in, but I don't really hate this for Astrea. Not a great scout, a little bit of lost mining time. Could have been worse. Honestly, maybe it would have been better to just go deep into the main, right, and go for as many probes as possible.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like in this sort of situation, that's like, you know, probes are like, you know, the gold mine essentially. So to try and get some of those would be amazing. Didn't really succeed on that. We do have the Oracle though from Astrea, which will come over here. Battery's not quite yet done, so this Oracle's about to feast, Roddy.
Yep, a couple of seconds is all that an Oracle needs, and Adepts don't really shoot up, so Firefly doesn't really have a whole lot of anti-air. This is an absolutely fantastic start for Astrea. That's a lot of lost mining time, -6 probes, maybe even 7, because that battery doesn't last forever and doesn't really out-heal the damage of an Oracle. Fantastic start. Firefly making all these Adepts. This is something I thought he could have done in that previous game against that no wall-off setup. This time around there is a wall-off, and this game actually is a disaster for Firefly. He's down 11 workers, Waddy, and he's got no anti-air.
Yeah, no anti-air. This Oracle can activate to help against these Adepts as well. Like, this is just completely fallen apart. He's not building any probes right now either. I mean, he just started up a couple, but he went a long time without building them, so his economy, after already being hurt, is not being fixed quickly. And yeah, just absolute disaster.
Yep, triple Oracle now. Astrea's making another one. He's so cool. This is why we all love Astrea, because even on the biggest stages, he can still have a little bit of fun. It is not very fun to call games over at minute 5, but this really does feel like it's Omega game over. Firefly doesn't even have the resources to start Blink. He has now 2 Sentries, 2 Stalkers, but it's going to be so hard for him to split up his units and also mine from the natural. So you're basically forced to only stay on 1 base saturation at the moment. I do think Astrea eventually needs to stop having fun and maybe build something else other than Oracles, but Firefly is in a world of trouble.
Yeah, he's going to try and get himself towards Blink, but again, you're just behind so many workers for so long. That really does add up. And so that will just be his problem. I mean, if you get to Blink, maybe there's some hope, maybe there's something you can play around with, but by that point, he's already just going to be so far down numbers-wise.
Yep, and Astrea is going to be able to drop so many stasis traps with all these Oracles. He's now building some Void Rays, maybe not necessarily the best unit in high-level PvP, because Void Rays, of course, are good if they can stand there and fight against Stalkers, but players at the highest level will rarely just stand there with Stalkers and fight. They're going to dart back and forth, in and out, fire full volley, and that's why Stalkers in general are considered to be better units. If you see this, if I'm Astrea, you can do 2 things. Drop a Robo right now, or maybe drop a Forge, or indeed go non-stop regular gateway unit production. That's okay as well. Double stasis trap already getting warped in, and it's outside of the naturals. He's gonna make life hell for Firefly. It's like, oh, you wanna run to the other side of the map? Because now he's actually attacking with a bunch of basic Stalkers. Did not really have to do this. Astrea's playing this out in a very complicated way, Waddy, but I think it's still going to be good enough.
He keeps on aggressively placing stasis wards as well. He's like, well, what are you going to do? We'll run into them. Well, the probes will, so they're going to create a little bit of a force field. The Void Ray just activated. There's not enough Stalkers nearby. Now we do have the Blink available from Firefly, but if that saves him, well, that's a miracle.
This is one of the funniest ways that I ever thought Astrea was going to close out this game. I kind of thought it was going to come down to Firefly attacking him and then realizing he's too far behind. Firefly is finding some damage with the depths on the other side of the map, but it is just not a fair fight. Astrea has mined so much more throughout this game, has all these Oracles. Firefly took a serious beating. Does have Blink and is only down 7 workers, so we can somehow push back this army. And obviously Stalkers with Blink are a lot better than Stalkers without Blink, but it's a numbers game, and the numbers are just heavily in favor of Astrea.
Yep, no, this game really was just a disaster for Firefly from the start, and Well, this is going to be his pretty much final stand, as these Stalkers will now work their way through the gateways. Then you're going to lose your production. You really can't stay in the game much longer than this. We've got Oracles about flying to the main, by the way. I think all 4 of them are going to make a bit of a move, so they're going to go stasis warded up and really just make sure Firefly has no recovery possible. GG.
Firefly is like, mate, are you recording a YouTube video of me turning into content? Like, I'm out of here. We are not going to do this. You're not going to make 4 oracles and drop stasis traps left, right, and center. A painful game for Firefly, because it didn't have to be bad. I like how quickly he decided to expand. Kind of started off with him messing up his own block. He had an Adept Shade that was supposed to keep the Adepts of Astrea out. That didn't work. His tech was revealed. And then he got a tiny bit unfortunate that this was the game where he decided to go for 8 Adepts while being attacked by Oracles. That shield battery, you mentioned it, Vardy. It was a few seconds late, but that is not something you can get away with on the highest level. A few seconds is a lifetime, and you lose 6 probes when you're only working with 25 probes. I mean, you don't really recover from that.
No, and he definitely didn't at all, as Astrea killing them with basic Stalkers, like you said. Maybe not the way we thought it was going to end, but Astrea's just like, man, I am this far ahead. I will do what I want.
It's been a while since I've seen the quad Oracle in high-level PvP.
Yeah, no, it's not every, especially PvP, like maybe the odd PvZ, right? But PvP?
And PvT once in a while, if they want to YOLO them in the old days, get on top of Cyclones. These days, I don't really recommend it. You have 4 Oracles, they have 24 Cyclones, so that's not a very good idea. But in PvP, you'll rarely see it. But yeah, if there is ever a moment to bust it out, why not? If your opponent open up with 8 Adepts. Adepts, of course, units that don't shoot up. Well done, we're all tied up. We expected a close series between these two. It is a close series, both of them getting a pretty convincing win on the board. I'd say that Firefly had to work a little harder for his win than Astrea. But it will all come down to Hecate. For all the marbles, is this going to be the map where Astrea is willing to risk it and go 1 gate fast expand? Or is he still not comfortable enough with it?
We'll find out very soon, as these two fight for a chance, of course, to put themselves in a great spot to potentially be looking at playoffs in tomorrow's games. Here we go to the top right-hand side, our red Protoss player from Maturino. This is Astrea.
Bottom left side of Hecate. We're going to take a look at the main base of the man making his debut on this stage. One of the 2 players that could become a Royal Roser at the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. This is Onside Gaming's Firefly.
Who's the other player?
It was Trigger, but I guess he can't be a Royal Roser anymore. So I guess he's the only one. Firefly, that is.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Firefly with all the Royal Road hopes left on his shoulders. As you get a gateway up on either side, Simulator coming down. Astrea has continued to put the gateways at the front ever since that first game ready.
That'd be quite a story, by the way.
That really would be a story.
He's like, all right, Oliveira, your win last year was pretty sick. However, here I am in the era where they say that I can't win. No, you're right. Astrea doing it one time a bit different. Maybe just trying to tell a story throughout the series. I'm not totally certain. Kind of like having the pylon and the gate. This is a weird placement, by the way, to build your pylon. But these are things that we can analyze for days. In the end of the day, it kind of comes down to the same. You either have a wall off or you don't. And you either have a pylon on the low ground or you don't. How you want to wall off on the high ground is kind of up to you.
Yep. Also get this probe is going to get chased around, obviously scouting information early. Astrea does have 1 probe out down to the south of the map, so there's a pylon, and that's going to be the probe sticking around to try and proxy it up.
Feels like a Stargate, a very quick Stargate, but it obviously could be many things. You can always go for a gate, you can always go for a robo, but with the amount of gas that Astrea is mining, how early this is, to me it kind of feels like it's going to be a very quick Stargate. Maybe it's like, hey man, those oracles were so fantastic in game 2. I'm gonna make some more oracles because you might be weak against them? Question mark. Or it's a robo with a adept opening.
Yeah.
Robo, but
Stargate it is. Initial instincts were good, and as we do at least have Firefly building a couple Stalkers to start, so that does pose well for him. Of course, it still comes down to if the Stalkers are in position or not, if Firefly can figure out that there's something going on. A lot of the time when you open Stalkers, you do like to poke with them, right? But yeah, I mean, it's rough if you start poking and the Oracle flies and you have no defense, so that's kind of the balancing act you have to play. Let's see what the plan is for Firefly. First 2 don't have to be there, second 2 do.
One thing that's very cool, by the way, is that last game, Astrea also went for a proxy pylon and he didn't do anything with it, right? So if you're Firefly, you look at it, you're like, second pylon was out on the map, but you didn't actually use it. You're just trying to scare me, but there's nothing to be scared about. And here in Game 3, Astrea is like, it's proxy pylon again. Don't worry. This time, the man should absolutely worry. You mentioned poking with Stalkers. That's absolutely what's happening. I said it's a close call, warping in the defensive pylon. But it is good enough. That's not a fight that Firefly really wants to take. 2 Stalkers against 2 Stalkers. Might be an even trade, but I think if Astrea micros properly, he should have won. Instead, he's going to end up losing the fight. Firefly gets away with murder there. That's not a fight he's supposed to win, but he did accidentally let that pylon finish up one, and that is bad news because Oracles are about to fly in.
Yep, and Stalker's on the wrong side.
Yep.
And the next 2 units were sentries as well, so they are not going to help too much. So yeah, this is going to be a little bit painful. There is that Oracle coming through the bottom left, and okay, there is a battery finish in the main base at least, so that's something. A step in the right direction. Looks as though Astrea is going to bank up 2 Oracles before he commits.
And that would actually be very sick, right? If I'm Astrea right now, you just kind of keep distracting him here with the Adepts. I'm a little bit surprised that Astrea decided to let that Adept Shade finish up. Yes, there was one probe that he could have killed there, but now it's more likely that Firefly is going to kill his own pylon, make it easier. But here is Oracle number 2. Astrea is going to make Oracle number 3 as well. Wadi, this is crazy. Firefly actually making a high ground battery, so he's worried about an all-out assault. That is not what's happening. What is going to happen, though, is this Astrea is coming for his workers, and a bunch of probes are going to get zapped down immediately.
A little shake of the head from Firefly as he just was not in position. He was not aware of this possibility. Stalker's chasing 1 Oracle goes low. 15 probes already going down. That is a deadly strike from Astrea with his own Nexus already finished up as well. And again, he made that 3rd Oracle, so he has potential for more still.
And that's brutal. Firefly doing a lot of things right, even winning that Stalker skirmish. That makes you feel good about it. The Menaces are going to immediately grab everything he has, send it to the other side of the map. Astrea should build another battery or 2 now, maybe at home, or just warp in units, going to boost your gateways, because you have done more than enough economic damage, Astrea. Now it's all about surviving. Force fields could still be gnarly. What? This game could still get a tiny bit exciting. It looks bad for Firefly, but maybe he can make a miracle happen with a bunch of force fields.
Force fields have to be great happening on the other side of the map right now. As we do dive in, we go after the Warping in Stalker. That's not affected by a super battery that is activated immediately. A few probes start to go down as we do have the Prism showing up from Firefly as well, so some extra micro available from there. He force fields, but the super battery is still going. Now he can turn onto these Stalkers more easily, but the probes pulling off, of course, just going to tank nicely. He is going to get through another Stalker soon. I mean, he's going to start getting enough damage, Roddy.
And he has Warp Prism micro potential, so he can actually dodge these Stalker shots the way that he's currently dodging them, and he has actually not lost too many units yet. And don't forget that Astrea's safety Void Ray is being built in the bottom side of the map. Another force field goes down. The shield batteries are not able to keep these Stalkers alive, but Firefly needs so much more. He doesn't need to kill a couple of Stalkers. He needs to kill everything as he's down to 0 workers. The Void Ray is here, and the Oracles are here, and Astrea can pull all the probes, and a full probe surround is going to be good enough for the man from Maturino Esports. The American Protoss is going to get the job done here. Firefly down to 0 workers, and soon down to 0 supply. GG gets called. Astrea gets an incredibly important PvP victory here in this group.
Very important, as Firefly just was not ready at all for those Oracles. That decides the series. And Astrea, like you say, recovering in what is such an important matchup, because you know that playoff hopes are on the line. And going 2-1 right now gives you a very good chance moving forward. Astrea plays Serral later today, so at least going in against Serral with a match win advantage at least makes you feel a little bit good about the rest of your group chances.
Yep, because if you would have lost this one, you go 1-2, and then you play against Serral, who has looked untouchable so far in this group, going 3-0 and 6-0 in his matches. That would have been very gnarly. Scary series for Astrea, where Firefly played an incredibly strong game 1. And was kind of lost the rest of the best of 3 to Oracles.
Yeah, Oracles really were his bane in this. This first game was cool by him. Obviously, Astrea did a great job hanging on and making it kind of closer than it seemed it should be. But when it came down to it, Oracles were all he needed throughout the rest of it to find his chances. Firefly got that first game. He looked good in that first game. We definitely got worried. And then the second game was just a flop from the very start.
Yep, Astrea saw the story as well here in Game 2 with that proxy pylon in the center of the map, and then went for the in-base Stargate. And in Game 3, you got to give it to Astrea. If he would have revealed that first Oracle, everything would have been different. But he didn't. He was very patient. He said, nope, or 1 Oracle is not going to do it. I'm going to hide double Oracle. And yeah, double Oracle only needs a couple of seconds before you deal a fatal, lethal strike to the economy of your opponent. tournament, and that is absolutely what happened there in Game 3. Fun series, here we go. Beautiful moment for Astrea. He waited so long. The Stalkers just clicked to the low ground as well to make it extra painful. And I said earlier, 6 probes is very hard to recover from. 14 probes, you don't recover from that.
Nope, absolutely not. I mean, good attempt on the other side from Firefly in the end, right? He had to try something. It was his only chance, and he made a good go of it. But at the end of the day, he was losing every probe at home. And once the Oracles and the Void Ray come back across, it's just a whole new army that he doesn't have the resources to deal with at that stage. So now those extra couple batteries just elongating this stage and giving time for the aliens to come back across really did make a difference, and that was going to be good enough in the end. Those Oracles activated, cleaned up everything, and Firefly had to leave with absolutely nothing left. So with that, let's go here from Astrea on this win.
Thank you so much. Down here on the stage with Astrea. Now, you seemed pretty happy after that match. I said you looked happy, and you told me, no, I'm terrified. So walk me through what you're feeling right now.
Yeah, I was feeling pretty confident going into the match, but after losing game 1 like that, I was feeling pretty stressed, which I haven't experienced any stress yet this tournament, so that's kind of weird. I'm like, why am I feeling like this? But yeah, I'm definitely relieved to win that.
Well, let's talk about how that stress manifested. You got tighter, you got sharper, you got meaner in those matches, but what did that feel like for you? When that stress kicks on, what happens?
Well, I didn't start feeling it till game 2 when I realized I was in a winning position. From then on, I felt like my hands were not like quite as solid as I wanted them to be, but I'm pretty sure that like I knew strategically his build isn't very good versus Stargate, so I was confident strategy-wise at least.
And looking forward to this tournament, we're kind of right in the middle of your group. You put yourself over the hump there with now 2 wins, 1 loss. You've still got Serral and Skillous ahead of you. Talk to me about what you're feeling on that.
Well, I think Serral will be a bit easier than Firefly, so I think I'll be less stressed in that match.
Wow. You're going to be the only player that's going to look me in the eye and tell me you're less stressed. You're a funny guy, Astrea. Lots of fans in the audience, lots of people excited to see you doing so well. Anything you want to say to them?
Just thanks for watching, guys, and I hope you're all having a good time.
Absolutely. Thank you, Astrea. Back to you guys on the desk for another look at those games.
There it is, the powerful clown's able to juggle his way through PvP as we get himself a victory on the stage. Joining me, Pig, as well as ZG, to talk about this one. It was even down to the wire there at the end, Pig. I said, not necessarily down to the wire, but all of a sudden we were just like, where's his army? Oh, it's all Oracles, woo!
Turns out there are 3-4 Stalkers, 2 Sentries can't get through 3 shield batteries anyway, doing ring around the rosy for a while at the end there. I love it though, the North American Oracle, you know, that was the most American strategy. It's like the Oracles are so late, you never expect them. Yeah. They come in from the back, wipe out the economy, and a devious strategy, a really good way to finish off the series.
Yeah, again, a little bit back and forth here for this one, ZG. It's nice to see Astrea doing well off the back of it though, now putting himself in a position where he can challenge for what we all believe to be kind of one spot in this group. It's a tough scenario to be in this group, really.
Yeah, again, the competition for 3rd seems to be the most realistic for, well, 4 out of 6 of these players, with Serral and Byun proving that they are, so far, the best. Things can still kind of go awry, but not by too much anymore. So Astrea winning here is very important. Obviously, the follow-up versus Serral. He believes he's got something to show versus him, so we'll be paying close attention to that. But yeah, just making sure that you are as close as possible to being guaranteed for that number 3 is going to be, well, good enough. Getting to the round of 12, have a chance at the round of 8, could certainly happen. But Firefly is not down and out as of yet, and I really am looking forward to, I believe, our next match as well, which is Firefly versus Byun.
Yeah, we'll see if he can contend with Mr. Byunbelievably himself here, of course. As, I mean, when we look at what Astrea is potentially able to do here as well, he's going up against... We're waiting for that Serral series, right? So actually, we don't play that at the same time as this one. We have 2 more series here, by the way, for the mainstream. So
we're going to be doing the Byun Firefly, actually. And I think that's going to be really exciting because Byun just had a bit of stress against Kelazur there. He's having to work. I'm sure his wrists are feeling it. We know how his wrists go at these big tournaments, and they had a very crazy back and forth game on the B stream. So really exciting. It did end up being a 2-0 in Byun's favor, but he's definitely getting kind of tested to the limits and very warmed up. Firefly, it is a hard match, a very hard match, but he's going to have to put it all in for that one.
Definitely, definitely. I know it sounds malicious, but if I'm ever, if I was ever in the theater of combat against Byun, you would drag the games as long as possible, right? I know it sounds awful, but why on earth not test the endurance, realistically speaking? It's not your problem to have to deal with, it's your opponent's problem.
Jönköping last year, man, against Rainer, game 5, 50 Marines walking into Banelings. It happens if you drag it out long enough. Yeah.
The thing is, though, is that it is random, isn't it?
Yeah.
Like, he has talked about it not being a physical thing, and it's an emotional, mental thing, but then he seems to do it, on the biggest stages, like Jönköping, that was really a problem for him. But then I don't think there was anything in Atlanta. And this is still the group stage. Obviously, it's all very important, but
definitely.
I definitely don't think Firefly would even be able to survive that long. I actually think Firefly's road to victory against Byun is exactly what he was showing when people started talking about him, which was all these kind of crazy, aggressive, early and mid-game mass gateway type of play styles that won't tax the time of Byun, but will still certainly tax the micro of Byun.
Yeah, it definitely reminds me of kind of those big aggressive Blink Stalker moves to try and slowly break down those Protoss kind of defenses, I suppose, and try and kind of even move around what could be set up in terms of those defenses. So that's why I think that maybe, he might have some success, but it is still difficult. It is still Byun.
It's still a very hard match, but one where, there's hope for the newcomer, the players making it out here to the international stage for the first time. And I think a lot of people are just excited to see him play some good matches. Getting caught off guard by Oracles doesn't feel good in that last match. He's got to shake it off and come in fresh to the next one.
No, definitely. Well, Byun versus Firefly is going to be our next match here. We don't really have much more to say about the scenario that's gone on here just yet, so I'm wondering if we are ready for a break here. But if we are, then good to go. Again, we do have Serral versus Astrea as a match a little later on afterwards as well. We've actually flown through today compared to yesterday. I don't know what on earth happened. What is this?
Yeah, I mean, obviously we had things like Rainier Showtime yesterday, and Showtime knows how to slow that down. The wall we're trying to crash through, and he just kind of puts his shield in the ground and plants it and says we're slowing the day down. But we haven't had too much of Showtime on the mainstream today, so it's been quick. A few TVTs that were a bit faster than they could have been as well.
I mean, when we think about it, it's going to be difficult for all of these guys to go up against the likes of Byun, the likes of Serral, but we'll see how they compete. Time for that break. When we return, we have more here from the group to figure out who's going to try and solidify themselves in the top 3 before we get into those last matches tomorrow.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and Intel.
Group C, a very fun group.
Serral comes in as a massive favorite in Group C. He's been looking absolutely unstoppable lately.
Historically, at least last year, he had a little bit of trouble with Zerg versus Zerg. This time around, he doesn't have any Zergs in his group, and yeah, clear favorite going into this one.
Byun's going to be hot on his heels, and Astrea looks like the favorite for the third spot in this group, but he's going to have to fight hard to defend that spot.
Byun, of course, a previous world champion of StarCraft II. I mean, in my mind, he is certainly going to move on out of this group. There's a chance he could move on out of first place if he manages to take down Serral. That's going to be a very tough match for him. Now, who's going to be taking third place? Any of the other four? I guess if I had to pick a favorite, I would go with Astrea.
Kelazur, Skillus, and Firefly all have actually been stepping up their game massively lately, and these are all very dangerous opponents, so no one at the top of this group can sit pretty until they've got at least a few wins under their belt. It's hard to pick a dark horse for this group. Kelazur has been looking really successful in the Americas region, just falling short to Astrea over there, and he's going to have another chance to see if he can make up for his losses to Astrea in the American regionals. Firefly comes in as a big underdog, but a player who had some great success in the World Team League series recently. So if Firefly can step up and show what a lot of his fans have been expecting from him for a while, there's a chance to have a new Chinese hope enter the scene.
Group C heating up here. Of course, we do know some of the big favourites at the very top. Serral as well as Byun looking strong, looking poised to do well. But will Firefly, the young upstart, be able to put a wrench in the works of Byun? That's the question coming up next here for the Intel Extreme Masters. Joining me, Wardy as well as ZG. I'm doubtful that he can put a spanner in the works here against Byun. However, you know, things could be changed in that outlook.
You know, his PvT can be good.
Yeah.
I think his PvT can be good, and I think he's a dangerous player. And it's not impossible for Byun to kind of get a little bit like too into the idea of like mixing up what he's doing and getting a bit too crazy. I favor Byun, right? But I think Firefly has enough chance to at least make this interesting, so yeah, I'm excited for it.
Well, let's check it out here as we have the two going up against one another. Of course, unfortunately for Firefly, ZGE comes off the back of just having a loss prior to this, so he finds himself in a bit of a rough spot in the group as a whole. His future is definitely uncertain at the moment. Going up against Byun, he's no slouch.
Right, that is very uncomfortable, but you can maybe, hopefully, do some hand-waving about PvP and Oracle specifically, sure. Like, well, that happens to everyone. Ugh. But PvT, I mean, there are some frustrations for Protoss as the matchup for sure, but there's a little more, perhaps, of the... I'm not going to say there's no luck in the matchup and whatnot, but it's not the same, right? You feel like you actually can control the first 5 minutes for PvP. It's really up in the air even for the first 5 minutes. Plus, this was one of the victories for Firefly a few months ago when everyone started to talk about him.
Yeah.
Amongst other players, he also did defeat Byun 2-1 after having no wins against him for the rest of his career. So, I mean, there's some precedent to Firefly actually being very good in the matchup and being able to defeat a guy like Byun. And with that combined with an apparently very chill attitude about being in his first international tournament, I really don't want to count him out. It's just that I think it does depend more on Byun underperforming to get that victory for Firefly.
I mean, there's no shortage of good Terrans even in his region, but of course you've got Oliveira, and Coffee was on the way up for a while as well, and he was able to dispatch him multiple times. So definitely no slouch in the matchup as a whole, I would say.
No, I really don't think so. And I think this about a lot of pros players when they play Byun, right? Get through the first few minutes. I think you can be in a good place, but also Firefly has a few ways to mix it up in the first few minutes to give himself that better chance as well. And, you know, he's not afraid of maybe proxying a second gateway, of maybe making it interesting. Sometimes if Byun tries to be funky and then you do that yourself, like I say, maybe then Byun gets hit off a little bit. And I did think that yesterday Byun kind of struggled a little bit as well at a certain point or two where he was like maybe not as clean as he could have been, kind of trying to close out a game or so. So we'll see. It's hard for me to say it's not going to be like Byun favored, right? But like,
sure,
I did come into this believing in Firefly. Like, it's rough now that he's lost against Astrea, but like, I think he's got the potential. I think his demeanor so far in the event has clearly shown that he's done it before. He's clearly playing at the level he can play at. Why can't he do it?
You did, and I'll attest to that, because I messaged you on Discord being like, I have no faith in Firefly at this tournament. And you were like, well, whoa, Kalaris, steady on, all right? And
you privately messaged a caster to say this guy is not going to do well.
It was
literally the only reason. James hasn't messaged me on Discord in about 2.5 years. Saw Fireflies in the time. He's like, this is ridiculous.
Not many people would admit that. To be honest with you.
I think we might have been told about something else.
Were we? No, I'm scrolling up.
James is scrolling.
I mean, you already admitted the most terrible way. Like, I don't know. You're not even trying to improve your image. You're like, no, that was...
That sounds accurate.
Yeah.
I want to look bad, damn it. All right?
Apparently.
James the villain.
Yeah, James the villain, man.
I can't remember what it was about. I scrolled up, I can't find it. We were talking about some other stuff like Pokemon, I don't know. But beyond that, I mean...
How did that come along? The Firefly Pokemon,
Yeah,
speaking of which...
We were talking about Pokemon, and then he was just like, by the way, hate Firefly.
It wasn't quite like that. Let's be real.
This is absolutely something that I did not expect to be on broadcast.
No? Okay, well, you know, it's a magic place in
I love it, man. I love it. I also, there's a lot of history of me off broadcast being like this Shin guy, though. Like, I don't know. And now he's once again topping his group. It's cool.
Well, you were mentioning before we came to the break, actually, ZG, you know, of course, that Firefly can kind of do some of that more aggressive stuff. And I actually want to ask you, Wardy, do you think that that is the avenue that Firefly should be able to adopt? Obviously, you've mentioned like the idea of like these proxy gates and things like that. But again, I think the Blink Stalkers are actually right up Firefly's alley when it comes to trying to catch a Byun off guard or something like that.
Yeah, try and take control, trying to like, you know, make sure that Byun can't again control the game, because Byun is so good at multitasking and kind of making your life miserable that if at least you can contain him a little bit, which isn't easy because I think he's a great defensive player as well, despite everyone else disagreeing. But like, I do think like, yeah, well, I mean, still good defense, but he thought it should have been higher.
Yeah.
Anyways, no, I think it's possible, right, to get in there, slow Byun down, take control. If you don't do these things against Byun, I feel like you're in a bit of a troubling spot. Because if your plan is to be like, oh, I want to leave Byun alone because I just want to set up into the later game myself, Byun is going to do things to make your life miserable, right? So I think that's the knock-on effect of how this is going to play out.
Here's the thing. Why have we not used these cards to kind of play top trumps against one another, right? Like, although do we know the players too well to even play top trumps?
That's part of the skill.
What does that mean?
You know what top trumps is?
That's a very UK thing.
Is it a very UK thing?
No.
They're like little
Make me a little worried, though.
They're little like packs of cards. You get like 30 in a pack, and it's like they've got like a theme like dinosaurs or something, and then it's like all these stats, and it's like it's like all these stats, right? It's like, and then basically you get 15 top trumps each, and then you're like, oh, I pick height, and if my dinosaur is taller than yours, I get the card, and then I get to pick a different one until I.
Is this just like a card game that's popular in the UK?
Yeah, I guess so.
You guys have Pogs?
Yeah, Pogs, yeah.
Oh, okay. So like there's like, I can't think of an equivalent then. This is weird, but it's a very specific, very accurate.
If you're in a UK airport, you'll probably be able to find it. It's called Top Trumps. You'll probably find some packs.
I absolutely want to play with the dinosaurs.
I can't believe this doesn't exist over there. I am bamboozled.
That's
is ridiculous.
a very English thing.
Yeah, I'm like, oh yeah, Stegodon, yeah. Anyway,
I mean,
we can give an example if we need to. We're good.
But it's like a third party helping you be like, no, the Stegosaurus is cooler. No, the T-Rex is cooler.
This is fascinating stuff. However, technical break. So we're going to go to a short break whilst everything gets ready and good to go on the stage here, even though I would actually like to talk about top trumps. But no, we're going to a small pause, and we'll be back for more Katowice. See you soon.
안녕하세요. 팀피키드 소속 큐어 김도욱입니다. 안녕하세요. 스태츠 김대엽입니다.
안녕하세요. 버니 이재선입니다.
안녕하세요. 진이모입니다. 오늘은 저희 그 선수들 개인 능력치가 어떤지 다들 예상해보고 어떻게 나오는지 알아보는 시간을 가져보도록 할게요. 와. 네, 일단 그러면 도욱이부터 한번 얘기 한번 해볼까? 도욱이가 좀 능력이 어떨 것 같아?
네, 도욱이 형이 이제 좀 수비 잘하고 공격은 좀 공격적인 테란이 아니잖아요. 좀 수비적인 테란이다 보니까 좀 수비 쪽에 치중돼 있고 그래서 아마 공격보다는 수비가 더 높게 나올 것 같아요. 제 느낌상. 전체적인 거는 한 86 이상? 최소 86.
86이면 높은 거지. 내가 이거 처음이어가지고.
그렇죠. 86이면은 높은 거죠.
그렇구나. 그러면 재선이는 어떻게 생각해?
도욱이 형이요? 희범이 말이 맞는 것 같고 그리고 도욱이 형 멘탈적인 것도 있지 이게.
그건 모르겠어요.
멘탈도 좋다고 생각해가지고 멘탈도 잘 나올 것 같고 저도 한 80 넘게 나올 것 같아요. 85?
한번 공개를
많이 높게 나왔어요?
왜 뭐 어떻게 나왔길래? 아니 나도 궁금해.
높게
나왔어.
감동 먹었습니다.
아, 그래?
이
아,
정도는 받아야 되겠네요. 왜냐면은 게이머즈의 준우승자로서.
그렇지. 아니 나는 88점이란 게 되게 높은 거였구나. 나는 그래도 한 90점 이상.
이제 저희 보면은 이게 얼마나 높은지 알아요.
나 그럼 나 마음의 준비를 하고
이제
있을게요.
여기도 나타나요. 그 차가.
오케이.
빈부격차 나타나요.
마음의 준비를 하고 있을게. 좋아 그럼 뭐.
도욱이 형부터 한번 보시죠.
한마디 해봐.
그래도 예전 레전드 선수잖아요. 그래서 그래도 이제 클래스가 있으시니까 한 냉정하게 근데
냉정하게.
현폼으로 따지면은
냉정하게
70
내가 진짜 오늘 이번 대회에서 내가 진짜 너는 이긴다.
기대하겠습니다.
그러면 한번 공개해 보겠습니다.
네, 좋죠.
일단 저는 안 보고 먼저 한번
느낌하겠다.
먼저 한번 봐볼게 그러면. 왜 어떻게 나왔길래?
이게 높아요.
뭐야?
도욱이 형이 예측한 거보다 높아.
이게 높아.
75면은 나쁘지 않네 그래도. 뭐 박수 받을 정도야? 아니 나는 만족 못해. 오케이. 그러면 그 다음에 버니, 재선이.
이번에 형이 한번 해보시죠. 제가
재선이?
있고 도욱이 형이 형 했고 이제 재선.
오케이. 좀 내가 느끼기에 재선이는 굉장히 좀 공격적인 스타일이야. 굉장히 견제 잘하고 굉장히 공격적으로 타이트하게 밀어붙이는 선수이기 때문에 공격 쪽에 엄청 점수가 많이 몰렸을 것 같아. 뭐 한 90점 이상 몰렸을 것 같고 나머지 뭐 약간 디펜스나 뭐 멘탈리티 약간 그런 거는
60이에요?
좀 그래서 종합적으로 그래도 한 80점 나올 것 같아요. 냉정하게. 한번 가볼까?
네.
형 보지 말고 우리 셋만 명 보자. 셋만.
그럴까 그러면?
오.
봐도 돼요? 만족해.
거의 이게 만족스러워? 오케이. 그러면 이제 다음에 희범이 한번 재선이가
희범이요? 희범이는 공격적이면서 수비도 잘하는데 또 빌드도 좋고 빠르기도 한데.
와 그러면은 진짜
희범이 좀 전체적으로 다 괜찮은 것 같아가지고 희범이 제가 볼 때 한 83?
84. 83. 네. 그래 그러면 한번
너무 높게 나온 것 같은데? 왜냐면은 내가 작년에 GS에 준우승도 하고 좀 잘했었거든요. 근데도 83이었거든요 그때. 근데 지금 83이라고?
뭐 그래도 뭐
한번 해볼게요.
뭐야? 그 여기 메인 화면에
뭐야 이거?
아니 왜 이렇게 높게 나왔어?
뭐지? 우리 죽음의 주고 아니에요?
이거 클램 이거 한 90 될 거.
클램 올리베이라 90점 이상 이렇게 해서 딱 있고 그러면 내가
그럼 지금 우리 셋 탈락인데요?
그러게. 그래 여기 탈락 후보 세 명이 있네.
그러네. 이거 중요한 건 아니지 않나요? 그래도? 알죠. 그냥 재미로 하는 거니까.
그렇지. 네. 여러분들은 혹시 저희 선수들의 능력치에 대해서 어떻게 생각하시나요?
Man, we've gotten so far from the analyst desk Pokemon conversation that it might not even be relevant anymore to say that I decided Firefly was Charizard and Byun was Ash's Pikachu, but that's probably not anything anymore. Now I will say Firefly and Byun are about to head to the stage. Let's find out if Firefly can put down the rebellion or Byun can knock them off sides and out of the tournament. Let's see.
It is time for another best of 3 series here at IEM Katowice 2024. My name is Loco. I am joined here by Demu. Demu, it's time for a Protoss versus Terran.
It certainly is, it certainly is. And I've got quite a bit to say about this because I did get to see Firefly against Oliveira back in the Chinese regionals. And I got to say, a lot of his play in PvT really impressed me. So as this series actually gets underway, just talking about some of the things that really did strike me as wow, he's smart. He was doing a lot of builds where it's it looks like he's doing a 2-base all-in, but then you take a proxy base on the other side of the map where you're absolutely not going to scout. So against Oliveira, it was actually a best of 5 that went all the way. And this is when I was like, Oliveira is really good. He's going to dominate this region, right? And Firefly was just throwing real spanners in the works, just making it so damn difficult for him. So I don't think this is going to be a walk in the park, but Byun is so in your face that it's if he sees something like that, he's not going to sit back and wait for you to do whatever you want to do, right? He's just going to be in your face and just say, no, I'm not going to let you. So it's going to be a tricky one for sure for Firefly.
No, you're absolutely right. At the same time, though, Byun is also a very aggressive player himself, right? So some of those aggressive pushes may very well backfire a little bit if he is going up against a bit of a tricksy Protoss style himself as well. Very curious to see how this one is going to play out. In my mind, Byun is certainly the favorite going into this. He is just simply the more accomplished player over the course of his career, previous world champion of StarCraft II. I mean, he's won essentially everything that there is to win, but I think this is going to be a fun one. The Chinese players in general have really stepped it up over the last couple of years, and well, Firefly is amongst them. Game number 1 in this best of 3 series. We find ourselves on Hecate, and in the top right-hand corner, representing the Rebellion, we have Byun.
And spawning over in the bottom left-hand side, representing onside, it is Firefly. I think this should line up to be, or I hope for Firefly's sake, that he plays even remotely as well as he does over in that Chinese region. I know this is his first international tournament, and already Byun sending an SCV out across the map. This has been a true favorite for Terran so far against Protoss players, where they've just been all about sending the SCV in a weird pattern to do just this. You avoid the probe of your opponent, and then your opponent thinks you're not scouting at all, being a bit greedy. Oh my god, okay, I thought he was going to go for an engineering bay block, but he has a different plan in store altogether.
Double barracks opener right here for Byun. Now Firefly is going to scout. He will see the timing of this barracks, and everything seems a-okay. He's going to need to get some more vision if he wants to find out exactly what it is that his Terran opponent is going for. You bring up a good point, though. Generally speaking, the way we find out how good a player truly is by seeing the play at an offline tournament, right? When you're playing from home, it is an entirely different game than when you're playing at a stage, and Firefly does look solid.
Yeah, okay, so I don't know if Byun did his prep work or whatever, but that probe did not go into the base. It also sees that, hey, wait a minute, you've got this SCV down here, but this is later than normal if you're just going for a regular 1-Rax expand. So if Firefly is truly on his senses, if he was playing in the comfort of his own home right now, he'd probably be having red flag, an alarm going on, but holy crap, this is a blast from the past. I remember a player a long time ago called Maka, and this was the Maka Rax indeed, and already, this is the kind of play that can really throw you off your opponent. And is it one of the best builds out there? I'd go ahead and say absolutely not. But when you are welding so much experience like Byun and you're against a fairly newcomer like Firefly, this is the kind of build that can really get a series going.
Yeah, well, Mecha Rexes are, I want to say, literally from like 2011 or so, right? I don't really know exactly.
Back when I had hair, Loco, a long, long time ago.
Yeah, but how familiar is Firefly with strategies like this? This is one of those curveballs that you can throw when you, well, know that your opponent may have a certain weakness. It's a Twilight Council at the front right here as well for Firefly, so at the very least, you will have the semblance of a wall up, but what exactly is Byun going to attack?
I mean, honestly, this kind of attack, I've been testing out the proxy Marauders recently myself, but it's always been with 2, and already we have an Adept that's greeted by a few Marines, but then it's like, oh, wait a minute, Marauders turned up, and you can see that he is not prepared for this in the slightest, and rightfully so. This is really weird what he's doing, and already probes are pulled, concussive shells is shown, and already bleeding out quite a few probes. This is not what the Chinese player was looking for.
Now this is of course quite the commitment right here for Byun, so he needs to get something done with this push. The question is, when exactly is an attack like this justified? The bunker of course is not going to finish, just mostly there to draw some power. Now the Marines have joined in as well, the Adept has come all the way back home. Not that many workers have gone down yet though.
No, and for all intents and purposes, Byun's not really been SCVing behind this. I mean, this is rough though. He loses this last Stalker. That is brutal. I don't think, is the gateway even powered? No!
Oh my god.
And wow, that is one way to bring the heat. And, you know, this is the kind of thing that can really separate the veterans from, I don't want to say the amateurs, but the newcomers, you know? It's like, welcome to the stage. This is how we do it over here. And Firefly is just like, man, I really should have, if I went into the base, I'd have seen that it's not like a double gas opening. If I stayed around, did I know that it was a CC? Because there was a CC. It did go up, but Byun didn't really use it at all.
Yeah. Now, this is one of those build orders that now makes Byun look very, very smart, but obviously if it got scouted and if Firefly figured this out, it could have fallen easily on its face. Right now, though, Byun is already 1-0 ahead, and I mean, I always kind of like to look at the faces of the players in between the games. It kind of looks to me that Byun has another tricky game up his sleeve, man. Like, he's not even smiling here. This does not seem like a completed series to him yet.
No, I mean, this was just so damn unfortunate. That pylon as well, you see it going up there, it would have powered the shield battery, but not the gateway. It's just like, oh, goodness. But you look at the SCV count at the bottom. I mean, this was very, very committed by Byun, but Byun, he's like, you know what? I'm going to save my wrist today in this series so far. Let's make it quick. Let's make it easy. Let's bring the pressure.
Yeah, Byun, of course, historically has had some wrist issues, especially in long tournament days, like, for example, the one that we have here today. Maybe he's feeling the heat a little bit, or maybe he's just a bit concerned that it could be something that starts acting up. Ending the series as quickly as possible may be a solution for that. Now, of course, we're just speculating here, but certainly a very aggressive game number 1 right here for Byun. And there are quite a few cheesy openers you can go for as Terran, of course. This is not the one we normally see, but maybe he's got something else spicy prepared right now for Oceanborn, as that is going to be game number 2 in his best of 3 series. Spotting right here in the top left-hand corner, it's Byun.
And spawning over in the bottom right, as the blue toss, it is Firefly. And we've got to remember where both these players are in the group stage as well. I mean, Byun, he's off to a flying start. He has yet to play Serral in the group, but that's most likely going to be the decider for who finishes first in the group. And I mean, definitely going to be one of the hardest matches for him. Absolutely is the hardest match for him, rather. Firefly just came off a pretty, I want to say, a bit of a rough defeat to Astrea. Started off 1-0, but then ended up losing 2-1. And I am very curious about what Byun is going to throw at him this game, because Firefly, when I've seen him play this matchup, he's very good when he gets to play his game, when he shows his prep, when he does his thing. But that game, he didn't even get started, and I love that from Byun, because already one of the easiest wins of his life. But what's he going to do here? He's resorting to something where he's not scouting with an SCV, and it's only 1 gas, so 1 gas expand, something far more normal. Makes me think that Byun's come in very, very prepared.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree with you. Firefly is scouting around his natural expansion, sending that probe nice and early towards the other side of the map just to make sure that everything indeed is normal. Now, you brought up the timing of that command center. This time around, it will go down at the conventional timing. Firefly needs to be paying attention to that. When you go into autopilot, right, in StarCraft II, it works really well when your opponent is playing standard strategies, but you really have to pay attention to the details. Those couple last percentage points of progress, they make all the difference at this level of StarCraft 2. And I think Firefly went across the map. He's like, yep, there's a barracks, there's a unit coming, there's a command center, everything is A-okay. And he did not quite account for the fact that 150 minerals were missing there for Byun.
Yeah, I mean, I have no idea if the trick worked necessarily the game before, but this time he gets full-on confirmation. The probe sticks around just to see what pops out the barracks first, whether a Reaper. But I also like this build in a sense that Byun kind of makes it look like it's a very similar build to Game 1.
Yep.
And you can see that from Firefly, where he's like, you know what? I'm not going to head straight back home. I'm going to check this corner as well, this little nook, because he's following up with a very similar build to what he was doing that game. But look at Byun. He has shifted gears entirely. 3 CC off 1 gas. So from a from a hyper-aggressive game in Game 1 to, oh my god, mega greedy.
I can imagine that Firefly does a lot of his practice by playing ladder games, right? And these 2 builds that we're seeing right here in this series, they are not ladder builds. These are not strategies you'll be playing against people that you randomize on the ladder. So Firefly, how much practice do you have against a Terran opener like this one? So the advantage of a super quick third command center like the one that Byun is going for is that any sort of timing attack he is going to follow this up with is going to hit just a little bit harder, right? A couple of additional units make all the difference at this level, and well, is Firefly going to be prepared against a timing attack that will have a handful more Marines?
Yeah, I like what Firefly's doing in this game. Like 4-gate Blink Stalker is kind of not bad against anything, and it really is down to the Terran, how well they've built up, how well they defend. One good thing for Firefly with this is the fact that he is going up against a very greedy build that isn't going to have tanks to defend. And Byun...
Ooh, he cancels one of the gateways.
Oh, okay. I guess he was just using that as a wall-off just to make sure that, you know, if something was to come like Hellions or something, he wouldn't be caught off guard. But still, 3 gates on the map, Blink very much on the way as well. He can still do a lot of aggression, but after a game like that, Game 1, some of your first games on the stage kind of thing, it's got to have you a little bit paranoid.
As we move into the first-person view right here of Firefly, this is what he is looking at whilst playing the game. He's prepared against a Widow Mine drop, against any unit that could be coming in right now. Thinking about making a third Nexus. He has no idea what he's playing against, but this is a nice scout. Sees a lot of additional Marines and also that third command center right now. It'll likely come at the cost of that depth, but this is critical information.
I'm actually a little bit sad that I didn't get to see Byun's webcam there, because leaving that depot open...
Oh, he even gets it out?
Yeah, leaving that depot open was a massive deal, because getting to see... I don't know whether Byun was looking like that before, but he didn't look super happy on that webcam, a little bit stressed out, because allowing all that information to be seen, now Firefly knows that he can just go across the map and start poking at him, and this is exactly the kind of game that Firefly wants to be in.
Yep, he's got Blink, he's got 3 gateways, he's got a third Nexus coming.
Oh, what?
He wants to bypass this? Very aggressive Blink forward, gets into the main base, passing that bunker by. There are no siege tanks anywhere. Stimpack is not done yet.
This is actually very crazy. I didn't expect him to blink past it like that, and I mean, so far he's sort of getting away with it. This is nice Blink Micro, and I mean, he can go back to the front, but remember, this does not have a Warp Prism to reinforce.
Yeah.
And those are all extremely wounded stalkers. I think that was a bit too aggressive. Sometimes that is one of the things that Blink boys do. They get way too eager with those stalkers. I don't think that was entirely necessary. And given they're bruised up, +1 is finishing up, combat shields as well. It's going to be so much bio coming out.
Taking a bit of a tour right there of the Terran's base. Maybe if he had a Prism already over there, it would have been nice. An aggressive move once again, though. This time around, yeah, the Stimpack upgrade is done. Gonna kill like 3 or 5 Stalkers?
It's a solid amount of Stalkers dying there, and you know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. That's what Byun kind of went with there, and that is a lot of damage done, because that is a quick stim. All right, Concussive Shell coming online. I mean, that's a fast +1 as well with this. He was very much about getting the engineering bay online, even before the factory, I think, with this build. Going to have Medevacs joining the field too, going up to a 4th and 5th barracks already. He's going to have so much bio out, and you can really see that Firefly's gearing up. He's trying to get a lot of gateways up, going for charge upgrades as well, not really going for the Robotech. So 5 gateways, wow.
Yeah.
Blasting away.
He is just looking to build up as many of these Protoss units as possible. The third Nexus has been underway for a little while, but if you compare it to the amount of workers that the Terran has, this is not bad for Byun whatsoever. Gonna have to transfer a couple of those SCVs on over towards that third base location, but that Byun economy is off to a flying start. Firefly trying to slow it down, loses a few more Stalkers in the process. And this is looking rough, right? He knows that there will be an attack at some point in this game. You need so many troops. We can go for a 4th Nexus, sure, but it's going to make that push so difficult to hold.
I mean, Byun's done very good with very little. He's been seeing when the blinks are going off, and he's like, all right, you're sticking around for way too long. Catching him when the cooldowns are off, and even here, like, technically, if you're playing a perfect game, you don't lose any of these Stalkers, and 12 have gone down.
That's the Observer there as well, which just rubs salt in the wound, because Firefly is going to have to, okay, either replace it or make an immortal right now. Don't lose the Prism. At least don't lose the Prism.
I mean, that's a big deal for Byun. Getting to see that a Prism is on the map, like, that's a big call that your opponent's going to try and slow you down because he doesn't want you to come across the map. And Byun, he'll absolutely read into that and be like, oh, you don't want me to come across the map? But he's going to get a few turrets up as well to deny that. But honestly, 69 SCVs, that's a lot of turrets. You can really tell that he doesn't want to be dealing with that because he wants to go. But it is going to be a Ghost Academy coming online for him before the Armory. That is the true standard of Terran versus Protoss these days. And look at that supply, Loco. It's just ever growing for the Terran. And I don't think there's any splash on the field at all.
No, and that Bio Ball is just growing, right? Without any sort of splash, it's going to be very difficult to deal with it. Firefly probably anticipating the attack a little bit earlier, too. Does he have a Robo Bay? I don't think so, right? No, he's just stuck with the units that he's currently got. It's going to just be Zealots and Stalkers here for the foreseeable future. Bio moving across the map right now, though. Byun trying to send everything out. He does not return back home. Instead, we're going to go for the base race.
I tell you what, I actually like this move by Firefly. He can't beat the army, so he's not going to fight it. Goes into the base, but oh, that's a lot of friendly fire damage. I mean, this is going to get close, but Byun's army is so big across the other side of the map, and I mean, that Terran army will kill your base so damn quickly. And Stalkers, they're great nimble units, but they do not have the same DPS as this Bio. I think this is a very rough situation despite 40 SCVs going down. Byun still mustering a pretty decent army in his main base.
Yeah, absolutely. The reinforcing units here for Byun seem to be enough to deal with pretty much the entire army of Firefly so far. Obviously, he can recall if he really wants to, but that's still such a dangerous move. Might be worth reminding that the win condition in a game of StarCraft II is to kill your opponent's structures. So technically, Firefly never has to deal with that army that is currently in his main base. But obviously, Terran structures can fly as well, right? How in the world are you ever going to win a true one-to-one base race?
I like what Byun's doing here. He's like securing his main. He's like, all right, this is getting a bit out of control. Oh, okay, I was about to say, I don't think he should be lifting out. I liked him holding the top of the ramp.
Byun, okay, he loves loading up Medifex, but that was a bit much.
Yeah, I mean, Firefly committed all his warp-ins to all the aggression, so it wasn't about defending. He knew he couldn't defend, so I liked his choice here, because every choice feels like a bad one in this case, and he's doing some good micro here, good blink, good warp prism pickups, actually, but is there just too much? I mean, even if he clears all this up, Loco, I think dealing with that other army on the other side of the map, he's going to have to hope for one of these floating games, isn't he? But even then, it's Byun can possibly get the draw, even if it goes really bad for him. They're both microing so well over here.
Oh, he does get one of the Metavex. All of these units here for Byun are actually super critical. Firefly is microing his heart out. All of the barracks and structures that Byun has been producing out of are leaving. There's a Nexus built as well in the bottom left-hand corner of the map. That one Byun is not yet aware of. The structures from your opponent get revealed if you end up killing, in this game, either all the command centers or all the Nexi. Firefly running the probes up north to maybe distract Byun. Don't show him where that Nexus is. Okay, that would not be ideal. Okay, he's just going to send the probes over exactly where that base is located.
This is getting very spicy. I mean, there's still Widow Mines on the field.
Taking the natural of Byun.
I mean, I like it, but it is in vision. Like, it's all shown. I mean, maybe Firefly's plan is, all right, if I can get some shield batteries up and running, maybe there's a chance.
He doesn't have recall. I thought maybe he was thinking about recalling the probes that are currently in the natural of Byun and to try and bait his army back home, continue mining in the bottom left, but he does not have recall available.
I mean, did Byun spot these probes running south with minerals? I don't know.
I think he did.
This is getting really weird. Really, really wild. And, okay, so he's trying to get a forge up to cannons. It feels like he's trying to get into a position where he can do, like, one last stand with cannons and all that jazz. Needs to get it cancelled. Does get it in time as well. But Blink Stalkers can be a real nightmare in these situations. But Byun trying to get units out, I mean, Oh, man.
They need pylons and supply depots, right? We have 0 SCVs remaining for Byun, so he can mine all he wants, but he's gonna have to lose some troops before he can ultimately make an SCV again. It's all a little bit tricky, and Byun's not entirely sure what's going on. Every stim, by the way, right now is quite pricey too.
It certainly is. He can also wait for like supply drops, right? He's still got depots alive, but here, fighting up the ramp, there's so much fire though, so much firepower. I don't think Firefly can do it here. I mean, there's so much Terran, and oh, poor Firefly. He didn't really get to showcase what he was truly made of. Some magic with the blinks, but GG. Byun. A very, very easy game one, but game two, Firefly started to make him sweat a little bit there.
Absolutely. Ultimately, that bio army of his, though, was just a bit too big, right? His economy was off to a flying start in his match, and that carried him this entire time. It got a little bit shaky because he didn't know about that nexus at the bottom section of the map. I don't think he found out about it, or maybe near the end of the match. Either way, the man ends up winning this series 2-0. And even though he may have been the favorite, you can see that he was not gonna take this game lightly.
No, absolutely not. And I love the fact that he brought out a blast from the past like this. This is something that he played during that era of Maka. He was on Prime with Maka, you know. Back then, I think he might have been playing Protoss, but...
Prime?
Yeah, it was Prime.
I remember Maka Prime, but I didn't realize Byun was on Prime as well.
Yeah, he absolutely was. He was, for a while, he was called like... oh, was it like Ghost Prime? It was
did he rename his account at some point?
Yeah, absolutely, and he played Protoss back in the day as well. But yeah, this was very cool to see. I love it when you have prep like that going online. And yeah, Byun, honestly, well-deserved 4-0 in this group, and he's very, very safely secured himself to the next stage. As to where he's going to be finishing first, second, we'll find out tomorrow.
Really cool game number 2 here, of course, as well. Firefly cleverly forcing the base race here, but that's mostly because he didn't really have much of another choice. His army was just not big enough. He didn't have any splash damage. I think there was one Immortal at some point, but don't even know if he ever had it on camera. That one probably got sniped immediately. Ultimately, Byun, he had to find this army, right? But he got there eventually.
Absolutely did. Rachel, take it away.
Thank you so much. I'm down here with Byun. 2 exciting games. Couldn't have been more different from each other. Let's work backwards. That last game there, Byun, so exciting to watch. But I wonder, a little nerve-wracking to play when you found yourself in a base race with Firefly instead of just cleaning him up. What was going through your mind as you wrapped up the game?
일단 변현 선수 승리 축하드리고요. 일단 경기 복귀를 좀 해볼 텐데 확실히 두 번째 경기가 좀 임팩트가 있었기 때문에 두 번째 경기 한번 좀 봐야 될 것 같은데 아무래도 이제 엘리전이 생각보다 좀 치열하게 좀 펼쳐졌다 보니까 변현 선수도 뭔가 좀 정신이 없었을 것 같은데 어떠셨나요?
사실 저는 제가 이겼다고 확신을 하고 있었는데 저는 그 파이어플라이 선수가 세 번째 멀티까지 그냥 트리플까지밖에 없는 줄 알았어요. 근데 6시를 확인한 순간 이건 뭔가 잘못됐다 싶은 거예요. 그래서 이거 좀 많이 힘들겠다 했는데 제 생각보다 그래도 병력 이득을 많이 봐가지고 초반에 그래서 이긴 것 같아요.
So I was definitely thought that I was ahead, but seeing that another basis of Firefly made me doubt myself. But still, I think I traded the units pretty well, so I think that made me pretty confident to win.
I think we can put you in any situation in these games, Byun, and you would come out looking fantastic. Game 1, you decided to take a bit of a gamble. We had a little bit of a hidden second barracks. Tell me why you decided to make such a big gamble on that first game.
첫 세트는 이제 또 몰래 이렇게 병력 또 짓는 전략까지 또 도박을 하셨는데 그런 도박수를 좀 쓰게 되신 이유가 또 궁금하네요.
일단 파이어플라이 선수가 조금 짠다고 하죠. 그러니까 약간 부자스럽게 플레이를 하기도 하고 1경기 빌드랑 2경기 빌드랑 이어지는 빌드였어요. 이렇게 같은 빌드로 시작하는 건데 하나는 이렇게 과감한 도박 쓰고 두 번째는 이렇게 제가 부자스럽게 하는 플레이였는데 그게 진짜 잘 맞아가지고 그렇게 빌드를 그렇게 정하게 됐어요.
So obviously Firefly does a really greedy play style, so I definitely tried to snipe in the first game, so that was a pretty much big gamble for me as well, but I think it pretty much worked. And also it led to the second game's game plan, obviously, to go greedy for myself, so I think that worked pretty much well.
Byun, you can innovate, but you are a man with a plan from the start. That has left you undefeated in your group. You have one opponent left, Serral. I'm sure you've got a plan for him too, right?
이제 마지막 이제 세랄 선수를 상대하는 일만 남았는데 세랄 선수를 상대로도 역시나 이제 그런 계획을 다 짜놓고 있으시겠죠?
계획은 있어요. 계획은 있는데 그게 타이슨이 그 말을 했잖아요. 맞아보기 전까지는 모른다고. 그러니까 맞아보면 내일 그거 좀 느낄 것 같아요.
I mean, obviously, I had a plan for Serral, honestly, but you know the words. You know, everybody has a plan until you know.
Get punched in the face.
So, yeah, we'll see.
All right, well, Byun, it's always entertaining to watch you play. I think the audience agrees, but you know what? Let's see how entertained the casters are as they take a second look at that game.
Oh, very entertained. Intense action. In fact, we're going to have more intense action here. I'm going to go with Attack 97.
Oh, no way. You got OP cards.
I got Hero.
Unbelievable.
He had Solar. All right. I'm going to go with Macro 83. Oh. Oh, it's rough for Wardy right now. I'm going to go with...
Pray.
I don't know who you have left.
Pray.
I'm going to go with Attack 85.
It's a tie. You've got to pick again.
Oh, Speed 82.
Oh, 81.
Oh!
Who was it?
It was Bunny.
Oh.
And that's top trumps. All right,
That's
welcome
damn
back to
done.
the desk here. Actually, that went as bad as well as it could have. I don't know why we've never played this with the cards after 3 tournaments worth of it. But anyway, yes, Byun was successful and able to get himself the victory here. Actually, more swift than I was expecting, really, ZG, considering that, you know, I think Firefly's been able to put up some great fights so far in this group, but Byun just looking a little bit too good.
Yeah, obviously the aggressive maneuver coming out in the first game is really tricky for a lot of Protosses to hold, and so that's also kind of the go-to, I feel like, for Byun when he really wants to get the advantage fast. And the second game was kind of a heartbreaker because there were some chances, and then it could have been really, really epic if there was a couple of more stalkers, or maybe if that, you know, Forge did get up and running and the shield battery could have come up on a real base race.
Yeah,
We'd still be talking about that, of course, but it is what it is, and Byun is obviously very good at scrappy games as well, having found himself in many. So Firefly down at 5th and might be actually, or 4th, I believe. Yeah. Might be out because of it.
He's out.
Yeah, he is officially out. Skillus actually did manage to grab a win, so he's bumped up to 4th right now.
Yeah, a bit of a tough scenario, of course, here for him. All things considered, Byun, though, this is one of the names that we expected. Interesting to hear in the interview as well. Everyone's got a plan until they get a punch in the face when it comes up to playing against Serral. Not too surprising an answer, because, of course, there is a lot of respect there for Serral.
Well, yeah, and that's going to be what it comes down to pretty much. Assuming Serral is going to take out Astrea, which it's a favorite to do. Astrea's had some cool games against Serral, but not games where I feel like Serral hasn't been kind of like in control, right? So that's coming up soon. We expect Serral versus Byun to be a fight over first place. Byun's definitely done the work so far, and that's obviously going to be tomorrow if it comes down to it.
And of course, actually, some people might be speculating or theorizing, well, what happens if someone like a Serral wins one of the quarterfinals and bags himself another spot to the World Cup? Well, it's pretty simple. If that does occur, if it's Serral or Clem, we just give another spot to the global rankings, right? So that makes everything very neat, very nice, because we are sort of expecting Serral, ZG, to be able to go the distance here with the current form he's on.
Yeah, we were actually doing a little bit of that math when we first learned about the way that things would go down. And for instance, there was actually talk about like, well then, like people are hoping that Raynor will get a top 4 qualification because then that would bump the European down a little bit more, right?
Right.
So like that's absolutely going to come more into effect. I'm sure we'll talk about that when we hit the round of 12 and the round of 8 and looking at the next person on the global rankings and saying, well, they are really hoping that one guy just gets bopped right here. So it's actually very interesting indeed, but still a long way to go until we actually see who entirely makes up that playoffs.
Yeah, we have a little bit of a graveyard forming, unfortunately, for some of these players, like Trigger, unfortunately, Spirit, Stats, Kelazar, Raynor, Cyan. But regardless, next coming up here is Serral versus Astrea, and actually that is the final match of the day, which is bizarre because yesterday we really went the distance when it came to the games, Wardy. It's been a blitz today. We have absolutely cruised through the games.
Yeah, we've had a couple faster series, but we've had our longer ones as well. We just didn't have a super long one off stream that we then had to adopt game 3 of, right? So that helped.
No, absolutely. All right, well, thanks, guys. And I really want to play top trumps again. I don't know.
We're going to break, James. Go.
Quick to the break. We'll play again. All right. We're going to that break when we return. It's one final series for day number 2.
Intel Extreme Masters Katowice is brought to you by Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, and Intel.
All right, welcome back. Just one more series to go here for day number 2, and we've got an all-British lineup for you here. Hey, lads on tour, Luke Littler, Luke the Nuke. Yeah, if anybody knows Luke the Nuke, happy times, happy times. We've got ourselves another series on the... I've gone off the deep end today. We've played top trumps on
It's
stage.
that time. James has gone silly.
Yeah, I can't help it. I can't help it. But Serral versus Astrea. Serral, of course, is in a commanding position at the moment here in this group. Astrea, not dead yet here, Ben.
No, absolutely not. I mean, looking at this matchup in general, like, Astrea's gone to Home Story Cubs, where he's been a guy that can absolutely stand up to Serral. Like, it doesn't look silly, and that's when Serral's been, like, so indestructible in this matchup. I know things are a little bit different now, where Purus are actually doing other things. There's lots of adept stuff early on, and I know Serral has been vulnerable in the past, but the fact that he just came off that Masters Coliseum win looking as dominant as he did, it almost feels good that he makes StarCraft look boring in a way, with him winning as cleanly as he does. It's going to be a very, very hard match for Astrea.
Yeah, there's a reason why he has the numbers Serral has when it comes to the scorecards overall. Last year around, it was Maru that was able to have so much gold attributed to his card. This time around, it's Serral, and I think it's very warranted, Wardy.
I mean, yeah, right. I mean, Masters Coliseum, he showed it. It's not just like we're like digging past like a few weeks, months ago. It's like we saw it against all the top players in the world within the last month. Did it in every matchup. He's just the best right now, plain and simple. Like coming into this tournament, he's the favorite. The only reason to not be excited about Serral is because the last 2 biggest tournaments, he did bomb out, right? Not bomb out. He lost in the quarterfinals. It's pretty good still, but
it's not bad.
Pretty good for everyone else, but for Serral, we expect him to win, and we just have high expectations. And it's the same once again. There's no reason to doubt. And last year, I think very different as well, because last year in Katowice as well, he came in a little bit shaky in group stages, right? But actually, in the group stages so far, he's looked dominant.
Yeah.
So it feels like it's a Serral that's coming to Katowice in absolute top form.
What is this meditation circle that's going on between them with this map veto? Is this just... This is the most chill map veto I think I've ever seen in my life, Ben.
I'm just wondering who forced it upon who, you know? Like, Max Angel trying to make it like he's from California, you know, might be chill, man, chill, you know? And Serral over there looking all right, actually. I mean, Serral, it's not too much pressure, is it? Obviously, he wants to come first in the group and probably thinking quite a bit about his match against Byun, but he knows that Astrea's no slouch. And a lot of players coming into this as well have talked about Astrea just being like, hey, he's getting really good again, actually, which is very nice to hear, because he had that miraculous rise in the NA scene where it was like, oh, the second coming of Neeb kind of thing, start duking it out. Then it was like he took a little bit of a rest and a break and stuff, but he's been doing very good again. So I hope for Astrea's sake that he can show something. It's Serral. He's the GOAT.
Sometimes when he's looked invincible in the past, it's been in this matchup. Like, he's looked insane. Of course, there was that period of time where he was in Zerg versus Zerg, just like destroying everybody at something or like a ridiculous 90% win ratio or something like that. But there were periods of time where Serral looked untouchable in PvZ. Well, I mean, I guess the one good thing for Astrea is we talked to him at the very beginning of this tournament, and it bears repeating. He said, well, sometimes I come into tournaments not feeling confident, so I decided to feel confident in this one, and maybe that will work out.
Maybe that's the best you can do against Serral. You know, put practice aside and all the rest. Just feel better about yourself. Maybe that's the most control you have when you go up against Serral. It's going to be tough. I think it's going to be difficult. I will say I think Astrea's been very serious about this event, coming in very well prepared. I know he was turning down tournament invites beforehand. He didn't want to play in anything else. He just wanted to focus on Katowice. So, yeah, he came in feeling as best as he could. Time to show it.
All right, let's do it. Time to go to the stage, the final series of the day. Rachel, take it away.
Thank you so much. I'm pretty sure that was a little picture-in-picture of them doing their map vetoes, but gosh dang it if it didn't look like they were making friendship bracelets. I hope this battle doesn't put any bad blood between these two. For our last match of the day, please welcome to the stage two incredible players, Serral and Astrea.
Protoss and Zerg are at it again. An American upstart and, of course, a European monster about to face off in our final match of today. It is an awesome one to see where the rest of this group is going to stand. A nice shake of the hands between the two gentlemen, and joining me, of course, is Loco to cover the action.
Very excited for this one, Pig. This is one of the games I've been looking forward to for today. We're ending with a banger of a Protoss versus Zerg. I love this matchup. The thing is, of course, it's Serral, right? What exactly do you do if you're in Astrea's shoes? Because Serral does just look nearly unstoppable in this matchup for 4 or 5 years. It's been a while.
Yeah, one does not go into this match playing normal, but at the same time, one does not try to force it too much.
Yeah.
He must relax. He must just basically let loose of any expectations and let his most crazy creative ideas flow, because that's when Astrea plays his best StarCraft. It's when the man goes for 2 robotics facilities on 2 base and just pumps out a massive robo unit that does the strangest push you've ever seen. It's always his weird creative openings that I think net him the fun situations, and I always love to see him up there just kind of having a bit of fun. Serral, of course, has shown excellent PvZ. Were there any signs of weakness? Well, he did drop a map in that finals to Hero the other week in MC7, and there was another map which he should have lost, but did end up kind of recovering from in a bit of a turn of events. So there are the occasional surprises that catch him off guard. I would feel like the problem is that he scouts so well, and blocking that scouting is probably step one.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The maps sometimes make it a little bit difficult as well for the Protoss versus Zerg matchup, but I'm sure that Raduset Station ended up getting vetoed, which is probably the one map that Serral does not want to be playing on anymore after some games against Hero, but also, for example, against Raynor, who decided to bring out a little bit of Protoss at Home Story Cup in early December. Very fun match, of course. So Serral certainly does have some vulnerabilities in this matchup, but I think it's safe to say that his Protoss versus Zerg, at least in my mind, has been best in class for many years right now. So, of course, Astrea knows this. Astrea has had a little bit of time to prepare for this series, even if it's just mentally, right? Maybe he's cooked up a couple strategies like you brought up already. He's gone for some crazy build orders with tech. He's also in the past gone for very fast third bases that really shouldn't be allowed, but sometimes he can get away with it. But I do feel like he needs to do something to get the edge.
And looking for that edge is going to be important because this player down here in the bottom right has been looking unstoppable in late game once again. He's been resurrecting his form from 2018. In the bottom right side of the map, representing Basilisk, it's the Finnish phenom, Serral.
And his opponent, the very best player from the United States of America, it's Astrea. How do you approach this if you're Astrea and you see you're in the group with Serral? Do you just look at that game and you're like, probably won't win that one? Or do you take it serious and you decide to, well, come up with some creative builds?
I feel like you go into it and you have a big smile on your face because you're like, yes, no one expects me to win. Yeah. Everything to gain, nothing to lose, and I think that's cool. I definitely feel like Astrea always has special tactics in this matchup, and he's had some really good ones. I always think of, like, I guess late 2022 Home Story Cup Finals versus Raynor. He had some fantastic PVZs there. Raynor was just a bit too quick for him and a bit too kind of on point at shutting down some of what he was trying to do. But I think already starting off by blocking the natural is a good start for Astrea. And we'll see exactly what vein of ZVP he's willing to play. The scary thing, though, as I said, is Serral. He went from being so timing attack oriented in the last few years to, yeah, he can still hit timing attacks, but his late game is just back in form. He's been grinding it out, and few players are scarier with Broodlords than he is.
You're absolutely right. His late game has looked phenomenal. There's not really a whole lot of weaknesses in his play whatsoever. So I think Astrea indeed is going into this match with, yeah, maybe expectations to just play some good games and bring maybe some of the more creative builds that he's been practicing lately. If you know that it's going to be a tough road ahead, this may just be the matchup where, yeah, you can bring the strategies that maybe not always work that greatly. I mean, we already have a pylon as part of the wall off. That's already a little bit funky, but we're looking for something a little crazier than that.
The hero meta's where it's at, man. I'm down. Like, it's so funny because, like, I make so much fun of players when they have weird little inefficiencies in their builds, but I'm actually down on the pylon because I've seen people building such good wall-offs behind it at this point, and it just hasn't been getting punished. And I'm like, you know what? The 2 racks on the low ground that Terrans do Versug, that should also get punished. It works more often than not, right? It does get punished occasionally. It is a little dangerous.
So you're not thinking it's going to be a bailing bust?
Definitely not. There is no way you could bait Serral into bailing bust. I mean, Serral...
It used to be the case, right? Whenever there was a pylon as part of the natural wall-off, Zergs would just insta-drop a bailing nest.
Half of Rotterdam's ladder win rate, mate, is weird janky pylon walls and people couldn't resist. They'd always get in there. I do love the robo opening. Unfortunately, letting a Zergling in is a huge mistake for Astrea. You don't want to be giving away that free scouting this early. And that really limits your options. I believe it's going to be a Prism, double Adept pressure is the goal. Astrea does get rid of 1 drone and a Spore Trick. It's not a bad start for a single Adept, but losing the Adept, of course, does slow him down.
Yeah, the Robo Opener is not the most common one in this matchup. 9 times out of 10, it's a Stargate. We see Twilight Council builds quite a bit as well, but this is indeed going to be a very quick War Prism. This is especially good if you are going up against somebody who doesn't expect it, right? But against this, Serral can, for example, already start skipping things like Spore Crawlers, right? Little things like that. That Zergling Scout is just very helpful for the Zerg player because it does save on the drones. 1 Stalker only actually to hold that wall since the Adept ended up going down, but Probe's coming to the rescue.
Yeah, I like that. The Probes can always phase through the Stalker to make sure it doesn't die. And this is good because you want to keep Serral in the dark. Technically, you could be doing like a 5 or 6 gate all-in off this. He's, of course, not doing that, but the Rotoran has to go down for safety just in case. Going to 4 gases behind this, and the Adepts will start pushing forward.
We see the gases.
With the War Prism, he will see both of them, yeah.
That's a nice tell, of course, that, ooh, something fishy is going on. And what exactly is happening? It's double Stargate in the main, and there's already a second Overlord flying on over. How does he do this?
Disgusting. Sarah, how do you always see everything? How are your Overlords always in the right position, Serral?
Just predict the future.
Just please. If any other Zerg player could be this consistent with their scouting, I swear it would be insane. But somehow Serral is the one guy who's always in the right place at the right time. His knowledge of the matchup is insane.
So we're going to continue the mind game left, right, and center. The build order choices are falling flat on its face. Astrea, rather than doubling down to what was probably Phoenixes, I guess, he decides to go into a Twilight Council and a Forge now.
Well, I mean, Astrea has to completely change his game plan here at this point. He basically is playing like Haas. And he has to. You can't be doing double Stargate when it's scouted that early. It's a surprise play. And but so far, Robo scouted, double Stargate scouted. We see this so often in this matchup. Serral's going Burrow and a Lair. The Burrow is definitely a very odd choice against a Robo opening. Does seem like maybe that's a misclick, but we'll find out soon enough. And the rare first-person viewpoint of the greatest of all time. I think, you think he caught that. Well done. He did cancel that.
Yeah, I think he just clicked on it very rapidly there. This is indeed the first-person view of Serral. He is, at this point, assuming it's probably double Stargate, or at the very least something that is looking like double Stargate. He may already be predicting as well that this is going to be a cancel from the Protoss player.
And this counters both. This is so genius, right? Because Corruptors can beat Phoenix, and Mutas are just amazing versus a player who doesn't have a Stargate. So this is such a clever play from Serral, and I think from the moment he saw the Robo, he already had Spire.
Double checking right now. He sees that indeed the Stargates did get cancelled. Perfect play so far, honestly, by Serral, right? He decides to cancel. Man, he's so good in this matchup. It's almost disgusting.
It's not fair. It's actually not fair. He's ridiculous, man. Astrea's not finding any openings just yet. The Adepts cancelling their shade at the last second. The fourth base starts at 6:15, which is not the earliest fourth, but considering his Spire almost finished, still quite good.
We've seen Spires be very successful. Dark has had a lot of success making just a whole load of Mutas. Sometimes it's just about 6 to 8 Mutas, maybe 10. Sometimes it's mass Mutalisk, and I think both are excellent choices in this particular game. Serral did decide to go for the Roach speed upgrade. Spire gets scouted, so that's actually really quite nice here for Astrea. And by the way, let's not pretend that Serral is incredibly far ahead in this game, supply-wise and economy-wise. He's obviously in a fantastic position. Protoss hasn't really done any damage in the early game, but Astrea has done a good job building up his economy. He scouted the Spire there, so these 6 Mutas are not really gonna catch him off guard. I don't hate this position here for Astrea.
This is it. You're often so focused on how do I catch Serral off guard? What do I surprise him with? What's the kill move? Sometimes he scouts it a bit too easily, and that seems to be the case in this game. Just 6 or 7 Mutalisks flying across the map on the south. Immortal Archon trying to force them home to defend. But Serral says, you know what? Okay. Oh, he actually does pull the Mutas home for a moment to group them up. I think he's got plenty of Roach Ravager, though. It's a hard call for Astrea in this scenario. The Mutas actually fighting an Archon. Wow, Serral.
That is like the one unit that they're usually not supposed to fight, but if he would have gotten it, that would have been a mental boost, if anything. I think since he got scouted, he realized, okay, the odds of me doing a lot of damage in the mineral line are basically 0. He's gonna give up on this base, it seems. I know Queens do pop up, couple transfuses will save the hatchery for now. Good force fields, but they're gonna get popped.
Indeed, Mutalisks rotate into the natural expand. More probes are falling. And you'll notice Serral is focusing on preserving the Mutalisks. He's not overcommitting. His first Mutalisk there, I believe, does die.
Oh, no. He actually, okay. Walked into the wall there. Luckily, the Prism was nearby to save some of those very expensive Protoss units. Immortals and Archons and Sentries, those are not to be lost at this stage in the game.
Astrea here realizing, okay, it's just a handful of Mutalisks. I'll get Storm to help on the ground, double upgrades, and just defend with Blink. Problem, Serral is committing to mass Mutalisk. He's going 7 more Mutas. He's saying, okay, you don't have Stargates, you're not building the hard counter, I don't need to swap off this. That being said, armor upgrade Stalkers are very good at fighting Mutas. You can technically beat them with Stalker Storm. The problem, of course, is the economic disparity. There is a 5th base on the way for Serral. His 4th is full of workers. Astrea is stuck on 3.
If I have to be critical, I would like to see Serral start up the +1 flyer upgrade. When you're going to make this many Mutas, that is one of the upgrades that makes them significantly more powerful. Generally, they're used, the Mutas that is, for harassment purposes. You can always force the base race if you really need to. They're usually not really that great at fighting the Protoss army head that's on, but obviously if it's just a bunch of Zealots here. Units that can't shoot up, okay, the Prism is accepting death. If it's units that can't fight back, yeah, they can't. They can still be useful in the main engagements too. Right now though, getting those Templar would have been real nice, but he decides to fly away.
Stalker Micro is good. Astrea's prioritizing the right things. If you're going to defend Mutalisks with ground, this is the way to do it. A mixture of armor and shield upgrades, Psy Storm High Templar spread around your bases, cannons, batteries, and of course some good Blink Stalker Micro. But Serral's Micro is so good. It's weird because I always look at the way he uses his Mutalisks and I always feel like surely he could kill a few more probes if he just goes a bit deeper. But the thing is, the Mutas just never die. He preserves them where other people sacrifice them. He's so good at bouncing around, causing a nuisance. Finally, a few Mutalisks fall. But look at that. It was all to pull him out of position and set up for this swinging move in the south. Takes out the Nexus, 20 probes. Astrea is just stuck behind in this game.
Yeah, he is a solid, well, more than 60 supply behind at this stage, and it's just so tricky. This is a relatively low-tech Zerg army, but he decides to magic box on top of all of those Archons and Templar and everything else. There's tons of Immortals, though, and they're doing a fantastic job. Stalker's also shutting down some of those Roaches, and now they're chasing down the Mutalisks. So replacing this with a whole load of Zerglings. I don't love the upgrades for him, though. The +1/+1 right now for the Mutas and for the Zerglings, they're coming, but they're really late, and this is already +2/+1 for Astrea. This is actually a moment where Astrea can potentially deal damage.
Massling pretty good against the Immortals and Stalkers. Without a warp, does he have a warp prism? He does have a warp prism on the front. Oh, maybe if he could get a few Archons in here and some Zealots. I agree with you. The problem is that his economy is getting gutted behind it. Astrea does not have a lot of money coming in. He is morphing Archons on the front line. The Mutaling, though, coming across, and the Zerglings are so good in a base trade. They are just absolutely wonderful in this scenario. Astrea might have to pull probes across this map or face fear of elimination.
Absolutely. So just like in a previous game, this may be worth reminding the viewers that the win condition in a game of StarCraft II is to destroy all of your opponent's structures, and Serral's army is really quick. All of the structures for Protoss are in the top left-hand corner. Serral is expanding all over the map. He's already moving towards the top right. He's moving towards the bottom left as well. Though the Immortals, okay, 2 of them have found this hatchery in the top right-hand corner. In the meantime, though, the Zergling Roach Muta army is destroying everything. And, well, even though I think Serral can fight Astrea's army in a head-on battle, I don't think he needs to.
Too late to recall at this point. The final Nexus goes down. I don't think we've got too much money. 790 minerals. He can build a Nexus. He built some buildings. So it's not like it's over yet, but the army supply is so advantaged that it's going to be difficult for Astrea, even after all this base trade, to really get back in it. Serral's still got 15 drones on the map. He's run many of those away. Final building's starting to get taken out. Astrea, I believe, has restarted the pylon. There we go.
Oh, is that the final structure that he's got? Now, there's still a Templar Archives and 1 pylon out on the map. Those are inside of the main base, and that means that the only structures remaining right now for our Protoss are the ones that are in production. I think it's just the 1 pylon? Yeah, that's it. So that is the only structure that he's got. If Serral manages to dive that, okay, Nexus coming up. This is, of course, an indicator, and Serral does find a bunch of the Immortals. Serral now knows that a Nexus has been rebuilt, because, well, he gets that notification in the middle of his screen as well.
The best place to rebuild sometimes is back in your own main base in these scenarios. The most secretive place is right there, whereas people are normally out to the corners, those fresh bases hiding out there on the map. No Storm here. If he had Psy Storm, I'd maybe believe. But Serral's got 54 Lings, 27 Mutas, 5 Roaches. He could win a frontal fight against this.
Yeah, the problem is that he doesn't really know that exactly, right? So he doesn't know what's inside of that prism. There is just a chance that maybe there were a few Templar warped in right before that Archives fell, because that was the final structure, I think, in the main, that he ended up shutting down. So it's a bit of a guessing game. Does Serral now decide to jump these structures? Because I'm with you, I think he can do it, but we have perfect information and we're not 100% sure.
1 more Immortal out on the map. Now, if he can try to focus the hatchery down and then recall that would be great. Of course, recall could only be used once every 2 minutes. That's a massive cooldown. Mutalisks are on their way to deal with it. Hatchery, I think, has to get cancelled. Nice.
Yeah. All right, so the natural expansion of Astrea has been taken by Serral. Serral has been in full control of this game, but it's not necessarily an easy one, right? Astrea really making him fight for it. How many probes are still remaining? It's 10 in total, okay?
Yeah,
They're
it was
mining.
10 drones a second ago for Serral, but I was going to say, because Serral has 2 bases, he should be ahead, but he just lost one of those 2, didn't he? So
yeah, he's
going to have to
one.
Yeah, he's going to have to just rebuild them. He's still got a full mining base.
He was buffing that observer into surveillance mode and out of surveillance mode about 4 times. That's why I put a little smile on his face. It all comes down to these stalkers here, right? Astrea knows that he can't really move out. There's just really no way that he gets surrounded by Zerglings.
Yeah.
Serral right now is going to get vision of exactly what there is for the Protoss player. Doesn't see any Templar, doesn't see any splash damage. He can poke in. Obviously, those Mutas do have rapid regeneration, so they regen health really quickly out of combat.
27 Mutalisks is a pretty impressive number. Nice blink forward, but that's going to trigger Serral to go. A decisive move for the Finn, and it's the correct move. There is not enough stuff for the Protoss to hang on. The Stalkers are getting overwhelmed, and Serral will take it dominant game 1.
Yeah. Now, honestly, that was incredibly dominant, especially like the first, I want to say first 80% of that game. Serral always looks so critical of his own matches.
Yeah.
You saw the same thing as well earlier today from Solar when he ended up winning his series. He was looking very disappointed in himself because...
Should we pretend what his thought process is? Should we play? It's the end of the day, Loco. I think we can get a bit loose there.
Yeah, sure. What do you think?
I scouted everything he did, and it still was a base trade. That was stupid.
No, you're probably right. It's one of those scenarios that you try and avoid, right? I mean...
I scouted this dumb gimmicky build, and it still ended up in a base trade. Oh, man, what the hell?
I mean, yeah, it was a brilliant call, though. I really do like the Spire here, because you mentioned it already. It's good against whatever the Protoss player decided to do. So, yeah. Option 1, those Stargates were kept around. And, well, we had Astrea making a whole load of Phoenixes. There was a follow-up scout as soon as the Spire finished up. What Serral could have done in that instance is make a whole load of Corruptors. Option B, and that's the one we had in this game, those Stargates ended up getting cancelled and we had a replacement tech instead. In that particular instance, the Mutas are really quite nice. I never really consider Serral to be that much of a Muta player, though, but, yeah.
I think it makes perfect sense when you see the Robo. It's on your mind. You see the 2 Stargates, you go, you know what? I'll stick with it. And we'll pick how much we commit, which direction later on. This is one of the things with Serral where he really is not a Mutalisk player ever. Whereas we saw like Dark against Showtime, he was dead set on going Mutalisks in that game 3, right? It was always going to be his plan. And in this
you
case...
called it before the series.
I did, yeah, not to toot my own horn, but I'm like, if I was playing against Showtime, I'd try to make Mass Muta, because it's really hard to break him, and Mutas fly, which is good, but, you know, you can see the way Dark makes those wild strategies work, and he's kind of got his plans before the game starts sometimes, but Serral, it's almost always reactive. It's, I see what you're doing, and I want to find the way to counter it, and that's exactly what he did there. So we said at the start of the series, it probably starts, how do you defeat Serral? With denying his scouting. That has to be the precursor to any of your surprise or special tactics working, catching him off guard. The first link came in, saw the Robo. The Overlord, 2-pronged Overlords were coming in.
That second Overlord is actually kind of wild, because for a while, especially in this Stargate-focused meta, we don't really see double Overlord scouts anymore.
No.
It's become less and less popular over the course of the last year or so. We see Zerg players sending 1 Overlord across the map, maybe send the second one just a little bit, and then usually back home.
8 games out of 10. I bet he doesn't have that second Overlord. No. I bet this is a special thing he's done against Astrea. And
will he do it in game 2? I don't think he will. If I were to make a bet here, I think it's going to be a Stargate opener for Astrea. He's going to be hunting for that second OV, and he will find only 1.
I think you're absolutely right, Loco. I mean, it's fascinating to see the adjustments he makes. A lot of us, Serral just has the best mechanics. Serral just has the best defense. Not necessarily. I feel a big part of Serral is he studies his opponents and he understands what they're going to do, and he's so well prepared for his series. We've seen it so far in Game 1. Will he be able to do that again in Game 2? In the bottom right side of Oceanborn, representing Basilisk, it's Serral.
And his opponent, all the way in the top left, it's Astrea.
StarCraft's a game of small advantages that stack up over time, and sometimes players get an aura of invincibility, and people forget it's not just magic. It is details that add up to create the aura of invincibility. It's not just, oh, he magically just wins games. You know, sometimes we talk like that. We
starts with 12 rounds as well, right? Just like every other Zerg.
Exactly. It's just he's figured things out to scout, adapt, adjust, and most importantly, he studies his opponents before every single series. He does it better than anyone else. We see him constantly bringing out counter build orders. And a nice quick hatchery for Serral. This was, I believe, Overlord into 14 hatchery. And yeah, it's one of these things where I was kind of talking to Serral about this build yesterday, and saying how I really thought, I was like, why doesn't everyone just go 14 hatch into 15 pool? You know, like 15-15, but slightly faster. Isn't that better? And he said, well, what he doesn't like about that build is you just can't get your creep down for a while because your link speed is so late. So, you know, the Adepts are just dancing around, the Oracles start coming in. You don't get much creep out. Without a lot of creep, the Oracle Adept harass is much harder to deal with. So going for this build order, yeah, you delay a few drones there, you give up a little bit of mining. But at the end of the day, he says, you know, you can still get your link speed, you've got your hatchery on location, and that does seem to be one of the biggest priorities as well for Serral, is he wants the natural location up, doesn't want to have to defend the third base, though in the last game it didn't really cause him many problems.
No, it's one of those things where you may just also have a personal preference, right? A lot of the Zerg players are very comfortable playing with their third base as their very first expansion. We call it the third base because it's in the third base location, of course, but ultimately, it doesn't seem to matter that much at this level of StarCraft II. Now, once again, we have a pylon as part of the wall-off. We see a chrono boost right there on the Adept. Okay, that's going to be a Stargate opener. Fair enough. Yeah, chrono on the Adept and insta Warp Gate research too, which is a little bit of a cheeky one. He decided to cancel the Warp Gate, go for the Stargate, and he will restart that Warp Gate research here momentarily. So small mind games here by Astrea.
Do we see a second
fall for it?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty standard, right? The maybe you don't notice this, but I don't think there's a second chrono on the Adepts. So just going to be the single Adept gets out real quick, and then the other one just kind of comes out at the normal timing. The double chrono has fallen out of fashion. And
yeah, I think it's much better if you block the natural, right?
Especially if you're going something sneaky like a Robo, right? In the last game, he didn't. I don't know. On the other hand, I feel like going across with these two Adepts is fantastic. Maybe put a probe in the wall if you really don't want him to scout what you're up to. But I think if you're going Oracle, honestly, getting it scouted is not that big a deal because Oracle Adept is such a solid opening.
Oh, well, you were talking about that probe in the wall. There's that cheeky little Zergling coming in once again. He's going to complete the wall off like it's a Protoss versus Protoss. Make sure that there's no units sneaking into the natural. Yeah, the second chrono on the Adept is an interesting one. It's one of those minute details, just like the 14 hatch opener rather than the 15 or the 16 hatch. It's one of those things that pro gamers will spend a lot of time thinking about. Ultimately, though, Serral is just trying to get all the information, and he will see that it's an Oracle start, and well, he may even be able to catch this probe.
Not blocking the Nexus, so at least the Nexus can start there for Astrea. Does get the pylon down as well. The Zergling finally falling. Gonna go first-person view of Astrea. Astrea is a methodical player. He can get a little frantic occasionally, but normally he is reasonably calm in his play. You can see the Oracle bypasses the natural. Oh my gosh. And he goes, okay, all right, it's Serral Queen defense. Get out of here. Don't want to take too much damage. Oracle already goes in the yellow without getting any drone kills.
No, hasn't even activated the pulsar beam yet, if I'm not mistaken. So now he's just sort of hanging it in the corner. There is a Stalker available, so at the very least that one will be handy when it comes to shutting down this Overlord. Ideally, though, as a Protoss player here, you want to deal at least a bunch of workers worth of damage. Just having those Oracles sit around to do nothing is not optimal.
He's going in with the Adepts and the Oracles right now. Stasis Trap on the right, Adepts shading into the third base. They're going to try and get in the choke point, but one of the Adepts does get surrounded, unfortunately. Still getting a few drones. Stasis Trap in the natural. Looks like that was deflected by Serral. This Oracle's going to come in here as well. Multiple angled Stasis harassment, and of course, it's got the Forge and the Robo behind. Now, interestingly, he warped in a second Stalker for the wall-off. That's because it's on a weird angle, this wall-off, where if you put an Adept or a Zealot, it's a smaller unit. Links can run past it unless you're perfectly placed. Stalker is a bit of a chunker, and sometimes that does come in handy for blocking those big entrances.
How many workers have been killed in this game so far, though? That's the real question. I think it's just the one probe. Okay, one probe and 3 drones. Okay, he did manage to sneak a couple of them, I think with those Adepts in that case, but the Adepts had to sacrifice themselves as well for that damage. Not loving the start here for Astrea. It's not the flying start, at least that he's hoping for, but it's certainly not a bad situation with a very quick third Nexus, right? For the longest time, if you haven't watched a lot of StarCraft II, for example, over the last couple of years, a third Nexus for Protoss went down at like the 5-minute mark, right? These days, it is long up and running at that point, and Astrea at 5.5 minutes is nearly fully saturated on 3 bases. So economically speaking, he's fine. It's just that his early game hasn't achieved that much.
If a modern Protoss took these builds back to 2016, they'd just be like, wow, everyone just all-ins back in the day, man. Like early Legacy, there's just... And all the early Legacy players would be like, this guy's stupidly greedy, like, let's just kill him. They're like, why isn't it working? We don't know why it's not working. He's really, really good at defending this. Well, I like the double Robo Bay follow-up, though, with the Twilight and the Forge. So Astrea's getting every piece of tech. This is, funnily enough, another strategy that's a little vulnerable to Mutalisks, but we're not going to see that this time. So far, just Roaches and Zerglings. I don't think a Baneling Nest has come in. As I say, a Spire does go down at the front. That's a late Spire. That is not a super quick one. I think Astrea is in a much better position this game.
I love how that Spire is quote-unquote hidden, right? It's literally in the middle of nowhere, but it's one of those locations, well, maybe he's accidentally going to stumble upon it, but it's not in the spot where you would normally expect this. As we do have a bunch of drones going down to these oracles. There's a whole lot of creep spread already, though. Okay, maybe this stays his word. Nope, it is also responded to perfectly. Astrea is going into Colossi together with the ranged upgrade for them. This is going to be Stalker Colossus pick.
On the second Forge as well. So it's a macro play. I like it so far. I don't like this if you mass Stalkers. I think if you got up to a maximum of about maybe 18 Stalkers, preferably only 12, I think it's okay. But I think from there you want to go more like Immortals, Disruptors, Zealots, Archons, or just a really good ground-pounding army. Of course, he needs to find the spot.
Yeah.
Otherwise, those Mutalisks are going to be very annoying to deal with.
Mutas have not been, or I guess the Spire rather, has not been scouted yet. Astrea has the Observer so close by. It's one of those locations that you are so unlikely to check. But Astrea is going for an attack. Serral just committed rather to 11 Mutalisks. This is not a bad moment for Astrea to move out, Pig.
It's not. No, he's moving out. It's a pretty small army for now. But what do you got on the ground of Serral? A few Roaches, a few Zerglings, not that much. 14 Mutalisks building. That is a lot, man. And Astrea just has no idea.
Yeah, he does have a Prism, of course, but a little too slow with this movement. If he would have seen the Spire, I think he would have dived a bit deeper. Mutas, will they go across the map, or is he going to just face this army head-on with everything that he's got? Is he going to snipe the Prism?
It's very unlike Serral to play Mutas 2 games in a row. I think this is really catching Astrea off guard. He finally sees it. And he's not got a lot of time to respond. He's going to try and recall the Prism. His army is going to start to pull back. Stalkers are trying to warp in to defend. Natural is under assault.
Astrea secretly crossing his fingers there, hoping that those Mutas were the very first ones that popped out. Ultimately, though, he did have a bunch of Stalkers available as well at home. We even have the Contamination upgrade, or the ability, rather, of the Overseer being used. Probably the least utilized spell in all of SC2.
You know, 7 probes for like 5-6 Mutas so far. So far, it has actually been fantastic defense by Astrea. Serral, though, does grab a few more probes on his way back out. 4th base is up, though. If Astrea can keep defending like that, he's in a good spot. But with Lings coming in, it's kind of scary. You need to have Colossus killing the Zerglings and then Stalkers fighting the Mutas. Easier said than done. Serral's still got a 30 supply advantage. He's got massive mobility. And one mistake and Astrea could find himself spiraling out of control.
The thing is, right, with this mass Muta style, those Colossi are not going to achieve too much. I don't think that Serral is really planning on engaging this army head-on. He is not, however, transitioning to, for example, mass Roach. That could have been an option here for the Zerg. Instead, he is prepared to do a full counter-attack once again. And you already mentioned it, tons of Mutas have actually gone down in this game. Compared to, well, game number 1 of this particular series, Serral has lost way more of those expensive Zerg units. Natural expensive, wide open, nothing in the wall of, and these Stalkers they've been protecting for a while, but they're going to have to blink away.
There's a lot of Lings in the top right as well. They're going to come in on the 4th because most of this army got pulled over here. Colossus are trying to head back to defend that. There's only a cannon and a battery that are going to buy a bit of time, but so many workers going down. Stalkers are good at fighting the Mutas head-to-head, but it's the mobility that gives the Mutalisks the advantage. Look at that rotation. That is Chris taking out the battery and the cannon, and they will be able to start clearing the rest of the economy. Serral being devious in this series, playing to his strengths, his opponent's weaknesses, and realizing that Mutalisks was the best play. So, if Astrea had seen that Spire, this could be a very different game. I really feel 10, 20 seconds warning even. It's a totally different scenario. But seeing it so late and being stuck on just Mass Stalker like this, you need to be perfectly positioned. Maybe if his army was split a little better, he could have done it. But as it is, Serral is out of control. He's got so many Mutalisks. You can see as they blink forward, he turns, shoots a few volleys, and just pulls away. And he's trading very well. If we can see the units lost, you can see the Mutaverse Stalker trades. And look at that. 16 Mutalisks have gone down, but he's taken out 50+ probes, 7 Stalkers, 3 Colossus went down.
Yeah.
I mean, this is a disaster.
I think with 3 Colossi, this counterattack could actually still be pretty scary. But obviously, with those Colossi down the drain, I think only 1 remains at this point of the game. Serral can actually fight this army head-on using the Zerglings that he's been reinforcing this with. Ultimately, though, he's just trying to buy as much time as possible. The finisher is already maxed out. There's only 39 workers remaining, so Astrea's best bet here is to make one army and win the game with it, right? Go full bulldozer, try to cross the creep and win the game with it, but it's going to be incredibly difficult.
3-2 is almost finished. If he was able to just kind of absorb the punches, not take too much damage, 3-2 would have been a brilliant kill timing for Astrea, especially if he added some Archons. Yeah, of course. Easy snipes there. Just goes floating off to the top of the ocean. There is a man in a fisher boat on top of whatever planet this is. And he is like, what the heck is going on down there? There are just giant chunks of Colossus and Stalker floating everywhere.
GG is called. The Serral obtains a very smooth 2-0 victory over Astrea. You were talking about his late game and how dominant it's been. Well, apparently we never needed to go there.
That's why he's the whole package right now. He's still got the timing attack prowess, he's still got the tricky plays, and most importantly, those little details in the early game, knowing how to adjust them. And you combine that with a scary late game, and it is the whole package. A very frustrating experience, getting scouted at every turn.
Yeah.
And, you know, it feels like PvZ, it's always possible to make an upset if you can just hide what you can do. It's just impossible to hide things from Serral.
Yeah, Astrea almost got that vision, right, of the Spire. If he would have known the Spire was there, that would have made all the difference.
Yeah.
The positioning there on that structure is so strange, though. You expect it behind the mineral line, maybe hugging a hatchery, but Serral's like, no. Middle of nowhere in, well, the most obvious location is probably the last spot you will actually be checking. There was an observer very close by. Serral didn't really know if he had been seen. So, yeah, it was unfortunate there for Astrea. I think it would have made the game quite a bit more competitive, but ultimately Serral just looking absolutely dominant.
Well, this is a factor in the last few years of Serral's career when he goes from being, you know, such a storied player to one that we're never going to ever forget with how he plays. And part of it here is just I am going to make it not look fair. I am going to make StarCraft look absolutely disgustingly favored in my direction just due to my choices, my strategy. Rogue used to do this all the time. Rogue, we called him the hype killer because he'd get in these big finals and he'd make his opponent look like they were utter garbage. And we're like, oh, you could have at least made them look like they had a chance. Serral's been getting that aura lately where it's not just the late game kind of unkillability, but look at this, man, surprised you with 20 mutas, deal with that. Doesn't look like it's even close. He's very powerful at being tricky with his choices and mixing that in with the solid defensive play.
Yeah, for some time he was maybe a bit too predictable if we had to be critical of his playstyle. He was doing the same builds over and over and over again, and there's certainly still some of that. But you already mentioned that he didn't really play a lot of mutas back in the day, right? This wasn't really a unit that he loved that much in this matchup. Even though he may not necessarily be a massive fan of mutas, he's still so good.
Oh, hey, that's us. Serral, what is it like to hear people mention your name with fear in their voice?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. I guess it's a little bit of a confidence booster.
Well, if that doesn't boost your confidence, looking back on the games that you have brought so far to IEM Katowice should. This is a very impressive series from Astrea. Came back almost a little bit in your perspective in that first match. Did you ever feel like there was a moment that Astrea was threatening you after you revealed all his buildings and he was still in the fight?
Yeah, I was feeling pretty comfortable after I saw his double Stargate. I was kind of thinking it's probably likely he's gonna cancel it, but I think I was a bit slow on the droning there, and yeah, he played it good on the follow-up, and it actually felt a bit scary. I think, well, I think even if he didn't lose a couple extra units, it would have been my win, but yeah, it got a bit closer than I wanted it to, that's for sure.
Well, talking about Game 2 now, we're seeing a little more Mutalists out of you than we usually do. Is that just something you're bringing for Astrea? Maybe something you're playing with for the tournament at large?
Just testing out all the units.
It's true, use them all. They're all pretty good out there. Well, Serral, you have lots of opportunities, I'm sure, to talk into this microphone over the course of the weekend, but it is pretty early on. We are wrapping up your group with only one more opponent left for you to play, but you've got to be sitting pretty, so you want to tell the people how you're feeling?
I mean, I'm feeling pretty good. Group went pretty well so far, and obviously this is the most important match tomorrow, so I want to win it really bad, and Byun is a really strong player, but I think if I do my best, I should be able to take him down.
Well, is there anything that these fine people can do to help you win tomorrow?
Well, a little noise always helps, but I think it's, yeah.
Serral, we love to watch your games. The audience is grateful. We have so much fun here at IEM Katowice, but it is coming to a close here at day 2. So let's send it back to the desk one more time to look at your match.
Astrea mutilated here in the final throes of day. Why is that so funny?
Like mutilated?
I just thought it was kind of clever.
Yeah,
I thought it was kind of clever.
laughing.
I just like how much Wardy liked it. He proper chuffed over here.
It was a good one.
Well, there we go. Yeah, I mean, it was almost a foregone conclusion for a lot of us, to be perfectly honest. With the shape that Serral's in, he's looking great. Also brilliant to hear in the interview, he's just testing out all the units here in Katowice. That's lovely, Wardy.
You know, I love it when you come to the biggest tournament or one of the biggest tournaments of the year, and you just figure, you know what, it is the group stages, so I'm just going to make sure to test everything, just so when I get to the playoffs, I know what I like and what I don't.
Yeah. You'll know what to make, I suppose, when it really gets scary. But no, I mean, it looked fantastic in this game here. Ben, obviously, kind of not necessarily running rings around Astrea, but constantly always being in his face, really not letting up on the pressure.
Yeah, I mean, the first game was a bit spicy, right? And I mean, it didn't start off that well for Astrea. Like, he went for those 2 Stargates in his base, but Serral just doing that Serral thing where he scouts meticulously and just gets to spot it as it's going up, and then Astrea's like, crap, I'm not going to play against Serral with when he's seen what's happening, so he cancels it, goes into something else. Serral has the Spire already done. He's like, you know what, Mutas, crazy base trade situation went down, but he looked comfortable playing, right? Like, he was careful, and we saw that he could win the fight if he took it, but yeah, I don't think Astrea played bad at all. Like, Pig kind of said it. As soon as those Mutas came in game 2, it was like, that was a solid defense to say you didn't know it was coming. I would love to know why Serral was necessarily, because obviously he doesn't want to give anything away in the interview, right? But he definitely saw that those oracles were looking for damage as opposed to scouting info, so popped up a Spire and yeah, just really clean Zerg play out of him.
Very, very well done. Let's take a look at the standings from this group then. As you guys expect, it's good old Serral looking really strong up towards the top, 8-0 right now in the group. That being said though, Byun 8-1 in maps right now for 0. Again, these two names really kind of synonymous with where we would expect them to be in this group at the moment. The challengers, Astrea here to try and take that 3rd spot, but it's not out of the woods just yet.
No. I think Skillus is still within play. The one map that he's lost less than Firefly right now is basically the difference. So Skillus is still in play, and I believe it's Skillus versus Astrea tomorrow, so let me just double check that.
I think you're right.
Yeah,
so
Skillus versus Astrea, and that's going to be head-to-head. Basically, winner moves on. I guess if Skillus only wins 2-1, though, I actually think basically Astrea needs a map against Skillus. So if he gets a map, he's safe no matter what, even if he loses. It's one of those situations.
Yeah, fair.
Brutal.
Tough stuff. But, I mean, what's most important, again, is we really have saved the best, effectively, for last for that group, right? Serral and Byun. The winner goes through guaranteed to that round of 8. For Byun, I mean, as much as Serral says he really wants to win that, he does already have a spot at the Esports World Cup, right? If Byun is coming in there, getting to that quarterfinal to guarantee yourself at least a shot at the qualification process, very big.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it's kind of takes a lot of pressure off Serral's shoulders in a way that he's already qualified and doing so well. And it's just like, yeah, it's like I go into the tournament, I'm going to play my absolute best, and you know, pride on the line, money on the line and stuff. But it's not extra money, extra pride later on. Like, he's already there. So I think that's a massive weight off Serral's shoulders. And honestly, with the way that this group's been going, the only other person that can really test one of them is the guy that are out to play tomorrow. So I love that we've left it up till till last.
Yeah, it's quite convenient. I don't know if that's how everything is just randomly panned out, but it's very nice. It's very nice. So that's how Group C has gone. Today, again, as I mentioned, Wardy, before, a bit of a blitz in terms of the results coming on in here. Not massive amounts of surprises compared to what we had yesterday, but it's as if today really kind of pushed us back towards the status quo. And actually, here is the schedule for tomorrow as well. Now, we have ourselves 1 round of games per group still remaining here, and the top 3 for all of the groups is not set in stone just yet, Wardy.
No. Group A has top 1 and 2 set. Everything else is really up for grabs across the other groups. So Group A is that Gumiho Scarlet playing match. That's what we're going to be watching first tomorrow. That's obviously going to be super exciting. And you just look at the names down the list, right? Selvis, Byun is going to be amazing. There's Dark Maru in Group D, but there's also the very important Hero Showtime match in Group D, so we might even mix it up and do that on the stream, right? Because all these matches are important, and that Group B has 5 players that are still in contention. Never mind the other groups, which just have 4. Group B is really wide open, so it's going to be super fun on day 3.
Definitely so. Ben, your highlights of today, where have you been looking at? What have you been thinking about?
I've been thinking a lot of things, James. Absolutely a lot of things, but I was mainly impressed with Hero in his series against Reina, I guess, because that is a ridiculously tough matchup, and it kind of gave me restored faith in Hero, because I know we all kind of like, we look at him and he can be amazing, but he can also be incredibly sloppy. But if that series alone, if he can channel that for the rest of the tournament, that's one of those things where it's like meticulous Protoss play, you know. But I do like what Maru was bringing as well. I'm very much looking forward to see Maru make it into later stages in the tournament.
And Maru versus Dark tomorrow. Waddy, your final thoughts for the day?
Yeah, it was really cool to see Hero playing so well. I think that really was the standout, right? Just against Reyno, because that was like, it was like a different hero, the hero who can maybe be the best. I think it's just been a great day. You know, we had some fun games, and yeah, maybe it didn't drag on super long like yesterday did, but it still had a lot of fun matches and a lot of fun competition. And I think Heromarine as well doing super well. Super fun to see that. Super excited to see how the groups turn out tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. It's shaping up to be an excellent Katowice yet again, as is no surprise, I think, to everybody tuning in around the world, to everybody here at the desk as well. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for day number 2 of the Intel Extreme Masters Katowice. That does it for us here. Tomorrow we are back, same time, same place, for more StarCraft action. See you then.
History. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. And Charlotte's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Norby! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
No, we never ever leave. Run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies. Never know, whoa, whoa. Got it all locked down, we don't sleep till the morning. Whole crowd loud on their feet and we going going No, we never ever leave. Run the show, whoa, whoa, enemies. Never know, whoa, whoa. Got it all locked down, we don't sleep till the morning. Whole crowd loud on their feet and we going No, we never ever leave. Run the show, whoa, whoa.